This is the National Adventurer Awakening School, where each participant undergoes an examination before the Awakening Stone. Those who successfully awaken receive basic equipment for their class and then proceed to a practical exam, while this young man stands wearily among the recruits, wondering what class he'll awaken as. This was his third time taking the test. After a long wait, it was finally Ningfeng's turn. Unsurprisingly, his name was met with snickers and jeers. Isn't that the senior who's already 18? A legendary figure who spends all day chasing after the goddess Wang Yue. I thought he was someone special, but he's 18 and hasn't even awakened. Ningfeng walked through the whispers to the Awakening Stone. The examiner was Chiwi, a beautiful and gentle teacher who encouraged Ningfeng to stay calm and generously gave him time to prepare so he could be in the best state of mind before starting. Ningfeng places his hand on the crystal, trying his best to relax. This time he's incredibly surprised, because unlike the previous 2 times, the crystal is reacting, glowing with a blue light, representing the magic system. Upon awakening, Ningfeng automatically learned the initial skill, mud summoning. Next, let's see how many stars his profession will awaken. Chiwi held her breath as she watched. In the end, Ningfeng only awakened 1 star, far behind Wang Yue, who had awakened a 5-star profession on his first try. Chiwi sighed, feeling sorry for her student, while mocking laughter erupted once more below. They thought Ningfeng might defy destiny this year, but he's just a measly 1-star adventurer. Chiwi frowned. They were being too harsh on each other. She took 2 steps forward, wanting to ask what skill Ningfeng had awakened. But seeing his dazed expression, she didn't ask further. Perhaps Ningfeng was too shocked, so Chiwi gave him a set of basic equipment, telling him to cheer up, change his clothes, and go to the next level. Ningfeng obediently accepted, but what had stunned him wasn't his 1-star rank, but the strange voice he'd heard in his head after awakening. "Ding!" the system announced. "The host has completed awakening and met the activation requirements." Before Ningfeng could process it, the voice spoke again, along with a virtual window, announcing he'd gained the passive ability Dark Source and a mysterious gift. Using dark power comes with a price, but casting forbidden spells comes with none, and the mystery gift allows 1 free forbidden spell per week. The more Ningfeng heard, the more confused he became. Dark power is the most evil power in the world, and forbidden magic is the highest level of magic. And now he can use both dark power and forbidden magic? This is all starting to sound like some crazy manga plot, and it doesn't stop there. The system announces that his original active skill, the summoning art, is being transformed. In mere seconds, it was corrupted into the impure world physicality skill, leaving Ningfeng utterly bewildered. But for now, there's still a practical combat test ahead, and he plans to use this opportunity to test his abilities. The practical round divides candidates into groups of 50 who enter a mystic realm to familiarize themselves with their newly awakened skills by battling monsters. However, the candidates can't assist or attack each other, and the entire process will be monitored by drones. Chiwi tells the students to quickly confirm their skills, and Ningfeng sees that his active skill is now Impure Body, a forbidden dark spell. When used, Ningfeng can summon dark power from another world, forming a protective barrier that can crush all enemies at close range. Ningfeng couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called dark curse was dangerous. If it's some kind of evil magic and someone finds out, he's done for... What even is this crazy system? Ningfeng had no time to think as Chiwi signaled the candidates to enter the secret realm, and he followed his classmates inside. As soon as they entered, all the examinees were busy fighting. The first monsters they encountered were goblins. Ningfeng cautiously observed his surroundings, noticing surveillance drones everywhere, and dared not use his forbidden dark magic. But it's the only attack method he has, so for now, he can only find a safe place to hide. Of course, all the students' actions are being broadcast live, and Ningfeng's actions irritated Captain Chu of the judging panel to no end, while everyone else was frantically leveling up by killing monsters. What is that kid even doing? Chiwi frantically tries to defend him. That child awakened late, isn't very strong, and their skill is a defensive magic, making them unsuited for solo combat. Captain Chu is inflexible and won't sympathize with anyone. He demanded that Chiwi call Ningfeng out, ending the exam. After all, in Captain Zhou's eyes, a 1-star job couldn't make a real adventurer. Before Chiwi could respond, Chu's subordinate suddenly gasped. The surveillance drone had been attacked, cutting off the feed. Meanwhile, the monitoring division is reporting abnormally high power fluctuations within the secret realm. Investigate immediately. Captain Chu quickly gave instructions to his subordinates, while inside the secret realm the students were getting beaten to a pulp, because a powerful monster suddenly appeared. A mutated goblin, it seems. This mutated goblin, with its interface like a werewolf's, has rallied the low-level goblins to fight against the students. At my command, these intruders will all meet their end here. These goblins, normally weak, have become a formidable force with a leader uniting them. Another drone appears, and the mutated goblin raises its fist into the air, instantly destroying it. Unfortunately, the drone fell right where Ningfong was hiding. He cried out, inadvertently attracting a horde of goblins, including their leader. Ha ha ha! A little worm was hiding here. Ningfong was hiding so well that he didn't understand what was happening or why the goblins were suddenly gathering. And there's even an elite leader in the middle of them, but he quickly notices that all the drones in the area have been taken down. With no one watching from the outside, now is the perfect time to see if that forbidden technique is real. Ningfong points to the sky, beginning his corpse soil skill. The elite goblin's face immediately changes as skeletons rise from the ground. Outside, the monitoring team is in chaos as all the drones have lost connection, and a dark power has erupted within the secret realm. They suspect a demon of king level or higher has appeared. Quick, call Zheng Yuan and evacuate all non-combat personnel nearby. Chiwi panicked. A king-level demon could destroy a city, so why was such a terrifying being in the exam grounds? Inside the mystic realm, the elite goblin and his minions were scared stiff. He thought Ningfong was a loser, but he summoned an army of zombies. Meanwhile, Ningfong is enjoying his first taste of forbidden dark magic. Aside from the slightly unsettling magic on his hands, everything is going smoothly. The system continuously sends notifications with the same message, reminding him that he has killed goblin fodder, experience points plus 10. And just like that, Ningfong was about to wipe out the goblin army, while their leader still hadn't regained his composure. This overwhelming dark power made him doubt that Ningfong was even human. But what good are doubts? In the end, this monster will join its comrades in oblivion. After defeating it, Ningfong immediately gained 6,000 experience points, instantly leveling up to level 10. In combat tests years prior, examinees would only level up once or twice at most, but this level 10 is mainly thanks to the 6,000 experience points from that elite goblin. Why was it here in the first place? Ningfong then noticed the items dropped by the elite monster, all of which seemed valuable, including a mark that permanently increased agility by 10 points. There was also a rare grade weapon, the Goblin Claw, which significantly boosts strength, agility, attack, and crit rate when equipped. But with a level requirement of 20, Ningfong couldn't use it yet, though he still grabbed it, knowing he could sell it for a good price. It was then that Ningfong realized the advantage of having a system. His path to leveling up would surely be smooth sailing from now on. As Ningfong gathered the loot, he heard an announcement ordering all examinees to retreat immediately. It was then that he noticed the surrounding land and trees had been completely ravaged. And these pits are filled with dark energy, so this is the power of forbidden magic. Ningfong quickly retrieves the teleportation scroll, knowing he shouldn't linger and risk being discovered. And so, he and countless other examinees quickly exited the secret realm, while Captain Chu was in a state of extreme tension. A king-level demon is a formidable foe. And with reinforcements possibly delayed, he suddenly realizes the dark power has vanished. A terrible thought crossed Captain Chu's mind. That monster didn't escape the dungeon, did it? He immediately informed those in charge of the exam, ordering them to reactivate the school's ceiling formation, leaving only one exit for unrelated individuals to evacuate. Seeing everyone's grim faces, Ningfong was confused, and Chiwi anxiously questioned him upon his return. "Ningfong, are you all right?" As if anything could happen to Ningfong. He was clearly the source of their current headache. After confirming that Ningfong was unharmed, Chiwi shooed him away like a chicken. Not only that, she announced that the school would be temporarily suspending classes, and students were absolutely forbidden from coming near the place. Ningfong returned home with Wang Yue, still confused, as she looked like she'd seen a ghost. What was going on? Apparently, an unknown power source was detected during the exam, and the entire school was locked down. Little does he know that mysterious power is actually Ningfong himself, but the clueless boy assumes it's that elite monster of unknown origin. Seeing his dejected mood, Wang Yue thought Ningfong was devastated by the interrupted exam. After all, he'd have to wait 2 years for his next awakening. She even suggests forming a team to level up together, as his newly awakened defense magic isn't suited for solo training. But Ningfong flatly refused, though he really wanted to team up with the goddess. But right now, Ningfong only knows forbidden dark magic, something he can't just use in front of others. If Wang Yue knew, she might strangle him first. No refusal. 8 a.m. tomorrow at the West Gate. I'll be waiting. Ningfong didn't expect the beauty to be even more decisive than him. This isn't an invitation, it's an order. After announcing the time and place, Wang Ye flipped her hair and left. Why won't she listen to me? This domineering woman left Ningfong standing there dumbfounded, his mood swinging up and down. Now he didn't know how to refuse. He'd planned to fake an illness, but with Wang Yue's personality, he might escape today, but not tomorrow. After racking his brain, Ningfong finally came up with a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work. The one who greeted Ningfong was a beautiful female employee, but the young man was in no mood to notice pretty girls. He asked her for any equipment that came with the mud summoning skill, be it weapons, jewelry, or props. She knew at a glance that Ningfong was a newbie. Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, low-level magic like mud summoning doesn't require any equipment. She enthusiastically suggested higher-level magic equipment, better suited for leveling up. But Ningfong remained firm, as he was only buying it to fool Wang Yue. Seeing his stubbornness, the saleswoman did a complete 180, passing him off to a newbie. Seeing that Ningfong wasn't buying high-end gear, she pawned him off on a newbie, a much more docile-looking girl. Ningfong reiterated his wishes, and she led him around to several shops, trying out all sorts of suitable equipment. Finally, Ningfong found a ring that he liked. With the equipment purchased, it was time to sell the spoils of war, so the girl led him to the appraisal and consignment area. Inside the appraisal room was an elderly man known as Grandmaster Wang. Ningfong handed him the claw weapon, and Grandmaster Wang activated his appraisal skill. This orange-grade weapon is a rare find, perfect for agility-based fighters. Its low-level requirement and excellent stats make it ideal for beginners, and its 3 sockets allow for personalized customization. This is a good item. I think we'll have some interested buyers. Do you have a price in mind? Ningfong was selling for the first time and, of course, wanted the highest price possible. Master Wang contacted a client, leaving a young employee named Xiao to serve Ningfong tea, and the first person Master Wang contacted was Director Zhang. He's always wanted a high-quality piece of equipment for his son, and the Shadow Claw was a perfect fit, so they quickly made a deal. In the end, Director Zhang bought the weapon for 50,000 star coins, leaving Ningfong with 46,000 after transaction fees. The moment Master Wang announced the price, both Ningfong and Xiao were stunned. He never imagined he'd make so much. Outside, the beautiful but nasty employee gossiped with her colleague. Didn't she like handsome men? Why did you let that pretty boy go? I only like handsome men with money and power. That poor excuse for merchandise isn't even worthy to be my footstool, she snidely replies. As they gossiped, Ningfong emerged from the appraisal room with Grandmaster Wang. News certainly travels fast. They quickly learned that Ningfong had just sold a piece of equipment for 50,000 star coins, and now he wanted to do some more shopping. 50,000 star coins is a huge number for these employees, and the commission on this deal must be substantial. The spiteful woman felt like she'd been struck by lightning. If only she'd treated Ningfong better, that commission could have been hers. Before Ningfong left, the friendly saleswoman Xiao invited him to stay a little longer, saying, "Mr. Ning, please come directly to me next time you need anything." My name is Duan, and the next day Ningfong went downtown in high spirits. Last night he tested it out, and the equipment with magic was not affected by the system. So he wouldn't have to worry about Wang Yue finding out and breaking his neck. That's why he arrived right on time today. Just as he spotted Wang Yue, a group of people appeared out of nowhere, making a grand entrance. There were mages, shield warriors, great axe berserkers, and holy priests among them. They were all members of Wang Yue's guild, and while Ningfong greeted them enthusiastically, the mage and shield warrior didn't seem to like him very much. They acted like Ningfong owed them a fortune upon meeting him, especially that pale-faced mage who didn't even glance at Ningfong, going straight to Wang Yue to chat her up. "Yue heir, I remember you're about to advance to 2nd class, right?" "Indeed, what's going on?" Ningfong gaped. The young Miss Wang is indeed extraordinary. A class advancement can only be completed every 30 levels. He says she's about to reach her 2nd advancement, meaning Wang Yue is about to reach level 60. No big deal, just wanted to give her a gift. The mage pulls a high-grade potion from his inventory, one that permanently boosts stats. Everyone gasps. It's orange quality, granting a permanent 3-point agility boost. It's still far from the 10-point agility boost Ningfong got, but it's enough to dazzle everyone. Seeing his teammates' surprised expressions, the mage continued to boast, saying it was rare but only cost 20 to 30,000 star coins. Neither Yue nor I care for it. The important thing is that this high-grade potion is hard to come by, even with money. My father had to call in a lot of favors to get just one. He had intended to use the potion to win her over, but she only accepted his sentiment, flatly refusing the gift itself. The mage insisted she take it. But Wang Yue was headstrong and feared no one. "No, thank you," she said, turning him down again. "We have things to do, so we'll be going now." The mage, humiliated, roared, "Wang Yue, do you really want to waste your time with this trash?" "Zhao Cheng, watch your tongue." These words truly angered Wang Yue, but Zhao Cheng's foul mouth wouldn't shut. He sneered that one-star Ningfong was trash and would never amount to anything. Ningfong is starting to get annoyed. What's his problem, failing to pick up girls and then targeting him? Is Zhao Cheng crazy? Should I just use a forbidden spell to kill him now? The others, seeing Zhao Cheng's increasingly outrageous behavior, wanted to pull him away, but this pale-faced guy really didn't know his place, constantly belittling Ningfeng, saying he wasn't worth even a single high-grade potion. Ningfeng had finally had enough. The only way to deal with a rabid dog is to be even more vicious. A mere potion and 3 coppers, and he dares to act so high and mighty. "Do you think you're the center of the universe?" Zhao Cheng seethed. "What does a poor ghost like you know? Do you have a death wish?" The shield warrior following Zhao Cheng chimed in. "Such big talk. Do you have something even better? Why don't you open our eyes?" Zhao Cheng smirked, eager to see Ningfeng become a laughingstock, saying, "If you really bring out something better, I'll kneel down and apologize." On the contrary, if Ningfeng is bluffing, he must kneel down and apologize to him. Ningfeng, who had been waiting for this moment, waved his hand and presented Wang Yue with the mark that permanently increased attributes. Even the young Miss Wang was stunned, as she had never seen anything like it before. The Zhao Cheng group felt the same way, believing Ningfeng was just bluffing. Was he really trying to deceive them? Why not just try it and see? Wang Yue hesitated, afraid it was too precious to use. But Ningfeng was very easygoing, and the others eagerly urged her on, wanting to see the item's effect. In the end, she decided to use it. The Trio Trin crowd held their breath as they watched Ung Duyet smile radiantly. Her stats had truly increased. Zhao Cheng couldn't accept this. It was a case of winner takes all. He believed a pauper like Ningfeng couldn't possess such a treasure and must have stolen it. Remember to kowtow loudly. I'm a little hard of hearing. Given Zhao Cheng's personality, how could he willingly kowtow to Ningfeng? But a promise is a promise, and with his teammates' disdainful gazes upon him, Zhao Cheng had no choice. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head low as Ningfeng, now satisfied, couldn't hide his smug grin. Having settled that debt, he quickly took Wang Yue away, as breathing the same air as Zhao Cheng was truly unpleasant. As they walked away, Wang Yue still felt guilty, but their relationship was worth more than that stat-boosting mark. Ningfeng truly hoped that Wang Yue would quickly complete her second-class change and get into the best university instead of always sticking by his side. In truth, he couldn't level up with her around. Wang Yue didn't understand his plight, thinking he felt unworthy to be by her side. Ningfeng was speechless. She was in the terminal stage of overthinking and even imagining things. "Oh right, I have something for you." Wang Yue pulls out 2 items from her inventory, skill books that Ningfeng can learn once he reaches the corresponding level. Both are purple quality, so you know they weren't cheap, but they're nothing compared to the stat-boosting mark, so Ningfeng accepts them to ease Wang Yue's sense of obligation. The two began leveling up by entering a secret realm called the Perilous Graveyard, which, true to its name, was filled with tombstones and zombies. Wang Yu enthusiastically slays monsters with her signature bow and arrow, while Ningfeng desperately tries to prove his existence by cheering her on with all his might. He was utterly helpless. The experience points in this secret realm were too low. But Ningfeng couldn't tell Wang Yue that he was already level 10. Wang Yue didn't need him to lift a finger, just to sit still and share the team experience. Ningfeng was helpless. After a while, Wang Yue received a call from that pink-haired priestess from the guild. "Yay, we just got word that the fallen sorcerer boss is about to appear. This is a rare opportunity. Do you want in?" Xiao Cheng overheard their conversation and acted like an overprotective older brother. He urged Wang Yue to come at once, because the fallen magic witch was a tough boss that required a full team to defeat, and most importantly, it could drop a rare mage item he needed. Wang Yu hesitated, but Ningfeng was understanding. She should go, he'd be fine. They were both in the secret realm anyway, so a little extra training wouldn't hurt. "All right, head to the safe zone and wait for me." Ningfeng gives an okay sign, overjoyed. After Wang Yue left, a sinister smile crept across his face. He'd been waiting for this moment alone. That boss they mentioned, Ningfeng wants to test his mettle. He prepared last night, learning 2 new skills. Thanks to the mysterious gift from the system, he gets to use a new skill for free each week, so the more forbidden magic, the better. Unfortunately, Ningfeng's level is quite low, and he can only use the 3 skill slots that Wang Yue gave him after he reached level 15. And in this dangerous graveyard secret realm, there are several other teams also participating in the battle. They all share the same goal: the big boss that appears in the deepest tower of the secret realm, far from the edge of the dungeon, requiring a long, bloody journey to reach. One team was still considering their next move when a dazzling flame appeared before them, spreading rapidly. They quickly recognized it as the Soothsayer Guild's team. Wang Yue and Zhao Shun have quite the reputation. They're considered among the strongest rising stars in the entire kingdom. They truly live up to their reputation. Looks like the rest of us don't stand a chance. Wang Yue's team advanced rapidly, their coordination undeniably seamless. Zhao Cheng, not even halfway there, smugly assumed the boss was his, dismissing the other teams as trash. Wang Yue, however, had no time for his antics, focused only on the mission. The Holy Priestess and the axe-wielding warrior both felt that Wang Yue had become much stronger this time. Indeed, the stat-boosting mark that Ningfeng gave her was rare. An agility increase of 10 points had a huge effect. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm of that tower, something strange was happening, and that strangeness was the arrival of Ningfeng. He used a space magic scroll, allowing him to teleport and bypass the need to fight his way through. This skill lasts for 1 hour. Arriving on the scene, Ningfeng immediately encounters the fallen magic witch demon, but instead of fear, he enthusiastically waves hello, startling the demon with his sudden appearance. It unleashes a terrifying attack capable of wiping out a 5-man squad. Humph. How dare this reckless adventurer show up here alone? But unfortunately for it, the attack misses, as Ningfeng uses forbidden space magic. Appearing as if from nowhere, he reappears behind the boss because he doesn't want to share the spoils with anyone else. The fallen magic warlock panicked once again, as Ningfeng smirked deviously. He uses his newly learned active skill, Heavenly Fire Dance, summoning a fierce rain of fire from the sky, dealing massive damage in a specific area. As the hailstorm descended, the entire tower was engulfed in smoke and fire, causing a massive tremor. The guarding zombie warriors and wraiths didn't even have time to react, granting Ningfeng a huge amount of experience points. Even more impressive, he receives 50,000 experience points after defeating the fallen magic warlock. Ningfeng leaps from level 10 to level 30, becoming a first-class professional master. Besides the experience points, the loot was dazzling. Aside from 2 non-mage skill books, Ningfeng found everything useful. For example, absorbing this witchcraft mark permanently reduces 3 points of stamina, but permanently increases 15 points of spirit. When using the witchcraft mark, the system sends Ningfeng a new notification. When transferring jobs, he can activate the hidden class Necromancer or activate the hidden prerequisite quest for the all-system magic god hidden class. It was like striking gold. Hidden classes were incredibly rare, 1 in 1,000, and they were innate, impossible to influence. Using these marks could trigger a hidden job class, a windfall from the heavens. Without much hesitation, Ningfeng chooses the all-elemental archmage, and in his excitement, his firestorm spell intensifies, raining down like hail. He inadvertently created a massive magical surge, felt even by the elite guild party far away. Wang Yue orders everyone to fall back, but Zhao Cheng, blinded by greed, refuses to abandon the boss. Wanting to push forward in such a dangerous situation, are you stupid or just trying to hurt people? Seeing Wang Yue's tension, Zhao Cheng didn't dare object. Wang Yue pulled out his phone, wanting to tell Ningfeng to retreat from the secret realm, but saw that he'd already sent a message. Sorry, something urgent came up, so I'm heading out. Alone, Ningfeng arrived at the class change hall as empty as a tomb, save for a single receptionist wearing glasses. Hello? Are you here to accept a class change mission? Ningfeng nodded and began reciting his basic information for the girl to log in, but she was visibly disappointed to see that he was only at the first transition at 18 years old. Her aptitude seemed a bit lacking, but she didn't show any disdain, and instead led Ningfeng to the first job mage area. After guiding him through the process, she ran into Captain Zhou outside. He just investigated the perilous graveyard secret realm and found it heavily damaged. The source of the destructive power is unknown, but the threat level is estimated to be king class or higher. Is this the second time in just 2 days that they've been threatened by a king class demon? The woman fell silent. Yes, that's why the higher-up sent me here to request her assistance. After entering the transfer platform, Ningfeng discovers the transfer mission splits into 2 branches, a necromancer with a difficulty of A and an all-elemental magic god with a difficulty of S, but is a prerequisite mission. He was already leaning towards this hidden profession, so without much thought, he chose the all-elemental magic god. Ningfeng's mission. Enter the secret realm of the Duan temple, and within 3 days, obtain the quest item, the Holy Seal. But when he leaves, the one seeing him off won't be the girl with glasses. Though he noticed Ningfong didn't have time to think about it, and the woman was pulled away by Captain Chu. She's a member of the secret organization, Shadow Unit. It's said all members of the organization possess rare hidden classes and wield dark power in combat, specializing in special missions. The woman carefully surveys the perilous graveyard secret realm. The dark energy here is immense, and even though it's dissipated, it's still affecting her greatly. And with no clues left, they can't grasp the culprit's intentions. Captain Zhou is deeply uneasy, as they've been receiving frequent reports of unusual signs at various locations lately, almost like a harbinger of some crisis. He wanted to ask if these events were connected, but she only said she'd report it and have more people sent to investigate. Sorry. Was the culprit confirmed to be a monster, or could it be a... Well, Captain Chu hesitated, wanting to ask if the culprit could be a mutant like me, right? Forgive me, I didn't mean anything by that. But the mysterious woman doesn't think a human is responsible, as the threat level is beyond even the king tier. To control such immense dark power comes at a great cost, meaning a powerful monster lurks in the city, threatening disaster at any moment. The mysterious woman confirms Captain Chu's fears, saying it lurks in the shadows and must be found quickly. But the monster they spoke of was actually quite fashionable in his own home, having reached level 30 and unlocked 4 new skill slots. Waiting for this moment, Ningfong pulls out the 2 skill books given to him by Wang Yue, the first being Magic Shield. After confirming the skill, the system automatically merges it with the Tainted Flesh, creating the passive skill, Tainted Guardian, which activates upon attack. 100% of the damage will be absorbed by the impure earth body, equivalent to the damage it inflicts. After the attack ends, the impure earth body will automatically recover. Ningfong smiles weakly, realizing that forbidden spells can be fused with low-level magic to create such amazing effects. Now he has a new defense method. Ordinary damage is completely ineffective against him. The second skill book is Rockfall, which the system automatically fuses with the Tainted Earth Body and Heavenly Circle Fire Dance. The passive skill he acquired was Earth Element Mastery, increasing the effectiveness of all earth-based magic by 20%. Still having skill slots available after all that, Ningfong heads to the trading area to buy some new skill books. As he walked in, he ran into that snobby, unpleasant employee again. This time she greeted Ningfong warmly, but he specifically asked for Yang Xin. Yang Xin is with another customer. How about I show you around today? She tried her best seductive look, but Ningfong refused outright. Then never mind, I can go myself. The arrogant girl couldn't believe any man would reject her, so she continued to pursue Ningfong. But after a few steps, they saw Duan Hin rushing out, having skipped out on her clients to grab a quick bite. Hearing that Ningfong had arrived, she rushed over, and together they went to see Grandmaster Wang. Ningfong offered 2 skill books he didn't need, then went with Yang Xin to buy more magic-based skill books, leaving Master Wang in silence after he left. First, it was orange-grade weapons and now purple-grade skill books. Ningfeng's background is starting to pique his interest. That night, Ningfong wanted to treat Yang Xin to dinner, but found she'd already paid. He was embarrassed, but Yang Xin said she had her reasons. Whatever her reasons, she couldn't say. After they parted ways, Yang Xin took a taxi to City Second Hospital. The reason she couldn't say was her father, who was hospitalized with a serious illness. Thanks to Ningfong, she'd earned a lot in commissions, enough to cover the hospital bills. But today, her bad luck has arrived, as the taxi Yang Xin is in is attacked by monsters. Not just 1, but 7. They came through a spatial gate that appeared in the sky, and the driver didn't even have time to react. In this desperate situation, Yang Xin could only open the car door and jump out. What's going on? Why are monsters appearing in a safe zone? Unbeknownst to her, a blood-soaked monster was approaching from behind, as a strange man with a devious grin appeared in the sky. When Yang Xin spots the monster, she quickly fires a fireball, but it has no effect. She's actually a first-class mage with 1-star stats. Since her attack did nothing, Yang Xin was left defenseless as the monster lunged to attack. In the nick of time, a man appeared and beheaded the monster. Are you all right? Oh, it's Captain Chu. He urges Yang Xin to quickly run to the shelter. Everything around here has been destroyed. The secret realm is gradually merging with the outside world. The monsters appearing here are far beyond what ordinary people can handle, a situation Captain Chu has never faced before. He assumes this is still caused by the monster lurking in the city, and while Captain Zhou is lost in thought, he's nearly ambushed. But this time, it wasn't a monster, but a human. Are you an Esper? A mutant? I'm not one of those pieces of trash. The man's face twisted in malice, his entire right arm mutated. I am a spring supporter of the dark power. Spring follower? What the hell is that? Old Chu's never heard of it, but now's not the time to worry about titles. He knows this guy is definitely not friendly. Captain Chu fought back desperately, but the man was stronger than he imagined, his power at least that of a third-stage warrior. The man placed a finger on the ground and chuckled, "This is my territory." A powerful force surged from his fingertip. "You stand no chance against me." The man rushed towards Captain Chu, his dark power coalescing into a drill aimed at his chest. Fresh blood splatters as Captain Chu is sent flying dozens of meters. The man throws his head back and laughs, reveling in the power surging through him. But just as he was reveling in his power, a voice echoed from his left chest. "Insignificant human, don't flatter yourself. Your power is a gift from me. Without me, you'd be nothing more than an ant." The man who was rampaging against old Chu a moment ago is now kneeling pitifully on the ground, a bizarre face seemingly emerging above his head. It relentlessly urged him to turn everyone in the city into sacrifices, paving the way for its king to enter this world. Obey. Ningfong emerges from the public restroom to a scene of utter devastation. A massacre in the mere minutes he was gone. The monster senses him and turns, lunging in for the attack. But before it could reach Ningfong, the ground cracked open, forming a spear that pierced the monster's body, the effect of Ningfeng's newly learned spell, Earth Spike. Luckily, he'd just spent a fortune on this weapon, complete with purple skills, and it synergizes with his earth magic. Stepping out of the restaurant, Ningfong finds the situation outside even worse, and immediately comes face to face with the mutated man. He was on a killing spree, and the moment he saw Ningfong, his eyes were filled with bloodlust. "Ha ha! Did you think I'd let worms like you slip through? What the hell is this?" Before Ningfong could react, the man was already upon him. His right arm enlarges, seizing Ningfong. He tries to crush him, but can't. The man found it strange. Ningfong was clearly immortal, yet he blocked his attack. Moreover, he sensed a vast, dark energy emanating from him, far surpassing his own. Damn it, why do I sense an aura from him even more terrifying than death? Ningfong didn't dare underestimate him. This guy seemed pretty formidable. If he unleashes a large-scale forbidden technique in the city, it'll be a disaster. To win, I have to strike first. Ningfong retaliates with all his might, finally overpowering his opponent. His giant armored arm is shattered, leaving only a thin, bony arm like a twig. The man panics, desperately calling for his leader. But of course, no one answered him now, as the monsters were scrambling to escape, because the space gate was closing. As the last of them squeezed through, the spatial rift sealed shut, leaving the man struggling. His power seemingly gone. These so-called mutants or ability users awaken with the hidden dark class, and wielding this dark power makes them far stronger than other classes of the same level. So, when the power of darkness is lost, it's like suddenly being paralyzed. The plight of this strange, mutated man. After the spatial gate closed completely, Ningfong relentlessly beat him down, using earth manipulation skills to finish him off. Though it took some effort, things outside must be chaotic. As usual, Ningfong picked up the spoils and vanished. If he were caught, there'd be no explaining it. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman Captain Chu called Shadow was busy assessing the situation. Her real name is Sulan, and the sudden retreat of the monsters and the secret realm invasion baffled her. What is the enemy's true objective? Command reports significant infrastructure damage but minimal loss of life, except for the squad in South City, who remain out of contact. Hearing this, Sulan's expression turned cold. South City was Captain Chu's district. Could something really have happened? Let's go see what happened. When Sulan arrived in the South District, she encountered a strange man. This is Duan, a member of the extra-governmental organization, Cloud Dream. It's comprised entirely of martial artists. They specialize in covert operations, and Duan has come to survey the scene. This mutated man, Ningfeng Xia, was a traitor to the Cloud Realm organization. He paved the way for the Mystic Realm's invasion of reality, leading monsters to attack his old camp, causing many sacrifices. Hearing this, Sulan's expression grew even more grim. Could his death be the reason the secret realm invasion stopped? Duan didn't answer, but instead asked, "Did you kill him?" Sulan shook her head, having only just arrived and unaware of who eliminated him. Duan studied the traitor's corpse for a long time. This bastard loved hiding in the secret realm and was extremely cunning. He'd found him several times, but he always escaped. Just who was powerful enough to inflict such a painful death? Sulam had her own thoughts as she gazed at the frozen corpse, remembering how team leader Chu, despite being a third order, had been tormented by this wretch. Yet this mysterious figure was able to defeat the enemy outright, stopping the encroachment of the secret realm. Is there really someone that powerful in this city? Duan didn't linger, saying he needed to find something before leaving. That night, at Ningfeng's house, laughter echoed through the air. The punk dropped 2 pieces of orange-grade warrior gear. Better than a boss drop, but he wasn't wearing them during the fight, probably because he wasn't a high enough level. There's also this skull pendant, but there's no information about it, and its quality is terrible. Ningfong carefully examines it. Surely there aren't any demons or monsters inside, right? I think Ningfong should give up being an adventurer and become a fortune teller instead. He's spot on every time. What that necklace was hiding was the master of the voice controlling that bastard. I thought he was in another world, but he was hiding in the necklace, able to see everything outside. As Ningfong wondered if there were any demons lurking within the pendant, the fiend was so terrified that his hair stood on end, and he hastily severed all ties with the outside world. If he's discovered, he's as good as dead. The next day, Sulan visits Captain Zhou at the city hospital. According to him, Duan was the one who saved him from his predicament. The mutated bastard immediately fled into a spatial rift upon seeing him. Even Sulan could tell from their first meeting that Duan was as strong as she was, yet he couldn't catch the enemy, leaving it to a mysterious figure. Traces of dark power lingered at the scene, leading them to a hypothesis. The mysterious figure was also an Esper. Captain Chu thought to himself that it would be great if this mysterious person was on their side. The thought alone made him feel safe. But if he's an enemy, he'll be a disaster. While Captain Chu's team desperately searches for the mysterious figure, this legendary character is leisurely continuing his class advancement quest. Finally, this important day has arrived. As Ningfong entered the realm, he saw a colossal city. This must be the Radiant Sun Temple the mission spoke of. He wandered into the mystic realm, unaware that he was being watched. That man was Duan. A few days prior, he had sought out Master Wang at the trading district. He wanted to buy a set of equipment for a 4th-level warrior, which alone was enough to classify Duan as a big spender. Seeing this, the spiteful employee tried to stick to him, so she wouldn't have to worry about commissions later. Master Wang introduced him with a beaming smile, and coincidentally, he was preparing to sell a 4th-class warrior set, including armor and leggings. Hearing this, Duan wanted to meet the young man, but Master Wang said, "He's busy today and can't make it." Of course, that young man Ningfong wasn't someone Duan sought out by chance. The 4-star warrior gear only consists of armor and leg guards. All the information matches, so even though he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, he predicts that it's likely a relic belonging to his master. "Could you tell me more about this regular customer of yours? I'm willing to pay for the information." Master Wang was troubled by Duan's request. Client confidentiality was their duty. Moreover, Ningfong had just mentioned selling equipment when this guy came knocking. The timing was too coincidental for him to act rashly. He quickly made up an excuse to send Duan away, saying he recalled Ningfong mentioning needing to handle some business in the neighboring city. "Let me call and confirm with him, and I'll let you know, sir." After Duan left, Grandmaster Wang sat in the appraisal room, deep in thought. Seeing this, the spiteful woman pressed for more information, revealing that he had already investigated Ningfeng's background. Turns out his profile is a bit of a tragedy. His parents were ordinary 2-star professionals who disappeared when he was very young. He struggled alone until he awakened at 18 and is still only a 1-star professional. The employee was shocked by this revelation. He seemed so powerful, but is he really just trash? Her instincts told her from the start that there was something off about Ningfong. It seems his background isn't the problem, but rather, how did someone with such a worthless background acquire such valuable items? A 1-star professional couldn't possibly own such priceless artifacts. This is what troubles Master Wang. He discovered that Ningfong and Miss Wang Yue are childhood friends, but the Wang Corporation hasn't been much help to him. Seeing Duan's sour face earlier, Master Wang fears that the equipment Ningfong is trying to sell is closely related to him. Wait, that spiteful woman seems to have realized something. Could Ningfeng's equipment be stolen? Maybe not, but it probably didn't come from a good place. Looks like he messed with the wrong person this time. Duan is a 4th-class professional, not the strongest, but still a top player in the region. The spiteful employee, eager for drama, thought Ningfong was done for, but back in the present, Duan was still cautiously tailing Ningfong. He couldn't believe that someone so young could repel a dungeon invasion. Back then, even a powerhouse like his master had fallen to the dungeon boss, but his master's equipment could very well be in Ningfeng's hands. Duan thought to himself, if he wasn't truly strong, then someone must be pulling his strings. And he dared not act rashly. Ningfong headed to the Radiant Sun Temple and began the gear conversion process. Duan watched with bated breath, since gear could reveal a person's true strength, but the cheap equipment Ningfong equipped left him speechless. This gear is so mediocre, like something a student would wear. Could it be a disguise? And thought to himself. And it's true, for his age, beginner gear wouldn't attract attention, making it easy to blend in. Ningfeng's low level seems genuine, but Duan, ever the overthinker, believes he's hiding his tracks to lose enemies. He doesn't dare follow too closely, so he marks him with a skill. Duan uses an active skill called spiritual guidance, which can mark targets in a state of self-awareness without being noticed. But ignoring his shabby attire, Duan wondered something else. The monsters in the Huiduang temple weren't high level, so the drop rate couldn't be great either. So what is Ningfeng doing here? He doesn't seem to notice Duan's presence. He went straight into the temple, where the monsters inside were quick to anger. They attacked as soon as he showed his face, but thanks to his passive skill, Defiled Earth Guardian, Ningfeng didn't lose a single hair. The shield formed in an instant, leaving Duan speechless. Even though the monsters in this secret realm aren't that strong, Ningfeng's absolute defense skill is overpowered. After their initial attack failed, the monsters began to avoid him, further convincing Duan that he was no ordinary man. Fong heads straight for the largest statue in the temple, the final boss. Duan thought he wanted to solo it, but strangely the statue didn't move at all, as if it was scared off by Ningfeng's dark power, surrendering before the fight even began. He ignored the hulking figure and walked right past it. Behind the statue was a secret chamber, where a massive suit of armor hung, bearing 2 pairs of wings on its back. This is the six-winged angel, the real boss the system mentioned, not that sluggish statue outside. The armor's eye sockets suddenly lit up when it saw Ningfeng, but strangely it didn't attack, instead flying straight to the ceiling. Why did it run away? Ningfeng wondered. Meanwhile, Duan was even more puzzled, never having known the Huiduang shrine had a secret chamber, clearly a rare hidden boss. How did Ningfeng know, though? No wonder it's an S-rank quest. Who would bother with a normal first-class quest? Ningfeng excitedly follows the six-winged angel, but it seems just like the statue outside, terrified by his power. The six-winged angel is desperate, already defeated before the fight even begins. That youth's pressure is terrifying, but this is his secret realm. Where can he run? Spotting his opponent trying to escape, Ningfeng activates his new skill, Thunder Demon Descent, which summons a massive lightning storm with the power of a heavenly tribulation. As soon as the skill was unleashed, the six-winged angel was struck by lightning, his head smoking. The once majestic six-winged angel was charred to a crisp by Ningfeng's Thunder Demon Descent, and even a portion of the Radiant Sun Temple was destroyed by the force of the skill. Duan collapsed to the ground, stunned by the earth-shattering magic he had just witnessed for the first time. That unassuming kid is terrifyingly strong. Duan suspects. Ningfeng's power far surpasses his master's, perhaps even reaching the legendary 8th rank. Ningfeng looks at the ruined temple before him and can only sigh in regret. If it were a normal quest, defeating the fallen angel would have yielded a lot of experience points, but this is a first-stage quest, so his level can't increase until it's completed. What a waste of experience points. With the mark in hand, Ningfeng took out the teleportation scroll to leave, but at that moment Duan rushed out from the rubble. Master, please wait. Ningfeng was so scared he bit his tongue. Who is this dark-skinned guy? Where did he come from? Did he see me using that forbidden dark magic? Seeing Ningfeng's terrified expression, Duan was stunned and quickly offered a disingenuous smile. Boss, don't be angry. Please let me explain. Ningfeng was bewildered. Why does this guy keep calling me boss? But before Duan could explain, the alarm sounded. They had to leave and talk later. Like a well-behaved child, Duan agreed, and together they left the mystic realm, seeking a secluded spot to talk. Ningfeng finally understands why Duan follows him. His master was one of the strongest in the region, yet he died to temporarily seal the encroaching secret realm. But the traitor had already escaped, and for years he'd been sacrificing people to break the seal. Duan relentlessly hunted him, but always failed. Now, witnessing Ningfeng firsthand, his caution has turned to adoration. Ningfeng wearily eyed his follower, a 4th-level powerhouse. Had he not revealed himself, Ningfeng wouldn't have noticed he was being followed. Little did Duan know his idol had only just completed his first transformation. Ningfeng was troubled. His level was still too low. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. From Duan's perspective, this dark expression amplified the danger tenfold, and he became extremely tense. Is the boss suddenly silent because he wants to kill me to silence me? This thought alone terrified Duan. He forced himself to calm down, first thanking Ningfeng for avenging his master, then promising that in the future, Ningfeng could ask him for anything. Coincidentally, Ningfeng also wanted to build a good relationship with him since he was high level and a solo player. He might be useful later, so he tried to put on his most dangerous, cool face. I don't want a third person knowing about what happened today. Rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut." These words came straight from Duan's heart. He saw that Ningfong possessed immense dark power, yet he didn't harm innocent people, and even pushed back the encroaching secret realm to save the city. Duan admired and respected Ningfeng's strength and humility, and with nowhere else to go, he decided to stay in Qinyu City with his new idol. Their misunderstanding resolved, they were about to head home when Ningfeng's phone rang. It was Chiwi saying she had something to discuss and was waiting for him to return. Ningfeng was confused. Why would Chiwi suddenly call him? What urgent matter could it be? There had to be a reason. The reason is that Su Lan has come looking for him, having noticed Ningfeng's movements. Because he's only been awakened for a few days and has already jumped to first level, making Su Lan suspicious while Chiwi firmly believes in her student. Ningfeng may not be the most gifted, but he's kind and hardworking, and she refuses to believe he's a bad person. "I'm not saying he's a bad person," Su Lan clarified, "but there are definitely some things that need to be cleared up." Days prior, Su Lan had reported the situation in Qinyu City to her superiors, including her suspicions that the recent destructive magic incidents were caused by mutants. Su Lan's words silenced the entire room, until finally, the oldest-looking man spoke up. "Su Lam, you're an Esper. How could you ask such a thing?" He said this because Espers who use dark powers, as mentioned, pay a heavy price. The stronger the ability, the greater the price, from consuming life force and losing sanity, to even turning into a monster. Even the smallest price can lead an ability user to a point of no return. But lately, the threats have all been king-level dangers, and the old man believes a king-level Esper is impossible. "Hey, old lady, you're getting more and more sidetracked. How could you imagine a king-level Esper?" The man with the Goku hairstyle chimed in mockingly. "If you love writing scripts so much, why not become a screenwriter instead of an Esper?" Seeing this, the shoppy version of Son Goku continued to mock Su Lan for doing little and talking too much, even boasting that if a king-level Esper really existed, he would offer his head for her to kick around like a ball. The old man coughed a few times, signaling the man to stop talking, and agreed to send more people to investigate in Qinyu City. If necessary, the investigation team would take over all operations. Furthermore, Su Lan requested reinforcements from the Shadow Company, but her superiors have yet to approve it. Filled with rage, Su Lan ground her teeth. "Is it because they don't trust us?" The old man advised her to be patient, but with the city in chaos, how could she possibly wait? Back in reality, Su Lan sits with Chiwi as her subordinate brings shocking news. The Huyang Shrine's secret realm within Longbow City has been attacked by dark forces, with no casualties reported as of yet. Hearing this, Chiwi's expression changed, because when Ningfeng passed the test, his first job registration location was this Huiduang Temple. Something Su Lan also knew, since she was the one who processed Ningfeng's job change registration before Captain Chu called her away. Su Lan chuckled softly, finding the situation increasingly intriguing as Longbow City was now protected by a thick barrier. Ningfeng and Duan blended into the crowd, where unease was palpable. He overhears that people are worried about something related to the Radiant Sun Temple, unaware that he's the reason this is happening. Ningfeng is annoyed. Longbow City has activated its highest alert. Now it seems they can only wait for the alert to be lifted before taking a car home. But unexpectedly, a crack appears in the sky above Longback. History repeats itself as monsters emerge from the spatial rift, scoffing at the magical barrier. Indeed, humans are weak, and hiding in their shells is commonplace. From the rift, monsters poured out, each larger than the last, and the leader appeared most ferocious, with 2 large horns sprouting from its head like a demonic devil. It scoffed. Longbow's barrier was paper-thin, unable to stop them. Then the leader signaled, telling them to give humanity a big surprise. The monsters obeyed, rushing towards the city center, their combined assault creating cracks in the barrier. But it wasn't until the hole became too obvious that the people noticed something was wrong. What is that? They were caught completely off guard as the monsters broke through the barrier, launching a full-scale assault. Screams filled the air as innocent civilians trampled each other in a desperate escape, and the professional heroes tasked with protecting the city finally began to panic. They couldn't understand how the monsters broke through the barrier. It was supposed to be impenetrable. In the chaos, many were injured by the guards' swords, prompting Duan to shield Ningfeng, creating a barrier with his martial arts skill. Duan suspects it's a secret realm invasion, but on a larger, more dangerous scale than before, and cautiously asks Ningfeng, "Should we intervene?" "Oh," Ningfeng said, feigning surprise. "You have a solution?" Last time, Ningfeng defeated the traitor during the dungeon invasion, inadvertently stopping the process. But he had no idea how significant his actions were, so his question to Duan wasn't feigned ignorance. But Duan wondered if the boss could solve this easily, why ask him for a solution? Is this a test? Let's see what's going on in his head. The more Duan thought about it, the more reasonable this hypothesis seemed, so he started to warm up, planning to put on a performance that would not disappoint Ningfong. I understand, boss. Leave everything to me. But Ningfong was confused. Understood what? Hand what over to who? But there are so many people here. Ningfong was reluctant to display his dark, forbidden magic. It's best if Duan takes action. All right, you do it then. Duan surveys the scene. Monsters attacking, people fleeing in terror. A few fighters stand against them, but their strength is insignificant. Especially against the two-horned leader, the difference in power was obvious. One after another, they were swatted away, unable to even scratch its skin. The leader slaughtered for a while, a look of disappointment on its face. What a letdown. It thought there'd be some strong ones among the humans. With his blood-soaked blade, he advanced slowly, leaving a trail of unspeakable devastation in his wake. Everyone frantically fled in despair, humanity no more than trash in its eyes. His ambition to slaughter humanity only grew. The leader raised his blade, ready to end a defenseless girl, but as his weapon fell, it was blocked by a much smaller blade. Duan has entered the fray, and the monster seems surprised that someone has finally stopped its advance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duan looked determined, clearly not willing to coexist with his opponent. Even though his leader didn't need his protection, he couldn't let him fight alone. Boss, leave this to me. Ningfong really didn't want to interrupt Duan's cool entrance. Hey, could you stop calling me boss? It's a little embarrassing. The ugly monster chuckled with interest. Ha, looks like you're not all weaklings after all. Ignoring its words, Duan focuses his power into his blades, the counterattack sending the monster flying. It coughed up blood, shocked by the strength of this tiny human. But before it could recover, Duan closed in again. Wielding twin blades, Duan's eyes are as cold as death as he unleashes a flurry of attacks, delivering dozens of cuts in mere seconds. These crisscrossing slashes all landed perfectly on the monster, and those watching from the sidelines held their breath, following his every move. Just how strong is he? That ferocious monster doesn't stand a chance. Judging by his skills, he's no ordinary fighter. He likely has a high-level hidden class. Just as the passerby said, he possesses the hidden class 5-star warrior, currently level 137. Watching this scene, Ningfong was screaming internally. Damn, this guy's strong, but I have to hold back. With an expressionless face, he calmly utters, not bad. The leader of the monsters has been eliminated. Taking advantage of this, the other awakened ones launched a counterattack. Like snakes without heads, they were no match for humanity and frantically fled back to the rift. Duan walked straight up to Ningfong. Boss, what else do you need me to do? No need, you did great. Ningfong couldn't contain his emotions and gave a thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear. Duan's performance was truly a sight to behold, and the onlookers were baffled by the way the two interacted. Duan, a formidable powerhouse, was so respectful to a young man like Ningfong. Just, what was this youth's background? Could he be a young master from some great clan training with his bodyguard? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Anyway, after eliminating the lead monster, Duan obtained some spoils, but instead of keeping them, he gave them directly to Ningfong. First, 2 orange items. The passers-by were dazzled. Even if they couldn't use them, they could easily sell them for tens of thousands of star coins. Next was an agility skill book called Fatal Pursuit, which Ningfong was happy to give to Wang Yue. Lastly, there's the Demon Bone Shield, a bit ugly, but it should still fetch a good price. Esteemed warriors, please wait a moment. At that moment, several adventurers and the mayor of Longbow City approached, grateful that Ningfong and Duan had saved the city from adversity. Mayor Tai Dongming even bowed to express his gratitude, being extremely polite and said, for some reason, Ningfeng's expression always looks dangerous to others. Tai Dongming assumed that activating the city's highest-level barrier had inconvenienced the great heroes, so he bowed deeply once more. Lin He apologized, ordering his men to retrieve a flight scroll he'd just purchased as compensation. A scroll that made Ningfeng's eyes light up, as they were hard to come by. Although it can only be used once, it's extremely convenient for short to medium-distance trips. Mayor Tai Dongmin then cautiously made another request, because everything had been in chaos for the past few days, so he wanted to invite Ningfong and Duan to stay in Longbow City for a few more days, as the city's defense force was a bit weak. I'm afraid I'm unavailable at the moment and won't be able to fulfill your request. But Tai Dongming interpreted his refusal as, do you think I have nothing better to do? Sweating profusely, Tai Dongming didn't dare insist the great hero stay any longer. His subordinate had arrived with the teleportation scroll. As an apology, Tai Dongming gifts Ningfong a black card for the Yuancheng exchange, a privilege reserved for a select few. No wonder this mayor was able to acquire an instant teleportation scroll. It seems his identity is far from simple. Why refuse a gift that's been offered? Ningfong laughed heartily. Thank you. Only then did Tai Dongmin breathe a sigh of relief. So, if Longbow City is ever in danger in the future, can we ask for your help, boss? He's really put his foot in it now. Now that Ningfong had their black card, how could he refuse? No problem, as long as I'm free. Tai Dongming was happier than if he'd won the lottery. His subordinates and the city's protectors were also overjoyed, losing all control. They all started whooping and hollering like a bunch of apes. The boss agreed. Longbow City is safe. With their task complete, Ningfong and Duan used flight magic to return home, while at the Qinyu City Transfer Hall, the Foot Clan Guild anxiously awaited Wang Yue. Today, she's here to complete her second-class advancement quest. Look, Yue is coming out. Wang Yue emerged from the hall, followed by Zhao Cheng. As soon as she stepped outside, the young Miss Wang saw two figures dart past like birds, flying straight inside. She paused for a moment, realizing one of them looked like Ningfong, a statement that sent Zhao Cheng into fits of laughter. Did she see wrong? A flight scroll is worth thousands of gold coins. There's no way a pauper like Ningfong could afford that. And even if he could, what would a newly awakened guy be doing at the transfer hall? Wang Yue was increasingly annoyed. If Zhao Cheng weren't her teammate, she would have already shut him up. Wang Yue turned and gave Zhao Cheng a look that dripped with warning. If he dared speak ill of Ningfong again, he'd regret it. Zhao Cheng couldn't believe the beauty's fierce reaction, fueling his hatred for Ningfong. Why would someone like Wang Yue defend such a loser? Hey, forget about that. Have you two received your secondary missions yet? The remaining 3 members of the team stepped forward, eagerly asking Han. Zhao Zheng feigned regret at only getting an A-rank quest instead of S-rank. His teammates breathed a sigh of relief. A-rank was already amazing, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing this, the pink-haired cleric in the group had even higher expectations for Wang Yue, but Wang Yue's expression didn't look good, making everyone worried. What's with Yue's expression? She didn't draw a C-rank quest or lower, did she? Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, never expecting even a praised genius to have such a day. A low job change quest level directly affects stat growth and skill unlocks. Seeing this, he puffed out his chest even more. Yeah, don't worry. You can catch up with hard work. After all, I'll help you. Xiao Cheng was like a peacock, fanning his tail to impress a peahen, but Wang Yue just shot him a look of disdain. Why would I be upset about an S-rank quest when I don't even care about your A-rank one? Wang Yue's words stunned the group, so her sour expression wasn't from drawing a low-level quest, but from unlocking a hidden profession no one had discovered. Zhao Cheng was the first to object, calling Wang Yue's words nonsense, as professions were clearly predetermined upon awakening. He'd never heard of a hidden class being unlocked during a class transfer. Wang Yue recalled the scene in the transfer hall. She originally had the Nimble Shooter class, but because she possessed the key item, the agility-boosting mark, this class could be upgraded to Shadow Vanguard. Looking at the job advancement confirmation screen in front of her, Wang Yue was also very surprised. That mark was given to her by Ningfong, and she never expected it to have such an amazing effect. Thinking back to Ningfeng's confident expression, Wang Yue thought he knew all along, and she became even more grateful for the gift. But in reality, Ningfong knew nothing at all. Wang Yue was eager to choose her class advancement. The job change quest also changed accordingly, and when she recounted this, Zhao Cheng's expression turned even uglier. Never heard of Shadow Pierce, or is the job advancement system bugged? A wrong choice could ruin her life. Zhao Cheng feigns concern, but in reality, he's just bitter about her good fortune. Wang Yue bluntly tells him to stay out of her affairs, leaving him feeling utterly rejected. Meanwhile, Wang Yue's friends celebrated her good fortune, wishing they had a childhood friend like Ningfong. Zhao Cheng, green with envy, resented Wang Yue even more for obtaining the mark. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng secretly vows to find the mark, no matter the cost or danger, as Ningfong completes the absorption of the sacred mark. His physique and spirit stats both increased by 5 points. With the mission complete, the system began the transfer process. After the transfer, Ningfong receives an additional passive skill, Auto Drive, greatly enhancing his control over the power of darkness. Eager to test his new powers, Ningfong anticipates his next monster encounter, while Duan silently stands guard outside. Sulan witnessed this and found it incredibly strange that he was here, almost as if he were guarding Ningfong. Sulam has investigated Duan, who is a young fourth-stage cultivator, a rare talent even on a national scale, yet she heard from staff. Earlier, when the two of them entered, Duan was very respectful to Ningfong. Your student is no simple man. Sulan has been in contact with Chiwi by phone this whole time. Next, we'll have to rely on you, Miss Qi. Don't worry, I'll double-check, but I believe he's definitely not our enemy. Meanwhile, Ningfong and Duan stepped outside, chatting happily when someone called out his name from behind. Turning around, Ningfong was shocked to see Chiwi, remembering her urgent call from before. Knowing his place, Duan stepped aside, saying, "Boss, I'll wait over here." But the title he gave Ningfong piqued Chiwi's curiosity. Startled, Ningfeng scrambled for an excuse. Pay no mind, she's just joking around. Kai Vai, uninterested in trivial matters, cuts to the chase, questioning Ningfeng about whether he has completed his first transformation. Ningfeng broke out in a cold sweat. How did Miss Qi know? He didn't expect to keep it a secret forever, but this felt too soon. However, Chiwi was one of the few who had always cared about Ningfeng, so he honestly confessed, believing she wouldn't harm him. This is hard to believe, and the more I explain, the more complicated it gets, so I don't want too many people knowing. Have you been corrupted by dark energy? He wondered. Why would she ask that? Ningfeng felt a cold sweat break out. Could someone have discovered his system? You know that recently, the world has been experiencing strange phenomena, and the encroachment of secret realms into reality is constantly increasing. Many people affected by the dark forces are gradually turning into ability users. Ningfeng sighed in relief, so this was what his teacher was worried about. He quickly reassured her that he wasn't an esper. After all, these individuals are under constant government surveillance, and Ningfeng wants nothing to do with them. But Chiwi doesn't believe his empty words. She presents a small black stone, hoping Ningfeng will cooperate. According to Chiwi, channeling his power into the crystal will reveal the dark energy within him. Ningfeng hesitated, but refusing would be even more awkward, so he touched the stone with his fingers and began to channel his energy. But before even a second passed, the stone exploded. Ningfeng cried out in alarm. What kind of situation was this? Damn, it broke. Chiwi was speechless. No one could have predicted this. She remembers Sulan's careful instructions when she handed her the crystal. It's extremely sensitive to dark energy, so the government often uses it to detect espers. When power is channeled into it, the magic crystal vibrates, and the stronger the vibration, the higher the dark energy content. But Sulan didn't say what it meant if the crystal exploded. Perhaps even she didn't foresee this. Miss Qi, I know it's strange to change classes so soon after awakening, but you've known me for a long time. Shouldn't you at least trust me as a person? Chiwi fell silent, realizing that young Ningfeng had lost his parents and awakened 2 years later than others. Your circumstances are tragic, and it's admirable that you've maintained such optimism. Personally, I believe in you, but I still have my responsibilities. Chiwi still had to report today's events, and she hoped Ningfeng would understand. Ningfeng sighed deeply. He doesn't know how the government will react, but if things get too tough, he can always leave Qinyu City. With that settled, Chiwi pulls out a skill book. This was her gift to celebrate Ningfeng successfully completing his first class advancement. Ningfeng accepted it, deeply touched. Ms. Qi, thank you for taking care of me these past few years. I happen to have a gift for you as well. What Ningfeng produced was an orange-quality belt called Sacred Radiance, adding 20 spirit points and increasing recovery and healing effects by 50%. When worn, it grants complete resistance to the darkness attribute. But most importantly, there's the holy encouragement effect. The wearer wouldn't need to chant when using any kind of healing magic. Chiwi couldn't believe her eyes. Its value lies not only in its orange-grade status, but in its chant-free effect, which can save countless lives in crucial moments. It was too precious for Chiwi to accept. Since Ningfeng kept pushing the belt into her hands, saying it was loot he got from a class advancement quest, Chiwi had no choice but to accept it. He then bid farewell to his teacher and left with Duan, leaving Chiwi standing there, lost in thought. Ningfeng gives away orange-grade equipment without a second thought. Is he a prodigy or just too kind? Chiwi returned to the adventurer's office, reporting the shattered magic crystal to Sulan. It was the first time Sulan had seen such a thing, and Chiwi was deeply worried. If the ability association truly sees Ningfeng as a threat, then we're in deep trouble. Sulan sighed and stood up. Forget it, let's stop here. What does stop here mean? Sulan wants to drop the investigation. Chiwi's student may be beyond their current understanding. Sulan believes that if Ningfeng is truly powerful, they shouldn't dig too deep lest they anger him. She orders her subordinates to suspend the investigation. Ningfeng must strictly control all information about him. Chiwi fully agreed with this decision. After all, Ningfeng was barely out of his teens and had no remarkable background. So, Sulan has stopped investigating him, meaning she's no longer targeting him, which is a relief. But stopping the investigation doesn't mean Sulan is going to sit still. Instead, she focuses her attention on Duan, who is now by his side. That night at Ningfeng's house, he lay flat on the sofa, sighing incessantly. Chiwi just sent him a message saying that the higher-ups have called off the investigation into him, which should be good news, but Ningfeng is worried sick about leveling up in the future. Breaking through a dungeon with each inheritance is creating too much commotion. The government is already watching you. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before he's discovered, and Duan is worried for his leader. He pondered for a moment, then suggested, "What if we leveled up in areas the government isn't focused on? Would that be better?" Duan mentioned this because due to the recent anomalies, many new secret realms have appeared, some of which government officials don't want to spend the effort and resources to deal with. Some have even been seized by malevolent forces, a prospect that excites Ningfeng. Seeing the merit in this, he asks for more information about these new secret realms. Duan replied that he only knew of 2 at the moment, but could gather more information if Ningfeng needed it. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then." Ningfeng was extremely satisfied. With Duan around, problems are being solved left and right. Now he plans to rest, sell his spoils at the trading area tomorrow, and then take a well-deserved break. After all, he could use forbidden dark magic, making leveling up a breeze. There was no need to worry about being left behind. After their discussion, Duan returned to his hotel, only to encounter a strange man on the way. He introduced himself as Zhang Ji, the newly appointed mayor of Qinyu City, who came to thank Duan for his help during the previous dungeon invasion. He then asks if Duan plans to stay in Qinyu City, to which Duan honestly replies that he does. Zhang Ji was overjoyed, saying that was wonderful. "For a powerhouse like you, we'd be honored to have you." Zhang Ji then produced a card, calling it a special adventurer's certificate with high authority in the city. They were ready to meet Duan's demands as long as he helped the city. Duan took the card and examined it, making Zhang Ji tense once more. Other cities had tried to recruit Duan, only to be flatly rejected. Qinyu was small, and Zhang Ji feared rejection, but Duan simply thanked him and pocketed the card. This was clearly an unspoken agreement, and Zhang Ji felt a sense of accomplishment. With a 4th-stage powerhouse staying, Qinyu would be even safer. That night, Ningfeng lazed on the sofa, playing video games for a long while. Late that night, as he was about to go to sleep, he noticed his class's chat group was still buzzing. They were lamenting the fact that they hadn't reached level 30 to change jobs yet, and all the secret realms in the city had been sealed. Ningfeng simply watched silently. His classmates, all 16, had awakened and needed to be at least first transition to take the university entrance exams. Little did they know, in just days he'd surpass them all, rising from utter trash. He was just minding his own business, but someone just had to tag him and start trouble. In this situation, it's always the low-level guys who are the most carefree, like Ningfeng, who's still playing games, right? Ningfeng checks his profile, only to find brainless admirers of Wang Yue. What does it matter to him if I play a few games? Finally, it was Ms. Chiwi who stepped in to clean up the mess in the group chat, forcing the troublemaker to retract his message. The conversation takes a turn as they share a clip of the dungeon break and monster attacks, sparking a lively discussion. Rumor has it the whole city's been lost, nowhere is safe, and some ability users have lost control. Last time, they say a mysterious leader defeated the monsters and stopped the dungeon invasion. Who knew our Qinyu City had such a hidden hero? If I knew who it was, I'd call him Grandpa. If these guys knew the mysterious boss was Ningfeng, they'd probably have a heart attack and die. Drawn into their conversation, Ningfeng began to worry, recalling Duan and Chiwi's talk of the awakened a few days prior. He hadn't realized the situation had become so dire. He'd only enjoyed his new system for a few days, and he wouldn't let these good times end. No matter how many monsters come to Earth, Ningfeng will take them all down. Meanwhile, the monster hiding in Ningfeng's pendant suddenly sneezed, sensing a sudden, inexplicable unease. The next day, Ningfeng went to the Yuancheng exchange as planned. Yang Xin was already waiting for him and was being mocked for it by that nasty employee, whose name I still don't know. The jealousy of women is truly terrifying. The spiteful woman mocked Yang Xin for being blind, clinging to Ningfeng, unaware he was just a thief, and one who dared to steal from a 4th-cycle warrior, now likely crushed to pieces. She babbled that Mr. Ning wasn't that kind of person. Yang Xin shouts that Master Wang has already sent people to investigate, and that Ning is just a good-for-nothing who only awakened at 18, and whose parents died early, so there's no way he could have obtained such high-end items. She continued to spew venom, insisting that Ningfeng was a thief, when suddenly the ground cracked open and a sharp stake shot straight up. Right next to her, she was almost skewered. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, tears welling up. Sorry, but your mouth is so filthy I almost lost control. Yang Xin was stunned. Seeing Ningfong use magic offensively in the exchange, that nasty woman immediately screamed for security, and Yang Xin anxiously urged Ningfong to leave before they arrived. After all, the Far City Exchange has considerable power, and getting caught causing a scene here would be troublesome. Immediately, Master Wang arrived with several security guards in tow, his obsequious demeanor gone now that he'd investigated Ningfeng's background. Ningfeng, who gave you the nerve to act up in our Yuancheng exchange? Master Wang, I hear you've been investigating me behind my back and even dare to accuse me of theft. Not only was Master Wang unfazed, but he became even more tyrannical, saying, You know whether you're a thief or not. You're not qualified to question me. As he spoke, 2 large security guards rushed forward. Ningfeng, disappointed by Yuancheng Exchange's treatment of its customers, and unwilling to fight, presents the black card given to him by Longbow City's mayor. The guard screeched to a halt, and Master Wang's face drained of all color. Even if he were blind, he'd recognize that supreme black card. How could this be? It's fake. It has to be fake. That mean girl is just as stunned. Ningfeng watched their expressions, secretly pleased. It seems the mayor's gift carries some weight. Master Wang frantically questioned Ningfeng about where he got the card, but Ningfeng just smugly put it back in his pocket, saying, Didn't you already investigate me? Go figure it out yourself. Master Wang was speechless, and he pulled out his phone to make a call. The entire Yuancheng exchange was temporarily sealed off, and soon after, Taidongming Market called Master Wang directly, his tone less than friendly. Headquarters told me, You're investigating my giving Mr. Ning a black card. What's this about? Master Wang was truly afraid, and he hastily explained that it was just a small misunderstanding. The mayor's father, Tai Dongmin, was one of the founders of this exchange, and he absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. A small misunderstanding? I went through so much to win over Mr. Ning, how dare you offend him? Even through the phone, Tai Dongmin's voice was enough to make Vuong Daisu shudder. He never imagined Vuong Daisu would actually offend Ningfong. You stupid bastard, just wait, I'm coming right over. The call ended, and Master Wang was left in tears. He couldn't understand what relationship Ningfeng had with the mayor to make him so angry. Then he thought of another way out, calling Duan to report that he had found the equipment he needed. With a 4th-level expert backing him, even Mayor Tai would have to show some respect. Outside, chaos reigned, but Ningfeng sat calmly with Yang Xin in the waiting area. A moment later, Mayor Tai rushed in, followed closely by an anxious Duan. Ningfeng was taken aback. Why were they both here? Yang Xin was also surprised. How did her client know so many people? As for Mayor Tai and Duan, they shot a death glare at the nasty clerk as soon as they arrived. She was terrified. Only the blind could miss the murderous intent in their eyes. She turned to Master Wang for help, but he looked even more pathetic than she felt. Covered in disgrace, Master Wang muttered, I'm done for. I'm really done for. Originally, Tai Dongmin wanted them to kneel and apologize to Ningfeng properly, but he flatly refused, believing that people like them would never repent even if they apologized. Without a word, Tai Dongming ordered them to pack up their things and get out, leaving Wang Daishi and the employee terrified. Immediately after, he turned and took his anger out on the female employee, blaming her for his misery, even though it was both of their faults. He beat her until her mouth bled. Unable to bear it any longer, Mayor Tai had security drag them out, restoring peace to the atmosphere. He subtly noticed that Ningfeng seemed to have a good impression of the employee named Yang Xin. It seems your goodwill towards the Yuancheng exchange isn't at rock bottom after all. Yang Xin, you've suffered quite a bit this time, but if you work hard, the exchange will certainly not mistreat you. Yang Xin blushed with embarrassment and mumbled that she would try her best, while Ningfeng felt a little awkward that the mayor had to make such a long trip because of him. Not at all. Your affairs are my affairs. If it weren't for you two last time, Longbow City would have been submerged in a sea of blood. Earlier, Tai Dongming noticed Ningfeng looking at the exchange's list of treasures and asked if anything caught his eye. Ningfeng was indeed looking for something called micro-poison, but neither Tai Dongming nor Duan had ever heard of it. Seeing their confused expressions, Ningfeng felt uneasy and made up a story about seeing it online. But the truth lies in the previous night. Ningfeng researches the skill book given to him by his teacher, called Spirit Energy Extraction, used by mages to replenish their magic power in battle. As he learned the skill, the system, as usual, automatically improved it based on the power of darkness, ultimately granting him a new passive skill, Dark Convergence. It stated that Ningfeng could absorb the residual dark power and convert it into his own attributes, which is why he came here today to try it out. But it seems that both Mayor Tai and Duan are clueless about this thing. After everything was settled, Mayor Tai bid them farewell and left, using a flight scroll. Feeling a bit hungry, Ningfong asks Duan out for a bite, but Duan invites him to his home instead. Turns out, Duan's private residence is a villa. The Qinyu city mayor sure knows how to flatter talent. Ningfong was dazzled by the sight, and Duan even offered to give him the house if he wanted it. But of course, Ningfong isn't one to bully others. Looks like he'll have to work hard to earn more soon. After making more money, he'll have to buy a villa like this to be Duan's neighbor. As the two happily chat, Duan receives a call from the mayor's office. He just received notice that an investigation team sent by higher-ups is looking into some accidents that have occurred in the city, so he wanted to ask Duan about it. Duan paused, his eyes fixed on Ningfong, who was understandably confused. Duan was worried that the investigation would affect their leader. With that in mind, he hangs up, knowing he needs Ningfeng's approval first. Duan tells Ningfong what Zhangji just said, piquing his curiosity. An investigation team? I wonder who they are. They should still be careful. Meanwhile, another mysterious man appears in Mai Chuyen. What kind of secret boss would there be in a place as strange as Qinyu City? The investigation team Zhangji mentioned includes several espers, including Sulan and Chiwi, and they're holding a meeting led by Sulan. Has anyone here ever met this mysterious leader? A stern-faced man asks. Apparently, he's the mysterious man who just appeared. Faced with the question, Sulan indifferently replied that no one had met him. If you haven't met him, then why are there rumors that this mysterious leader saved Qinyu City? The man pressed on. Mainly because this secret realm invasion appeared suddenly and the ability users who helped fight it were wiped out. But in the end, the invasion was forcibly suppressed. So the man didn't have the patience to hear Sulan out, believing that without clear evidence, they couldn't rely on the fluctuating danger levels of the secret realm invasion. However, the two incidents left traces proving they were attacks by king-level demons. He wondered why the mysterious boss didn't show up then, but of course, it was because Ningfong caused those two incidents. How could he show up? Though Sulan had investigated, she couldn't speak, falling silent for a few seconds, making Chiwi tense. To protect Ningfong, Sulan used her authority to alter all information related to him, so now all the pressure is on her, making Chiwi feel extremely guilty. At that moment, Zhangji entered, announcing that he had called Duan, but Duan simply replied that he didn't have time today. The man grumbled again, most annoyed by these uncontrolled freelance adventurers. Just a stray dog without a guild. He's got all the time in the world, yet he acts so busy. I don't know who this guy is, but his big mouth is getting him into trouble with everyone. But as the lead investigator, his eagerness to uncover the truth was understandable. That night, despite the late hour, the guards of the ominous graveyard dungeon had to welcome an uninvited guest, this stern-faced man. They recognized him as part of the investigation team and didn't dare interfere as the man entered the mystic realm. Though it was his first time here, the extent of the destruction astonished him. Just how powerful was this demonic entity to obliterate a mystic realm so completely? Moreover, the remnants of dark power are abundant, pure, and strong. He believes that even if their mysterious leader appeared, they would be nothing more than ants before this entity. Little does he know, the demon he seeks and the mysterious leader are one and the same. The man throws back his head and lets out an eerie laugh. Ha ha ha, what an interesting place. He spread his hand, feeling the dark power swirling on his fingertips. He then laughs maniacally, befitting a king-level demon threat surrounded by immense power. It will all be mine. Haha, this guy's identity is still unknown, but based on his actions, he's definitely not a good person. Meanwhile, back at Duan's villa, Ningfong is still lying around playing video games. Suddenly, the system issued a warning about the discovery of a doomsday relic, and Ningfeng's face immediately fell. He vaguely sensed that something was connected to him through his aura. He sat up straight, focusing intently on sensing it. The connection was becoming clearer. Feeling he could almost pinpoint its location, Ningfong got up and put on a coat. Where are you going, man? Realizing it was late and curious about the extra jacket, Duan asked, I'm heading out. Cover for me and don't go AFK. Leaving Duan bewildered with his phone, Ningfong left the house. According to his senses, the presence was near the perilous graveyard secret realm, but it seemed to be moving. But outside the entrance to the perilous graveyard secret realm, the guards are in a frenzy. Because a monster has appeared, and they're terrified to see their investigation team leader trapped inside it. His imposing demeanor gone, he can only cry for help. I can't move. Someone, please save me. Ningfong grew more anxious, but along the way, his taxi was stopped by a group of adventurers. They announced the area ahead was dangerous and off-limits, so Ningfong got out and walked. After all, the thing had stopped for the moment. Back in the perilous graveyard secret realm, a man cries out for help, his current predicament clearly dire. What is going on? The scene that followed was too horrible to watch, with Sulan defeated by the monster and covered in wounds. Fortunately, Chiwi was able to heal her quickly thanks to the belt Ningfong gave her, which shortens her incantation time and speeds up recovery. But the situation is dire, as even a powerful esper like Sulan couldn't stop that monster. With Kai Vai's healing, Sulan could barely sit up. The monster had fled towards the city. They reported to the city's mayor, asking him to call Duan for help, but they don't know if he'll arrive in time. Hearing Duan's name, Sulan could only sigh. His strength is on par with hers, and if Talam was beaten this badly, then Duan alone might not be enough. But the one standing behind him now may be the city's only hope, as the Doomsday Relic rampages wherever it goes. Even the investigation team leader is stunned by its power. Cutting a swath of destruction, it finally confronts Ningfong. Looking at the abomination before him, he had only one question. Should he use another forbidden spell to take it down? The monster, recognizing its enemy, flew into a rage, its hulking body moving with surprising speed as it charged at Ningfong. Its claws tried to tear him apart, but failed to even leave a scratch. Instead, Ningfeng's power and aura were so immense that the demon trembled in fear. The system then issued a new prompt. Apocalyptic relic detected. Absorb? Now it tells me. Does it require close proximity to absorb? Without hesitation, Ningfeng selected yes. The monster roared in what sounded like agony, then its body shattered into pieces. From the shattered remains, Ningfeng glimpsed fragments of the monster's memories. The absorption process began, and upon completion, all of his attributes soared by 100 points. Ningfeng's eyes gleamed, even more than the combined stats of a 3-star class from activation to 3rd job advancement. But besides the attributes, something else seems to have been absorbed as well. Ningfeng feels his mind overloaded with strange, unfamiliar images. Boss, what happened here? Duan finally arrives, breathless, but it's all over. Yeah, there was a monster, but I took care of it. Ningfeng pointed to the wreckage behind him, answering casually. Amidst the wreckage of the Doomsday artifact lies the unconscious investigation team leader, whom Duan observes intently. Zhangji called earlier about a monster attack, so this must be it. And that Ningfeng defeated it. I can understand that. But what puzzled Duan was that there was no trace of Ningfeng using powerful magic or dark energy. So how did he defeat this massive thing? You're just in time. I'll leave the rest to you. Ningfeng patted Duan's shoulder, then vanished. After all, he didn't want to stick around and be seen. But the way Ningfeng left Duan speechless once again. Because you're too fast. Damn it, isn't the boss a mage? This speed surpasses even the most agile of classes. Duan finds Ningfeng increasingly mysterious, constantly leading him from one surprise to the next. As for that investigation team leader, he was arrested and confessed everything. He confessed that he discovered a demon in a secret realm that could convert dark energy into its own power. So he investigated the perilous grave garden, hoping to absorb dark energy, but the demon took control of him, and he lost all consciousness. The case was solved thanks to Duan and the mysterious figure behind him, much to Zhangji's delight. This is great, just great. We really do have a mysterious leader protecting Qinyu City. Sulan and Chiwi were also relieved. They couldn't dig up any information about Ningfeng, but at least based on the current situation, it seems he has nothing to do with those demons. Overjoyed, Zhangji asked Duan if he had ever met this mysterious leader, to which Duan replied that he had been fortunate enough to meet him once. Hearing this, both Chiwi and Sulan were quite shocked. What did he say? Overjoyed, Zhangji asked Duan to be his connection, promising that they would fulfill any request if the mysterious leader would help Qinyu City. But Duan advised Mayor Zhang to abandon that idea, as the leader is humble and not interested in fame or fortune. Zhangji was visibly worried and disappointed. How many people would risk their lives to curry favor with a powerhouse like Ningfeng? He really wanted to latch on to Ningfeng, and seeing Zhangji's sour expression, Duan offered a few consoling words. The boss has relatives in Jindu, so naturally he'll pay attention to this city. Don't worry too much, but be discreet. His family doesn't want to be disturbed. Hearing the words, family member, both Sulan and Chiwi fell silent. Especially Sulan, who now wondered if the mysterious leader was actually Ningfeng's elder. Meanwhile, back at home, Ningfeng pondered the recent events, finally understanding what the so-called Doomsday relics were, the remains left behind by the fallen demon lords of the secret realms. The scenes flashing through his mind were actually fragments of a demon king's memories, absorbed along with the remains. Ningfong had no intention of becoming a demon king and initially thought these were useless, but upon further reflection, he realized they might be helpful. With these memories, he can conquer secret realms more easily, especially those accumulating dark power in stages. If the space-time invasion cannot be resisted, the apocalypse will begin, and in Ningfeng's world, the path to nurturing awakeners is incomplete. Therefore, very few powerhouses reach the 4th stage. Moreover, the classes of these awakeners are hardly optimized. At this rate, humanity is doomed. Even if Ningfeng is strong enough to protect himself, he doesn't want to live alone in a world full of monsters. Fortunately, the timeline he's in isn't the only one being invaded by dungeons. Some have successfully repelled the invaders. Ningfeng knew that accumulating more doomsday relics and passing on his experience could have a huge impact, but he needed to carefully consider how to do it. After all, these events are beyond humanity's current understanding, and mishandling them could lead to unforeseen consequences. The ringing of his phone cut off Ningfeng's train of thought. It was Miss Wang calling. Idam, she happily announces that she has completed her S-Class job advancement quest, obtaining the Shadow Vanguard class. This went smoothly thanks to Ningfeng, so Wang Yue wants to treat him to a feast. Emerging from the transfer platform, Wang Yue's teammates were waiting, celebrating with a flamboyant burst of confetti. Meanwhile, that summoner completed his class advancement and basked in the adoration of the crowd, even booking the best restaurant in the city to celebrate with the beauties. But of course, Miss Wang flatly refused, saying she was busy and needed to rest after such a difficult task. Is it that important? Can it wait? Zhao Cheng still wanted to persuade her. Yes, it's very important. Wang Yue curtly replied and left, leaving Zhao Cheng and his 3 teammates behind, grinding his teeth in anger, believing that Wang Yue had turned her back on him as soon as she successfully reached the 2nd class. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the holy job holder quickly waved her hand, trying to smooth things over. Don't think so badly of her. Du Yue isn't that kind of person. Maybe she really does have something important to do? But Zhao Cheng was not about to let it go. Seeing that he couldn't win the goddess's heart, he decided to destroy what he couldn't have, and began to provoke the others, saying, "You must be tired of chasing after her, right? She's completed an S-rank class change and awakened a hidden profession. The gap between her and everyone else is widening." Zhao Cheng wasn't wrong, but he went on to say that at this rate, Wang Yue leaving the team was inevitable, which clearly didn't sit well with the other members. That evening, Wang Yue took Ningfeng to a restaurant serving whole roasted lamb, and the delicious food made Ningfeng beam with joy. "Tonight's meal is mainly to thank you for the mark you gave me. It's really helped me a lot," Wang Yue said gratefully, implying the mark unlocked a new hidden class. Ningfeng tore off a piece of lamb, chewing as he asked. He now remembered that from the Demon King's memories he could see when an Awakens class wasn't in its most perfect state. So Wang Yue was able to unlock a super rare hidden class. Could these marks be a way to level up? Wang Yue nodded, asking Ningfeng about finding more of those marks, wanting to buy them as gifts for him and their other teammates. But Ningfeng only found the badge by chance, though Wang Yue's reliable demeanor touched him deeply. "Never mind, I'll figure out how to find the marks. The situation is dangerous, and it's always better to have more self-defense capabilities. When I find the right mark, I'll give it to you. Maybe you can unlock a hidden class." Wang Yue's serious demeanor made Ningfeng chuckle. He quipped, "Leveling up is too much trouble. You can protect me from now on, and I'm serious." Wang Yue cried out, but the exertion caused a sharp pain in her right shoulder. Ningfeng stopped chewing and asked the beauty what was wrong. Wang Yue clutched her shoulder in pain, an injury from a careless moment during the mission. Though treated, it was still an S-rank mission, and the boss's damage was severe enough to warrant rest. Just then, Ningfeng's phone rang again, and a very aggressive voice came from the other end as soon as he answered. "Hello, are you Ningfeng? Who is this?" Ningfeng responded lazily, while on the other end, the person practically screamed into the phone. He said Ningfeng didn't need to know who he was, just reveal where he got the mark. Losing patience with the lunatic, Ningfeng hung up and told Wang Yue what had happened. The beautiful woman's face clearly showed worry. She hadn't told anyone about Ningfeng giving her the mark. Who could have leaked the information? Contrary to her worried expression, Ningfeng seemed unconcerned, continuing to eat his lamb. But again, the phone rang. Ningfeng answered, and the voice on the other end was even more aggressive. "You dare hang up on me. You refuse to drink a toast, so you want to be forced to drink a forfeit." With Wang Yue by his side, Ningfeng didn't want to start trouble, so he hung up and silenced his phone. The two finished their meal and went their separate ways. But that night, Ningfeng was shocked when he returned home and stepped into his room. His entire house had been ransacked. If it wasn't a thief, it had to be a robber. Sure enough, a strange blonde man appeared in his home, not fleeing, but brazenly speaking first. "Oh, young Master Ning is back?" Ningfong knew right away that this bastard was the one who made the harassing phone call earlier. So, the unpleasant choice he mentioned earlier meant this. "Who sent you?" Ningfong asked sternly. "A newly awakened piece of trash dares to speak to me in that tone? Didn't your teacher teach you to respect the strong?" I don't know how strong this guy is, but he sure is full of hot air. Suddenly, another assailant ambushes Ningfong from behind, but his speed is no match for the protagonist's aura. Ningfong effortlessly dodges the attack and retaliates with an elbow strike, instantly incapacitating his opponent. The blonde-haired man was shocked by this scene, realizing that Ningfong was far more powerful than the intel suggested. Ningfong adjusts his coat and says proudly, "I'll return the words to you. Show absolute respect when facing a strong opponent." The blonde gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his fear and confusion. The intel said Ningfong was only a 1-star mage, but the guy he just beat was a 3-star assassin. It's unbelievable that Ningfong defeated him with his bare hands. Realizing things were going south, the blonde threw a hidden weapon, and while Ningfong dodged, he made a run for it. But as he prepared to leap over the balcony, his ankle was grabbed, and he face-planted into the railing. "Clean up this mess you made." Ningfong ordered them to pay for the broken cabinet. The blonde and his accomplice had to strip to compensate, but it still wasn't enough. Ningfong forced them to reveal who sent them, and as expected, it was Zhao Cheng. After learning how powerful the mark Ningfong gave Wang Yue was, he hired these two thugs to find out more. Not surprised, Ningfong is instead delighted. If they insist on striking first, then he won't hold back. As luck would have it, Ningfong has a forbidden spell he hasn't used yet, and this fool is the perfect test subject. This forbidden spell is an active skill Ningfong has never tested. It uses the caster's mental strength to control the target's mind, turning them into a powerful doppelganger for a short time. Before testing it on that bastard Zhao Cheng, Ningfong decided to try it out on these two thugs first. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and a close friend were talking about Ningfong. Tonight's celebration party is happening, but since Wang Yue isn't coming, he doesn't feel like socializing with the rest of his teammates. Through conversation, he learns that these two jerks even interfered with Wang Yue's class change. His plan was to unleash the boss during her mission, creating a crisis where he could swoop in as the hero and win her over. But little did he know, Wang Yue was too powerful. Despite her serious injuries, she wiped out the boss, ruining his plan. As the two thugs walked and gossiped, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path. After a few seconds of panic, Zhao Cheng recognized him as the blonde he'd sent to sabotage Ningfeng's house. He sighed. "Geez, why didn't you say anything and just pop up like a ghost? Do you have the information I wanted?" The blonde didn't answer, instead asking Zhao Cheng, "Was it you who hurt Yue?" Both Zhao Cheng and his lackey were taken aback by the question. He quickly regained his composure, then condescendingly patted the man's face. "Butting in where you don't belong. Are you crazy?" Zhao Cheng was arrogant, completely unaware of the murderous intent in the other's eyes. In an instant, he and his brother were seized by the throat by the blonde, who was actually Ningfong. "Anyone who harms Yue doesn't deserve to live in this world," Ningfong said through gritted teeth. But he wasn't about to let these two bastards off that easily, especially after Zhao Cheng said he wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death. If that's the case, he wants them to experience those words firsthand, as Ningfeng's grip tightens. It felt as though Zhao Cheng and his accomplice were having their souls ripped away by Ningfeng. And after a minute, their bodies turned to dust. It was surely the shortest, yet longest minute of their lives. Afterward, Ningfeng turned Blondie's body to dust as well. This is the best way to dispose of the bodies, but this whole thing is still pretty risky, considering Ningfeng lives in a normal residential area. If high-level awakeners want to investigate, there's no way he can stop them. Although Ningfeng is strong enough to take on anyone, he can't stay home 24/7 to guard against people like Blondie. Originally, Ningfeng wanted to use the Demon King's memories to sort out some important matters. Luckily, he hadn't recorded them yet, or the intruders would have found them, which would have caused no small amount of trouble. Ningfeng stood up, stretched, and decided to clean up the house before temporarily moving in with Duan, a fourth-stage powerhouse with special privileges from the city's mayor. The high-end villa where Duan lives should have much better security. Ningfeng left that night, and after arriving, told Duan what had happened. As expected, he flew into a rage upon hearing what happened, daring to attack the boss. These guys really think they can get away with anything. "Rest up, boss. I'll investigate and find out who's behind this." What a passionate man. Ningfeng lazily fell back onto the sofa, shaking his head. "No need to rush this. I actually have something else to ask you." Do you know any trustworthy alchemists? Duan nodded, asking what Ningfong required of this alchemist, and after a moment's thought, he stated his requirements. First, their skill must be high and they must be trustworthy. Second, they should ideally be independent with as few ties as possible. Duan silently scanned through a few names in his head. I know a decent alchemist, but unfortunately, he's already joined a large guild. Oh, then that won't work, Ningfong said, disappointed. In the fragmented memories he absorbed, the Demon King slaughtered several high-level alchemists. The elixirs they concocted were highly effective, clearly comparable to the standards of the modern world. But Ningfong wasn't sure of the specifics. He could only gather the remaining recipes and find a professional to study them. However, alchemists who were part of large guilds were indeed unsuitable. With their lack of freedom, the risk of leaking secrets is too great, and it would attract the likes of Xiao Cheng. If you get the chance, keep an eye out for me, and I'll ask around too. Ningfong instructed Duan before going to sleep. The next day, he inquired with Wang Yue and actually found something, and from someone very close, no less. Zhuting, the holy priest in Wang Yue's guild, has a pharmacist brother who's quite skilled. He originally planned to join their guild, but he and Xiao Cheng hated each other, so they couldn't reach an agreement. If you're interested, I can introduce you two. Ningfong sighed. It's Xiao Cheng again. Wang Yue is unlucky to have a teammate like him. Luckily, you helped her eliminate this potential disaster, or there would have been even more trouble later. By the way, why are you looking for an alchemist? Wang Yue asked curiously. I found some recipes at home and wanted someone to take a look. Found it at home again? Wang Yue asked suspiciously. You found the last inscription at home too. Does your house contain Zhang Meilan's treasure or something? Although Ningfong has been suspicious lately, the young Miss Wang has never doubted her childhood friend, so she enthusiastically introduced him to the alchemist. His name is Xu Wei, and judging by his appearance, he seems to be a knowledgeable and reliable person. Ningfong hands him several prescriptions, which Xu Wei examines carefully, finding nothing special about the ingredients themselves, but the method of preparation is complex and unfamiliar. Are you aware of the effects of this medicine? Xu Wei asks. I heard that after drinking it, the experience I gained could increase by 100%, Ningfong said casually after a moment's thought. But his nonchalant remark stunned Xu Wei, as the highest experience-boosting potion on the market only reaches 40%. Even that is expensive. A potion that boosts experience by 100% would allow even the weakest 1- and 2-star classes to break through and level up. I wasn't sure, and I couldn't just ask anyone, so I came to you for guidance. Xu Wei didn't dare delay and went to his lab to research, while Zhuting and Wang Yue were responsible for chatting with Ningfong. Sometime later, the three heard a loud noise from upstairs. Zhuting anxiously went to check, but as soon as he reached the second floor, he saw a slime burst out of his brother's lab. This was the specimen Xu Wei was experimenting on, and it was fleeing in a panic. But before it could get far, a spark struck it, shattering its tiny body into pieces. Ningfong, Wang Yue, and Zhuting were all struggling to process the situation, as Zhuting looked towards the source of the electric spark, and saw her brother laughing maniacally. It worked. It's really 100%. Wang Yue and Zhuting were both left utterly bewildered. Wei ignored the beauties and his little sister, flying directly to Ningfong, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him madly. My dear Ningfong, I drank some of your concoction. Then, using the slam experiment, the experience really did increase by 100%. Ningfong didn't show much emotion, but he was actually very happy inside. If this drug works, then perhaps all the other formulas you've collected can be used. Xu Wei was even happier than him, constantly using fireballs on the test slimes. Zhuting thinks her brother must have lost it. Xu Wei always cherished this lab and never let her set foot inside, but now he's wrecking it. To explain his strange behavior, Xu Wei finally told the two girls about the successful experiment, then asked Ningfong about Zhuting's future, saying that if he planned to trade, he could earn an unimaginable fortune. Nowhere is safe, and no one would refuse something that increases their strength. Ningfong thought that business could bring great profits, but it would also bring a lot of trouble. This required careful consideration. Just then, his phone rang with a message from Ms. Chiwi to the whole class. The school is planning a level-up training exercise in a nearby city's secret realm for all graduating students, starting next week. Because the training grounds are crowded, time and areas must be divided between classes. As soon as Chiwi announced this, the class quickly descended into chaos. The students also eagerly discussed the experience-boosting drug, hoping to buy some for themselves, only to find that it had already sold out, becoming incredibly scarce. Ningfong pondered the messages, then made a decision. Ting, I'll let our people use the 100% experience potion first, then sell it later. Boss, am I one of your people? Zhuting looked at Ningfong expectantly. Of course you are, Ningfong generously replied. With those words from you, I and Yue will be your bodyguards, and you can use my brother as you wish. No need to be polite. Ting was so excited she was stumbling over her words, leaving Wei at a loss with his greedy younger sister. Ningfong felt this was the best solution for now, as the treasures he'd obtained would undoubtedly cause a stir if handed over to the mayor. Their immense value, a double-edged sword. At that point, they'd be swarmed by people like Zhao Cheng, making it difficult to control. To avoid the noise, Ningfong wants to nurture those around him first, building up his own power. He'll consider letting others join at that point, remembering a decent teammate of Wang Yue's who wasn't on Zhao Cheng's side. He's a berserker named Chu Jiangthu, and he could use some experience points too. Wang Duyet and Tu Din's eyes lit up. Zhu Jiangshu was worried about not getting into the same university as his teammates, but with Ningfeng's 100% experience potion, that might not be a problem anymore. Of course, Ningfeng isn't one to simply give handouts. Zhu Jiangshu is strong and upright and has a good relationship with Wang Yue. In the future, this guy could be a great help. Little brother Ningfeng. No, I should call you Boss Ning now. Do you have any other potions? Xu Yuan, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Sensing Xu Yuan's trustworthiness, Ningfeng handed over the remaining formula drafts without hesitation. But these are far more complex than the experience-boosting drug. They list many ingredients that even Xu Wei has never heard of. He only understands 2 formulas. However, with his current level, he can't create them yet. Ningfeng isn't surprised. After all, these are otherworldly medicines, a bit too much for current awakeners. It's lucky that some of them are usable. In that case, I have an idea. Once a batch of experience potions is ready, let's call Zhu Jiangshu and level up together, Wang Yue excitedly suggests. Xu Ting wholeheartedly agreed, and of course, Miss Wang wasn't about to let Ningfeng off the hook. He was forced to join her in leveling up. Xu Ting calculated that they'd have enough potions for everyone by next Monday, so Wang Yue decided then and there that their leveling would begin that day. From hero to zero, Ningfeng had no say, completely overshadowed by Wang Yue. The following Monday, Ningfeng arrived at the location Wang Yue had arranged. As he waited for the others, a car drove by carrying his classmates who were scheduled to level up in a nearby city. Seeing Ningfeng, they began to mock him as usual. Is that good-for-nothing Ningfeng not participating in today's leveling? What would he even do? Carry our bags? Even if he came, our class wouldn't need him. With such a low level, who knows who'd be protecting whom in the secret realm. Forget about that good-for-nothing. We'd be better off catching some more sleep. The light turns green, and the car carrying the students continues on its way. When Chiwi arrived with her cubs, the entrance to the secret realm was already packed. At this rate, their class would probably have to wait another 2 hours. After all, they're just an unselected class, so getting in at all is a privilege, and they should expect a long wait. The bored students suddenly noticed Ningfeng, whom they had just been mocking. He's with Wang Yue's team. Replace Zhao Cheng and his buddy with him and Xu Wei, and that makes 5. The students immediately scoffed. Of course he's with the goddess Wang. How annoying. The boys in class were green with envy, but the fury didn't stop there. Ningfeng and the other 4 were then respectfully invited straight into the secret realm, without having to wait in line like the others, as Chiwi explained that Ningfeng was with the mercenary guild and could enter directly. Wang Yue's support guild is famous but small, so this is normal. The jealous boys curse Ningfeng, hoping he'll be crushed by monsters in the secret realm. What does that loser Ningfeng have that I don't? I want the Beast Tamer Guild and Goddess Wang Yue to take me in too. One of them shouted, attracting the attention of some unfamiliar awakeners. With murderous looks on their faces, they approached the students and began to ask, "Excuse me, is the goddess you speak of Wang Yue? The 5th-ranked Supernova, Wang Yue, right?" The students, unsure of who these people were or their intentions towards their goddess, could only tell the truth, intimidated by their aggressive demeanor. That's right. After confirming the information, they didn't even offer thanks, heading straight for the entrance to the secret realm. A perceptive girl realized they were like Wang Yue, ranked among the national Supernova prodigies, and the only girl among them was Chang Mukyu, ranked 4th. The big guy with the great sword is Li Kei, ranked 3rd, and the arrogant one in the lead is He Xiao, the highest ranked in the group. 2nd place, Gu Yunzhou. Deeper inside the secret realm, Ningfeng gave Zhu Jiangshu a potion that would grant 100% experience, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Is this really a 100% experience booster? Xu Ting couldn't help but smack him on the head. This idiot, does he want everyone to hear us? Jiangshu chuckled sheepishly, apologizing for getting too excited. Then Zhu Jiangshu turned to Xu Wei and asked how expensive the potion must be. Xu Wei shook her head, explaining that the ingredients weren't expensive, nor was the process complex, which made the potion all the more valuable. An experience boost at a reasonable price was irresistible, making Ningfong a VIP to any guild. Zhu Jiangshu pounded his chest, vowing to live and die for Ningfong, while Shu Ting showered him with endless gratitude and praise, making Ningfeng's head swell. "We're all family here. No need to be so polite," Ningfong replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Observing this scene from the side, Wang Yue felt genuinely happy. Ningfong had always been a loner, with only a few friends, and after his failed awakening at 16, his classmates mocked him, making him even more isolated. It was rare to see Ningfeng so happy and relaxed, and Wang Yu hoped he could be more sociable and recover quickly. But with Han Zhuan here, that's enough. Wang Yue cleared her throat and began to explain their strategy for this secret realm raid. Having lost Zhao Cheng and his lackey, they're now without a mage and a shield, making the team's survival even more crucial. Wang Yue tells Ningfeng not to attack, to avoid attracting monsters because in her eyes he's just a somewhat useless one-star mage. Instead, she would draw the monster's attention, with Zhu Jiangshu on defense, Yu Ting buffing and protecting the team, and Xu Wei using medicine as needed. Seeing her assign tasks so quickly, Ningfeng was extremely frustrated. At this rate, he wouldn't be leveling up much at all. But with everyone so intent on protecting him, Ningfeng couldn't bring himself to refuse their help. Besides, his forbidden spells meant he leveled up faster than others, so a day or two wouldn't make much difference. He needed to understand the strength of his 4 new teammates first. With the mission assigned, Wang Yue took the lead. She draws back her bow, firing a dazzling golden arrow that streaks toward the nearby zombies, creating a devastating explosion that wipes out 3 in one shot. The remaining zombies, enraged by the commotion, charged forward with all their speed. Seizing the moment, Shu Ting raised his staff, activating the lightning encouragement skill to buff Zhu Jiangshu. He may seem dim-witted, but he's quite capable in battle. After being buffed, Zhou Jiangshu raises his axe and brings it down with great force. This powerful strike sends several zombies to their doom, and the others hesitate, sensing danger. Xu Wei wasn't about to be outdone as he rushed forward and unleashed a volley of fireballs. The 3 zombies standing idly by suffer the same fate as the SAMs in the lab, and the significant XP boost makes Xu Wei even more eager. If they keep this up, Ningfeng will be concocting new medicines in no time. With this 100% experience boost, their leveling speed will double, making their second evolution before the college entrance exam entirely possible, allowing them to join Wang Yue at a top university. As they celebrated, a sinister laugh echoed from a nearby cave, putting them on guard. Jiangshu couldn't help but speak first. "Who's there? I thought it was some kind of monster." "Oh, it's just a person. Forgive me, I didn't mean to laugh, but I really couldn't help it." It was Gu Yunzhou and his 2 teammates. Fresh out of the cave, he loudly mocked Zhou Jiangshu. "You think you can get into a top university without even reaching the second evolution?" Shu Ting and Zhou Jiangshu immediately recognized that they were all rookies from the national Supernova rankings. "So, you recognized us already?" Gu Yunzhou said with a sneer. "Looks like our reputation precedes us." Ignoring their attitude, Zhou Jiangshu wondered why Gu Yunzhou's group was in Qinyu City. "They're not from around here or any of the neighboring areas. We're leveling up, what do you guys want?" He remained arrogant, directly stating his desire to invite Wang Yue to join their team, leaving Si Ting and Zhou Jiangshu utterly astonished. "Is Gu Yunzhou really trying to poach our teammates right in front of us?" "No thanks, I already have a team." Living up to everyone's expectations, Miss Wang refuses outright. "I know your team has Zhao Cheng, the 14th ranked mage in the Supernova rankings. If he agreed, he could give it a try." Gu Yunzhou wasn't ready to give up yet. "Am I not being clear? I don't want to join another guild." Wang Yue refused again, clearly and decisively, but Gu Yunzhou wasn't one to give up so easily. Seeing Wang Yue's stubbornness, he patiently stayed to explain. "Recently, nationwide information has been updated. Due to frequent changes in the secret realms and increasingly difficult monsters, the 3 key universities have raised their evaluation standards. This year, they're only recruiting elite teams or individuals, making it both advantageous and highly competitive. According to Gu Yunzhou, if outstanding students like them and Wang Yue formed a team, it would be easier to get accepted. And don't forget, she's destined to become a powerhouse." Gu Yunzhou said sternly, glancing at Shu Ting and Zhou Jiangshu with undisguised contempt. As for them, weakness is the greatest sin, and Wang Yue couldn't stand seeing her friends insulted by a stranger. She reached behind her, summoning her bow and arrow. Gu Yunzhou found it even more amusing. He didn't expect this beauty to have such a fiery temper. However, Wang Yue's class is a long-range archer, making it difficult to win here. Gu Yunzhou may be harsh, but he's not wrong. Seeing the tension, Shu Ting pulled Wang Yue back, saying, Forget it. Let's find another place to level up. Don't bother with these guys. Wang Yue wasn't the stubborn type. Since Xu Ting had spoken, she wouldn't bother with Gu Yunzhou's group. The young Miss Wang snorted and left, her team trailing behind her, except for Ningfong, who lingered, deep in thought. That irritating Gu Yunzhou seemed pretty strong. He wondered if the young Mrs. newly awakened class could defeat him, but trouble was brewing. Gu Yunzhou was barely gone when Li Ke aggressively stepped out to block Ningfeng's path, mistaking him for Zhao Cheng. Before Ningfeng could deny it, Li Ke sneered, his attitude turning ugly. Oh, so he's just trash. Get out of here. He was starting to get annoyed that they were dragging him into this for no reason. His eyes, sharp as knives, glared at them without restraint. He didn't want to fight, but Jiangshu couldn't stand seeing his friend insulted like that. He hastily stood in front of Ningfeng, facing Li Ke and sternly saying, "Hey, don't push it. You think you're all that?" Li Ke didn't think much of Chu Jiangshu either. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he attacked, landing a powerful punch straight into Jiangshu's stomach. A blow that could cause serious internal injuries. Luckily, he was quick enough to block it, but before he could celebrate, Li Ke threw another punch with his other hand. This time, Chu Jiangshu couldn't react in time and was hit. Wang Yue, seeing this, turned her head in panic and shouted, "Dashu, are you okay?" Originally wanting to rush to Zhu Jiangshu's side, she was blocked by Gu Yunzhou. Clearly, if they couldn't have it, they wanted to destroy it. "Get out of here!" The young Miss Wang was truly provoked, her voice filled with murderous intent. Those two words really struck a nerve with Gu Yunzhou. What a hypocrite. He can look down on others, but can't handle being told to get lost. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiangshu, enduring the pain, signaled to Wang Yue that he was fine and shouldn't cause trouble. But was he really? Dashu felt like he'd broken several ribs. This guy was intentionally brutal, but despite the pain, Zhou Jiangshu didn't want him hurting Ningfeng. Because in his eyes, Ningfeng is an invaluable teammate. "Ningfeng, please step back." Jiangshu shouts, knowing he's in for a beating from Li Ke today. Looking down from above, Li Ke gave Chu Jiangshu a thumbs down, calling him a piece of trash. Chu Jiangshu was truly enraged, focusing his power into his right hand as he charged forward, ready to deliver a punch. But unexpectedly, his opponent's fist suddenly lashed out, and Chu Jiangshu, already charging forward, couldn't stop in time. Combining those opposing forces, a fractured skull would be the least of his worries. More money down the drain for reconstructive surgery. Xu Ting and Wang Yue quickly drew their weapons, but they weren't the ones who saved the day. In the nick of time, a hand reached out and effortlessly blocked Li Ke's punch. It was none other than Ningfeng. Ningfeng's effortless block of Li Ke's punch stunned both his team and Gu Yunzhou's group, while Li Ke himself lost control of his fist. Li Ke can't understand how his attack was neutralized by the same weakling he was just berating 3 seconds ago. And now he can't move. The clothes he's wearing are for mages. So how does he have such incredible strength? Lost in thought, Li Ke was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Ningfeng, who then tossed him like a rag doll into a nearby rock. Battered and buried in the rubble, Li Ke lay unconscious as Ningfeng mocked him, calling him trash. Seeing his teammate beaten so badly, Gu Yunzhou rushed over in a panic, while behind him, Wang Yue raised her weapon. That girl is wicked. Of all places to shoot, she hits him in the butt. Gu Yunzhou looks like he's had hemorrhoids for years. The pain is so bad he can't control his expression. From behind Wang Yue, Xu Ting witnessed this scene, only able to stifle giggles, while Chang Mukyu paled at the sight of his leader's predicament. Gu Yunzhou and Li Ke, both elites of the Supernova rankings. One, a berserker, defeated by a mage with bare hands, and the other, a meat shield, shot in the butt by a long-range archer. The scene was too tragic. Chang Mukyu couldn't believe his eyes. "I just wanted a peaceful life. But you forced my hand. How troublesome." Ningfong spoke lazily, then turned to Ziding, who was so busy laughing at Gu Yunzhou that she had forgotten to heal her teammate. "Ziding, hurry and heal Dashu," Ningfong said, and Ziding finally remembered her mission. Zhu Jiangshu was immediately healed, and Ningfong asked him how he wanted to deal with the 3 men. Unexpectedly, the great tree responded to him with a respectful yet fearful tone, saying, "I don't know, it's all up to you." Ningfong felt the weight of that single word, sir. Like Mount Tai itself, their attitude had suddenly become so respectful, but it was understandable. After all, he defeated one of the top 3 supernovas with a single move. Of course they're afraid. As for dealing with Li Ke and the others, Ningfeng suddenly had a mischievous idea. "I told Zhu Qiangshu to strip him as compensation for his injuries." Zhu Qiangshu already saw Ningfeng as his boss. Ningfeng's word is law, and the man wouldn't dare disobey. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou panicked at the thought of being stripped. "Hey, this is robbery. How dare you?" He barely finished speaking when a fist slammed into the ground, inches from Gu Yunzhou's face. Ningfong, the author of that blow, glared at the man as he withdrew his fist, threatening him. "What are you saying?" Gu Yunzhou was scared out of his wits by that blow. Sometimes a little humility is needed to survive. He valued his life too much, and his attitude changed completely. The man named Go feigned a pitiful expression, saying his equipment wasn't bad either. "If you like it, please, take it. It's good to be so understanding." But Ningfong wasn't ready to let him off the hook, grabbing Gu Yunzhou by the neck and threatening him, saying he hated trouble. If he knew they were plotting revenge, he'd never let them go. But Gu Yunzhou stammered, promising he wouldn't. "Boss, we didn't realize who you were. We definitely won't dare to do it again." Chang Mucho, as the team's diplomat and only unharmed member, spoke up. She proactively offered all of her equipment to Ningfong. Seeing her so understanding, Ningfong didn't mind giving her a compliment. Little did she know, Chang Mukyu blushed at the casual compliment, perhaps also won over by Ningfeng's might. But Ningfeng paid her no mind. After looting his opponent's gear, he happily returns to his team, ready to level up ahead. After leaving Gu Yunzhou's group, Wang Yue finally spoke, sighing in admiration. She originally wanted to take Ningfeng to level up and protect him like a mother hen, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Ningfeng sighed, too. She didn't want to hide it from everyone, but knew that showing off too much after my awakening would be troublesome. After all, Ningfeng has always been mysterious and strange, and Wang Yue is already used to it. Taking a breath to calm herself, Wang Yue placed her hand on Ningfeng's shoulder. She struck a proud pose and said, "In any case, I'm happy and proud of you." With Wang Yue's words, Ningfeng felt his spirits lift. Zhang Shushu and Shu Ting happily rushed over, curious about Ningfeng's plans for the future now that they knew his true strength, which university he'd attend or which guild he'd join. But Ningfeng hadn't really thought that far ahead yet. Both universities and guilds are strictly managed, and carelessness could expose his information. For him, they weren't necessarily places he needed to join. The immediate goal is to delve deeper into the secret realm and continue leveling up. With his strength revealed, Ningfeng can finally breathe a little easier. Now he no longer has to hide his strength and can confidently take on the role of main attacker. After days of grinding, Ningfeng finally returns to Duan, who has been anxiously waiting. After several busy days, Ningfeng only leveled up once. It would have been even slower without the level-boosting potion. But even so, this pace isn't slow. Usually, even top rookies on the Supernova list like Wang Yue would take 2 years to reach level 20 and complete their second job advancement. For other 1- or 2-star classes, taking the college entrance exam is easier than grinding levels to change jobs. Oh well, no use thinking about it too much. Ningfeng lazily stretched. He wanted to laze around at home for the next few days, and the best thing to do was to relax. If becoming stronger means stressing out like everyone else, then what's the point? So in the days that followed, Ningfeng either played games with Duan or stayed home reading comics. Otherwise, he'd invite Duan over for a barbecue, but it seems his fate won't allow for much leisure as Yang Xin calls while he's grilling. She enthusiastically announced an upcoming auction with many valuable items, and Master Tang, the new person in charge replacing Old Man Wang, personally invited Ningfeng to attend. Having no plans, he agrees to attend, unaware he's now a VIP, with Yang Xin and Grandmaster Tang personally visiting him for his purchases. Not bad at all. Ningfeng can continue lazing around at home. Soon after, Tang Yichai and Yang Xin arrived at Duan's residence. Ningfeng was polite to Master Tang as he was older, but Tang Yichai treated him with utmost respect, having been instructed by Mayor Tai to serve the young man well. It wouldn't matter if the entire auction revolved around Ningfeng. Tang Yichai didn't know the extent of Ningfeng's background to warrant such treatment, but he wouldn't dare disobey Mayor Kai's personal instructions. Yang Xin quickly brought the auction item list for Ningfeng to review, but after skimming through it, nothing caught his eye. As Tang Yichai worried if he had offended the young man, Ningfeng's expression changed. Tang Yichai peeked over and exclaimed, "You have a good eye. You've picked the right one again." What caught Ningfeng's eye was the newest experience-boosting elixir on the market, capable of increasing experience by 100%. Ningfeng was silent for a long time, the kind, trustworthy face of Shu Wei from a few days ago flashing in his mind. Unable to hold back, Ningfeng sternly questioned, "Where did you get this, Tang Yichai?" Startled by his sharp gaze, Grandmaster Duan could only confess, "The Commerce Union commissioned us to auction off this experience potion." Ningfeng lowered his head, lost in thought once more. The Thuong Hui Guild is one of the top 7 guilds in the nation, with unfathomable power. Did Shu Wei secretly sell them the formula, or did they do something to him? Did they say where this potion came from? Ningfong asked Tang Yisai. Seeing Ningfeng's seriousness, Tang Yikai shared everything he knew, saying that the Swift Commerce Guild had discovered a new type of secret realm called the Trial of the Gods. The method of cultivation is also unique, allowing only one person to enter at a time. It seems the secret realm is divided into many levels, and for every 10 levels cleared, a reward is granted. This experience-boosting formula is one of the rewards they received for clearing the trial. Duan was skeptical, as this was the first time he'd heard of such a secret realm. Could this be some kind of mutated secret realm? However, according to the principle, anyone who starts training in a secret realm must have a record. According to Duan, all that basic information can be found on a specialized website, which eased Ningfeng's suspicion a little. If it's not Chiwi's problem, that's good. As for the Trial of the Gods, he's very interested. That sounds like a formidable place. And no sooner had he thought it than the system issued a new quest. The mission, to pass the God's Trial secret realm and harness its power, all within 60 days. Ningfeng smirked, amused. This was the first time the system had issued him a quest. It seems this so-called God's Trial secret realm is quite the challenge. With that in mind, Ningfeng lost all interest in the auction. He turned to Tang Yikai and said, "Master Tang, I won't be participating in the auction. Of course, I still want to thank you both for your trouble." "No trouble at all. If you need anything in the future, Grandmaster Ning, don't hesitate to ask." Seeing Ningfeng's amiable attitude, Tang Yikai finally felt relieved, as this experience potion was considered one of the most valuable items at the auction. So many guilds were after it, but Ningfeng seemed unimpressed and asked so many questions that he got nervous. The two then returned to the room, where Duan sat down at his laptop, needing special authorization to access the website. But luckily, he had special permissions signed by the mayor, so logging in was a breeze. Ningfeng took a closer look. The secret realm looked like a tower. Duan read the information and discovered that the Thuanghue Guild had registered exclusive rights, meaning the government had allowed them to manage the secret realm themselves. Without the Commerce Union's permission, no other awakeners can enter. Ningfeng sighs in frustration. That's how exclusive dungeons work for big guilds. It'll be tough to get in now, but the quest is already out, and if he doesn't complete it, it'll be cancelled. Looks like he'll have to find another way. That night, Ningfeng approached the entrance to the God's Trial dungeon alone. The gate was even more massive than it appeared in photos, and 2 guards stood watch outside. In recent days, the Thuanghue Guild has released a lot of information about the God's Trial secret realm on its forums to attract powerful participants, which has actually helped Ningfeng gain some understanding. If he used his skills directly, they would definitely notice. So, Ningfeng used his spatial gate, easily slipping past the 2 guards. Smirking, Ningfeng stuck his tongue out at them before leaping into the gate, only for it to erupt in a massive explosion. Unforeseen, Ningfeng is blasted back by the explosion's shockwave, the sound of which reverberates all the way to the Commerce Union headquarters. They quickly dispatched people to investigate the mystic realm, while Ningfeng dragged himself home, battered and exhausted. What the hell just happened? Ningfeng cried out in frustration. He'd barely touched the entrance to the mystic realm when a surge of energy, like molten lava, erupted from within. It completely shattered his protective defenses. But what exactly was that energy? But it didn't stop there. A simulation window appeared, announcing that Ningfeng's immune system was taking 3% damage from the scan. Each time the notification appeared, the damage increased by 1%, leaving Ningfeng even more confused that even the system was taking damage. What kind of bizarre probing skill is this? At this moment, Xiao, the president of the Thuanghue Guild, has arrived. After their priest healed the 2 gatekeepers, he pressed them to recount what happened, but the guards genuinely knew nothing. They only knew that the entrance to the secret realm suddenly exploded, and then they both fell unconscious. Ha Suvu's expression darkened. Since the Thuanghue Guild took over this secret realm, nothing like this had ever happened. And he even suspected that something inside the secret realm had mutated. "Chairman, how about we use that to check?" the female mage suggested to Xiao. He didn't know what that was, but he agreed immediately. Immediately, the female mage raised her staff, creating a complex magic circle, a unique formation inherent to the God's Trial grounds. It can record the surrounding content and scenes, and can also investigate through the time recall skill, basically like a hidden camera. The time array shifted, but what Wu and the sorceress saw was beyond their wildest expectations. From the formation, a shadowy figure emerged, followed by a tall man who boomed, "Impudent evil god, how dare you invade my domain?" The man radiated the light of the sun, his voice filled with power, seemingly a god of light. The god then gathered power in his hand, unleashing a massive blast towards the dark figure. But alas, the attack struck only air. Hasuwu was stunned. The magic circle's recreation of the past was so realistic, he felt suffocated by the power of that deity. Shameless. That guy ran away again. We have to find him quickly. We can't let him destroy this world again. The man muttered to himself after his attack failed. Hasuwu was utterly bewildered. Destroy the world? What is going on? This is beyond his control, and Hasuyu urgently reports it to the heads of the 7 guilds. The host of this emergency meeting is Liu Yingzhen, president of the Mighty Authority Guild, who believes that the footage brought by Xiao confirms the existence of gods. Though the god's identity is unknown, their magic is at least on par with legendary forbidden spells. Guildmaster, hi, I recall you reported that completing the trial could grant divine recognition and favor, correct? A grizzled man with steely eyes, Chairman Fang Dan of the Epoch Guild, questioned. Hoshiwu, there was indeed such information in the secret realm, but we never expected a god to literally appear. Hasuwu wearily replied, the real problem is that even forbidden-level magic couldn't destroy that evil god. This is not good news at all, another person chimed in. Now, the heads of the transmission and moon-gazing guilds, Yu Linghua and Luo Yuning, agree. Given the current situation, if the evil god truly intends to destroy the world, they might not have any way to respond. So if they could receive divine grace through the trials, could that include a way to deal with the evil god? Like forbidden magic or something? This time, guild leader Longbow of the Awakened Guild wondered if it might actually exist, and is worth a try. Finally, Zhang Yanchuan, the president of the Scarlet Flame Guild, spoke up, and the meeting quickly became lively with everyone chiming in. Hasuwu had a lot on his mind. He could see that these guys were all focused on the god's trial grounds, and now they seemed to want to fight for the opportunity. Well, he would use this chance to remove the blockade. With that in mind, Hishiwu cleared his throat and said, if you all wish to participate in the trial, I won't object, but I must remind you that the monsters within the god's trial are incredibly powerful. With our current strength, there's simply no way to clear it entirely. The other guild leaders understood what Hasuwu was saying. They probably weren't worthy of the god's final grace. Liu Yingzhen stroked his long beard, looked across the room, and spoke a name that hadn't yet been mentioned in the meeting. Old Feng, what are your thoughts on this? What do I think? What ideas could I possibly have? Don't we all have great abilities? 2, don't be angry. Isn't it because something big happened that we had to invite you back? Luanzhen sensed Old Feng's displeasure and tried to appease him, but her words only fueled his anger. In your eyes, what could be bigger than guarding against mutants like us? Feng said through gritted teeth, his face slowly revealing itself to be a skull engulfed in flames. Old Feng was furious. Just days prior, his disciple had reported anomalies in Qinyu City. Not only did these guild leaders dismiss him, but they even formed their own investigation team. In the end, the investigation yielded nothing but a disaster. Had it not been for that mysterious powerhouse, the city would have been reduced to nothing. Speaking of which, Old Feng's real name is Feng Nyak, the former head of the Shadow Organization and Sulan's predecessor. Aside from Liu Yingzhen, most of the younger guild leaders here are meeting Feng Nyak for the first time. They'd all heard the stories. He paid a heavy price for using dark powers and ultimately couldn't bear it, so he resigned. They never expected to see him at this secret meeting. Liu Yingzhen brazenly ignored Feng Yue's anger, still wanting to borrow the strength of the Shadow Organization in this urgent situation. Old Feng, could your disciple take the footage of the Thuanghui Guild to the mysterious big shot in Qinyu City? With his power, he might know something. Feng Gach found it utterly laughable that these opportunists only remembered him and his disciple now. Furious, Feng Yue was about to retort, but Liu Yingzhen cut him off with a promise to commend his disciple's achievements and sent him 2 bottles of fine wine, finally extinguishing his anger. His face returned to normal. Master Feng accepted the deal, unaware that the mysterious expert they sought was the one who infiltrated the secret realm last night. The next morning, Ningfong was still sprawled out lazily at home, having just received a new mission called, of all things, a minor incident. This time, the mission is to reach the 2nd stage and complete the system recovery, with a 60-day time limit. With the old mission unfinished, a new one arrives. Ningfong feels incredibly troubled. Last night's situation was too frightening, and he still doesn't understand what mistake he made to resolve it. But as soon as Ningfong came downstairs, he found visitors, Feng Nach and his disciple, Talam. He knew Talam, but not the old man. Seeing this, Duan quickly stepped forward to introduce them. This is Ms. Shadow's former supervisor and the current director of the Adventurer Management Bureau, Mr. Feng Yi, along with his apprentice, Ms. Su Lan, who is Ms. Shadow's supervisor in this city. They've come seeking the aid of a mysterious master, and upon hearing Feng Ngach's name, Ningfong is utterly astonished. Feng Ngach, are you the Scarlet Flame Reaper? Ha ha, it's just a little reputation, nothing worth mentioning. Feng Anas gives a kind smile and humble reply, but Ningfong knows just how earth-shattering his reputation once was. This old master has countless merits, participated in the development of many large secret realms, and crushed many evil adventurer organizations. He is known as the strongest mutant. Within the Shadow Syndicate, nearly all members' identities are kept secret, but Master Feng is an exception, as his very existence and identity serve as a deterrent. Speaking of idols in the minds of young people, Feng Yi has never fallen out of the top 3, and meeting him, even just to exchange a few words, is enough to brag about for half a lifetime. You must be Ningfong. It's a pleasure to meet you, though I'm afraid I came unprepared. I heard you're about to take the college entrance exam, so we've prepared some gifts entrusted to us by the government. Wishing him success, they claim to be unprepared, yet the box Feng Yi brought contained 5 million star coins and 200 bottles of high-level experience potions. The government's generosity is truly something. Ningfong never dreamed he'd wake up to such a fortune. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asks what they need from him, and Feng Yi doesn't beat around the bush. He requested that Sulan's footage from the Thuong Nui Association yesterday be shown to Ningfong first, and after watching it, he felt incredibly conflicted. Seriously? He's just a normal high school student, a model teenager. How the hell did he become a minor evil god? Remembering the minor incident mission, Ningfeng's anger flared. No problem. My ass, you little system glitch. The situation outside must be utter chaos, but Ningfong forces himself to remain calm, knowing that panic will reveal weakness. No one knows you're the evil god yet, so stay calm. I understand. I'll send the video to the mysterious big shot later. I'll let you know immediately if there's any news. Ningfong respectfully said to Feng Yi, Then I'll have to trouble you. We'll head back and await good news. If you ever need help, just contact Sulan directly. As he spoke, Sulan proactively offered her business card. Ningfong had always found her familiar, but now he realized she was the one who greeted him on the day of the inheritance ceremony. No wonder you were targeted so quickly. After the greetings, Feng Ye and Sulan left Duan's mansion. On the way back, he couldn't stop praising Ningfong, saying the boy was good, humble, and mature. The government was even considering recruiting him. It was then that Sulan timidly voiced her long-held suspicion, asking her master if he thought Ningfeng and the mysterious big shot could be the same person. Does it matter? Feng Yi's indifferent response surprises Sulan. If Ningfeng wants us to see him as just a student, then he is just a student. That's best for everyone. Giving a student 5 million star coins, who cares what he does with it? You can't fault that kind of generosity. But if that student later becomes the mysterious big shot, what standard should we use to treat him? No one can say for sure. Knowing his enemies grow stronger, Fuxingach realizes that ordinary people, as Hasu Vu said, aren't even worthy of the god's grace. So even a respected elder like Feng Ngach can only hope that the mysterious figure will become his greatest support. Turning back to Ningfeng, he seemed lost in endless thought since Feng Yi left. Last night, the system was severely damaged by that strange tracing skill. Through the recording, he realized that the god of the underworld was trying to find him. He could shatter his absolute defense with a single move, proving that this god's power was equal to, or even surpassed, his forbidden spells. This is Ningfeng's most dangerous enemy in this world. The mission doesn't matter. That little accident is what's important now. Since his system will only be restored upon completion, he must prioritize this task, as he needs it to evade the Bright God's search. The remaining task of clearing the god's trial realm cannot be ignored either. If Ningfeng can't control his opponent's power, he'll be threatened by it one day. The more he thought, the more his head hurt, so he turned to Duan beside him and asked, Did Old Man Feng provide any other materials? Yes, I'll sort them out for you right away. The documents from Feng Ai described the structure and interior of the god's trial realm, which resembled a multi-layered tower, though its exact number of floors remained unknown, as no one had ever conquered it. The monsters inside are incredibly strong, far surpassing any known secret realm, with the highest recorded level being the 42nd, established and maintained by Xiao. Ningfeng frowned, unsure of how the trials of the gods operated. If he triggered the curse and was discovered by the god of the underworld, his identity as an evil god would be exposed. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If the mission didn't specifically require him to go, could he delegate it to someone else? And the most suitable and trustworthy person was sitting right in front of him. Duan had seen Hasu Wu clear 42 levels, so Ningfeng asked how far he thought he could get. After a moment's thought, Duan honestly replied, Around the 35th floor, I'd say. Just as he suspected. Hasu Wu is a powerhouse nearing level 5, stronger than Duan, but Duan is Ningfeng's confidant, and only by sending him to participate in that secret realm can he rest assured. Thinking of this, Ningfong suddenly wanted Duan to participate in a special training session prepared by himself so that he could feel more at ease. Ningfeng then informed Feng Yi that a mysterious powerhouse wanted to send someone to the Azure Merchant Guild to participate in the Mystic Realm, while Duan applied to use the special training room for a period of intensive training. Feng Yue stroked his long beard, pondering, "I recall Duan hasn't reached the 5th rank yet, has he?" Sulan nodded. Feng Yue pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Before Sulan could understand, Feng Yue began to speak. Yesterday, the leaders of the 7 great guilds challenged the secret realm trial of the gods, but even the old monster, Liu Yingzhen, the strongest of them all, failed. Sulan was shocked. Liu Yingzhen is the nation's top expert. If even he failed, who could possibly succeed? She began to feel uncertain about Duan's upcoming trial, but her master felt the opposite. Feng Yi was so excited that his flaming skull reappeared. He really can't wait to see the results of Duan's trial. I'm curious, just how far can someone personally guided by that mysterious master go? After laughing and talking for a while, Feng Yue realized his head was on fire again, and as Xiao turned around, Sulan clearly saw the weariness in her master. That flame was the heavy price Feng Yue bore, constantly burning away at his life. For a long time, she'd been searching for a way to ease her master's pain, but there seemed to be no way. In the end, they agreed to let Duan use the special training room, and his participation in special training to prepare for the secret realm attracted the attention of many other powerful figures. Rumor has it many have asked to borrow this room, but Master Feng arrogantly refused them all. The sight of countless 4th and 5th level experts gathering thrilled the mayor. Sulan guides Duan, explaining that her training room is special, simulating real combat scenarios for 4th stage experts and above. Duan quickly handed over the detailed data file while Ningfeng eagerly explored the room, his heart filled with excitement. This is the first time I've ever seen anything this amazing, and this is just the beginning? If you like this, we have even better things planned. Fuyue has always been very generous to you, so he responded. Sulan took the information Duan provided and began to examine it, finding it incredibly detailed and accurate. Even the monster's weaknesses are clearly marked, and what's more, Liu Yingzhen only just reached the 10th floor. But that information is already here. She had no idea how Duan obtained this information, but she didn't dare ask. And of course, Ningfeng had no intention of telling her, because this trial of the gods happened to be a place the Demon King had once invaded. He possessed fragments of the Demon King's memories, piecing together these details after sifting through them. Who better to know the weaknesses of these monsters than the Demon King himself? Mr. Duan, would you mind if we observed your training? Feng Yi was curious and wanted to watch, and Duan was eager to learn. Facing such a prestigious senior, he certainly wouldn't refuse such a request. Of course, he could also use some guidance from Senior Feng. Feng Yue waved his hand, saying he was only there to learn, not to instruct. He then revealed that something had been weighing on his mind, and he asked Duan directly, "Did the chief ever say if the evil god would really destroy the world?" Even Sulan, who was standing nearby, turned her head in surprise. This was indeed a major question, directly related to the fate of the world. So, before Feng Yue wondered, Duan had asked Ningfeng a similar question a few days prior. After that question, Ningfeng froze up. Asking the evil god himself was really putting him on the spot. After all, Duan is Ningfeng's confidant, so a simple no wouldn't do, but he couldn't explain too much, could he? How could he admit to being the evil god of opportunity? So, Ningfeng left a short, ambiguous answer. "As long as I'm here, it won't." Duan relayed this message verbatim to Feng Yi and Sulan. Upon hearing it, Feng Yi smiled contentedly, stroking his long beard. It sounds light and casual, yet undeniably powerful, truly the bearing of a master. As for Sulan, she couldn't fathom just who this mysterious figure was, that they wouldn't even spare a glance for the gods. Ningfeng chuckled inwardly, pleased with his clever response that satisfied their curiosity without revealing his identity. With Feng Gach's concerns eased, he returned to the main issue. "Mr. Duan, we're counting on you for the next God's Secret Realm trial. The special training room has been updated with data and now resembles that realm by 90%. And as expected, Duan was immediately overwhelmed by the terrifying monsters constantly facing trial after trial. Seeing Duan battered and exhausted, Ningfeng couldn't bear it. He had wanted to give him a break, but this man was just too stubborn. "It's okay, I'll slow down a bit and try a few more times." Despite being utterly exhausted, Duan calmly replied. He thought to himself that this was a precious opportunity Ningfeng had given him, so he couldn't let him down. Seeing his perseverance, Sulan was both surprised and admired him. The monsters. Duan faces are far beyond the limits of a fourth stage awakened. If it were her, she wouldn't have passed the trial in the first place, let alone persisted this far. On the other hand, Feng Yi had even deeper thoughts than his student. He had heard Sulan say that Ningfong didn't awaken until he was 18, 2 years later than his peers, yet it only took him a few days to complete his first job change. If a miracle could happen to Ningfong, then surely it could happen to his most trusted aide, right? Perhaps the master could break through the existing combat system to allow Duan to unleash even greater strength. If that's the case, then he could truly dream of the day he receives the grace of the gods. Meanwhile, Ningfong is lost in thought. Watching Duan struggle, he realized he'd oversimplified things, assuming knowledge of the monster's weakness would be enough to clear the trial. But now he realizes he was too complacent. Human strength is finite, as are human equipment and skills. Even if he knows the monster's weakness, if he isn't strong enough or can't reach it, his knowledge is useless. If Duan can't pass the trial, he'll have to complete the mission himself, and he fears the trouble that will follow. On the battlefield, in unavoidable situations, he could only use forbidden magic to save his life, making the exposure of his identity almost inevitable. With that in mind, Ningfong turned to Feng Yi and said, "Senior Feng, Madam Su, I'll be heading back. School starts again next week, so I need to go and prepare. Okay, if you need any help, just let us know." Leaving Duan to train, Ningfong claimed he was preparing for the new semester, but secretly planned to level up before classes started, hoping to find skills or equipment to replace Duan's. Ningfong heads to a secluded alley. The best way to get out unnoticed is with a flight scroll, a whole batch of which he'd bought from the distant city exchange. Now it's convenient to use. After using the flight scroll, Ningfong arrives at the entrance to a secret realm. According to Duan, this is one of the 2 wild secret realms not yet under government control, making it perfect for leveling up. Except the entrance shows signs of a past battle. But Ningfong doesn't have time to overthink. He'll charge in first and adapt to the situation. Inside the desolate secret realm, a massacre is indeed unfolding, with a group of strange mutants brutally slaughtering other awakeners. When Ningfong arrived, they vaguely sensed the light of the flying scroll, but they weren't afraid. Instead, they were excited that more people were coming to die, more sacrifices for Lord Matian. "Thanks to you all, Lord Matian has accumulated enough energy." The white-haired masked leader laughed triumphantly. Though I don't know who this Lord Matian is, today is apparently the day of his descent, according to them, and the others are getting even more excited, cheering like a bunch of junkies. The words of these mutants were all recorded and transmitted via a wire on a downed awakened one, sending the information to his teammates outside the mystic realm. The advent of Matian means the opening of a new dungeon break, and the team is in a panic. The nearest city, Changling, is in immediate danger of being corrupted. "What do we do, Captain?" A worried awakened speaks up, but the man called Captain is just as concerned. The 4 squads sent ahead have already been completely wiped out by the mutants. At this point, even if they charged in with all their might, they couldn't stop the dungeon break from happening. The monsters in that dungeon are too strong, and the city's magic shields won't hold up. They simply won't be able to defend it. "Go back and tell the government to evacuate as many people as possible," the captain ordered, his calm demeanor only adding to his team's worry. "Captain, what about you?" They already knew the answer deep down. They're in a bind. Without surveillance, they don't know when the dungeon break will occur, so someone must stay behind to report. The others don't want to leave their captain, but they're out of time. With their captain's urging, the team reluctantly departs, leaving the man to lift his head, a flicker of despair in his eyes. Why did it have to be today? With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed his daughter's number. He tried to sound as normal as possible, telling his daughter that he might have to participate in a drill soon, reminded her to be good and listen to her mother, and then hung up decisively. "Dad, why did you hang up so fast? I wasn't finished." What did my little darling want to say? "Daddy, happy birthday." The innocent voice of his child brought tears to the man's eyes as his team departed in their vehicles. The secret realm invasion and the dark forces have begun, and their hearts are heavy with worry for their captain. But their captain could no longer hold back his tears, knowing full well he wouldn't be coming home. In contrast to the captain's heavy heart, the mutated beings rejoiced at the immense power of the dark forces. "Ha ha, Lord Matian will surely grant us even more favor." The boss tilted his head back and roared with laughter, while Ningfong remained blissfully unaware, strolling through the secret realm. He's just acquired a new active skill, Dark Demonic Claw, which summons an extremely cold blizzard, freezing any opponent it touches. Thanks to this skill, Ningfong has defeated countless monsters. The experience points from the monsters in this secret realm aren't bad either. In no time, Ningfong has reached level 37. Outside the secret realm, the sky is now covered by a thick blanket of dark clouds. The sky is darker than a grim future, and the gate to the mystic realm begins to shake violently, slowly opening. Seeing this, the mutated beings quickly knelt down, their leader speaking on behalf of them all. "We welcome the arrival of Lord Ma Tian." Slow footsteps approach. The mutant's eyes fell upon a pair of worn shoes. Looking up, they realized it wasn't their esteemed Lord Ma Tian, but Ningfeng. Ningfeng was just as confused, scratching his nose with a question mark floating above his head. The two sides stared at each other, the atmosphere freezing over. A few seconds later, Ningfeng, suddenly flustered, broke the silence. "What in the world is going on here?" The leader, equally confused, pointed at Ningfeng and roared, "Where is our Lord Ma Tian?" Ningfeng had no idea who they were talking about, but the truth was, these mutants' Lord Ma Tian was already trapped in his dark summoning bead's ice. Now he could only weep silently, tears streaming down his face, utterly aggrieved. This king is so cold. The leader faced Ningfeng, his mind racing with possibilities. But since Ningfeng didn't know them, he was certain he wasn't an incarnation of Lord Ma Tian. But looking at Ningfeng's tattered clothes, he's clearly a newbie. How could he possibly be loitering in this secret realm? Besides, the flying scroll he used earlier was priceless. The leader pieced everything together, concluding that Ningfeng was an opportunist, seeking to pledge allegiance to Lord Ma Tian, but was scared witless by the power of the dark forces and fled the secret realm. He then rudely pointed at Ningfeng and roared again, "Boy, you came here to suck up to our Lord Ma Tian, didn't you?" Ningfeng, even more confused, simply replied, "No." "Then what are you doing here?" "What's it to you?" Ningfeng retorted. Your arrogant attitude infuriated the leader, who had never encountered such audacity. The man sneered, "Do you know who my father is?" But of course, Ningfeng didn't, so he pointed to himself and proudly introduced himself. "My name is Gu VH, a Class A wanted criminal with over 200 lives on my hands. This guy's a nutcase, bragging like he's valedictorian when he's a wanted fugitive." Ningfeng couldn't take it anymore and blurted out that he was getting annoyed. Guvan didn't expect this young man to be even more arrogant than himself. Ningfeng, having dropped his earlier foolish demeanor, beckoned Guvan with a single finger, as if calling a dog. Fight or get lost, a challenge that couldn't be refused. Guvan's blood boiled, vowing to teach this ignorant kid a lesson he'd never forget. His underlings started cheering for Vu, but their desire to take down Ningfeng was quickly extinguished. The sky above them suddenly darkened, and when they looked up, they were horrified to see a gigantic, shadowy figure with a grotesque smile. The mutants, who were just full of bravado, now cowered in fear, begging for their lives. But Ningfeng was already consumed by bloodlust, and this was his brand new forbidden spell. Perfect, these arrogant fools will make excellent test subjects for this forbidden technique, Vision Scorn. When used, Ningfeng can trap enemies in an illusion, revealing all their weaknesses and allowing him to inflict cruel torment. Every flaw of his opponents is instantly laid bare before him. For example, their leader has a fissure in his shoulder from misusing skills for too long, and countless other weaknesses are laid bare. Ningfeng can now read his enemies like a book, and in the illusion he creates, he can trap them and repeatedly attack their weak points like a demon toying with its prey. No wonder this skill is called Vision Intrusion. It's truly insidious. Though the process of tormenting the opponent is inhumane, seeing their weaknesses is invaluable. The captain, resigned to his fate, wept, expecting to die here today. But after a long wait, there was no sign of the encroaching secret realm, so he made a daring decision to head straight up the mountain and investigate. After all, if a dungeon break really did occur, there would be no escape, whether he was at the top or bottom of the mountain. It would only be a matter of a few steps. Thinking this, the man bravely ascended the mountain, the air growing colder with each step. But when he reached the summit, the scene before him was shocking. The notorious criminal, Guvan, along with all his men, had been annihilated with extreme brutality, and who was behind it remained a mystery. They sacrificed 4 adventurer squads to hunt down Guvan, all for nothing. And now, he's just gone? "Captain, what exactly happened in the secret realm?" a team member anxiously asked on the other end of the phone. Inside the secret realm, an ancient colossal ice block seemed to have frozen everything, leaving no monsters alive. The man explored the realm, astonished. He even shattered the dungeon's boss. Seeing it frozen, he just wanted to make sure it was dead. He couldn't believe it fell with a single blow. No item drops, no experience points. It was clear someone had already taken care of it. Now that the dungeon and its boss have been cleared, and Guwan's team is out of the picture, the team member on the other end hesitantly asks a question. Will the dungeon break happen again today? His captain on the other end of the line was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ningfong has returned after clearing the desolate secret realm, but Duan is still locked away in the training room, working like crazy. Ningfong, surprised by his dedication, quickly pulled him out. Though Duan, only at level 45, felt ashamed, Ningfong casually patted his shoulder in encouragement. No need to rush. Rest up for a few days. I mainly wanted you to understand the mystic realm. Next week, I'll personally arrange some hellish special training for you. Relieved by Ningfeng's words, Duan finally let go of his worries, having feared he would be abandoned due to his poor performance. Now relieved, Duan eagerly ordered takeout to make up for the hardship of the past few days. Needing to unwind, Ningfeng was about to play a game when he received a message from Feng Yue. He then remembered that they had exchanged WeChat contacts last time. Unexpectedly, Feng Ngach invited Ningfeng to play a game, and at first he thought his account had been hacked, but it was really the genuine article. After a few rounds, Ningfeng realized that Feng Ngach's gaming skills surpassed most young people. Fuchengach proudly revealed that he had a grandson Ningfeng's age. He's so good at the game because he used to play it all night long with his grandson. So Ningfeng sent a voice message saying that after the college entrance exam, he would invite him to form a 3-person team with Feng Ngach. Feng Yue readily agreed, and with the phone off, Ningfeng was overjoyed. Feng Ngach was a true man, with great ability and high status in the government, so building a good relationship with him would make his path much smoother. Feng Ngach suddenly remembered something and sent another voice message saying that 3 top universities were preparing to organize a training camp for super rookies. Feng Ngach has 2 spots he wants to reserve for Ningfeng, who pauses in silence for a few moments. Before, with his newfound forbidden curse, college was the last thing on his mind. But now, he may face a powerful enemy, Ming Shen. Right now, Ningfeng has no combat experience, relying only on forbidden spells and instinct, and facing Ming Chen head-on could be disastrous. So, he changed his mind and agreed with Feng Yue. I'll hold both spots for you then. If you have a close friend, you can invite them to sign up together. Okay, thank you, Senior Vuong. Feng Yue put down his phone, looked at a photo of his grandson as a child, and muttered to himself, You two are quite similar. Maybe you can even become good friends. Not long after, Ningfeng returned to school, where students were huddled together, buzzing about the upcoming college entrance exam. This year, even regular universities have raised their standards, not to mention the top-tier ones. I hear failing students may have their graduation delayed, or even be sent to fight in non-professional combat. In the end, there's not much difference between a 3-star and a 1-star awakener. Unless you're as talented as Wang Yue and can get into a top university, you're all just average. This made the 3-star awakened male students in the class extremely jealous of Ningfeng, whom they always called a 1-star waste. The bell rang, and Chiwi walked in, bringing a new student with her. But to everyone's surprise, the new transfer student was none other than Chang Mukyu, and her beauty captivated the male students. Ningfeng immediately recognized her as Chang Mukyu, the one who was with Gu Yunzhou and Li Kei in the secret realm, and ranked 4th on the national Supernova list. Why would she come to a small place like this instead of staying at a top high school in a major city? The students erupted into chaos, but Chang Mumu's next request only made things worse. She wanted Chiwi to arrange for her to sit next to Ningfeng at the back of the class, and as soon as Chang Mukyu sat down, Ningfeng felt the eyes of everyone on him. The male students couldn't understand, first Wang Yue, now Chang Mukyu, why were they falling for a loser like Ningfeng? Of course you wouldn't understand, because I have the protagonist's aura. Ningfeng ignores their stares, finding Chang Mukyu a bit strange. Meanwhile, her transfer enrages Headmaster Zhang. He's come to settle the score with Headmaster Fuang of Ningfeng High School. Mothu's transfer has had a huge impact, not only stealing an excellent student, but also taking a special training slot with her. This year, the training camp only has 4 slots for the entire province, and their school already had 2. Now, Chang Mukyu's arrival means 1 more. Headmaster Fang is outwardly polite, but secretly gloating inside. As the two were talking, a knock came at the door, and the visitor announced that someone was here to see Headmaster Zhang as he couldn't be reached by phone. Who is it? I silenced my phone because Headmaster Zhang and I were discussing important matters. The person hesitated, then uttered, It's Feng Ngach. The esteemed elder Feng Ngach from the Adventurers Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, the faces of both headmasters immediately changed, and they went outside to respectfully greet Feng Yue. This unexpected opportunity sent chills down their spines. Who is Feng Yue? A legend whose name echoes through the heavens, someone they only ever see on TV. Feng Yue brings with him a bright and handsome young man, introducing him as his grandson, Feng Rue. Without hesitation, he announced that Feng Rue wished to transfer here to continue his studies, a statement that struck like a bolt from the blue. Not only Headmaster Huang, but even Headmaster Truong was stunned. The grandson of the great Pung Nyach wants to transfer to this tiny high school to continue his studies. This is clearly a dragon visiting a humble home. According to Headmaster Fuang's memory, Feng Due was also on the national Supernova rankings. He's ranked 12th as a dark bloodline knight. It's said that Feng Due was initially worried about being consumed by the dark power, so he didn't dare show his full strength. Otherwise, he could have easily made the top 5. So why did he choose this no-name school? Headmaster Chong gritted his teeth in anger. Those on the Supernova ranking were guaranteed spots in the training camp. If Feng Rue comes here, then this school will have another slot. Not only that, Feng Yue also announced that the Adventurer Management Bureau has 2 slots for students to participate in the training camp, and he has assigned them to students in the school. Headmaster Chong was even more astonished. On what basis? How could a backwater high school in the boonies get 3 or 4 slots in the training camp? He couldn't understand what they saw in this school. Now that Principal Fang had latched onto Feng Yi's coattails, he immediately turned on Principal Zhang, whom he had previously feared, and brazenly kicked him out. Principal Zhang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After he left, Feng Yi took his grandson to the principal's office to discuss things further, saying he wanted to give the 2 training slots to Ningfong from Class 253. This left Principal Fuang with serious doubts. Was Ningfong, fresh from awakening with a 1-star class, really qualified for the training camp? This is an arrangement from the Adventurer Management Bureau. You don't need to ask more. Although he had many questions, Headmaster Fang didn't dare to object to Feng Yi's words. The Bureau of Management is a specialized agency responsible for supervising adventurers, independent of the 7 major guilds nationwide, and wielding immense power. With Feng Yue's influence, anyone with the Bureau's backing has a bright future. Headmaster Fang couldn't understand why a useless student like Ningfong had such a powerful patron. But no matter, he didn't need to understand. He would simply do as Feng Yi had instructed. So, in addition to Chang Muxiu, Feng Rui also transferred directly to Ningfeng's class. Wang Yue, Xu Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu also transferred classes together. Ningfeng suddenly felt like some kind of strange creature. Opening his eyes, he found someone staring intently at him. Xu Ting sat down next to him, grinning from ear to ear. The reason is that the school contacted Zhao Cheng, but he reportedly gave up his spot in the training camp, so the ticket was transferred to her. Of the 2 slots that Feng Yi gave, one was for Zhou Jiangshu. Wang Yue is in the top 5, so she naturally has a spot. So, all the school representatives attending this year's training camp are now gathered around Ningfeng. Feng Rui quickly integrated into Zhou Jiangshu's group, even dissolving into it completely, while Chang Muqiu couldn't hide the daggers in her eyes as she looked at Wang Yue. She realized she wasn't the only one drawn to Ningfeng, pushing herself even harder to win his favor, even preparing a gift with the hopes of winning him over. The students couldn't process the scene before them. Why were all the super rookies gathered around a good-for-nothing like Ningfeng? But Ningfeng was already used to this nickname and didn't mind it. He only cared about one thing right now: Zhao Cheng. According to Xu Ting, he voluntarily gave up his spot at the training camp. How strange. Hasn't anyone noticed Zhao Cheng is missing? In truth, Zhao Cheng's father had been searching for him, but to no avail. He even hired a powerful expert to investigate, left with no choice but to wait anxiously. His assistant had helped Zhao Cheng get a long leave of absence to participate in special training, which is why Xu Ting got his spot in the training camp. The elder Zhao's face is grim as he tells his assistant not to disturb him unless it's important, then head straight to his son's room. The wall was covered with photos of Zhao Cheng from childhood to adulthood. He pressed hard on the wall, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Back at school, Feng Rui happily befriends Ningfeng, generously offering him a water element summoning spellbook, a spoil of his recent victory. If Ningfeng can use it, she's welcome to it. Summoning magic is a rare profession, so this skill book is hard to come by. Incredibly valuable. Feng Rui's generosity truly shows his status as a young master. Not only Feng Rui, but even Chang Muqiu had a gift. What she offered was also a battle mage skill book. This rare class and skill book are hard to come by, but Ningfeng can't learn either of them just yet. Before returning to school, he leveled up in the remaining wilderness secret realm, where something unexpected happened. It required a party of 5 to challenge. Ningfeng went alone and gained nothing, unable to level up or unlock new skills. But those skill books were too tempting, and he needed to build connections for gathering information. Later. And so, Ningfeng accepted their gifts, knowing he would return the favor with 20 high-level experience potions each. Chong Mu-Qiu realized this was Shangrui Guild's unique treasure, unaware that Ningfong and Shuwei could also produce it. She'd also heard that only key internal members of Shangrui received priority for these experience potions. Feng Rui's feelings were as complex as Chong Mu-Qiu's, knowing these elixirs were priceless on the market, yet Ningfong casually gave away 40. In that moment, they both had the same thought. They had to cling to this golden goose. Wang Yue, seeing the excitement, decided to join in the fun. She mimicked Chong Mu-Yu's tone and said she also had a welcome gift, to which Ningfeng looked weary. "Miss Wang, stop fooling around and just tell me what's going on." Wang Yue giggled and pulled out a vial of medicine, saying that it was a new formula Shu Wei had asked her to deliver to Ningfeng. He was a little surprised to see the potion in front of him shimmering. After taking the potion, Ningfeng immediately returned to Duan's residence. Since the school doesn't monitor the time of students participating in training camps, Duan can skip class if he wants. Duan is feeling heavy-hearted because Ningfeng said that after a week of rest, he can participate in the devil training. But more than a week passed without a word. Just when Duan thought he'd fallen out of favor, Ningfeng enthusiastically brought out the potion, saying it was for him. This tonic was painstakingly concocted by Zhu Wei, and it can heal internal injuries accumulated over time. Take this bottle first, and then we'll begin your hellish training. Duan's eyes lit up as he reached for the potion, his spirits soaring, thinking that the big boss hadn't abandoned him after all. Then he uncorked the bottle and gulped down the entire potion as if he had been dying of thirst. After finishing the tonic, Duan felt strangely invigorated, as if his entire body had been bathed in warm water, leaving him feeling lighter and more comfortable. Ningfeng nodded in approval, confirming it was indeed a good medicine. Previously, he was struck by a forbidden curse from the underworld god when he entered the mystic realm, leaving him with internal injuries. But after drinking a potion similar to Duan's, all his wounds seemed to heal. With the healing complete, Ningfeng asked Duan to be at his best, ready for some devilish training. Duan had been waiting for this day, eager to begin, but Ningfeng cautioned him that this training would be anything but simple. "If you ever feel unsure, be sure to follow my instructions closely." Duan tensed up, seeing the expert's serious demeanor. Immediately, Ningfeng used insight to scan him again. Before, Duan had 7 weaknesses, but now there's only 1, in his right lung, damaged from overuse of overloaded mana skills. However, it's recovering, which pleases Ningfeng greatly. "Duan, I'll start by telling you about your weaknesses. Then I'll focus my training on that." Duan listens intently, looking very serious. Ningfeng bluntly pointed out that the overloaded source energy skill wasn't suitable for him, as prolonged use would seriously damage his lungs, and secondly, that Duan was combining skills incorrectly. Your Lunar Beacon and Starfall Strike are powerful, but their combination is clumsy, a habit you must break. Beyond those 2 errors, Ningfeng pointed out even more flaws in Duan's fighting style, further impressing him. "The master truly has profound knowledge, seeing right through my problems at a glance." After pointing out all the areas for improvement, Ningfeng immediately threw Duan into a new special training session. This time, he was much more confident. The key to this hellish training was trapping Duan in an illusion created by Ningfeng's vision assault skill. And within that illusion, he reigns supreme. Duan has no hope of seizing control. The core of this training is to submerge Duan and gradually force his improvement. Fortunately, Ningfeng practiced this skill on those experimental subjects, so he can now control its power and prevent it from damaging Duan's consciousness. Though the pain was unavoidable, the progress was undeniable. As for Duan, he knew that Ningfeng was the only one in the world who could make him stronger. So, even with the pain racking his body, Duan struggled to his feet, determined not to disappoint the master. They fought on, Duan falling and rising, attacking again and again. This process went on for a long time, and only after sensing Duan's progress did Ningfeng let him return to her shadow training room. This time he faced simulated monsters from the God's Trial secret realm, and after his hellish training with Ningfeng, Duan's speed, senses, and fighting style had improved dramatically. He fought relentlessly, like a machine, clearing level after level until there were no more. Ningfeng's monster data had run out. Both Sulan and Feng Yi were astonished by Duan's rapid progress in such a short time, and after hearing Sulan say that he had cleared all the simulated secret realm levels, Duan collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he wiped them away, asking through sobs and laughter, "Master, have I succeeded?" Feng Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Ningfeng had transformed a 4th-level adventurer into this powerhouse in just 1 month, a true miracle. This further convinced him that his Adventurers Association needed to foster a good relationship with that mysterious master. Overwhelmed with excitement, Feng Ngach's head began to burn again. Seeing this, Sulan panicked, but for Feng Ngach, the pain of the flames was nothing compared to the excitement of watching Duan's battle. "Don't worry, as a mutant I'm already lucky to have lived this long," Feng Yi calmly reassured Sulan. After that, Sulan realized something. Elder Feng brought his grandson Feng Rui to Ningfong High School, not just to befriend talented people, but also to find a place for his grandson after he's gone. With this realization, Sulan felt her heart ache, wishing to ask the mysterious benefactor to help calm the flames of darkness within Feng Yue. But Feng Yi wasn't in a hurry. His priority was to have Duan conquer the god's trial secret realm, the most important thing right now. The next day, after resting, Duan followed Feng Yi to the Thuong Nui Guild. The heads of the 7 great guilds had been waiting for them, and Liu Yingjun, on behalf of all 7, respectfully welcomed Duan as an honored guest. With a serious expression, Duan observed each of them. These guild leaders, all 5th level or near 5th level powerhouses, were exceedingly proud. Even his master couldn't get them to greet him together like this back then. And now, a 4th stage powerhouse like Duan has them all gathered to welcome him. It seems the descent of a god has truly unsettled them. Perhaps only Ningfong can remain calm in the face of such divinity. Meanwhile, Hasu Wu was displeased. Why should he, a newly ascended 5th stage, have to roll out the red carpet for some 4th stage punk? Secretly, Xiao found Feng Yi even more irritating than the sight of Duan. Just an old man playing mysterious, never telling the 7 guilds anything. And the other guild leaders were just a bunch of hypocrites in his eyes, giving away their own Shangrui's secret realm to curry favor. Shameless. Even so, Xiao had no say in the matter. Resigned, he led the group to the secret realm's gate, but he didn't plan to make it easy for Duan. "Mr. Du, we heard you just finished training. Everyone here wants to witness the strength of a master. We hope you'll give us the chance to live stream your skills through the secret realm's formation." Clearly, they were waiting for an opportunity to humiliate Duan. Unexpectedly, Duan readily agreed, even preparing a phone to live stream the footage back to Ningfong. The guild leaders were incredibly tense upon learning that the mysterious leader was on the other end of the line. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure hailed as the continent's strongest, but feared incurring his wrath. Meanwhile, the enigmatic master munched on snacks in Duan's mansion, casually watching the live stream. At first, his speed was impressive. Decisive strikes and a killer gaze. He was definitely beyond 4th Revolution, and even Liu Yingjun had to admit that Duan's skill and speed might surpass her own. Even He Suvu no longer looks down on Duan. He'd believe it if he said he was a level 6. Duan fought with increasing fervor, first surpassing 30 levels of the Mystic Realm, then 40, and then 50, leaving the live viewers in awe. Little did they know, this young powerhouse, Duan, would shatter the records of even Lu Antran and Hasu Vu. Reaching the final level, Duan faced a monster similar to the one he fought in the simulation. And though it was a struggle, he finally defeated it. The final level, as Ningfong only provided monster data up to this point. But little did he know, this was also the final level of the actual secret realm. After Duan eliminated the target, a simulation window with a dazzling status message appeared before him. "Congratulations, you've successfully passed the trial." Not only Duan, but everyone else was astonished by this. They never imagined Duan would hack and slash his way to victory so easily. Duan himself is too overwhelmed to speak. As expected, his reward is the grace of the gods, which is actually a divine curse. Hasuwu is filled with envy and admiration. The god's grace is the reward for the first to clear the secret realm, meaning no one else can ever receive such a precious gift. All he could think was despicable. This was clearly his secret realm, yet the first clear reward went to some 4th-rate kid. The more Hasu-Wu thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth unconsciously. But everyone was focused on Duan, so no one paid him any attention. Duan is surrounded by a series of virtual windows as the system checks his talents. But unfortunately, after some investigation, the system reported that his profession wasn't complete enough to learn the god's forbidden spell. A strange turn of events that baffled not only Duan, but all the guild leaders. Only Ningfong had foreseen this. The Demon King's memories mentioned that the adventurers' classes in this space-time had not yet reached their optimal state. Unfortunately, Duan couldn't learn the god's forbidden spell either. Just as Ningfong was about to write off the reward as a waste, the system automatically adjusted it to suit Duan, and the forbidden spell became a divine imprint. Duan's class belongs to the power system blessed by the gods, the true spirit holy origin of the 12 main gods. Now, the system opens up 3 different career paths for Duan, and it's up to him to choose one of the 3 to advance. The first path is that of the Sword Saint, who uses their energy to control swords with decisive power, unleashing superior combat strength against formidable foes. The second path is the Limitless Combat Saint, who uses external assistance to amplify their strength, constantly seeking to unlock their ultimate combat potential, every fist and kick possessing extraordinary power. The final career path is the Martial Weapon Master, specializing in using all kinds of weapons to defeat opponents, even observing and comprehending enemy skills during combat. Since Duan's weapon is a short sword, he chooses the path of the Sword Spirit Master, and a mark immediately appears before him. The divine mark is formed from condensed divine power, containing the fundamental rules of power in the universe. But Duan, unafraid, focuses only on absorbing it. While Duan absorbed the divine mark, others noticed something else. The entire city sky was ablaze, shimmering as if gilded in gold. The completion of the god's trial raised the world's level. A notification displayed on a massive screen visible to everyone. As the sky lit up and strange symbols appeared, curious citizens recorded the scene, while Ningfong gazed from his window, savoring a feeling of unprecedented fulfillment. The system's Divine Trial Secret Realm quest is complete, and Ningfong can now wield its power. A short time later, Duan emerged from the Mystic Realm, now standing in a different position. The guild leaders here are no match for him now, a fact that Liu Yingjin also realizes. From now on, Duan's strength can no longer be measured by the 4 revolutions, or perhaps the limits of power in this world will be overturned by Duan's existence. Naturally, everyone wanted to get on the good side of such an outstanding powerhouse, so the guild leaders began inviting Zhangmu and Duan to join their guilds. But Duan wanted to be a free adventurer, and now only wants to follow Ningfeng, so he never considered joining a guild. He rushed home, and the moment he saw Ningfeng, tears streamed down his face. Boss. Oh, boss. Duan choked on his words, overcome with emotion. I really did it. I didn't let you down. Ningfeng gave him a thumbs up. This guy's built for battle, but he's soft on the inside. Your own efforts were also important. I won't take all the credit. Then, the 2 sat down to discuss the divine mark. Ningfeng hadn't gotten a good look at it over the phone, but he drew the mark from memory, and it matched the one Duan received. You recognize this symbol? Duan asked, surprised. Yeah, I picked one up in a dungeon once and gave it to Wang Yue. Silence fills the air. Duan felt a pang of resentment. He risked life and limb to break through the secret realm for that divine mark, yet Ningfeng casually gave it away. Suddenly, Duan grew serious, feeling his efforts were still not enough. While on the other side, Ningfeng was very doubtful. Duan said that divine imprints are formed by condensed divine power. Could it be that because he also has divine power, he was able to create a similar imprint in an ordinary secret realm? Though reluctant to admit it, Ningfeng realizes the evil god is still a god. He also takes note of something else. The 12 main gods mentioned when Duan chose his career path. Could it be that Ningfeng now faces not 1, but 12 formidable enemies? Duan mentioned that the 7 major guilds have already begun searching for more trial realms to find the divine marks. He asserts that soon, not only the major guilds, but all guilds will join this race. Ningfeng is silent. Duan has completed the trial. The system also confirms that the quest is complete, meaning he can wield its power by controlling those who cleared the trial. But what if those who passed the trial are his enemies? The God-given mark sounds impressive, but it's actually a minor issue. What troubles Ningfeng the most is that after passing the secret realm trial, people can learn forbidden spells. And if these spells fall into the wrong hands, they'll pose a great threat to him. Furthermore, if his existence is exposed to the 12 main gods, Ningfeng will be in even bigger trouble. The only way to solve this is to make everyone who passes the trial his own. But how is he supposed to do that? It sounds like a difficult task. Seeing Ningfeng's silence, Duan spoke again, cautiously. Boss, there's actually one more thing. I don't know if I did the right thing. What happened? Duan recounted the situation, explaining that after he cleared the trial, He Su Wu was the first to demand repayment. According to their contract, the Thuong Nui Guild had the right to reclaim all the rewards Duan received from the trial. A powerhouse like Duan wasn't particularly eager for those items anyway. So, besides the divine seal he'd already absorbed, Duan quickly returned all the loot to Hasuwu, though the latter clearly wasn't happy. No, you have to leave the divine imprint for me, or you're not leaving here. Though unspoken, the words were written all over his face. Hasuwu sighed, swallowing his anger. Duan had already absorbed the divine imprint, and there was no way to get it back. Meanwhile, the other guild leaders were dazzled by the pile of equipment. All orange-grade items, high-level gems, and most importantly, the recipe for Oblivion Potion. This potion can erase a chosen skill, returning its slot to an empty state. And skill slots are precious because they're not easy to upgrade. In fact, a person's choice of skills directly determines their future. With the Elixir of Oblivion, they can eliminate old skills and acquire new, more advanced ones. Haseowu clutched the potion's recipe, barely containing his satisfied grin. This was the elixir that could change the world. He felt that if he could monopolize the Forgetfulness Potion formula, his mercenary guild could attract even more powerful individuals, and their strength would soon surpass the remaining guilds. The only problem now is keeping Duan, the only one who's seen the formula, from revealing it. Mr. Duan, according to your contract, you must keep the formula for the Oblivion Potion confidential. Hijau moved to strike a deal, even offering substantial compensation for Duan's silence. Let me be clear. Slowly, Duan replied, I saw this formula with the mysterious benefactor. It's exactly the same. Even if I don't reveal it, they'll still create this potion. The guild leaders were stunned by this information. Hazuvu was the first to regain his composure. He'd had people investigate, and the rewards for the first to clear the trial dungeon were all unique, with no prior records. So it was absurd for Duan to claim that the mysterious master already possessed the Forgetfulness Potion formula. Mr. Do, do you have any proof of what you're saying? Duan remained silent for a few seconds, leading Hashyu to believe he had nothing left to say. His confidence quickly returns. He won't let anyone take what belongs to him. Unfortunately for them, Duan then spoke up. I'm not in a position to prove anything on his behalf, but if you want proof, fine. The master also knows your high-level experience potion formula, and he's been brewing it for a long time. Duan's words, though light as a feather, petrified Hishyu on the spot as he muttered, How is this possible? And the other guild leaders couldn't hide their shock at his words. Holy crap, the mysterious boss even knows about things from the trial secret realm. Is Duan so powerful because he used that potion too? It seems proximity to the king grants favors. Seeing their commotion, Mr. Feng Yue simply stroked his beard and smiled, recalling Feng Rai mentioning that Ningfong had casually given him and Chang Mu-Qiu 40 bottles of experience potion upon their first meeting. Now Feng Nach understands. Ningfong simply didn't value the elixir. He's now even more certain that his decision to have his grandson transfer schools was absolutely correct. Doubtful, Duan excused himself and Feng Nach from the group. On their way back, Feng asked, unable to contain his curiosity, Mr. Du, does that mysterious master have other elixirs? My body has been increasingly weakened by the erosion of dark power. Feng Yue wasn't one to beg, but he truly wanted to live a few more years with Feng Rui, which is why he had to ask for help. Duan wasn't sure and could only promise to ask for him when he returned. That's what was on his mind now. Honestly, Ningfong wasn't stingy with Feng Nach. He still had some of that nourishing medicine, but he didn't know if it would really work for him. Find some time to give Senior Feng a few bottles of nourishing medicine and tell him to try it. Duan listened to Ningfeng and quickly brought the medicine to Feng Gach's workplace, but Tulam said that he had gone to attend an important conference. Duan could only leave the medicine with Su Lan, who took it to Feng Yue's home after work, but no one answered the door. So Lam assumed Feng Due wasn't home and dejectedly left, unaware that he was being consumed by dark power. Don't you want to save your grandfather? I can help you if you just submit to me. Feng Rui is consumed by the evil power, its demonic voice tearing at his sanity. Feng Rui struggles to resist. He is Feng Yue's grandson. How could he betray humanity and make a deal with a demon? The dark power, seeing Hung Du's weak resistance, grew even more excited, its laughter echoing incessantly. Ha ha, weak humans love to bind themselves with strange rules. Let's see how long you can stay stubborn. I hope you can still say that when your grandfather dies in front of you. Although Feng Rui barely resisted being consumed, it struck his deepest vulnerability. The next morning, Feng Rui sat alone and dazed in the stadium. Ningfeng happened to find him, and one glance told him that Feng Rui was not in a good mood. To lift his spirits, Ningfeng suggests a simple game, but unexpectedly, Feng Rui refuses. Sorry, my grandpa doesn't want me playing games at school. Ningfeng doesn't push him. Fine, then let's wait for Senior Feng to come back and we'll make a trio. Feng Yue's skills are truly something else. They really opened my eyes back then. Speaking of Feng Ngach, Feng Du felt even more dejected. His grandfather only learned to play games to get closer to him. When Feng Rui was young, his parents sacrificed themselves during a mission, a devastating blow that caused him to become withdrawn, quiet, and isolated in his room. At the time, not knowing how to comfort his grandson, Feng Yue secretly learned to play the games Feng Rui liked so they could spend time together. When Feng Due was at his weakest, Feng Yach patiently pulled him from the darkness, which is why Feng Due loved his grandfather so much. Ningfong listened intently as Feng Rui poured his heart out, easily understanding the source of his sadness. Meanwhile, Feng Rui is attending an important meeting concerning two adventurers named Bing Jia and Gu Ying. Bing Xia, a rank 4 Tier 3 adventurer, was arrested 10 years ago for intentionally inflicting grievous bodily harm in a mystic realm and sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, he mysteriously disappeared from prison while serving his sentence 6 years ago. The other one, Gu Ying, is also a 4-star 3rd-level adventurer and was once a monitored mutant who mysteriously vanished from prison 5 years ago. A few days ago, these two were reported to have appeared at the old Ha Gang residence in Xingyuan City, where they brutally murdered 2 adventurers and their families, leaving no survivors. The 2 fallen adventurers were once part of the team that hunted down the Ha Gang, making his motive for revenge crystal clear. But one thing remains a mystery. Why did these 2 4-star adventurers lose to 2 3-star criminals? And why did they stand by and watch their families get slaughtered without a fight? The council then reviewed surveillance footage from one of the adventurers' homes, capturing the battle, and revealing Gu Ying's shocking power. Though reported as a 3-star 4th-level warrior, his movements suggest he's surpassed the 5th level long ago. Even Lord Fu Yu feels he might not be a match in direct combat, so those 2 adventurers stood no chance. A 3-star suddenly jumping to 5. What has he been through in the years he's been missing? It seems Gu Ying and Bang Ha are connected to the Xiao family. Xiaosheng's father hired them to find his son, and though they haven't, the gang sensed an incredibly powerful dark force during their search. Bang Ha believes that those who wield dark power can only do so through a demon lord's blessing. Like the recent deaths in Qinyu City, mere pawns of a demon lord. But those with true talent are personally summoned by a demon king for instruction. In other words, they lose contact with the outside world and train in a secret realm for a long time. He and Gu Ying had been in similar situations before. This is why Bang Xia suspects Zhao's son is like them, chosen by a demon lord and granted the right to enter a secret realm to cultivate. I only know that Xiao Chong was performing some kind of ritual. Could what you're saying be related to that? The man surnamed Chong asked, half in doubt. I'm not sure, but I did check the dark room your son used for his rituals. It truly is a ritual for communicating with the gods. The arrangement is flawless. Old Xiao finally felt relieved, unaware that his son had already been taken care of by Ningfong. Afterwards, Bang Xia handed Xiao Cheng's father a business card, saying that after dinner they wanted him to send them to the address on it. Looking for someone? Yes, we're here to visit our future junior disciple. Their target is none other than Feng Rui, who sits dejectedly in his room, gazing at the night sky, his mind filled with memories of his parents' death. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Without thinking, Feng Rui opened it, only to see Bang Xia and Gu Ying. Because Feng Yue hadn't brought back news from the conference, Feng Rui had no idea who these 2 men were. Are you Feng Rui? Xiaobang spoke first. That's right, let's go inside and talk. Bang Xia casually gestured towards Feng Rui's living room. But by now, the young master sensed something was wrong. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from the 2 men. Who exactly are you? With a serious expression, Feng Rui asked, I'm here on behalf of your master, so you'll have to call us senior brothers from now on. Dazed, Feng Rui asks, Who's the master? You don't have a master. You must have met our master yesterday, right? Bing Xia's words brought Feng Du to a sudden realization. So they're connected to the dark power that tried to consume him last night. And now that he looks closer, he can see that power behind them. Feng Rui immediately went into battle mode, but unfortunately, even with his youth and talent, he was no match for these 2 demons. Bang Ha grabbed Feng Rui with one hand and slammed him into the wall. To dare attack his senior. What an impolite brat. Feng Rui grit his teeth and fought back, but the difference in strength was too great. Never in his life had he been beaten so badly. Bing Xia is here today on his master's orders, who said that Feng Due is young and doesn't understand, so he wanted him to come and persuade him. But after only a few words, Feng Du wanted to fight, which annoyed Bing Xia. His strength wasn't enough to kill Feng Rui, but it was enough to leave him struggling in pain. According to Bang Xia, his master thought highly of Feng Rui, willing to grant him great power and save Feng Yi from the corrosion of dark energy. If Feng Rui agrees, he could become a powerful figure at the peak of fame. But you can never trust the words of thugs. Moreover, Feng Yue was born into a family with traditions, making him even less susceptible to the dark side's temptations. While Bang Xia restrained Feng Rui, Gu Ying searched the house. They seemed disappointed to find Feng Yue was not home, and Xiagang said he wanted to greet old Feng personally. But Feng Rui knows exactly what they mean by greeting. They can't hurt his grandfather. Though drained of strength, hearing his grandfather mentioned, Feng Rui thrashed relentlessly. Bang Xia released him, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Feng Rui's injuries were severe, as Bang Ha looked down upon him, as if he were an ant. They say sacrificing a loved one can unlock a powerful dark force. Feng Rui's life is in my hands, and I'll give you 3 days to think it over. They threatened that if Feng Rui agreed to acknowledge their master, they would let everything go. But if he refused, they wouldn't hesitate to send Feng Yi to his grave. This left Feng Rui in utter despair, while Ningfong, oblivious, continued to clear dungeons. This time, he's come to the copy of the Wilderness Tribe dungeon to gain experience, and his combat power and battle experience are steadily increasing. He quickly defeats the boss, but Ningfong feels no sense of accomplishment after completing the dungeon. Unable to find a suitable place to level up these days, he has no choice but to accumulate combat experience in these ordinary secret realms. But the main quest, that little accident, only has 43 days left to complete. If he doesn't reach the second stage soon, Ningfong is done for. He seriously wonders if he should take on the recently discovered dungeons. Lost in thought, Ningfong receives a call from Duan, who sounds hesitant as if he's struggling to say something. Boss. Senior Feng. He wants to become the mysterious master's disciple. After hearing the details, Ningfong rushed to City No. 2 Hospital. While Feng Rui and Ningfong spoke in the hospital room, Duan and Feng Yi were also talking outside. For Feng Yi, who was already so old, the idea of becoming a disciple was almost laughable. But the Frost faction and Ancient Eagles are indeed extremely dangerous elements that seriously affect social order. The country values this issue but has no reliable solution. Having run out of options, Feng Yue placed his hopes on the mysterious leader's help, never expecting that after asking Duan, the leader would immediately agree. Before coming here, Ningfong had also carefully instructed Duan to tell Feng Yue that this wasn't an apprenticeship, but rather he was simply looking for an opportunity to help Feng Yue with special training. He couldn't reveal his identity, and besides, how could Ningfong accept someone old enough to be his grandfather and as renowned as Feng Yue as his disciple? Mr. Do, does the mysterious master have any requests? Duan quickly conveyed Ningfeng's basic requirements. A private training space, not too large, but most importantly, discreet for his own use and for Feng Yat's special training. This was no problem at all, and he immediately agreed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the hospital room. Hey, what are you doing here? They both rushed towards Feng Rui's room. As expected, Bang Ha and Gu Ying shamelessly showed up with a basket of fruit, feigning concern for the sick. As soon as they saw Feng Rui, they put on an act saying, "It's all our fault for hitting you too hard that day, junior brother, and landing you in the hospital. Our senior brother has been worried sick and wanted to check on you, and to atone for what happened." Though they apologize, their expressions betray a lack of remorse. Furthermore, Bang Ha kept calling him senior brother, which grated on Feng Rui's nerves. "You dare show your faces here?" Feng Nagak bursts in, transforming into his skeletal form, ready for a showdown with these two, but the gang members show no fear, calmly questioning him. "Senior Feng, you wouldn't actually attack me here, would you?" Seeing his demeanor, Feng Ngach hesitated to act. Frankly, with his power, even if he did attack, victory wouldn't be assured. Seeing the hesitation in Feng's eyes, his underlings grew even more defiant. They packed up and left without a word, reminding Feng Rui that he had less than 2 days to think it over. As they left the hospital room, they encountered Duan, and Gu Ying brazenly spat on his chest. If Duan wasn't usually so calm, it might have started a brawl. Mr. Du apologized sincerely as Feng Gach bowed his head, expressing his remorse to Duan. He immediately waved his hands, as this wasn't his fault anyway. Contrary to everyone's serious demeanor, Ningfong seemed carefree. He even wanted to throw the fruit basket those two hooligans had brought. That night, Bang Ha and Gu Ying returned to the Xiao family home. They threw a party with Zhao Cheng's father, seeking beautiful women for entertainment, and in his drunken stupor, Bang Xia suddenly remembered something. He'd heard that the young miss of the Wang Corporation, Wang Yue, was quite beautiful, and so he wanted to make her his plaything. Seeing this, Zhao Cheng's father eagerly chimed in, "You mean Wang Yue?" Originally, Xiao Cheng wanted to offer her as a sacrifice, but if you want her, she's yours. Bang Xia was overjoyed. He threw his head back and laughed, but his moment of triumph was cut short by a piercing sound. The main gate of the Zhao family was destroyed. Stepping inside were Ningfong and Duan, masked to conceal their identities. Duan signaled for the others to leave, wanting only Bang Ha and Ko-Ung to remain. The two thugs were not intimidated by these masked strangers calling them out by name, but rather, they were even more excited. Bang Ha glanced at Gu Ying, then leisurely took another sip of wine as Gu Ying understood his senior brother's intent and lunged at Duan, launching the first attack. He thought this would be as easy as before, but Duan easily blocked his full-force attack. Even after just one exchange, Duan could already gauge his opponent's strength. This scoundrel has indeed surpassed the 5th level. If not for Ningfeng's special training and the absorption of the divine imprint, I would have been killed in one move. On the other hand, Gu Ying seemed confused that Duan blocked his attack, immediately imagining a worst-case scenario. Duan blocking his attack. The mage Ningfeng is in the rear, ready to strike, but the scenario he fears never materializes. Instead, Ningfeng casually found a seat, opened a bag of chips, and began to watch with great interest. His nonchalant attitude was the biggest blow to Gu Ying. Seeing Gu Ying lose focus, Duan lands a powerful blow, reminding him that he is his opponent. Gu Ying stumbles back, immediately arming himself. Fueled by rage, he lunges forward, his formidable power aimed at Duan once more, a blow that could shatter the bones of a healthy man. Luckily, Duan was a formidable opponent himself, and the two were evenly matched in a tense battle. Xiaocheng's father and his mistresses could only cower to the side, trembling. Though Duan said bystanders could leave, they were too afraid to move, seeing the situation. Seeing Bang Ha's volatile and enraged state, even drawing his weapon, Xiao realized the gravity of the situation, while Ningfeng remained nonchalantly munching on snacks. It wasn't until Bang Ha's blade came down that Ningfeng raised his sword to block it, the weapons clashing with a deafening sound and blinding sparks. Fully armed, Bang Ha looks even more formidable. Meanwhile, Ningfeng wields a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, with no other visible equipment. But this dual wielding isn't just a random tactic. He possesses the passive skill, dual wielding instinct, a forbidden dark magic that doubles all attributes when using both magical and melee weapons. Ningfeng's aura suddenly shifts, giving Bingxia pause. He's never encountered such a powerful battle mage before. Ningfeng attacks first, forcing his opponent back several steps. Though his attacks are fierce, Bingxia feels they lack power, as if his opponent is an inexperienced rookie. On the other hand, he sensed that Ningfeng was deliberately acting clumsy. Surely he was hiding some kind of scheme, so Bingxia had to be even more cautious. But dodging can only last so long. He must find an opening to counterattack. Once again, they close in on each other. Ningfeng's sword, though thin, is a match for Bingxia's blade, and while the latter grits his teeth, Ningfeng appears effortless. After a long bout of close combat, Bingxia was clearly at a disadvantage. He knew his opponent was hiding something, but he didn't expect Ningfeng to get stronger as the fight went on. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Bingxia temporarily sued for peace. "Wait, I don't know who you are, but can't we sit down and talk this out? You and I are both strong. We don't need to fight to the death." Ningfeng coldly replied, "Because my goal is for you to die, and for me to live." Bang Ha had already humbled himself to beg for peace, but his opponent's cold response ignited his rage. "Don't get cocky. To my master, you're nothing but an insect." "Oh, so your master is that labyrinth demon king?" Ningfeng asked, feigning interest. Bangxia nodded furiously, boasting that his master possessed unrivaled power. Not even human adventurers, but countless demon lords in the secret realm have fallen before him. And his favorite thing to do is turn the bones of his strongest enemies into exquisite ornaments. Baha embellished the story, hoping to scare Ningfeng. "Your master has defeated a demon king before, and he likes to collect their bones?" "That's right." Xiaobang thought Ningfeng was scared and chuckled, but he was met with a look of anticipation. "Where is your master?" At that moment, Feng A arrived with Su Lan and two others, having received reports of Xiaobang and Gu Ying's appearance. Reaching the building, he used detection magic to scout the top-floor apartment. He could clearly see Bang Ha fighting a stranger who was clearly struggling. Meanwhile, Ningfeng seemed unfazed, his stats steadily increasing. Unbeknownst to him, it was Ningfeng. He only sensed the man's overwhelming power, his simple yet dominant techniques. When Ningfeng's stats all reached 80, he was swallowed whole by the ice monster. A giant mouth with razor-sharp teeth emerging from its belly, consuming him completely. To think I'd be forced to use this move, how troublesome. Using it comes at a price. The sudden shift in the situation startled Feng Gach. Meanwhile, Gu Ying was still busy facing off against Duan. Seeing Ningfeng swallowed, he tried to provoke Duan, hoping he would lose his composure out of worry, but unfortunately, Duan firmly believed in Ningfong, and partly because he was no stranger to Ningfeng's abilities. On the contrary, Gu Ying lost his focus and was slashed across the chest. "You're not worthy to worry about the boss, and neither are you," Gu Ying roared. Meanwhile, after seeing his subordinate swallow Ningfeng's attack, the old Xiao finally felt safe enough to get up from his hiding place. "Mr. Bang, you're too strong. These small fries are no match for you." Old man Xiao never expected to pay for that flattery with his life. Finding an outlet for his rage, Bingxia cleaved old Zhao in two with a single strike. "You're the one who's trash." He scoffed, his body now completely transformed, bearing no trace of his former human self. Having transformed, Bang Ha planned to devour more adventurers to replenish his strength, turning his gaze towards Feng Ngach's surveillance orb. Seeing Bingxia's gaze turn towards him, Lao Feng knew he'd been discovered. Before the transformation, they already struggled to win. Now that he's like this, they'll all be goners if they don't escape. Unfortunately for Bang Ha, his vision of devouring Elder Feng was far off, because just as he was about to attack, his abdomen exploded. Ningfong emerged, majestic as a god, tearing through his body. Ningfong is unscathed, while Bang Ha lies defeated, his body torn apart, and Gu Ying can no longer focus on Duan. As a result, he was defeated with a single move, leaving Gu Ying barely alive. But Ningfong wasn't about to let him off that easily. He still had questions for this wretch. Soon after, trouble arose in the Blood Mist Dark Valley secret realm with someone intruding at the entrance. Predictable, really. Ningfong interrogated Gu Ying about the location of their master, a demon lord whose strength remains unknown, but whose presence is undeniable. When an intrusion alarm sounds, he knows his enemies have come for him, and that Bang Ha and Koang's soul energy has been shattered. Before his demise, Gu Ying activated his soul energy, allowing the Demon King to vaguely hear a few words. Ningfeng's final question was about the location of their master. "My master is in the Yuzu Mountain secret realm, and he will avenge us." After Ningfeng arrived, the Demon King immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat. He knew that whoever defeated his gang and Gu Ying was no pushover, and these little devils were no match for him. After the little gatekeeper retreated, the Demon King finally sighed. Though his subordinates were loyal in this situation, he could only rely on his own strength. The skulls on his armor flashed as a new blood-red skull emerged on his chest, which the Demon King caressed like a treasure. Many years ago he was just an ordinary Demon King, but he stumbled upon the venom of a high-level Demon King. It not only granted him immense power, but also taught him how to manipulate people. With its help, he could defeat his old enemies and turn them into sacrifices. He doesn't know who's coming this time, but he feels that no matter who it is, they'll only add to his collection of bones. Meanwhile, Ningfeng is also quite disoriented, as the dense fog in this secret realm makes it impossible to see. Using a forbidden spell, Ningfeng summons a massive thunderstorm to clear the path, only to find it even more obscured than before, and he hasn't even encountered a single monster to practice on. After walking a bit further, the system notified him that it had detected the subtle, mysterious poison. Ningfeng was immediately overjoyed. The poison did exist here, and it seemed undamaged. Following its aura, he trudged along, finally spotting the Demon King with the luminous medium-grade remnant poison inside a skull in his hand. But the once imposing Demon King now resembled a charred statue. Even when Ningfeng snatched the skull from his grasp, he couldn't resist. Most likely, he'd been turned into a charred lump by Ningfeng's thunderous storm. Little did they know, Ningfeng effortlessly crushed the master of the demons Bang Ha and Gu Ying. As for Ningfeng, after absorbing the venom, all of his attributes increased by 100 points. Even without using any skills, Ningfeng could crush most adventurers. Plus, his level jumped to 43, and he can now learn new skills. Ningfeng retrieves the Water Element Summoning Skill Book, a bit wary that this forbidden summoning spell might conjure a demon lord, or something similar. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Ningfeng immediately chose to learn the skill. As usual, his skill is automatically converted into a dark, forbidden technique, and the Water Element Summoning ability becomes the Dark Gate skill. When used, it opens a gate of darkness, continuously summoning dark creatures for 12 hours. Or, Ningfeng can summon a high-ranking demon lord with no time limit. Ningfeng laughed wryly. "You guessed it. This skill is way too obvious. I'm trying to hide my identity, and opening a dark gate to summon dark creatures is like shouting who I am to the world." However, the second ability, to summon a high-ranking demon lord indefinitely, doesn't seem bad either. Ningfeng felt this was less obvious, and he wanted to try it when he had the chance. Back to the matter of the Xia and Ancient Eagle gangs. After their demise, Old Feng kept thanking Duan profusely, knowing that he and the mysterious leader had personally taken action. Su Lan, standing nearby, was also happy, relieved that everything had gone smoothly, as high-ranking officials and adventurers had been quite suspicious of the mysterious leader's identity. But after Feng A risked his own life to vouch for him, they were willing to trust his judgment, and all doubts about the mysterious leader were put to rest. Most importantly, the Bang's threat and Gu Ying have been eliminated, and after this battle, Ningfeng's reputation has soared. Regarding his need for a secluded training location, the officials wasted no time, scouting and selecting several suitable sites. They sought training facilities meticulously built by the state, boasting excellent environments and equipment, while ensuring privacy without outside interference. Though Feng Ningach described each location in detail, Duan didn't dare decide for Ningfong. The reason he wanted a special training space was to hide his true training methods from the outside world. So Duan could only bring back the information on those special training locations for Ningfeng to choose himself. The next day, they visited the most up-to-standard training facility, and Ningfeng was immediately overwhelmed by its massive scale. According to Duan, this is the nation's newly built exploration base, codenamed Fai1. It's never been used, but if Ningfeng needs it, the nation can hand it over to him directly. All of this? Ningfeng asked in stunned disbelief. That's right, Duan confirms that this training base is a massive 10-story building. The interior includes training areas, offices, entertainment, living quarters, and more, with a capacity of up to 2,000 people. The facilities here are top-notch. Everything is fully built and managed by an intelligent control system. If Ningfeng wanted, he could live here for a year or two without any problems. They toured the base, and Ningfeng was extremely pleased. It was perfect for secluded cultivation and strengthening his abilities. Even without knowing how to use it, the quality infrastructure alone was enough to pique his interest. With the tour complete, the two returned to meet Feng Yi. Old Peng had already guessed that the mysterious leader would be pleased with this base. After all, he and Duan were benefactors who saved Qinyu City twice, Longbow City once, and eliminated the Xia Gang and the Ancient Eagle threats. Therefore, the government is paying special attention to them, even offering full support from that massive base, free of charge, just requiring a signed confirmation. The leader doesn't like dealing with trivial matters, so leave the base management to me and senior brother Ning. Duan spoke up. Since they still need to hide Ningfeng's identity, he reluctantly became Duan's senior brother. Nodding, Feng Yu was eager to assist the mysterious leader in any way possible, even helping him establish a guild if he wished. Which reminded Duan that Ningfeng had once mentioned something similar, but he needed a way to gather information quickly without forming a guild. The mysterious leader isn't good with the internet or anything like that, so how can we get information quickly, Senior Feng? That's easy. For national-level powerhouses like you, the government can arrange a special information channel. It just lacks confidentiality, as all information can be shared with the government simultaneously, Feng Ngok replied. Of everything he said, Ningfeng only focused on the phrase national-level powerhouse. It seems his status in the country has risen from the bottom to the very top. Compared to the effort he and Duan put into gathering intelligence, the government's information channels were far more effective. Of course, Ningfeng had no intention of relying solely on these sources. He plans to develop additional channels in the future. As for establishing a guild, Ningfeng has considered it, but there would be too much to manage. Since he has plenty of high-end resources, perhaps he could build the base into a different model later on. After signing the confirmation agreement, Duan and Ningfong headed home. On the way back, Duan reminded Feng Yue that his training was scheduled for next week. Just as Feng Yue's phone rang, his subordinate called to report several mysterious disappearances, similar to what happened to Hagang and Koang years ago, making them fear that such beings will reappear in the future. Hearing this, Old Feng felt a chill in his heart. Even with the special training from the mysterious leader, his old body couldn't handle all the enemies. Feng Yue was troubled, wishing there was a way to quickly cultivate more powerhouses like Duan. That evening, when Feng Yue returned home, Feng Rui was already waiting. Next to him, an open suitcase with half-packed belongings. Where are you going? Feng Rui nodded excitedly as the training camp was about to begin. Feng had arranged a special training course for 5 people, including Feng Rui, and they would depart the day after next. Feng Gach couldn't believe the mysterious benefactor would be so generous as to nurture all these children. And in his excitement, he burst into flames again. Grandpa, you're burning up again, Feng Du said anxiously. Feng Yue waved his hand, indicating it was nothing to worry about. He'd been taking the medicine Duan brought, and his body was clearly improving, though he still couldn't fully control his dark power. What mattered more to Feng Gach was who Ningfeng had invited to the special training. probably just a few close friends. Besides his grandson, they must all be people Feng Xia has known for a long time. Rui's answer made Feng Gach even happier, proving the mysterious leader was willing to take care of newcomers. Old Feng's worries were somewhat relieved. With the mysterious leader's guidance, he believed these youngsters would soon achieve the strength to confront the dark forces. With his worries eased, Feng Ningach was even more enthusiastic than his grandson, busying himself all night preparing Feng Rui for the training camp, reminding him to listen to Ningfong. 2 days later, Feng Rui was brought to the base by his grandfather, while Wang Yue and the others arrived later. Xu Ting looked around cautiously before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ningfong didn't invite Chang Mukyu as well. They were stunned by the scale of the base, which even dwarfed the main bases of the 7 great guilds. Wang Yue wondered how Ningfong had found such an amazing base. Ningfong made up a story, saying the owner was an elder in his family. Everyone believed him except Wang Yue, who was suspicious. They'd been childhood friends, but she'd never heard Ningfong mention any elders. Since his awakening, Ningfong has become increasingly mysterious, but Wang Yue believes he would never harm her, so she doesn't want to expose him. Once everyone is gathered, Ningfong introduces Duan as the person in charge of this special training. Before Zhu Jiangshu and the others could react, Feng Rui nervously spoke up. "Senior Du, hello." Duan was incredibly kind and cheerful with the group, which only made Wang Yue and the others more curious. "Feng Rui, you know this Senior Duan? You look like you're about to meet your mother-in-law." "You don't know him?" Feng Rui asked, and they all shook their heads. Feng Due quickly informs them that Duan was the first to pass the trial of the gods, even stronger than Liu Yingjun. The others are immediately intimidated, never imagining the gentleman before them was so extraordinary. The atmosphere quickly turned serious as Duan led them to the special training room, unaware that he was the reason their spirits had been lifted. Ningfeng silently watches them from above. This base is incredibly sturdy. This special training room is well disguised, so even if he uses forbidden magic, he won't have to worry about being discovered. Bringing Wang Yue's group here for special training was a recent idea of Ningfeng's. He's too lazy to form a guild, but nurturing powerful individuals is feasible. If he holds resources and power and chooses trustworthy members, he can create an alliance. Less cumbersome than a guild, but with far greater quality. Wang Yue is considered one of the most promising talents here, yet she's already being put through the ringer in training. Throughout her battles since awakening, Wang Yue had never felt such terrifying suppression. Thankfully, this was just special training. If that were a real attack, Wang Yue might have lost her will to fight. She believes that Ningfeng's rapid progress is due to overcoming such brutal trials. As for Zhou Jiangshu and Xu Ting, neither of them are supernovae. They've never expected to surpass others' talents through hard work alone. But then, Ningfeng appeared, giving them hope. So they're ready to give this special training everything they've got. As for Feng Rui, this young man's will is even stronger. The young master doesn't want to rely on his grandfather's protection for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he knew the dire situation Feng Ngach was in, so he wanted to protect him even more. And then there was Tunugui. Though this brother is inscrutable, his determination is plain to see. Their performance pleases Ningfeng, and he feels vindicated in his decision to bring them here for special training. The 5 of them truly gave it their all, and even someone as physically fit as Zhou Jiangshu felt like he'd been tortured for centuries. The training room door opened, and Duan entered with a serious expression. "That's all for today's training. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, I'll guide you through targeted training." That night, they gathered to eat and rest, and Wang Yue felt that even though the special training had just begun, she had already gained more than in the previous years combined. Indeed, relying solely on one's own understanding makes it impossible to discover one's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Feng Rui was more silent than the others, because he felt the dark power within him was acting strangely today. During the special training, Feng Rui used all his strength, but there was no sign of him losing control like before. Though everyone had their own feelings, Xu Ting's emotions were the strongest. While everyone chatted happily, she collapsed on the table. Xu Ting and Zhou Jiangshu had been under immense pressure lately, according to Wang Yue. Because their school got several slots in the Supernova training camp, rumors spread online. Most people thought Xu Ting and Zhou Jiangshu were mediocre and didn't deserve to be there. Many even suspect they used connections to get in, threatening to teach them a lesson at the training camp, but only one person dared to defend Ningfeng's group amidst the comments. They looked up the information, and it turned out to be Thuong Mok Thu. It seems this girl has truly been captivated by Ningfeng's strength. To comfort Xu Ting and encourage everyone, Ningfeng promised them a gift in a few days, as long as they trained hard. That night, Ningfeng sat on his bed, deep in thought. When he absorbed the memories of the Demon King, he gained quite a bit of information. In fact, there were a total of 7 evil gods born from dark power, and they were the gods that all the monsters in the secret realm believed in. But the owner of the memory he absorbed was different from those 7. This figure, known as the evil god, was once one of the 12 chief gods, also known as the all-powerful law god. He and the other 11 chief gods led their clans to destroy the 7 evil gods, preventing the monsters of the world from invading the world of light. But unexpectedly, this omnipotent magic god, freed from the threat of darkness, became obsessed with researching dark power. Ultimately, he succumbed to madness, but fortunately, the remaining 11 gods intervened in time. The battle between the omnipotent magic god and the remaining 11 was no match, and he was forced to flee, becoming a dark god. This legend has long been told in the world of light, and everyone believes it. However, the dark demons have a completely different legend. Once freed from the threat of darkness, the gods' dependents gradually lost their sense of danger. And so, their faith waned, and they no longer believed in the gods enraging the divine beings. So they created their own kin, solely to gain more power through faith. Thus, the gods increasingly encouraged their kin to attack each other, using them as tools for amusement and sacrificial offerings. Even monsters lurking in the shadows began to reappear with the gods' tacit approval, which is also the origin of the dungeons. In this situation, only the omnipotent god of law, now a demon god, remained calm, unconcerned with the number of his worshippers, and uninvolved in this power game. One day, war spread to the evil god's territory, and because his kin were few in number and defenseless, his entire race was nearly wiped out. The god of evil was furious, but he could only swallow his pride and beg the other gods to end their meaningless charade. But his pleas fell on deaf ears, and he was mocked instead. The tense standoff finally erupted into another battle, and the all-powerful magic god, who never argued, suddenly unleashed a fierce fighting power. He annihilated 2 of the main gods and severely wounded 6 others. In the end, the omnipotent magic god was forced back, but the remaining forces suffered heavy losses. No one knows where that evil god went. Some say he entered a space of limbo, neither good nor evil, and vanished from that point on. Fearing retribution, the gods did everything they could to tarnish his image. Meanwhile, they continued to search for him, determined to eliminate the threat completely, but the memories ended there. Ningfong regretted not knowing the ultimate fate of the omnipotent magic god. But since the legend was hard to verify, he decided to put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to level up and complete quests. Risking his life isn't Ningfeng's style. The next morning, he left the base early and arrived at the entrance to a secret realm. The Adventurer Management Bureau was indeed very convenient for gathering information nationwide. There are also many unmanaged secret realms on this network, like the one Ningfeng is about to enter, filled with ferocious monsters. Ningfeng takes down a few, earning a good amount of experience points, suggesting the dungeon boss has a high chance of dropping valuable items. After sweeping the area, the boss finally appears, the ironclad bull demon, far more ferocious than the lesser monsters. Faced with such a powerful foe, Ningfeng grew even more excited, his blood boiling in his veins. The bull is ferocious, but its massive size makes it much slower than Ningfeng. He dictates the pace of the battle, but there's a problem. The boss's body is too tough. His sword strikes don't even leave a scratch. On the contrary, Ningfeng's weapon shattered completely, which wasn't surprising. Because his level isn't high enough, the weapons he can use aren't as good as those of 4th or 5th level adventurers. And after continuous high-intensity battles, the sword that Ningfeng loved has finally given way. Seeing his sword break, the boss wore a triumphant grin, but Ningfeng silently cursed its foolishness. So, what if I don't have a weapon? I'm a forbidden magic user. Indeed, the power of forbidden magic is not to be underestimated. The crazed beast was defeated by Ningfeng in the blink of an eye. With the experience gained, he leveled up from 43 to 47. But Ningfeng was still unsatisfied, as 4 levels wasn't enough, and the boss ruined one of his swords. On the bright side, the armored bull demon dropped a skill book called Windblade Technique, which automatically converted into the forbidden Yin Wind spell upon learning. Ningfeng couldn't hide his disappointment. Of course, the more forbidden techniques he learned, the better, ensuring his safety. But relying solely on forbidden spells won't do. Without proper weapons, he couldn't even defeat a common boss, not to mention going toe-to-toe with a god. Before leveling up in the next secret realm, Ningfeng can only stop by a city to buy some new weapons to use. The employee presented Ningfeng with several high-quality orange longswords, but he bought them all without even a glance, shocking her with his decisiveness. Who is this? She wondered to herself. He looks so young, not like someone who'd have a black card from the exchange, yet he bought 7 orange swords at once. She brought out all the swords with the highest stats, but Ningfeng wasn't swayed in the slightest. He looked at them as if they were low-grade equipment, but trouble was brewing. Another VIP, the young master of the powerful Gu family, was also at the exchange. That man also possessed a black card and wanted to buy the high-level longswords, but they were all being sold to Ningfong. The clerk, Ms. Cao, turned pale when she saw the young Master Gu. If a conflict breaks out, she'll be the first to take the blame. Young Master Gu barges into Ningfeng's VIP room. But the moment he saw him, his face changed completely, as if he'd seen a ghost. Ningfeng, while rinsing his teacup, had to look up at Gu Xiao with a suspicious gaze. Who is this guy? Gu Xiao was fuming inside. You might not remember, but he was on the same team as Li Kei and Chang Mekyu, the one who had all his equipment stolen by Ningfeng last time. But on the surface, he didn't dare say a word. I'm little Gu Yunzhou. Isn't it a coincidence that we've met again? After their last encounter, Gu Yunzhou dared not act rashly in front of Ningfeng. He'd even sent people to investigate Ningfeng's background, but they were mysteriously stonewalled, as if someone was deliberately interfering. Online information about Ningfeng was all over the place, some saying he only awakened his class at 18, others claiming he was a reincarnated god, each more exaggerated than the last, making it impossible to believe anyone. But Gu Yunzhou was certain that Ningfeng, who could stump the Gu family, had a background that was anything but simple. Seeing him remain silent, Ningfeng pointed to the pile of longswords behind him. Is there any sword in here that catches your eye? Gu Yunzhou was flattered and quickly waved his hand in refusal. Ha, I was just fooling around. Anything will do. You go ahead and pick what you need. He felt Ningfeng was no good. If he could rob him of his equipment once, he could do it again, so it was better not to buy anything at all. What's with that Gao woman and the others on the scene? What's going on here? Is this really the second young Master Gu who usually looks down on everyone? Why is he being so respectful to Ningfeng? After flattering Ningfeng, Gu Yunzhou excused himself and went to the restroom, where he furiously punched the sink to vent his frustration. Never had the young Master Gu been so humiliated. He had to do something, or he'd never be able to swallow his pride. But truthfully, Gu Yunzhou didn't know what to do. He couldn't win a fight. So he could only open the forum, log in with a fake account, and leave a comment on that trending topic. I've always felt something's off about this Ningfeng guy. I suggest a thorough investigation. Soon someone replied to his comment saying that Ningfeng wasn't a bad person and that he shouldn't speak nonsense if he didn't understand him. Driven mad by the realization that the commenter was Chong Mekyu, Gu Yunzhou was further enraged that his former teammate had sided with the enemy, vowing to enter the trial grounds to increase his strength and then seek revenge on Ningfeng. Meanwhile, after a satisfying shopping spree, Ningfeng returned, eager to test his new weapons as he tirelessly cleared one secret realm after another. His experience points slowly crept up, and finally Ningfeng reached level 60. Although it took a little longer without using forbidden spells, he could finally undergo his second class change. Suddenly, Ningfeng discovers something in the secret realm. An altar. These demons once served various evil gods until all of them were destroyed by the 12 main gods. Now the monsters are not only invading the human world, but they also aim to revive the 7 evil gods. Of course, many of them are powerful and want to become true evil gods themselves. The world is in chaos, but the chief gods have no intention of protecting humanity, instead seeing beings like Ningfeng as their mortal enemies. So the demon's legend of an omnipotent magic god may be true. In the eyes of most gods, humans and other races are mere playthings. For Ningfeng, being blessed with forbidden dark magic and becoming an evil god is both a blessing and a curse. But he knows for sure that in this era neither demons nor gods are good, and he can only rely on his own strength. Just then, Ningfeng received a message from Xu Wei, asking him to return to the training base. Ningfeng calculated the time. It was time for him to return and accept his second job assignment. Xu Wei summoned him back because he had a new discovery, a forgetfulness potion, brewed in the private research lab Ningfeng had prepared for him. After drinking it, the user will forget a skill. This is part of the so-called gift that Ningfeng mentioned before. With that, he revealed a pile of skill books, all of orange quality, carefully selected by Ningfeng to suit each person's profession. The sight of them made Chu Jiangthu and the others' eyes light up, as they could normally only afford purple skills on the market. This was the first time they'd ever seen orange skills, and their excitement was palpable. Wang Yue held the skill book in her hand, feeling a bit unreal. These all came from the secret realm? That's right, those are from fairly high-level secret realms. Once you've leveled up enough, we can go take them on together. Feng Rui stared at the skill book in disbelief. The drop rate for orange gear in secret realms was tragically low. Yet, Ningfong managed to get one for each of them, and skill books that suited their classes. It seems Ningfeng's strength has left them far behind. Seeing their dazed expressions, Ningfeng spoke up. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and master your new skills." The group then headed back to the special training room. On the way, they met Duan and Feng Yi. Aside from Feng Rui and Ningfeng, it was everyone else's first time meeting old Feng, and they were understandably overwhelmed. Even the usually calm Wang Yi was incredibly excited as Feng Yi silently sized up the kids, wondering if they were Ningfeng's friends. To receive guidance from such a master at their age, their futures are boundless. Luckily, this base has more than one training room, otherwise how could Senior Feng train with these kids? After the polite greetings, Feng Ngach was just like any other parent. The first thing he asked was how Feng Rui had been doing lately, and knowing he was eager to see his grandson's progress, Ningfeng took him to the observation room. Meanwhile, Feng Dui's group will show off their newly acquired skills in the special training room. All four of them have mastered new techniques. Wang Ye has invisible feng shui, Feng Rui has layered ramparts, Zhou Yangshu has giant's blade, and Xu Ting has healing link. After a week of special training together, their coordination is seamless. Standing high above, Fu Yue could only nod, impressed by their skills at such a young age, but it seems they're still getting used to it. Duan explains their awkwardness comes from learning new orange skills. Feng Ngak thought he'd misheard. Orange skills? That's right, they're all spoils dropped from high-level secret realms. Duan confirms. Feng Ngach was so excited, he lost his cool again, knowing the military had been strategizing to attack high-level secret realms for a long time, but sadly they hadn't succeeded yet. Everyone is speculating about the spoils from those secret realms, and this is also the first time Feng Yi has seen those orange skills. Feng Ngach asked Duan for permission to report this to the military, and Duan agreed on Ningfeng's behalf, as it wasn't a secret and everyone would know sooner or later. Feng Yi's heart leaped with joy as his eyes remained glued to the children in the special training room. Their levels might be low, but that could be made up for with time. With the help of a mysterious benefactor, he was sure they would surpass his generation soon enough. The future of the country rested on these clumsy children. While Wang Yue's group practiced their new skills, Ningfeng had matters of his own to attend to, and Sulan couldn't hide her surprise when he arrived at the Grand Transfer Hall. Other seasoned adventurers take 2 years of hard work to advance, but for him it only took 2 months. Ningfeng receives an S-rank class advancement quest called All-System Magic God, requiring him to enter the Frozen Flower Secret Realm and obtain the quest item, the Emblem of Elements. Ningfeng must then collect 20 transformation stones and 100 wraith essences within 7 days, a task that visibly shocks him. Why 20 transformation stones? A normal class advancement quest only requires 1. These stones aren't dropped by monsters. They're mined from ore veins, and the odds of finding them are low. To be sure, Ningfeng decides to check the trade center. If he could buy them, that would be ideal, so he returned to the Yuancheng exchange. The person in charge was both happy and worried to hear that Ningfeng wanted to buy 20 stones, saying that recently the number of people changing jobs had surged, and the demand for transformation stones had begun to outstrip supply. "Give us 3 days, and we'll be sure to get them for you." Ningfeng figured the Yuancheng exchange wouldn't dare deceive him. 3 days isn't too long. He can do the emblem quest first. Also, to save as much time as possible, Ningfeng decides to buy the undead essence at the exchange as well. Speaking of which, Ningfeng remembered something else. Oh right, I still have some miscellaneous loot from the secret realm that I haven't sorted yet. While you're at it, can you all give me a hand? No problem. Ningfeng immediately retrieved a pile of equipment and items from his inventory, and I mean a pile, leaving the trade owner wide-eyed. And Ningfeng casually calls this pile junk loot? A quick glance reveals over 10 purple skill books for various classes, plus a bunch of orange equipment. In a time of nationwide leveling up, items this good never stay on the shelves for long. The boss was overjoyed. It seemed no one could outperform him this year. No wonder Mayor Tai kept reminding us to take good care of Ningfeng. He really is a money tree. Ningfeng returns to the Iceflower Wasteland dungeon, where another team is already on a mission. Ningfeng's lone appearance raised suspicions among the Secret Realm's management, as the Adventurers Guild had recently decreed that entry required a formal guild team of at least 5 members. They follow the rules, but Ningfeng has a special pass issued by the Bureau of Management, allowing him free entry. The rigid manager, after inspecting Ningfeng's pass, immediately lets him in. The captain watched Ningfeng's back, wondering about his origins. The timing of that pass was too close to the new regulations, almost as if it were made just for him. Could it be that they sent a special envoy to conduct a surprise inspection? He immediately ordered his entire team to buck up, because if Ningfeng really was a special envoy, Their management of the mystic realm had to be perfect. Ningfeng passed through the gate to the mystic realm smoothly, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, he'd warned Feng Yi in advance to get this special pass because just beyond the gate was a wooden bridge. Ningfeng stared at it thoughtfully, then made a bold decision to jump into the abyss below the bridge. With his abundant combat skills and forbidden spells, he quickly landed at the lowest point of the canyon. Looking up, the bridge is gone, so it must be quite high, and so Ningfeng's first opponent in this secret realm appears. Seeing its strange appearance, he knew it must be the hidden boss of this secret realm, and excitement began to surge once more. Ningfeng excitedly said, "Come on, let's make this quick." But before he could say when, the big boss interrupted him. "My lord, have you descended yourself?" This unexpected situation leaves Ningfeng dumbfounded for a moment. Before he could understand what was happening, the boss spoke again, sounding incredibly excited. "Though I can no longer see, I can always sense that you are my lord. Perhaps you no longer recognize me. I am your loyal kin, High Priest of Frost. This situation is becoming more unpredictable. Ningfeng is utterly confused. He thinks the other party must be mistaken, but he never imagined being called a god by the dungeon's hidden boss. It seems Ningfeng really does have the aura of an evil god. In this situation, denying it might be disadvantageous, so Ningfeng decides to play along. "So, how did you end up like this? Forgive me, my lord, I can't quite explain it. We were attacked by other clans, suffering heavy casualties. I was killed in battle." As Han Yin spoke, Ningfeng was drawn into his tale. He had been killed by the enemy, but somehow he found himself here. Since awakening, Han Yin's mind has been plagued by strange whispers, a cruel form of mental torture, driving him to uncontrollable bloodlust. It wasn't until Ningfeng arrived that his reason returned, and Ningfeng pieced together Han Yin's story with the vague memories he had absorbed. He recalled that the clan of the omnipotent magic god had been attacked by the clans of other chief gods. Could this title of Great God refer to the omnipotent magic god? Han Yin insisted that Ningfeng was his master, growing more emotional as he spoke, even bursting into tears. "My lord, have you come to rescue your subordinate?" Ningfeng had never been so flustered. He wanted to deny it, but even saying, "I'm not," made Han Yin look so lost that Ningfeng felt incredibly awkward. "I'm sorry, but I'm not your god, lord. I'm just a student who took a mission to eliminate you." It was difficult for Ningfeng to say those words. He thought Han Yin would be furious, that his murderous intent would surge again. But no. Though he couldn't see, he still turned his sparkling eyes toward Ningfeng. "To destroy me? So you've come to end my suffering, haven't you?" Ningfeng was speechless. Han Yin, despite being a monster in the dungeon, seemed more humane than some real people. Still, he insisted that Ningfeng was his god, merely suffering from amnesia, or perhaps someone very close to him. With that, Han Yin raised the scepter in his hand and shouted, "Great master of all laws, my revered omnipotent magic god, please do it." Ningfeng was shocked, so he guessed right. His current position is the omnipotent magic god. Seeing Han Yin like that, Ningfeng naturally couldn't bring himself to attack. "I need an elemental symbol. Is there any other way besides ending you?" Han Yin shook his head, admitting he didn't really know, but he knew Ningfeng was pitying him, so he comforted him, saying that for him now, death was just a release. Ningfeng grew even more silent, asking Han Yin if he had any last wishes, but all he wanted was to chat a little longer with his god. Of course, Ningfeng couldn't refuse, so he put away his weapon for now. "All right, then tell me about what happened back then." Han Yin slowly began to recount. Back then, the almighty magic god would often transform into a human and come down to play with them. Han Yin and the others knew his true identity, but had to pretend they didn't, which was quite a burden. This omnipotent magic god doesn't sound like a true god at all, but it was this very capriciousness that made Han Yin and the others willing to become his dependents, free from any pressure. After reminiscing about the past, Han Yin asks about Ningfeng's current life. He honestly replies that his life is nothing special, just going to school, leveling up, and playing games when he has time, as the days go by. "There's no internet down here, or I'd make you teach me how to play." Han Yin stood up and stretched. Ningfeng knew the time had come, and though reluctant, he had a duty to fulfill. "Han Yin, if fate allows, I'll definitely play games with you in the future." With those words, their farewell was sealed, just as he had sought them out in this world. Ningfeng then ended Han Yin's life, bringing him the release he desired, while a closed-door meeting was underway in the city center between the 7 great guilds and Peng Ngach. He revealed that the mysterious master had obtained many orange skills in high-level dungeons, leading the guild leaders to request his guidance in attacking secret realms. Feng Yu had considered that, but when he asked Duan about it, he was told that the master wasn't interested in cooperating, and several guild leaders were not pleased to hear that. At this point, the mysterious expert should be on the same side as everyone else, acting without restraint, based purely on their own preferences. Do you really think that's not a problem? Guild leader Fang Dan criticized. Furious, Feng Yi recalls how these same people stood idly by when Bang Jia and Gu Ying threatened Feng Rui, claiming they were powerless to intervene. That's why Feng Yi was ready to die, only to be saved by Ningfong and Duan. Back then, they thought their indifference was normal. Now that entering the dungeon involves profit, they brazenly accuse Ningfeng of being selfish and acting willfully. Feng Ngach slams the table and stands up. It seems that some people can't sit still when their interests are touched, huh? I hope everyone here remembers that the master doesn't owe any of us anything. Seeing the tension, Liu Yingzhen quickly changed the subject. Old Feng, I heard you're planning to attack a high-level secret realm in a few days. Indeed, then save a spot for me on the team. With Liu Yingzhen speaking up, guild leaders Yu Linghua and Zhang Yanshuan also wanted in. Feng had no reason to refuse them, adding, the special training Ningfeng designed for him was truly devilish. Feng Ai's old bones needed 2 days of rest to recover. But through that special training, his progress was obvious. Feng Ai was now a completely different person. Ningfeng has completed his class change, gaining a new passive skill, Proof of Arcana, granting immunity to all detection skills. Stepping out of the transfer hall, Ningfeng's mood was complex. It turns out the memories he absorbed from the poison were correct all along. The omnipotent magic god wasn't an evil god at all, just slandered by the remaining main gods. Furthermore, if Han Yin is to be believed, he and the almighty magic god are identical. Ningfeng can only assume this is due to the system, or that the system and the almighty magic god have some special connection. Furthermore, Han Yin is long gone, so why is he a hidden boss in this secret realm? Could this be a clue for him? There were too many things Ningfeng couldn't explain yet. This time, besides skills, Ningfeng also gained a new piece of equipment from Han Yin in the form of a necklace. His soul was protected by divine power, preserved by the gem on this necklace. Soon after, the Supernova training camp began. Divided into high school and university camps, it brought together nearly all of the nation's most outstanding young adventurers, including 180 high schoolers, 32 of whom were on the Supernova list, and 148 others with 4-star professions. The trainees had barely gathered before they were buzzing about the arrival of some major figures. Not only were the 3 top university presidents there, but also people from the 7 great guilds and the Adventurer Management Bureau. It's unprecedented. They've heard that those who perform well in this training camp will be directly signed by the big shots, so they're even more eager. Because after signing a contract, they could not only enjoy the resources provided, but also directly join the ranks of a big shot after graduation, with a starting position of at least team leader. The trainees all wanted to greet the seniors to make a good impression, but no one had the nerve. Finally, a proud young man stepped out. None other than Hasu Wung, the top star in the Supernova rankings and the younger brother of Hasu Wu, the Commerce Union Guild leader. Moreover, the Thuong Due Guild monopolizes high-grade experience potions, making his strength even more unfathomable to his peers. Soon after, another hovercar pulled up to the training camp. The trainees buzzed with excitement as the Chinyu City team arrived, the very group that had been dominating social media, sparking their curiosity. The car door opens and Ningfeng steps out with confidence, followed by Wang Yue, Feng Rui, Sang Muqiu, Su Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu. Wow, this team has a powerful aura. Yeah, they feel like a well-trained team. Probably just putting on a show. The trainees made no secret of their opinions about Ningfeng's group, and Principal Fang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even if you were blind, you could feel the other schools staring daggers at them. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Judging by the looks on their faces, it seems they've all made Ningfeng's group their common enemy. Ningfeng is also receiving countless notifications, probably dozens of them. All of their probing skills are blocked by his mysterious barrier, a passive skill he fortunately learned after his class change. It seems Ningfeng is the one they're most interested in. On the other hand, the trainees are shocked that their probes yielded no results. I can't even detect his level. Could his strength already be above 2nd class? He's just a high school student like us, right? If I remember correctly, he wasn't on the Supernova list. But the trainees weren't the only ones unable to see through Ningfeng. Even the guild leader of the 7 great guilds couldn't. This came as a great shock to old man Fang Dan and He Xiu. Just a high school kid. How could his level be higher than theirs? He Shiwu believes Ningfong must have received some tools from that mysterious big shot that can shield him from everyone's prying eyes. Fangdan hastily agreed, for to disagree would be to admit inferiority to Ningfong. Seeing Ningfong steal the spotlight upon his arrival, Ha Shiheng was displeased, wondering just how strong he really was. Before coming here, He Shixiong had thoroughly studied the videos of Duan's god-level secret realm trials and simulated them countless times with other experts in his guild, but Duan's strength far exceeded their imagination. Ha Suwung couldn't imitate it, but Ningfong was close to Duan, so he assumed they had a special training regimen. He guessed correctly, showing his intelligence, but the Ha siblings wanted the training regimen all to themselves. This was a pipe dream from the start. Unable to find anything on Ningfong, Fangdan passes the buck to Liu Yingzhen. "Old Liu, aren't you going to try and probe him?" But then again, Liu Yingzhen is considered a gentleman. He refused to participate, finding it too impolite. Old Feng stood next to Liu Yingzhen and took the initiative to wave to Ningfeng's group. This sight was dazzling to the trainees. The esteemed Senior Feng was greeting them. What exactly is Qin Yu's group's relationship with Senior Feng? Once all the trainees have gathered, the inspection area opens. The team leaders will bring their members to register and get their numbers, then proceed to the next location for an introduction to the training camp's layout. With registration complete, the trainees gathered in a hall for the briefing. The part they dreaded most, as it was the same every year. Principal Fang found himself in an awkward situation, seated right next to Principal Zhang, who immediately began probing about Ningfong, but Principal Fang remained tight-lipped. Ever since Chang Mukyu transferred from their school to Ningfeng's, this Zhang has been sending people to gather information, but luckily Headmaster Fang is cautious and has kept a tight lid on things. Although Headmaster Fang has tried to keep a low profile, Headmaster Zhang has no intention of letting him off the hook. He spoke loudly to attract the attention of the surrounding headmasters, all of whom were here today to witness the quality of teaching at Chindu No. 7 High School. After all, that's the prestigious school that attracts the most supernovas. Don't disappoint us. Principal Fang lowered his head, trying to avoid the piercing gazes directed at him, as he had his own concerns. All he knew was that Wang Yue had been sent for special training, but unfortunately, the results weren't outstanding. But Principal Fang wasn't too worried about Wang Yue, Feng Rui, or Chang Mukyu, as they were still the top shining stars of the supernova list. Instead, he was worried that Ningfeng, Xu Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu wouldn't survive this harsh challenge. After all that, we finally get to the rules. This year's Supernova training camp will use a free team model, with 5 people per team. Ultimately, everyone's performance will be judged by a combination of individual and team points, and the top 10 members of the high school camp will train alongside the university camp. However, before the Supernova training camp officially begins, they must first pass through a secret realm to familiarize themselves. This realm allows adventurers below the Third Awakening to enter. The organizers have selected a special team to clear the dungeon first as an example for all the trainees, a team whose presence is truly formidable. Because all 5 members of the team have been the top of the Supernova rankings for the past 5 years, they are the cream of the crop. And of course, Hasu Wung is one of them. The 5 of them approached the entrance to the secret realm, and the platinum-haired man in the lead spoke first. "Should we hold back a little? If we go all out, we might put too much pressure on the others." The short-haired, armored man beside him immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? This training camp has attracted many important figures. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to shine. Even though we're just a temporary team, anyone who gets in my way will regret it." What an ambitious guy. The platinum-haired guy didn't bother arguing, and the 5-person team silently entered the secret realm, where a gloomy atmosphere and thick miasma made them uneasy. The blonde mage rushes forward as their first opponents appear, a swarm of plump spiderlings with sharp fangs and legs. Upon spotting the intruders, they immediately went into a frenzy, but the group of 5, being the elite of the elite, calmly responded with lightning-fast attacks, leaving the trainees outside in awe. Ha Su-wung, though the youngest, is the most dominant, carrying himself with a presence far beyond his high school peers. Gu Yunju also observed him meticulously. Though loath to admit it, even the young Master Gu had to concede that despite being only 1 rank lower than He Shiqiang, he was completely outclassed. Feng Yue and Liu Yingzhen can't take their eyes off these young talents either. They say these 5 have been training together recently, and if nurtured well, they could soon be raiding high-level secret realms together. In the dungeon, the speed of those 5 is faster than an X's change of heart. They quickly strike the elite monster, and their speed only increases. With hardly a moment to rest after a long and arduous journey, the final boss finally appears. Ha Sishong grinned triumphantly as he charged forward. With the cooperation of the other four, the dungeon boss was quickly defeated. Their temporary team had set a new record, clearing it in just 48 minutes and 18 seconds, surpassing the previous record of 1 minute and 246 seconds set by the Yanyan Five. As the five exited the dungeon, the red-haired girl among them approached Ningfong. "Hello, Ningfong. My name is Tai Vu Tran. Mayor Tai Dongmin is my third uncle. I've heard my uncle mention you often, so I wanted to say hello." Ningfong acknowledged her and exchanged a few polite words. The trainees cast curious glances their way, wondering why a top university student was talking to a high schooler. Moreover, seeing that the person Tai Wujin was happily chatting with was Ningfong, they were even more displeased. It's Ningfeng again. It's as if he's become the center of the universe in this training camp. Meanwhile, Ningfeng introduced Wang Yue to Tai Vu Tran, who responded politely without the arrogance of other top rookies, even speaking to him with a hint of deference. "If you need anything during training, please tell me directly and I'll have the exchange bring it to you." She's being too polite. Seeing this, Tudin couldn't help but whisper in Yuang Duyet's ear, "Duyet Ni, you should try to win Ningfong over. All the beauties he knows have incredible backgrounds and strength." Mayor Tai often mentioned Ningfeng, piquing Tai Yuchen's curiosity. Having failed to gauge his level today, her interest only grows. During the training camp, Tai Yuchen wants to take the opportunity to carefully understand him. Just then, the arrogant, short-haired guy in armor came over, asking Tai Vu Tran to find a place to rest with them, but she refused, wanting to stay and see the strength of the other trainees. The guy immediately showed his contempt and displeasure. "What's so interesting about the exams? The strongest are already here." But not only is Tai Vu Tran staying, so is Ha Su Hung. This guy probably wants to watch Ningfeng compete. Seeing this, the armored man shrugged and left with the platinum-haired guy. Now, the other teams begin to enter the secret realm, with 6 teams competing at a time. They will receive corresponding assessment missions, and at the end of the secret realm, the organizers will score them based on their completion. Most of these trainees lack real combat experience, and these dungeons are far too difficult, especially for high school students. Seeing the students' struggles, the headmasters are sweating bullets. At this rate, not a single team might clear the dungeon. Things weren't looking good as the other teams struggled to clear the dungeons. They're struggling with even the smallest monsters, let alone the boss, and the students' morale is plummeting. Some performed well usually, but now they're backing down before even trying. Finally, it's Ningfeng's team's turn. Their mission: to clear the Iron Crocodile Swamp Dungeon. Once inside, they carefully observe their surroundings, seeking the right path forward. Professional teams never attack blindly. They're typically divided into 4 types based on their members' roles: assault, research, support, and defense. The assault team primarily possesses combat power, responsible for conquering the entire secret realm or spearheading against formidable enemies, while the research team studies the secret realm, clarifying the hidden knowledge within, to be used as data for humanity. The protection team is tasked with guarding controlled secret realms or protecting non-combatants in case of emergencies, while the support team reinforces the battlefield, enhances continuous combat capabilities, and reduces casualties through measures such as enhanced emergency treatment. Ningfeng focuses on the mission board before him. Each type of team has 10 missions, each worth 10 points. There's also a single core mission: defeat the final boss within the secret realm for 50 points. As the team leader, Ningfeng's decisions are respected. Wang Yue lets Ningfeng choose the type of team he wants, so they'll go with the research type. As expected of the top student in theoretical studies, Ningfeng chuckled. The real reason he chose the research division wasn't because he was a genius, but because there were still so many things Ningfeng couldn't decipher. Like the gods, the affiliated, world levels, Shu Ting, Feng Rui, and Zhu Jiangshu, who also had no objections. Wang Yue scanned the research department's mission board, discovering a tricky problem. They had to capture live monsters for research, but bringing live specimens to fight bosses seemed rather troublesome. "This is easy, we'll just go fight the boss first," Ningfeng replied nonchalantly. No high school team had cleared a dungeon yet, but Ningfeng spoke of boss battles and clearing dungeons like it was child's play, shocking the headmaster. But they walked the talk, and after finalizing their plan, Ningfeng's team began clearing the dungeon like a storm. Their speed no slower than He Shishong's temporary team, and even several times faster. Now, all eyes are on Ningfeng's team, and Tai Vu Tran finally understands why his uncle thinks so highly of him. Liu Yingzhen quickly noticed what set Ningfeng's team apart from the rest. All 5 of them used orange-level skills. This skill alone outclasses the other trainees, and the abilities of these 5 are not to be underestimated. Their combination of skill, timing, and seamless teamwork has created a supreme force. Liu Yingzhen watched, transfixed. These were just 5 high schoolers, yet their team was more professional than veterans like himself, especially Ningfong. He didn't seem to use any advanced skills, but even a basic move from him could completely cripple an opponent. Ningfeng's power is truly immeasurable. Some wanted to speak, but the principal no longer had the energy to care. His entire focus was now on the 5 students. Ningfeng's group of 5 were decisive, their teamwork absolutely flawless. The final boss was quickly defeated. Without a word, Wang Yue and Zhou Jiang took the initiative, splitting up to attack from both sides. Ningfeng, Feng Rui, and Xu Ting provided support from the rear, barely lifting a finger. After the boss fell, they quickly completed the remaining tasks and returned to the hall to submit their results. The dungeon rankings have shifted dramatically, with Ningfeng's team surpassing He Shihong's to claim the top spot with an astounding time of 8 minutes and 14 seconds. They emerged triumphantly from the secret realm, all eyes fixed upon them. The first to react was Chang Muchu, who began to applaud enthusiastically, followed by Gu Yunzhou's group. Though he once hated Ningfeng, the young Master Gu was likely won over by his fighting prowess. The rest of the trainees followed suit, applauding as if welcoming a king's return. The trainees then sought out Chang Mutuo and Gu Yunzhou, eager to learn about Ningfeng and his teammates. Chang Mutuo, of course, sang their praises, but it was Gu Yunzhou's reaction that truly surprised everyone. The guy who was smearing Ningfeng online just days ago is now threatening anyone who dares to insult him. Seeing the students' morale boosted, the headmasters are overjoyed. So, this is the true charisma of the strong. They were like seeing young Liu Yingjin and Feng Yi. Soon after, the high school training camp assessment came to an end, and the top 10 were about to be announced. The trainees assumed Ningfeng's group had taken 5 slots, but strangely, none of them made the top 10. The top 4 were Ha Suxiong, Gu Yunzhou, Li Kei, and Chang Mushu. The trainees exchanged confused glances, and finally, young Master Gu spoke up. So, Team Ningfeng didn't make the top 10? Oh, they're not taking slots from the other trainees. The organizers have decided to give them assistant instructor privileges. Surprise after surprise. From online ridicule to widespread admiration, Ningfeng's team has won everyone over. And now, they've ascended to the role of assistant instructors. The organizers escorted them to a modern high-rise, a guest house exclusively for teachers with incredible accommodations. From now until the end of training camp, they won't have to stay in the student dorms. As they wheeled their suitcases into their new rooms, someone knocked on the door. The person in charge was visibly flustered when he saw Lao Feng arrive. And it wasn't just Feng Yue. Even Liu Yingzhen, the head of the 7 great guilds, came all the way here. There were many other powerful figures as well. It seems these 5 kids are truly extraordinary. The person in charge, dazed, went to fetch water for the distinguished guests, still reeling from the sight of the nation's top experts gathered here. The once spacious room of Ningfeng's group is now packed as each person introduces themselves, including the principals of the 3 top universities, Beiqing, Shi Lian, and Chong Wu. They didn't just come to say hello. After Ningfeng's team's performance, everyone wants to snatch them up for their own schools. Ningfeng suddenly felt immense pressure, as Duan had always handled external affairs. Now at training camp without him, he doesn't know how to handle this kind of thing. Recognizing Ningfeng's confusion, Feng Yach spoke up to help him out. Headmasters, please, don't overwhelm them. Let them finish training first. We can discuss the rest later. The kids have had a long day. With Feng Yi smoothing things over, Ningfeng felt much more at ease, and the conversation in the room became more cheerful. The room buzzed with activity until late, when everyone gradually left. The next morning, Ningfeng woke up quite early. Stepping into the living room, he was startled by the zombie-like appearance of Zhu Jiangshu and Feng Rui. Apparently, Da Shu had been receiving calls from his family since dawn, asking which university he wanted to attend. Word is that the headmasters of all 3 top universities have contacted them, and Feng Rui, who shares a room with Da Shu, was kept awake by his phone calls. The girls' room wasn't much better. Wang Yue was still on the phone. Xu Ting, however, was ecstatic. Her father was said to be so happy that he threw a 3-day party. For the first time, Zhu Jiangshu's parents experienced the legendary feeling of being parents of someone else's child, with friends and relatives constantly visiting. Although happy for them, hearing the others constantly mention their parents made Ningfeng's heart ache. Just then, he received a call from his teacher, Chiwi. Fortunately, Chiwi's constant care gave Ningfeng a sense of family warmth. Chiwi called first to ask if he was adjusting to the training camp. Secondly, 3 top universities contacted her to inquire which school Ningfeng wanted to attend. After hour-long phone calls, the trainees enter the second day of training camp, where the top 10 high school students will train with the university students. But 5 high school students jumping to the assistant instructor level is unprecedented. And even stranger, 3 of them, Ningfeng, Xu Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu, weren't even on the Supernova rankings. Today, they officially begin the first phase of special training, exploring secret realms. The person in charge reminds the trainees that these realms have never been fully explored and may contain hidden dangers. Therefore, they must follow instructions and act according to their abilities. Before exploring the mystic realm, the 10 high school trainees will be divided into teams, each following a team from the university camp. Chang Muku, on the other hand, was assigned to Ningfeng's team. After all, she'd performed well recently, and the Wang Yue group wasn't petty enough to exclude her. They entered an uncharted secret realm filled with countless bizarre monsters. Ningfeng carefully recorded their characteristics, while the rest of the team took care of the fighting. He barely has to lift a finger. Though she's seen Ningfeng's speed before, Thuong Mok Thu is still amazed. Their dungeon-clearing speed was lightning fast, and they quickly advanced to the deepest part of the secret realm. The group plowed through, gaining experience points like crazy. Chang Mekyu wasn't stupid. She could easily tell that Wang Yu and the others had improved significantly since they first met. She craves their recognition and the same training they receive, and during a break, Ningfeng discusses his college choices with the group. This morning, Chiwi gave him detailed advice. The research team at Zillion University is strong, but strictly managed. Chiwi thought Ningfeng would have a hard time adapting, whereas the research group at Beijing University was much more free and might suit him better. Ningfeng was inclined to agree. His father thought, as expected of Teacher Chi's favorite student, she even considered this for him. Wang Yue patted his shoulder when suddenly Xu Ting held up his phone with a serious expression. "Everyone, look at this news in the class group. Disaster has struck. In Qinyu City, a training dungeon has experienced an unforeseen event, with high-level mutated monsters rapidly increasing in power. There are about 100 people trapped inside, including, unfortunately, Miss Kui. The magic at the entrance is fluctuating wildly, making rescue impossible. The students of Qinyu No. 7 High School are in a frenzy, begging the rescue team captain to save their teacher. But the mutated secret realm is beyond the rescue team's control. They can only report to their superiors and await assistance from the major guilds. But you have to do something. The students, though scared, couldn't bear to leave Miss Kui trapped inside. You said support professions weren't enough, so Ms. Kui came with you to help, and now you're leaving her trapped inside." The captain, stung by their words, flew into a rage. Although he was indeed the reason why Chiwi had entered the secret realm despite not being required to, he couldn't enter now, nor did he dare to. He considered his escape a stroke of luck, while Chiwi's misfortune was her own problem. The students were speechless at the captain's blatant about-face. "Zhangluo Nana, what's going on?" a familiar voice echoed. The students felt like they'd been thrown a lifeline, because that voice belonged to Ningfeng. He was supposed to be at training camp, but he's here for his teacher's safety. Seeing Ningfeng's return, the students quickly explained the situation. Originally, the school opened the secret realm for students to level up, but a sudden change occurred, trapping many inside. It was a struggle for Chiwi to open a path for her students to escape. Then, the security team said they were short on people and needed to call for volunteers. So, Yiwei had to rush back in, only to become trapped herself. Seeing the students crying and blaming him, the captain snapped. "Hey, don't act like I killed your teacher. I already said she volunteered." He spat each word, looking fierce, but he couldn't keep up the act for long, because right after that, Ningfeng grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. The security team raised their weapons to defend their captain, but before they could act, a large hand restrained them. "Don't move." And who else could be so tall and intimidating but Zhu Jiangshou? It turns out Ningfeng didn't return alone, but with his entire team, as he nonchalantly drags the unconscious captain across the ground. His subordinates were too terrified to resist. Ningfeng took a few steps before coming face to face with a familiar figure. They met at the training camp. This is Lu Ping, the vice president of the Epic Guild, likely here with Yanjun for support. The security team was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. Finally, someone who could teach these show-offs a lesson had arrived. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping didn't help them or discipline Ningfeng's group. He even helped pull the captain towards the dungeon gate, shocking the rest of the security team. "What's gotten into him?" Lu Ping asked. He emerged from the secret realm saying, "We need him as a guide." As they approached the dungeon entrance, they were stopped, but they couldn't stop Lu Ping, one of the nation's top experts and the vice president of one of the 7 largest guilds. How could these ordinary guards stop Lu Ping? But one thing puzzled them. Just who was Ningfeng? Why does Lu Ping treat this young man with such respect? The entrance to the mystic realm is shrouded in miasma. As Ningfeng and Lu Ping's group enter, their stamina and attack power immediately begin to decline. The female mage accompanying Lu Ping quickly recognized it as a field effect. a continuous positive or negative state within a fixed range that's usually impossible to remove, and in this case it's a negative state, reducing their attributes second by second. Looping knows this secret realm well. It didn't have a field effect before. It seems to have appeared after the mutation, and among them only Ningfong seems the most calm. Looping suspects that he is unaffected by the field effect, likely because his base stats are too high for it to matter. However, Ningfong knew the others couldn't hold on for long, so they had to act fast and rescue Chiwi and the others trapped in the mystic realm. Lu Ping then signaled to his subordinates, looking at the captain sprawled on the ground. "Wake him up and ask him where to go." The captain was forced awake by the girl's magic. His words were frantic, saying the others were lost far from the exit and the path was filled with monsters. They couldn't make it. "I'm not ready to kick the bucket yet. Please let me go." But Ningfong had no intention of letting him off the hook. He gave the man two choices: lead him to Chiwi or be left behind. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, the trapped survivors faced ferocious demons. Moreover, most of them are severely injured and only Chiwi knows how to heal. She's been tirelessly healing everyone. Though pale, she doesn't stop. Some are grateful for her efforts, while others see it as a waste. These adventurers are all below 3 stars, and even fully healed, they couldn't stand against those monsters. It's been quite some time since they were trapped. The trapped adventurers anxiously await rescue. Suddenly, the protective wall is torn away, but alas, no rescue has arrived. The culprit who broke through the cliff was a monster, and its appearance paled the faces of those hiding inside, including Kai Wei. They were no match for this behemoth, and in a desperate gamble, the adventurer Kai Wei had just healed, threw himself into the fray. The monster's sharp teeth pierced his chest, a truly gruesome sight. His daughter, who just moments before was grateful to Chiwi for saving her father, now fell into the depths of despair. Not daring to linger, Chiwi immediately pulled the daughter deeper into the ranks, because behind that monster was a whole horde of them, and if they delayed, they'd be swarmed. But the size difference was too great, and even at full speed, they couldn't outrun the monster's claws. Just as Chiwi and the girl were about to be caught, a solid wall of ice appeared, blocking them from the monster. As expected, Ningfong arrived just in time, followed by Wang Yue and the others, full of vigor. Compared to special training, facing real monsters is much more stimulating. Shuting and the female mage accompanying Lu Ping quickly treat the wounded. Chiwi is safe, and Ningfong has retrieved her father's body from the monster's maw. A heartbreaking scene as the daughter clutches her father's corpse, wailing in grief. The immediate danger has passed, but the mage counts only a little over 20 people, including the dead. Where are the others? Just as Lu Ping opened his mouth to reply, the ground began to tremble violently. The cave's ceiling cracked, and massive tentacles emerged from the fissures. Zhuxiang tried to cut them down, but these bizarre tentacles could regenerate, healing in seconds, and the exit was blocked. These eyeless, noseless tentacles seemed to possess intelligence. While everyone was panicking, it suddenly attacked Chiwi, but before it could touch her, Ningfong sliced it apart. He yelled, "Follow me!" as Ningfong led the way, hacking and slashing to clear a path. Lu Ping suddenly noticed that unlike Zhu Jiangshu, the tentacles Ningfong severed couldn't regenerate at all. He had carved a bloody path, and the others hurried after him, finally seeing the light at the end. They rushed madly towards it, thanking their lucky stars for escaping with their lives, but the moment they stepped through the doorway, they froze in their tracks once more. But this light wasn't hope, it was despair. The place they'd fought to reach wasn't an exit, but the lair of a monster. This octopus-like demon has countless tentacles, and it's absolutely massive. Even a powerhouse like Lu Ping is stunned, seeing such a thing for the first time. Wang Yue is also shaken, but Ningfong signals everyone to stay calm as he charges forward. He figured this monster was the cause of the Mystic Realm's anomalies, and destroying it was the quickest way to end this. Ningfong charged forward, only to be struck by the monster's tentacle. Although he was unharmed, the shattering of his sword caused great concern. Fortunately, he'd bought 7 high-grade longswords last time, so he could just replace the broken one. Without a word, Ningfong sliced off the tentacle that had struck him. The monster shrieked in pain and went berserk. It relentlessly attacks, but neither is Ningfong a pushover. Defeating it won't be easy, but it's something he can do. After a fierce struggle, the octopus monster was finally defeated, and the dimensional rift closed, allowing the rescue team to begin their work. It's unfortunate that so many people fell during this event, and Lu Ping's respect for the young Ningfeng only grows. If it weren't for him, the secret realm wouldn't have been contained so quickly, and the casualties would have been even greater. Ningfeng only gave him a few perfunctory replies, noticing Chiwi's pale complexion and grateful to have saved his mentor, Ningfeng. But Ningfong knew that Chiwi had suffered a great blow to both her spirit and her body during the secret realm anomaly, so he took out a gift for her. It's an orange-quality consumable called Wound Healing, which permanently increases vitality and spirit by 5 points. It also permanently increases all healing effects by 50%. Such a treasure was a first for both Chiwi and Lu Ping. Lu Ping stared intently at the item, then asked with a hint of doubt, "Could this be the legendary divine mark?" "Yes, this dropped when that monster exploded," Ningfong replied casually, his attitude only adding to Lu Ping's shock. It should be said that aside from Ningfong and those close to him, everyone knows that Duan was the first to receive a god-given mark after successfully conquering the secret trial realm of the gods. Everyone knows how precious it is. Moreover, no one else has obtained a god-given mark since Duan, yet Ningfong shows no surprise or joy upon acquiring one. And he just gave it to Chiwi as casually as buying vegetables at the market. Chiwi refused repeatedly. She knows this is far too precious for a 3-star adventurer like herself and hesitates to accept it. But Ningfong insists, leaving Chiwi with no choice. As Chiwi absorbs the mark, Ningfong suddenly has an idea. It seems he should arrange special training for her, just like old Feng. He needed to ensure she could protect herself. But the Supernova training camp lasted 2 months with no leave. Fearing something might happen during those 2 months, Ningfong asked Lu Ping for his opinion. "Mr. Lu, could I possibly get a short leave this weekend?" "No problem, and feel free to take a few more days off if you need to." Facing a national talent like him, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't dare to be strict. He happily agreed, much to Ningfeng's delight, who had always heard that Lu Ping was two-faced and difficult to approach. It seems he's not such a bad guy after all. The remaining work here is mainly for the rescue team anyway. Lu Ping was about to lead Ningfong back to the training camp when they were surrounded by reporters. Eager to know which of them was the hero who defeated the monster, Lu Ping immediately pointed behind him. "This young man is the one." Ningfong was instantly thrown into a panic. His greatest fear is socializing, especially with troublesome people like reporters. Lu Ping is honest to a fault, but his honesty has dragged him into a whole mess of trouble. Facing dozens of reporters, microphones, cameras, and their endless questions, Ningfong felt his head spin, suffocating to the point of fainting. He'd never felt such fear, not even against the strongest monsters. Feng seems really tense, Feng Rui wondered. This is the first time I've seen him so flustered? He's not good at talking, especially in special situations like interviews. Even back in school, he'd always back out of interviews. Wang Yu explained, but she didn't intend to bail Ningfong out. So she felt his future was bright, and he would soon have to adapt to being a celebrity. It took a long time for Ningfong to get away from the reporters and return to his lodging at the training camp, and he was still traumatized by the interview. It was only when he remembered something important that Ningfong snapped back to reality. He'd received a new active skill book called Spirit Guard after defeating the demon octopus. Though this skill has a long cooldown, it summons a guardian spirit to block a fatal attack, making it invaluable. After learning the skill, as usual, it automatically transforms into a dark, forbidden curse. It transformed into a passive skill called Undying Calamity, granting Ningfong a resurrection each time he accumulates 100,000 faith points. His current faith points are 4,243, and each time his world level increases by 1, he immediately gains 1,000,000 faith points. Ningfong suddenly remembers the 12 main gods from before. Isn't this so-called faith what those gods always craved from their dependents? As for world level, he already understands Shuang. But Ningfong has no idea how to collect faith points, and it seems he'll have to do some research because the ability to resurrect is very important to him. While Ningfong remained at the training camp, something else was brewing in Qinyu City. This time it wasn't a strange phenomenon, but the appearance of an adventurer named Tian Yu. Like Hako Ung, this man mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, only to suddenly reappear recently. This madman went on a rampage today, attacking innocent passers-by like a rabid dog after a dispute. 10 people are now clinging to life, and 8 security team members are in a similar state. Initial assessments suggest his power has surpassed the 5th stage. Since ordinary adventurers couldn't handle him, Feng Yue had to step in. Never a moment's peace for an old man. The moment Tian Yu saw old Feng, his eyes lit up. Well, isn't this Senior Feng? Back when I was a student, you were my idol. It's an honor to have you personally deal with me. Just then, Feng Yue received a call which he quickly answered, infuriating Tian Yu, who felt slighted. Feng Yue answers the phone. The big boss needs me? All right, I'll wrap things up here and head to the base. The Demon King's disciple smirked, thinking you're all that, daring to ignore me. With a shout, he unleashed his power, sneering, You think you're the strongest? A massive blue hand with razor-sharp claws hurtles toward Feng Yue, who calmly raises his hand to silence his phone. Then, channeling his inner power, he unleashed the fiery serpent frenzy, striking a fierce blow against his opponent, his power piercing through the demon's monstrous hand. The Demon King's disciple paled at the sight, unable to believe his eyes, and shouted, "What?" He glanced at his opponent, calculating, "This man's strength is on par with Gu Ying, but I've undergone special training and am not what I used to be. I can't keep Mr. Du waiting any longer. I must end this quickly." The man glared at Feng Zhach with resentful eyes, then channeled his inner energy, his body enveloped in a dark, blackish-green aura, but Chief Peng refused to be outdone, channeling his own energy, his body surrounded by a brilliant red, fiery power. The two quickly unleashed their power, creating a terrifying spectacle, shocking onlookers. Good heavens, Director Feng is so powerful. This clearly surpasses the 5th stage. Enraged, he roared, "I don't believe it. I am a disciple of the great Demon King. How could I lose to an old man like you?" But even as he spoke, an immense power was poised to consume him. Caught off guard, he couldn't react in time, and a massive explosion engulfed his position, sealing his fate. With the matter resolved, Feng Yue coldly walked away. "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." The other man stood to the side, dumbfounded. "Yes." In the base's living room, Feng Yi and Duan sat exchanging words, the atmosphere thick with tension. He asked, "Does the elder mean he's willing to disclose all high-level potion formulas to the nation?" Dan quickly replied, "Yes, the elder's exact words were that he wants to make all high-level potions available to the nation. If possible, it's best to entrust this matter to the Adventurers Guild for coordination." Feng Yi thought, "Our world is currently in a state of imbalance. The danger level of the labyrinths is constantly increasing, but the strength of the adventurers can't keep up. At the same time, adventurers seeking to grow stronger must conquer increasingly dangerous secret realms, creating a vicious cycle. Such a high-grade potion, capable of completely changing the existing power system, is currently a key strategic resource. The higher-ups must have conducted a rigorous assessment of us before agreeing to entrust this matter to the Bureau of Adventurers." After a moment of thought, he spoke, "Thank you for your trust. This is a validation of our Adventurer Management Bureau. Does the Council have any specific requests for this mission?" Duan pondered. "They only told me one thing, so it doesn't seem like it." He was surprised. Only contribution was mentioned, not profit. This is the makings of a great man. So, in the eyes of the Great One, making more people stronger is the most important thing of all. Every trivial matter in the eyes of the Master can become a great act that saves many people. Fungach frowned. "The Master may be virtuous, but we can't exploit that and be at ease. I'll report this and develop a plan to ensure the boss's efforts aren't wasted." Nightfall quickly descends upon the guild. Shangri shouted, "What did you say?" The other person seemed flustered and stammered. "We've discovered high-grade experience potions and forgetfulness potions for sale on the black market. Though packaged differently from ours, the effects are identical." The man wondered, "I personally make our guild's high-grade potions, and the chairman oversees everything. Usage is limited to within the guild, so it's nearly impossible for them to leak out." "Then where did these potions come from?" Hasu Wu said grimly. "Besides me, the only other person in the world who knows how to make high-grade potions is the so-called mysterious master alchemist. Could the elixirs have been leaked from his side into the black market?" As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinate, "Send someone to investigate immediately." The subordinate is shocked. "Investigate the mysterious big shot?" Hasu Wu angrily shouts, "Of course, investigate the black market." The subordinate quickly obeyed, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at the teacher's apartment, Ningfong and Wang Yue walk down the hall together when she playfully asks, "Want to see your interview clip?" Ningfong waves his hands dismissively with a wry smile. No. She smiled brightly, encouraging him. "Actually, it's a good thing. Many viewers adore you. The comments are full of praise for Ningfong, so this seems like a positive change." He mused that his faith power had been rapidly increasing lately, likely due to those interview clips, and he might have to get used to being interviewed. As he and Wang Yue walked down the street, someone suddenly recognized him. The two boys happily waved, Assistant Instructor Ning. Ningfeng cheerfully returned the greetings. "Good morning," Wang Yue pondered. Ever since Ningfeng displayed strength far beyond normal understanding, no one dared say another strange word. Now, even the upperclassmen of the Four Greats would call him Assistant Ning from the bottom of their hearts. Everywhere he goes, people greet him. "Assistant Ning, hello, Assistant Ning." He carries himself with such presence now. The naive boy is gone, but the whispers still follow him. "Is that Ningfeng? He's really impressive. If I had half his strength." Meanwhile, back in Qinyu City, Captain Zhou watched him in astonishment, phone in hand. Qinyu City is becoming famous because of Ningfeng. Suddenly, Mayor Zhang looked at his phone and sighed deeply. Captain Chu wondered, Mayor Zhang, why the sigh? At the same time, Su Lan turned and left. I need to take this call outside. He said, Ningfong, you're definitely going to go to university, right? If he leaves, I fear the mysterious master will leave as well. These past few days, Mr. Duan has contacted me, wanting to return the villa arranged for him because he is rarely in Qinyu City now. The mayor continued worriedly. Without a strong protector, I fear Qinyu City will return to its former state. 2 secret realm mutations and 1 invasion. The thought alone keeps me up at night. Captain Chu's eyes met Su Lan's, who was deep in thought. Surprised, he called out, Captain Su, what's wrong? Su Lan was dazed. Her master had just called, saying, The mysterious expert has agreed to give you special training. Am I dreaming? The mayor quickly seized the opportunity. Captain Su, we're counting on you from now on. Captain Chu chimes in, teasing, Tonight, I'm buying dinner, Captain Su. I'm counting on you to protect me from now on. Su Lin blushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with you two? Back in the secret bunker, a voice suddenly boomed. Lao Feng, is what you said true? Feng Yue gravely states that the mysterious big shot is willing to share all the high-grade medicine formulas with the state. I plan to petition the higher-ups to open a national-level medicine factory and cooperate with the master alchemist. Whether it's price or quantity, it's guaranteed, which is great news for everyone, or so it seems. Then he spoke up. If the master is willing to make the formula public, I will naturally support it unconditionally. But is it possible that the master's motives are not as great as I thought? Liu Yingzhen asked in Chairman, Hey, what do you mean? He continued. This is a high-grade medicine that we found on a black market, with the same effect as the one our guild makes, only the packaging is different. I've accounted for everything. None of our guild's potions are missing, and the auction house consignment potions were few in number and magically tracked, with no sign of them being resold on the black market. So where did these potions come from? You might remember when we cleared the secret realm trial, Duan said the mysterious benefactor already knew the formula for these high-grade drugs. Many dark deals are made there, and if we're unaware, these high-grade potions could fall into the wrong hands. A terrifying thought. Whether or not this was the mysterious master's intention, it's essentially arming the enemy. But in truth, he was secretly planning to have Su Lan fully trained and sent away, and he still had to tell the big boss. The old man continued. I've said before, it's absurd for a strong person to act entirely on their own whims without any restrictions. Regardless of how Director Feng handles it, our Epoch Guild will cooperate with the Thuangnui Guild in the investigation, in case we discover that these high-level drugs are indeed related to the mysterious elder. I hope Director Feng will handle this officially and not use that "you're one of us" nonsense anymore. Feng Lao replied, Rest assured, if this matter is confirmed to be related to the mysterious big shot, I will definitely take responsibility. Elsewhere, in a secret realm with a dark and gloomy sky, Tu Din speaks. My brother is very strict with managing the medicine. Everything is recorded, and nothing unusual or leaked has been found. Feng Din reported, My family's medicine is managed by my father and me. We check it together, and I count the stock every day, once in the morning and once at night. He wondered, I never cared about these medicines, but I didn't expect everyone to value them so much. But it's thanks to this that I can pinpoint the drug's movements. Ningfong says, if it wasn't leaked from us and the Shangrui conglomerate denies it, then how did the drug appear on the black market? Could someone else know the formula for the medicine besides me and the Commerce Union? In the black market, the atmosphere is gloomy, and all the vendors conceal their identities. A man with a cunning look on his face is watching someone, when a voice suddenly speaks up. I didn't expect that the 7 great guilds would send investigators for a single bottle of medicine. A hooded figure replies, Don't worry. The people in this low-level world don't know of our existence. I already checked in front of them anyway, he exclaimed excitedly. Oh, more customers for elixirs? The purple-haired girl frowned. This place was hard to find. The lead man stepped forward, saying, Sirs, these 2 are here for experience elixirs. The woman quickly interjected, We're not here for elixirs, we're looking for someone. A week ago, a swordsman in white came to you for medicine and hasn't been seen since. Do you know where he is? The man behind the cloaked figure stepped forward with an evil grin. My lord, they're here to cause trouble. No sooner were the words spoken than the cloaked figure looked up, revealing horrifying tentacles from within his robes. He wasn't human at all, but a monster. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the 2 men, tightening their grip with increasing ferocity. Before they could react, the newcomers were attacked, and 2 tentacles with sharp needles pierced their necks. Both of them felt their strength leaving them, followed by a sharp pain. Soon, they stopped struggling altogether. Both breathed their last moments. The subordinate, witnessing this, trembled. breaking out in a cold sweat. "My lord, I'm sorry. They tricked me into buying medicine outside." The man spoke. "It's fine. The reason I chose this place is to deal with this situation. The disappearance of a few people in the black market won't attract too much attention." He then quickly dropped the 2 corpses and ordered them to be taken away, to which his subordinate promptly obeyed. Yes. In the secret room, the corpses were dumped into a pit, carefully enveloped in a viscous purple substance of eerie origin. A voice commanded, "The number of people this time is sufficient. Rest for a while and wait for the next warrior to awaken before starting the new plan. Then we will become the new masters of this world. I can't stay away for too long." With that, the purple light swiftly flew out of the abandoned building, heading towards a lavish house, seemingly the lair of some mysterious entity. The purple light swiftly entered a man reading a book, his face twisting into a sinister grin, a truly unsettling sight. A few days later, Ningfong was on the phone. "Still no leads?" Duan reported that some people who had been in the black market were advertised high-grade drugs, but then the drug advertiser could not be found. He wondered if they'd caught wind of something and temporarily fled, pondering as he answered the call. "I see. No matter, just let me know if you find anything." Duan hung up, thinking that if he couldn't even handle this, he'd have no face to follow the boss. As he pondered this, his phone rang. "Team Leader Su, any discoveries on your end?" Meanwhile, Sulan's investigation in the black market turns up nothing. And in the abandoned villa district, an eerie atmosphere hangs heavy, as the corpses in the pit have mysteriously vanished. Those who died suddenly have risen again, all with fierce, purple eyes. The office staff are sitting down to eat, enjoying each other's company. Captain Chu secretly observes that Assistant Ning is approachable and doesn't have the arrogance of a young powerhouse. After spending time together, everyone has become familiar, and the department has its own plans. With the world's most outstanding young talents gathered here, and the potential to gain faith-based power, I could surely use their help. A girl quickly asks, "Mr. Ning, have you considered joining a guild? Someone as talented as you must have received many offers." He happily replied, "I have no intention of joining a guild for the time being." Another person spoke up. "Then are you planning to start your own guild, or is the Tuxu team already your guild's team?" Ningfong said, "The Tuxu guild is Duyet Ni's guild. We're just using the existing name." Everyone had their own thoughts. The Dorm Master Guild seemed to be just a small local guild, unknown nationally, but with such elites, Jiandu's future was sure to be bright. Assistant Ning called Assistant Wang Yuer. Need we say more about their relationship? The young man happily asked, "Assistant Wang, I'd like to join the Soothsayer Guild. Are there any requirements?" She was momentarily flustered. "Huh?" Another student spoke up, followed by the others. "I'm graduating this year, and I'd like to join the Tamer Guild, too." After the meal, Wang Yue felt exhausted. A simple lunch had turned into a recruitment session. Xu Ting was delighted, seeing everyone's resumes getting better and better, suddenly feeling like she was becoming one of the 7 major guilds. Hearing this, everyone laughed happily, and the tense atmosphere quickly disappeared. Ningfong thought to himself that he'd hoped to find some promising recruits at the training camp, but the results were even better than expected. After all, without that rat Zhao Cheng, Yuer's guild was hers to decide, and could totally be his reserve force. As for Zhao Cheng's disappearance, he could only blame his bad luck. First, his father colluded with Pengxian Guying, and then, during the government investigation, they found an evil magic circle in Zhao Cheng's house and his servants. The government has issued arrest warrants for the Zhao Cheng duo, and Yuer removing them from the guild saves me a lot of trouble. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Ningfong opened his phone to see the images Duan sent him. He'd finally discovered the strange pits. A message quickly followed. The Great Tulam discovered this place in a building in the black market, complete with drug-making equipment and high-level experience potions, packaged like the ones the Thuangnui Guild found. We suspect the drugs were leaked from here. Ningfong stares blankly at the image. We cut back to the abandoned house, where Sulan detects residual dark energy. Could this be some kind of unique mutant? As she finished speaking, Duan walked in, saying, "No, this is a type of demon we've never seen before." "A parasitic demon?" Explain. Normally, monsters can't leave their secret realms for long, but parasitic monsters are different. They need to infest other creatures to reproduce, completely controlling their thoughts and actions. Without a special method, it's difficult to distinguish between a normal life form and one that's been parasitized, and at this stage, the parasitic demons are incredibly weak and must remain hidden. These holes in the ground, called parasite nests, are used to incubate parasitic demons. Hearing this, Sulan couldn't help but get goosebumps. So, does Duan know what she's getting at? Yes, the parasitic demons here must have successfully hatched. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sulan grits her teeth, meaning an unknown number of parasitic demons have infiltrated humanity. But as Duan ponders, that's not the most important thing. That night at the Shangrui Association, Xiao was frustrated. So many days had passed, and they'd turned up nothing. Suddenly, the door slowly opened, and a man with a lustful look on his face entered. Seeing him, Hisu Wu asked, "Old Huang, what's wrong?" As soon as Su Wu finished speaking, the man grinned wickedly. Tendrils lash out, hurtling towards them, and like those in the black market, Shiyu and Fang Dan are quickly bound. Shi Wu knew at once that this wasn't Old Huang the shaman. What was it? But before he could react, a poisoned needle pierced his neck. His eyes quickly turned lifeless, and purple veins popped out all over his body, a terrifying sight. With his task complete, he released them, and they both knelt, awaiting orders. Having achieved his goal, the man laughed with glee, gazing at the two figures, Hasu Wu and, unexpectedly, the squad leader of the Jiwan Company, a delightful surprise. 2 fifth-stage powerhouses will greatly increase my strength, and birthing my race is the greatest honor for you lowly creatures. Switching scenes to Duan, he explains, some parasitic demons aren't strong, but they have a special talent called race. As the number of parasitic demons increases, they gain an overall boost, and their individual strength grows. At the same time, the king in charge of birthing the parasitic demons can achieve an even greater increase than the average individual. So, from the start, they were hiding in the black market, secretly gathering strength. Duan quickly added, "That's right. After all, human elixirs have no effect on them, and are likely just bait to attract hosts." Hearing this, she felt a little worried. So, how are we going to deal with the parasites? He recounts that the Great Master said that once the parasite's power reaches a certain level, it can be detected with tools or charms that detect abnormal dark power, and that divine objects are needed to eliminate it. Surprised, Sulan asked what the divine artifacts were, and Duan explained that they were likely items bestowed or blessed by the gods. She quickly understands and decides to tell her master, hoping they can find a way. She thinks to herself that even though she doesn't know where to find a divine object, she'll find it if the Great Elder gave the hint. But unbeknownst to them, even Ningfong himself had no idea what this divine object actually was. He pondered, recalling fragments about parasitic demons from the Demon King's memories. That's how he knew they coexisted with a host. When severely injured, the demon transfers the damage to the host to share the burden. Their slow movement is also an advantage for their survival. Only the divine sense can counteract this and achieve precise division. But the more I think about it, nothing in this world seems to fit the profile of these elusive parasites. If left unchecked, they pose a great danger. How can we eliminate them? Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was Duan. He quickly answered. "Duan, what's wrong?" On the other end of the line, Duan's voice was frantic. A violent surge of dark power has appeared at the Thuongdua Guild, much like you described. Meanwhile, Duan was growing anxious as everyone in the guild, including Guildmaster Hasu Wu, had lost contact. Furthermore, a number of strangely behaving adventurers were gathering towards the Commerce and Wisdom Guild. Hearing this, Ningfong immediately stood up. "Don't let anyone get close, or they'll be in danger. I'll go see for myself." That evening at the Ningrui Guild, the old impostor stood high above, satisfied that he no longer needed to hide in the shadows. Below him, manipulated and parasitized people await his command. As Fang Dan and Shiwutong Qing report, "King, all members are assembled," pleasing him. "Very good." Suddenly, someone approached from behind, surprising the leader, who turned to get a better look. It's Ningfong, standing alone amidst a crowd of monsters in human disguise, yet he shows no fear. Ningfong's face is filled with murderous intent as he glares at them. The leader wondered what the young man from the video was doing here. Seeing the scene before him, he thought to himself, so many people are being controlled. A destructive curse would turn them into shields for the demonic parasite. I wonder if my weapon can be considered a divine artifact. The old emperor speaks, "Little devil, why are you alone? Is it because no one else dared to come, so they sent you to play the hero?" He didn't answer the question, but instead asked, "Are you the king here?" He gloats, knowing to call me king. "Have you come to submit to me? It's a pity I won't allow lowly humans from the lower realm to follow me, but your strength is considerable, and a more powerful warrior could certainly be incubated from your body." Without another word, Ningfong charged forward, striking directly at the creature. The tentacles lash out, only to be swiftly severed. The imposter king, caught off guard, roars in anger. "I admit you're strong, but that won't kill me. The distance between you and me is like that of a mortal and a god." He looked at him, thinking that ordinary weapon attacks were indeed ineffective. He smugly thinks, "I've confirmed it. This guy has no divine artifacts. He's just wielding a normal weapon." The old emperor laughs. "No wonder you're stronger than normal. You're just the Demon King's pawn." "What's this? Can't win, so you want to summon your master to show himself? Didn't he tell you? A high-level being forced into a low-level world will have their power severely weakened, unless the evil god himself comes. Otherwise, in this world, I am invincible." He pondered that the so-called high-ranking demon lords were the evil god's trusted subordinates, often possessing treasures bestowed by the evil god, and that the parasitic demon's so-called forbidden summoning art wouldn't be weakened too much. He just hopes it's not too strong. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appears from the darkness. Its face was as if veiled, and from the lightning, something leapt out. It looked like a pig with arrow-shaped ears, more like a capybara, a bizarre creature that left him and the old emperor dumbfounded. Nanhun couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "This is a high-ranking demon lord?" The creature slowly approached him, its tiny legs and surprising appearance leaving everyone speechless. Even more hilariously, it tried to stand, but its short stature caused it to fall flat on its face, sending the old impostor into fits of laughter. "What kind of toy is this? I can't sense even a trace of dark power from it." "You're relying on that?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a fierce power swept through. Before the old emperor could react, he collapsed to the ground, and all of his controlled subordinates fell with him, writhing uncontrollably. "What's going on?" the old emperor wondered. Suddenly, he just wanted to lie down and do nothing. Then, the Demon King opened his mouth and gently bit the air. From the shadows, dark figures began to emerge, and with a few more bites, the Demon King found his target. Ningfong watched as the creature devoured the parasitic demons lurking in the shadows, as if it were even easier than eating divine offerings. The old emperor gaped. "No way. I thought he was just a Demon King. But what terrifying thing did he summon that completely suppressed it?" Ningfong approached the monster. "Inferior world, you think you're invincible?" Only then did fear set in. No, I was just bluffing. Please don't take it seriously." He pulls out his phone, saying, "Perfect. You can help me film a research video." Through the lens, his true form is revealed. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me." He continued, "First, tell me, how did you sneak into our world?" The monster began. "This man and his team invaded my secret realm, so I took advantage of his inattention and parasitized him, coming to your world together." He pressed on, "So what were you in the hidden dungeon boss's secret realm?" The monster quickly replied, Yes, exactly as you say." He began to recount, "At first I was quite weak, so I could only hide in the black market, where disappearances wouldn't attract attention. Until recently, my strength increased, allowing me to skip the incubation stage and directly control humans by injecting larvae, so I dared to target the Shangrui Guild." As he finished his story, the Demon King advanced, quickly opening its massive maw, and the monster frantically screamed, "Don't eat me!" Of course, all of this was recorded and sent to the guild. Yingjun speaks. "Due to a lack of necessary safety measures, we can't detain and preserve the parasitic demons, so we can only hand them over to Ningfong. Though I hate to admit it, as a low-level world with demons constantly appearing before us, we're really struggling to move forward." Yanchuan said, "If it weren't for Ningfeng's classmate, the Shangrui Guild would be finished." Longbow interrupted, "No, the 7 major guilds, even the world, would die, and we couldn't do anything to help." Feng Yi reassures them, "Don't be too negative, everyone. After all, the mysterious Big Shot and Ningfeng are still on our side. If the high-grade potion matter is cleared up and has nothing to do with the mysterious Big Shot, then the two sides can cooperate." With everything now clear, everyone quickly raised their hands in agreement. Feng Ngach reported, "The National Professional Association will establish a company to produce and sell high-grade potions, with 80% of the profits going to the master." Ningfeng realizes he can receive 80% without having to worry about anything. That's a pretty good deal. He continued, "In addition, the nation will commend Xiaofeng's recent heroic acts, with the ceremony held at the training camp's closing ceremony. Furthermore, many reporters are waiting, hoping to interview Xiaofeng." Ningfeng was ecstatic. He couldn't pass up this chance to accumulate faith power, so he quickly said, "Then I'll trouble Senior Feng to arrange it for me. Please, don't hold back." Having finished his conversation with Feng Yi, he turned to Duan and said, "I have to go back to training. I'm leaving this one in your care. It seems to only eat magical creatures." Duan respectfully replied, Rest assured, I'll take it to the mystic realm to find food." He secretly thought, this Big Shot pet can easily deal with parasitic demons. Its strength is probably above mine. Looks like I need to work even harder. Ningfong stroked it, pondering that this guy's skill seemed to be a field effect that completely robbed enemies of their will to fight. It has no effect on me normally, nor do I need to hide it. This little guy always likes to sniff the scent of Han Yin left on the necklace. Could he be related to her? As he pondered this, he said to it, "If you're always so slow, then your name is Man. Cut to the teacher's apartment in the training camp where Ningfong is present. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Where's the great hero? Where's the great hero?" Ningfong thought to himself, surprised, how childish. The little girl stepped forward happily and asked, "Are you the great hero, Ningfong?" He blankly repeated, "Hero what?" At that moment, 3 young men entered. Professor Z, it's been a while." He turned to see Xiao Rui, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Suddenly, he runs into an acquaintance, and Jiangshu is stunned. Professor Xiao Rui quickly introduces Xie Yan, a special professor at Peking University, honorary advisor to the 7 great guilds, and a classmate of my father's back in the day. Many theories and techniques related to the secret realm are the result of this professor's research. Ningfong was stunned by the introduction. "That's amazing." The girl continued, "Speaking of impressive, Ning is the truly impressive one, saving so many people. I was doing research in the secret realm and couldn't make it back in time. I arrived at the training camp last night and heard about Ning's heroic deeds, so I wanted to see what our great hero looked like." He scratched his head modestly. "You flatter me." Now I remember during training they introduced Professor Z as the head of our research team. He'd imagined a stern old man, but Professor Z was surprisingly enthusiastic. Professor Z happily grabbed his hand. "You all haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come eat with us." She then happily introduced the dishes. "These delicacies are all made from monster parts, please. Try them." Everyone complimented her with delight. "This is so delicious, and this flavor isn't bad either." As Ting focused on eating, he mumbled incoherently. Xie Yan approached Ningfong, saying, "Professor Li didn't come to wake us up this morning." "You're right. He's usually up very early." Teacher Li thought, "Professor Z made us work all night as soon as she got back from her super important job, but she didn't call on Ningfong. What were they saying about letting the great hero rest?" He felt bitter. The difference in treatment was too great. Professor Z happily stepped forward. "Ningfeng, I've watched the competition video, and your on-site maneuvers are perfect for someone your age." Wang Yue happily says, "Professor Z, you might not know that Ningfeng is our top student, always #1 in theory." Professor Z smiles, saying to Ningfeng, "It's been a long time since I've seen a genius with a solid theoretical foundation who also knows how to fight. I brought back some special things from the secret realm this time, and you can take a look." Hearing this, Ningfeng asked in surprise, "Something special?" A moment later, they were quickly standing in front of Teacher Li's office. Professor Zai cheerfully asked, "Is this your first time in the training camp's research lab?" "It's a temporary space, so it's a bit messy." Seeing her, Mr. Li panicked. "Professor Z, you look after Mr. Li. Go do your work. I'll take them on a tour." He thought to himself, "Why do these assistant teachers feel like superiors coming to inspect?" Suddenly surrounded, Li broke out in a cold sweat when Ningfeng's necklace unexpectedly began to glow. He wondered if the Hanyin necklace's faint energy fluctuations were being influenced by something. Professor Sai turned to him and asked, "Ningfeng, what do you make of these?" He guessed from the processed parts nearby that they seemed man-made, like walls or fragments of a sculpted statue. She nods in satisfaction as Professor Ziggy begins to explain. According to previous discoveries, the secret realm only contained the civilization or ecology of the monsters themselves, but in this secret realm, we seem to have discovered a lost civilization. Hearing this, Ningfeng wondered, a lost civilization? Professor C continued, "These were found in the Mystic Realm's valley. The monsters were too strong, so we couldn't go deep and only brought these back. But I suspect a city may be buried in that valley." Ningfeng thought to himself. Could Professor Xi have discovered the world Han Yin once lived in? What a coincidence. Suddenly he spoke up. "Professor Z, may I take a closer look? You can't stop me anyway." Ningfeng carefully observed the energy fluctuations emanating from the fragment's crystal. Noticing Han Yin's pendant seemed to be absorbing its essence. Could there truly be a connection between the two? She's curious. What is it? "What are you thinking?" Ningfeng asked. "It's still unclear. I'll have to see the mystic realm for myself. Professor Zai is capable, so there's no problem. I'll arrange it." At the secret realm, Professor Zai quickly introduced his research team, who would fully cooperate with them once inside. "Jiangning Market, it's a pleasure to meet you. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. After the exploration, would it be possible to take a photo with you?" Xiao Rui was secretly delighted at the sight. These scholars are all elites. Any one of them could be a professor at a top university, and they rarely admire anyone so much. But Fong has done it. Mu Qiu worried if she was good enough for such an important project, but Wang Yue reassured her that they were a team and would face it together. Meanwhile, the professor excitedly shouts for them to set off, and they quickly cover a good distance. Meanwhile, Ningfong and Professor Z were studying a map when a strange, dark aura suddenly flew toward them. From the earth, a monster with razor-sharp teeth suddenly bursts forth, mouth agape. Professor Sai is stunned, but Ningfong remains unfazed. At that moment, an axe came crashing down on the monster. Ningfong calmly reassured them. "Don't worry, carry on." Professor Zai's group stared in stunned disbelief. My God, such a huge demon, defeated in one move? These young men are truly reliable. After eliminating the monster, Xiaoyan quickly reported to Professor Sai that they had discovered a large hole in the monster's corpse, which seemed to contain something. The group descends, and Professor Zai confirms the markings are indeed the work of a civilization. Could it be that the inhabitants here were wiped out by the demons? If our world is overrun by monsters, could it become part of a secret realm? Ningfong stood to the side, lost in thought, convinced that Professor Xi's deduction was correct. I remember the Shangrui Guild's secret realm trial was once a world with civilization. Just as he finished thinking, the necklace around his neck suddenly reacted. Its glow caught Ningfeng's attention, prompting him to step forward and observe. Something on the rock is also emitting light. He realizes it's another crystal fragment. As he neared the Hanyin pendant, a steel vibration was generated. Could they find more deeper within the ruins? One of the researchers stepped forward to report. Professor Xi has detected intense dark energy fluctuations ahead. He's astonished. Dark power emanates from the top of that high platform. Ningfeng recognizes it. This feeling is similar to a demon summoning formation, but with even greater pressure than he's felt before. Deep inside, a monster stares intently at them, with a horde of fierce goblins waiting below. The leader roars an order, and its minions charge towards them with incredible speed. Xiao Yan senses trouble, warning Xiaorui that the monsters are too numerous and fast, urging caution. But he was confident, saying it was fine, because they had Brother Feng backing them up, and this would be a test for them. Zheyan shouted and charged forward. "Don't even think about breaking through our defenses." Seeing his soldiers falter, the monster raged, glaring at Ningfeng and the others, while Zheyan and his group discussed whether to help, as the monsters seemed endless. "If we go out there, we'll just be dead weight." Professor Z worries about the pressure on the kids. Wang Yu was curious. "I want to see if I can take down the boss in the air." He laughed. "It's fine. You guys can go together. Just leave this place to me." In a flash, he's dealt with the monsters, their corpses littering the ground. Professor Zai's group is stunned. What? Can Assistant Ning really hold back the endless waves of demons alone? Meanwhile, Ningfeng thought, it's good that Due is personally directing the battle. Mu Qiu, Teacher Kai, and Sister Lan have all received my special training. Now, they're all strong, and even without me in the double priest team, they won't suddenly collapse. He stood there, unmoving, but the monsters seemed to tremble, afraid to advance. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The monsters seemed afraid of Assistant Ning. Are the youth of today really this strong? Or should I consider early retirement? Meanwhile, Wang Yue shouts, "The boss has appeared. Focus on healing and buffs." Xiao Rei quickly responded, "Understood." The boss quickly unleashed a barrage of throwing stars, then faded into the dust. An ordinary person would never have found the precise point of attack, but to the monster's surprise, a fierce golden light suddenly burst forth, its inner power like a sharp blade aimed directly at it. Back in the desert, Zheyan had already severed the monster's corpse, leaving it scattered on the ground. But was someone else in this secret realm? They've found the entrance already. Is someone else coming? The group exclaimed, "Hurry, we have to get it before they do." The strangers continued. Life signs detected at the exit ahead. It must be the enemy. Prepare for battle. But contrary to their expectations, the doorway quickly faded away. One of them says, "Oh no, the secret realm has been damaged and is starting to reject us." Seriously? As soon as he said that, only streams of light remained on the ground and the people were gone. Wang Yue, sensing something, asked Ningfeng, "Did you hear anything?" It sounds like someone's talking. But Ningfeng didn't hear him. He was preoccupied. Realizing the cold sound pendant had been absorbing the crystal's energy, his thoughts consumed by it. Professor Z stepped forward. "I think I heard it too, from the direction we came, but there are guards outside the mystic realm. No one else is allowed in." Xiaori asked Ningfeng, "Should we go take a look?" He was curious. "Let's go. We'll head over together." Professor Z takes the lead to investigate, carefully observing the ground. She casts some kind of spell, and many footprints quickly appear. Professor Z concludes that these aren't our footprints. There was indeed an intruder. But why do the footprints disappear? Near the exit. One of them steps forward, saying the guard team reported no intruders. The professor pondered, wondering how the intruder entered and exited. Everyone split up to observe and record what they could find inside the secret realm, while Professor Sai investigated the first footprints discovered nearby. The intruder either entered through the secret realm's entrance or by other conventional means, and those monster corpses must be their handiwork. Liu Yingzhen quickly arrived and spoke up, acting extremely neatly with no signs of hesitation, proving that the intruder was very strong and the spoils dropped were not taken away. As if to say this, Feng A then spoke. Speedrun, he explains, is a method of conquering a mystic realm by clearing it as fast as possible, using the most efficient combat to eliminate monsters, taking only the most important spoils and abandoning everything else. This requires a high level of strength and teamwork. Wang Bei added, if you want to clear a difficult secret realm this fast, I don't think anyone but Ningfong and his group could do it. Professor Z wondered aloud. Could it be an adventurer from another world? She continued, although it's just speculation, it's not impossible. We've discovered relics from other worlds in this secret realm, so there must be many worlds like ours, or even more advanced. I wonder if we could communicate with them. Professor Xiao reasoned that if they were friendly or just making brief contact, it would be easier to talk. But if they were hostile, it meant that our enemies had just increased beyond monsters. What's more, they vanished so strangely, we don't know their purpose, nor if they'll ever reappear. Longbow sighed with worry as troubles continued to mount. Feng A and Yingzhen exchanged a look, and then Yingzhen spoke. Wang Yue, there's something we'd like to ask you. Is the Xiaoshi Guild interested in replacing the Shangrui Guild and becoming one of the 7 great guilds? This request left her stunned, a look of bewilderment spreading across Wang Yue's face. Anchan continued, I'm not afraid of the younger generation's ridicule over the parasitic demon incident. Both the Shangrui Guild and the Epic Guild have major problems. Fangzhou, the president of the Epic Guild, has voluntarily resigned, and a new person in charge has not yet been determined. Meanwhile, the Shangrui Guild has seen a mass exodus and is petitioning for demotion. She stammered, but I'm just a high school student and the Xiao Guild is just a small one. He told her, don't worry about it, we've already discussed this matter. All the chairmen welcome you to join, Wang Bo added. That's right. She was flustered, turning to Ningfong for help, but he only offered a gentle, encouraging smile. Finally, Ningfong spoke. Make your own decisions, and I will support you, no matter what. Wang Bo thought that Ningfeng's promise would definitely help Wang Yue gain a firm foothold in the 7 great guilds. Based on their relationship, high school or small gangs are irrelevant. Wang Yue stammered, I'm willing to try, and if I don't do something well, please advise me. The 3 elders smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Xiaoyan spoke up. I have a question. Why did going out and entering a secret realm suddenly turn into the 7 great guilds? His eyes inadvertently met Tu Din's, causing her to stumble over her words in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ningfong was pleased, thinking that Ruye joining the 7 great guilds would be a big step forward in his plan to cultivate his power. He felt quite satisfied thinking about it. Suddenly, a warm voice echoed in Ningfeng's ears. Great Divine Master? He looked around at everyone in surprise, but no one else reacted. Was he the only one who could hear it? Ningfeng looks down at the necklace he's wearing. It sounds like Han Yin. Cut to the desert, where a voice echoes. Everyone, please expedite your work and never act alone. We don't know if the intruder will reappear, so stay vigilant. If you spot anything unusual, report it to Professor Z or Assistant Ning immediately. Assistant Instructor Nin is the hero who was interviewed not long ago, right? Indeed, with such a powerful expert here, we can rest much easier. They were all surprised. Assistant Ning looked so young, who would have thought he was a top expert? Meanwhile, Ling Shuang and Professor Xie were in a tent, deep in conversation, while Ling Shuang puzzled over his pendant, which had inexplicably stopped absorbing energy from the spirit stone inside. Luckily, the stone's appearance hadn't changed, or it surely would have attracted attention. And that voice from before? Did I imagine it? Just as Ningfeng was lost in thought, another voice echoed. My lord, he wondered to himself, is that Han Yin? The voice replied, My lord, it is I. It's wonderful to speak with you again. I'm so excited right now. At this, Han Yin laughed heartily, and Ningfeng said, Han Yin, stay calm. Don't get too excited just yet. What's going on? Han Yin said, I don't understand either. It seems I suddenly regained consciousness. He wondered, could the pendant you left behind and the absorption of this crystal's energy be related? After talking for a while, he finally understood. So that's it. This place is the world's core. Hanyin speaks, explaining that the world's heart is the core of a world formed by the fusion of the universe's laws. If a world faces disaster, it can gradually repair itself as long as the world's core remains intact. But if the core is destroyed, so is the world. The cosmic laws within the world's core are the very source of the gods' power, and in the past, they used it to revive their favorite clans. But then, Hanyin suddenly stopped, hesitating to say what was on her mind. Finally, she stammered, sincerely apologizing, saying that her memories seemed to be missing a part. Ningfong was happy, telling him not to rush and to take his time remembering, but Hanyin felt guilty, apologizing for disappointing the God Lord. I'm just a useless failure. Though he acts like it's nothing, Hanyin's hesitation worries me. Could this resurrection method have serious side effects? Meanwhile, Professor Zai's team is reporting their findings. Professor Xie, the excavation is basically complete. Aside from some abandoned structures, nothing of value was found. I suggest we evacuate, as unidentified intruders may appear in this secret realm. Wang Bei says, I agree we should evacuate everyone as soon as possible, and then we'll close this secret realm. Feng Yue smiles and asks, Chairman Wang, what do you think? She wasn't used to the way the senior addressed her and stammered, Me? He said, now that you're one of the 7 great guilds, closing a special secret realm requires at least 3 guild leaders to approve. Wang Ye was flustered. Yes, I agree with guild leader Lu's opinion. And with that, they joined forces. Feng O was immediately courteous, saying the secret realm had been successfully closed and everyone had worked hard. The next morning, at the teacher's apartment training camp, Ningfong was happily taking a bath when Han Yin's voice suddenly startled him. My lord, I remember now. His hand inadvertently twisted the switch. Ningfong immediately shouted, The water's freezing. Han Yin panicked. I'm so sorry, my lord. I deserve to die 1,000 times over. Ningfong answered as he toweled himself off, Is that okay? But what did you remember just now? Han Yin suddenly recalled. Ah, right, that's what I wanted to say. Please, my lord, execute me at once. He was speechless with his subordinate. It was just a little cold water. I told you it was okay. Han Yum interjected. No, it's not about that, but about my resurrection. Han Yin recounts how in the past gods would use the heart of the world to revive their kindred, but because it contained dark power, they suffered intense backlash when connected to their kin, even becoming evil gods. In the end, the gods had to execute their own reviving kin. At this, Han Yum tearfully says, I don't fear death, but I can't let it affect you, my lord. Hearing this, a cunning look crept across his face. An evil god, you say? I've always been this way. But he fears that if he reveals the truth, Han Yin will be even more devastated. Seeing him so pensive, Han Yin worried, Lord, are you feeling unwell? Or do you sense something amiss? Ningfeng asked seriously, but it seems like there isn't. Suddenly, he remembers his passive skill has dark origins, so he won't suffer the backlash of dark power, and using forbidden magic won't come at a price. Could it be? Ningfeng asks Han Yin. Does your resurrection only affect me? Does it have any effect on you? Han Yin hesitated. This subordinate isn't sure. He gives a gentle smile, telling her to live on now that she's been resurrected. If there are any repercussions, we'll face them together. Han Yin was moved to tears. He spoke the same words as he did back then, but I really can't get involved. Suddenly, Ningfeng's expression changes. He said somberly, Han Yin, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. And then, he confessed everything he'd been holding in. You're the evil god? Han Yin exclaimed in shock. To her surprise, Ningfeng calmly explained, That's what the legends say. Those gods call me an evil god, and all the magic I wield automatically turns into dark magic. Han Yin angrily replies, No, you're not an evil god. They are. For their own selfish desires, my people died in a meaningless war. No one cared about our lives, but you seek justice for us. If they are your enemies, I will stand by you, even if it means my bones are crushed. I'm glad you trust me, and I will do my best to protect you all from harm. Duan Hanyin burst into tears, and the God Lord was once again surrounded by his companions. I'm so happy, my lord. Ningfeng is flustered. Don't cry. He wearily lay on his bed, still pondering. To be honest, I'm still very confused. For example, what exactly is the concept of world level? Hanyin explained it simply. The world's level is the degree to which gods recognize it. Many worlds exist in the universe, but not all are blessed by the gods. Only when a world gives rise to intelligent life do the gods take notice. But it's merely a passing glance, like spotting a pretty bug. Only by passing the gods' trials can a world truly gain their favor. receiving power and a mighty civilization. Simply put, the more trials they overcome, the more the gods favor them, and the higher the world's level. That shows how low the world's level is. It's practically unblessed by the gods. Ningfong replied with his eyes closed, "Are you here to send me off?" Han Yin earnestly says, "Isn't that what you're here for? Their future will only get better." "That's right. Regarding your equipment, I have a suggestion. The equipment of this world is quite backward and cannot meet your requirements. Therefore, you need to quickly switch to God-tier equipment." These words made Ningfong sit up straight. He asked again, "A divine artifact?" Han Yin continued, "Divine artifacts are usually forged or crafted by our clan, and then you can continuously upgrade them by bestowing divine power." Ningfong remembered that Han Yin's pendant seemed to have characters that could be upgraded. Han Yin replied, "That's right. This pendant used to be a divine artifact in its rawest form. It just needs you to reactivate the divine power within it to officially ascend into a divine artifact." Ningfong is stunned. "What do I do?" Han Yin begins to guide him. "Place your hand on the pendant and draw the runes representing divine power through your consciousness." Ningfeng quickly followed, and a brilliant aura radiated from his neck as mysterious blue patterns appeared on the stone's surface. Ningfeng was stunned. It actually worked. Han Yin said, "Of course. You are the Godlord after all. It's a rune derived from the origin of the world. Only a true god can activate and use it. Furthermore, even representatives chosen by the gods themselves are not allowed." Han Yin suddenly felt relieved, as if the Godlord was always worried about his identity, but this time he could finally rest assured. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, surprising Ningfong, who realizes 1,200 spirit points is about the sum of all his current attributes. Not only that, but it also greatly enhances other attributes. Han Yin was still not satisfied, but the quality is only orange. "I will upgrade it for you once I find suitable materials. As for the remaining parts of the suit, you'll need to find the other clans to complete it. It is my honor to answer your questions." Morning arrives quickly, and Han Yin happily looks at him. "My lord, good morning." Ningfong glances over. "You seem to be in good spirits." Han Yin is sincere, and following the master fills him with hope. Ningfong thought to himself that he had inadvertently talked with Han Yin for a long time yesterday, but unfortunately his previous world was different from his own, and many experiences could not be used. But as his assistant, he would be more than adequate. In an unknown secret realm, the atmosphere is incredibly grim as a ferocious monster bursts from the ground, launching a savage attack. Han Yin quickly appears, his icy aura surging toward the monster, which flies into a frenzy, lunging savagely. Debris flew everywhere, and Professor Zai and his companions stared in stunned silence. Ningfong smiled contentedly, pleased with the 1,200 spirit points he'd gained. Lu, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Assistant Ning, you're terrifying." He'd planned to fight the boss, but now he's killed it in one move, and Professor Zai nods along to everything Mr. Lu says. Yes. Teacher Lu spoke up, "Professor Z, please don't imitate me." Ningfeng steps forward, asking, "Mr. Lu, are there any other secret realms today?" But alas, there are none. He explained that their progress was already faster than the other groups, and today was even faster than usual. This has given the committee a real headache. Hearing this, Ningfeng was a little confused and asked again, blankly. "Huh? Why?" Teacher Lu explained. "You know, everyone who makes it to training camp is a hard worker. Because we finished early, the team members actively went to the training camp's mystic realm to train on their own. Right now, our team members' levels and strength are higher than other teams, so students from other teams have been requesting joint applications since last month, asking for each team to take turns." Professor Ji wondered why the other teachers didn't have any objections. Teacher Lu smiled wryly, saying that if the organizing committee hadn't held them back, the other teachers would have loved to join our group. It was discovered that some teachers had slipped their names into the students' joint application, much to Professor Zai's delight. "Well done. No one will steal our TA Ning." Han Yin suddenly stammered, "Lord God, your magic?" Ningfeng wonders, is something wrong? Hearing that, Han Yin was a little dazed. "No, there's no problem. I just think the way you cast spells is exquisite. You seem to be able to make good use of various conditions at the right time to control the effect of spells within the required range." Ningfeng smiled. "Are you talking about this? There are a few classes over the next 2 nights. You might as well listen in." Soon, class began, and Ningfeng sat, listening intently. The teacher lectured on strategic calculus. Han Yin was a little confused. "Lord God, this is Ningfeng's explanation." "Interesting, isn't it? This is my favorite subject, strategic calculus, which covers arithmetic, physics, biology, and topography, in addition to real-world combat examples. Perhaps because the world's level is too low and people have no better options, they can only try every means to make the best use of the resources they have. How to use limited magic to deal the highest damage. How can limited skills be expanded for maximum utility? How can fleeting opportunities be seized in a desperate battle? Not everyone needs to master this theory, but our training system is based on it, and it has produced many outstanding explorers. Xiao is determined to be recognized by the Lord God with extraordinary knowledge, and I will study hard as well. The bell rings and the teacher announces that class is dismissed. As class ends, night quickly falls, and he and Wang Yue walk home together on the deserted road. Suddenly, someone appears, and he seems surprised to see him. The young man approaches, his eyes filled with confusion. Seeing this person in front of Jiangning Market, both he and Wang Yue were surprised. A classmate? Ningfong wondered if he was here to see him. He had barely spoken to He Shihong at the training camp, and he hadn't paid him any attention. Why did he seem so nervous? Suddenly, Shi Xiong bows deeply. I came to thank you. Thanks to your help, you saved my brother and the Shangri Guild. You are our great benefactor. Ningfong smiled wryly. It was just chance. No need to thank me. Su Heng thought, because of his relationship with his brother, Min kept his distance from assistant instructor Nin and resented classmates close to him. Looking back, I was the biggest fool of all. If I had fostered a better relationship with Instructor Ning sooner, the Commerce Guild wouldn't have met its end. Ningfeng was a little dazed. What did he want? They weren't close, and there was really nothing to say. Shishong quickly offered a sincere gift, saying, "To express my sincerity, I've prepared a small token. It's nothing much." Both he and Han Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Another fragment of the world's heart." Han Yin once said that after a world is destroyed, fragments of its heart may drift in the void, and finding them could reopen the path to that world. It dawned on him then. So that's how it was. Professor Z had also inadvertently used this method to open the secret realm, but at the time the principle was still unclear. So those vanished intruders... Han Yin interrupted. That's right, the world heart is a vital resource for high-level worlds, so they'll be especially keen to find its fragments. However, the invaders were rejected by the laws of the universe and returned to their original world because Lord God led the conquest of the secret realm. Interrupting his thoughts, Shu Xiong spoke. This is a spoil of war my brother obtained from a mystic realm, and he's never used it carelessly. Hearing Professor Tsi, that you all conquered such a mystic realm, I thought this item would be more suitable for you. Ningfeng accepts the gift without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. I really like it. The scene shifts to another secret realm, as a voice echoes, the fragment points to this place. Professor C was surprised. Assistant Ning understood how to use it so quickly. If I discover anything else, I'll contact you as soon as possible. Ningfeng smiled, thinking, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Hanyin says, my current state is still unstable. I need to absorb more of the world's heart. As long as my lord isn't affected by the dark power, I'll be fine. He tells himself, quickly help Hanyin recover her strength, and I'll have another ally. The group ventured deeper, and their jaws dropped at what they saw. Ningfeng exclaimed, this is a hidden realm. Wang Wei chimes in, this place is too beautiful. Han Yin is also surprised. What's going on? It's nothing like a place that faced destruction. He asks, is this the first time you've seen something like this? Hanum admits it's a first for him as well, and Professor Z suggests they head inside to investigate. Before them stood an imposing fortress, which Ningfeng guessed was a human city. Shu Ting stammered, I'm not mistaken. Those are normal humans, right? Wang Yue wonders if they've crossed over to another place, but Han Yin suspects that a fragment of the world's heart only leads to its corresponding world, and even if it's an illusion, this is too real. As they entered, a soldier abruptly stopped them. Halt. Where did you come from? Ningfeng's group felt a little uneasy. He scratched his face, stammering, yeah. We, the guard shouted. You're adventurers from another world, aren't you? Ningfeng asks. How did you know? He says your clothes and hesitant demeanor make it easy to guess. He wondered if adventurers from other worlds often came here, and the guardsman replied, occasionally, but not many imps like you. It was obvious who he was talking about, and Professor Zai was furious. I'm not a little devil. He continued, you can wander around the city, but try not to cause trouble or I can't guarantee your safe return. Before they left, the guard reminded them, and watch out for the kid, don't let her wander off. Professor Jie retorted fiercely, I told you, I'm not a child. Ningfeng observed as they walked, noting that this world also had adventurers, which explained why they weren't surprised by their appearance. They quickly entered, pausing before a statue to read its inscription, The Brave Alita. a daughter of destiny and guardian of the empire. Ningfong wonders how he can read this language he's never seen before, deducing that his heart is connected to this world, proving they haven't traveled elsewhere. Professor Xiao observes as well, pointing to the writing and saying, "There are heroic deeds inscribed here." In the year 1537 of the Radiant Calendar, a ferocious demonic tide surged forth, burying the world in darkness and fear, a hopeless apocalypse looming. Only the brave Alita pierced the gloomy sky, scattering demons before her and bringing light back to the land. Joyful songs echoed through the clouds. Her heroic deeds are etched in stone for posterity, her radiant glory forever undimmed by time. Wang Yue wondered, so this world really was attacked by demons, but thanks to this brave warrior fighting alone, she defeated the invading demons and restored peace to the world? Professor Zai replied, I believe that's the meaning of the inscription. Shu Ting marvels. So powerful, one person able to defeat an army of demons. Xie Yan adds, are all adventurers from other worlds this strong? In the distance, a tree emits an eerie light and Zhao Ri warns, wait a moment. Xie Yan approaches him, asking what's wrong, and Xiao Rui replies, while everyone was focused on the statue, I looked around and saw glowing red writing on it. The symbol of that text translates to run. Ningfong pressed further, and Xiao Rui confirmed, yes, it was under that tree. Suddenly, Ningfong felt a strange sensation. He looked at the passers-by and realized something was wrong. Their eyes were filled with malice. It seemed they knew he suspected something, and the statue vanished. The people quickly reveal their true forms, ferocious, red-eyed monsters. Ningfong realizes it was all an illusion. Hanyin is shocked. How are the undead doing this? I didn't detect any undead energy at all. Immediately, the monsters surged forward as one, and Ningfeng, weapon already in hand, gripped his sword and slashed out. Xie Yan also tried to help, swinging his axe at a monster attacking him, but unfortunately, the monster's power shattered his axe. He cried out in surprise, oh no, my axe! Xie Yan panicked, thinking, orange skill, blocked it. This is an enemy I can't handle. The ferocious monster raised its blade, glaring at Xie Yan, ready to strike. But suddenly, it was frozen solid. Hanyin appears just in time to save Xie Yan, looking incredibly majestic. Ningfeng stood before a horde of ferocious monsters, ready to strike, and Hanyin began to panic. My lord, these undead adventurers seem to be from a higher-level world. I fear your humans are no match for them. He became more alert, so what to do? Hanyin suggests, I can use my remaining energy to materialize briefly and help eliminate these enemies. Ningfeng smiled contentedly at Hanyin. Very well, I appreciate your help. Seeing Hanyin, Wang Yue and Xie Yan stammered in surprise. This is someone Ningfeng introduced. Don't be afraid, he's an assistant I summoned from another world. Hanyin cheerfully waves, saying it's a pleasure to meet them before quickly confronting the monsters. Your aura is far too aggressive. Hanyin raised her weapon and commanded, calm everyone down quickly. Thousands of ice arrows pierce the monsters' bodies, causing them to scream in terror, as Wang Yue and Xie Yan marvel at the powerful magic, far surpassing even orange-level skills. Suddenly, a hand brutally crushed Hanyin's ice arrows as a rather burly woman emerged from the chaos. Her eyes burned red as she glared menacingly at Ningfeng and the others. Professor Zes recognized her instantly. It was the statue from before. She spoke fiercely. Foreign mage, you seem to be the strongest of this lot. Sadly, before my blade, your strength is worthless. Hanin retorted, don't get me wrong, I'm not the strongest, but I alone am enough to deal with you. The woman shouts, a mage warrior in a one-on-one fight, and what gives you the courage? The gods? Hanyin chuckled, replying, yes, yes. Hearing his uncertain answer, she grew even angrier, another foolish believer truly thinking those gods of mere reputation would spare him a glance. Hearing her words, he turned to look at his master, whose eyes were fixed on him with a gentle smile. The woman yelled, fool, you dare look away! But Ningfeng's gaze only emboldened Hanyin, who unleashed a chilling aura. The woman panicked, her speed faltering, the sluggish effect of some water-based ability, perhaps? She clenched her fist and charged toward Hanyin with a furious roar. But in doing so, Alita left herself open. Hanyin realized, so that weapon is the source of her power? Hanyum stands tall, focusing her power and shouting, ice ray emission, ice storm eruption, ferocious cold tide. The woman is enraged and in disbelief. No way! I clearly have the divine fall magic weapon. How can the difference be so great? Damn you, I'll kill you. Suddenly, wisps of icy light flowed from her body and back into her. Before she could react, Hanyin snapped his fingers, and the woman's body exploded, leaving nothing but a weapon on the ground. Professor Z was aghast, the mere sight of it stealing his breath. Hanam approached to observe. The weapon was indeed powerful, but alas, the woman couldn't control it. He reached out and a pink light emanated from the weapon. It seemed Han Yin wanted to control it. What is he experimenting with? What about this? Her soul hasn't dissipated yet. The woman smirks. This foolish mage has no idea how terrifying the divine artifact is. A god's remnant will absorb your power, helping me to revive, and as long as it exists, I am immortal. Han Yin reassured him. My lord, I'm fine. It's just that the weapon suddenly absorbed my energy, so I can't maintain my physical form. Ningfong frowned. Is that so? I'll go check it out, Han Yin worriedly said. Please be careful. He picked up the weapon, and sure enough, energy was being drawn into it. She gloated, thinking they were all fools, willingly offering their energy to her, so she wouldn't have to absorb the souls of the dead anymore. Ningfong stared intently at the woman, his voice low. What are you celebrating? Her jaw dropped in astonishment. You can see me? Ningfong replied calmly. So what? Alita thinks furiously. Something's not right. It hasn't absorbed anything since earlier, and it's been trembling, as if it's terrified. Ningfong thought to himself, when he touched the weapon, the system alerted him that the final piece had been found and was beginning to absorb. He smirked, never expecting this weapon to be a medium of poison, but since things weren't clear yet, he shouldn't absorb it just yet. After thinking, he glared at her and said, Let's go. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, the professor anxiously shouted, Assistant Ning, what's the situation over there? Wang Yuan noticed the souls around her were still and began to recount, You see, this was once a beautiful country. Though monsters often invaded, we always protected our nation from harm. Recalling the days when everyone hunted monsters together, she happily praised, Well done, everyone. Suddenly one of them froze, staring at something, and the woman approached curiously. Tap Long, what's wrong? The man named Tap Long turned around. Can't you all see it? There's a box in front of me, and it says a god is watching you. The others stammer in surprise. I don't see anything. The woman wonders if Zalong has been recognized by the gods. Zak Long stared blankly at the box for a long time, seemingly lost in thought, before finally waving his hand, perhaps following the box's instructions. A notification appears. The gods are pleased with your performance. You have received the approval of the gods. You may choose a divine gift. We don't know what he chose, but everyone saw Taplong slowly ascending to the central zone. Before leaving, Taplong called out to those below. Farewell, everyone. He looked at his friends, tears suddenly falling. I will be by the god's side, forever watching over you all. A nearby person stepped forward to comfort her. Alita, don't be too sad. Terran has gone to be with the gods. Since he has their attention, he'll surely watch over our country even more. If we keep trying, surely the gods will notice us. Encouraged, Alita smiled brightly in response. You're right. In time, their country was still overrun by monsters, and the death toll only rose higher. The monsters rampaged, leaving death in their wake, and the country was engulfed in flames as Alita and her companions, severely wounded, struggled to hold the line. She was so helpless that tears welled up in her eyes. Why? Why? The monsters attack more fiercely than ever, but the gods don't appear, nor do the dragons. Have we been forgotten? Her trembling comrades asked, Alita, are we going to die? But she quickly regained her composure, her eyes sharpening. No, we still have one last hope. She opened the door to a secret vault, inside of which was the weapon she now wielded. Hearing this, Ningfong could guess the story behind it. So you used this demonic weapon to drive back the monsters, but it also cursed the entire nation. Alita says, That's right. After repelling the monsters, I borrowed the power of darkness to restore the country, but I didn't expect the darkness to gradually erode my consciousness, turning the nation into a terrifying secret realm. Adventurers from other worlds would occasionally come to explore, only to be turned into undead by me. Clutching the weapon, he thought, dark power always comes at a price. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching. Curious, he turned to see a pink light revealing the silhouette of a man slowly approaching. It was none other than Tap Long. Hello there. That gauntlet belongs to me. Would you mind returning it? Alita is shocked to see who it is. How could it be Tap Long? But how could Ningfong give such a treasure away? He smiled. Sorry. This is my spoil of war. Though annoyed, Jia Long remained calm, explaining that there must be some misunderstanding, as he had specifically left that weapon there for refinement. A statement that seemed to startle Alita. What does sacrifice even mean? He's finally lost his patience. Tap Fong's face darkens as he retorts, Are you deaf? I said that weapon is mine, or do you want to become material for my weapon's refinement as well? Hanin recognized it instantly. The purest Holy Spirit power. Alita knelt at Ningfeng's feet, begging, "Great One, please forgive my offense. I want to know the truth. Can you help me?" He smiled back. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" His words stunned Alita. She couldn't believe her ears, while Jiafeng looked at him, annoyed, wondering, "Why is that guy smiling?" Alita asks, "What do you mean?" Ningfeng explains, "I have a skill that can temporarily grant you a body, but you will eventually vanish completely, leaving nothing behind." With a resolute voice, Alita declared, "I'm not afraid. Please, grant me your power. I'll bear the burden." Hearing her words, Ningfeng said nothing more, issuing his command. Alita obeyed without hesitation. Yes. He frowned. An active skill. Sinister soul possession. Forbidden dark master, using his own mental power to control the target's mind, capable of briefly transforming into a powerful doppelganger. Soon, Alita completely reverted to her former human appearance, and Zalong was shocked to see her, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" Alita sees her body and can't help but marvel. The power of darkness is strong. Ningfeng steps forward. "I won't control your mind, so you can control this body yourself." Alita is grateful. "Thank you for your grace." Terran stammers, his face pale. "You're Alita. Why have you suddenly appeared?" Alita's eyes are fierce. "Zalong, I don't understand what you're saying. You should explain yourself again." Zalong quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat menacingly. "Alita, are you being controlled by a demon? What did he do to you?" Before he could speak, Alita leaped forward, her eyes blazing as she delivered a devastating punch that caught Zablo completely off guard. He cried out in alarm, calling her crazy, but before he could finish, the attack landed. God or no god, Taplong was no match for Alita. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but seeing him struggle only fueled her resolve. Another attack sends Zalong sprawling to the ground, and Alita loses her patience. "Zalong, tell me, why didn't you appear when the demons invaded? Why are you here today? And what do you mean by sacrifice?" He frantically explains, "Alita, I didn't abandon you. You have to believe me. I was just participating in another trial. That trial was crucial to me, and by the time I noticed what was happening here, it was too late." He recounted, unaware of the hardships I faced after leaving this world. "Even though I was the strongest in this world, before the gods, I was just the weakest. That pressure, that helplessness, you would understand." Frustrated, she exposes him. "You've been paying attention to the magic weapon, haven't you?" He stammered, flustered. I only left a magical imprint on the divine weapon. When the imprint disappears, I'll sense it. Alita, don't blame me. I just hope to use the divine weapon to become stronger. Otherwise, one day I'll be abandoned by the gods. When I left the mark, you were already dead. All of you." He thought maliciously, "Damn it. If I couldn't sense the divine power weakening, you wouldn't stand a chance. Honorable gods, your followers are threatened by evil. Please, for my loyalty and devotion, do not abandon me. Punish me instead of destroying them." But as he thought this, Alita struck him hard. Ningfeng's group is astonished by Alita's decisive action, and after she's done, she raises her weapon and kneels before Ningfeng. "Great One, thank you for this precious opportunity. My people and I can finally escape this endless nightmare." He asks, "I want to know where the heart of this world is, and my companions must have many questions. In the time you have left, I hope you can help them find answers." She quickly obeyed, saying, "Yes." Alita regretfully recalls, "I once thought it was an honor for Zalong to be chosen by the gods, but I never expected we would still be forgotten." As she says this, her body gradually dissipates, like that memory. Before fading away, Alita said, "After all, Tapfong belongs to this world. Let him find eternal release with us." Wang Yue watched Alita's figure fade, a hint of sadness in her heart. Ningfeng asks, "Yue, what's wrong?" She replies, "I was just thinking. Even with the gods' favor, Alita's world couldn't escape its fate of destruction. Will we face such a day?" Ningfeng smiled. "No, don't worry. I'm still waiting for you to take me out for good food." Hearing that, Alita felt comforted and happy. "This guy?" Wang Yu asked, "Professor Z, can we eat first before heading back?" She quickly agreed. "Of course," Wang Yue replied. "Then I'll see if there are any local specialties around here." As they disappeared into the distance, the vast prairie returned to its silent, desolate state. Suddenly, a streak of purple light appeared in the sky, gradually tearing open to reveal a foot descending slowly. It was Jia Long, with his bright, hollow eyes. But it seems this is just some imposter in Zalong's form. He's disappointed. He's a step too late. That familiar aura is gone, but the memories of this body still hold the other's image. He recalls Ningfeng's image, wondering if he is the omnipotent magic god. After all, he can't escape this world, so he'll investigate. Meanwhile, back with Feng Yi, he and the others are in a tense meeting. Wang Yue and Teacher Lu sit upright, barely daring to breathe. Lin Hua says, according to Professor Zai's report, gods can choose lucky people they favor in different worlds, grant them grace, and even allow them to ascend to higher worlds. But this grace is only intended to make more people believe in them. In the eyes of those gods, the lucky ones are merely tools and pawns. Even with divine favor, destruction looms, and ultimately everything depends on oneself. This time in the secret realm, the enemy's strength far surpassed ours. Lin Hua said, "We were only able to defeat them thanks to Ningfong. But in the near future, these overwhelmingly powerful enemies will likely only increase." Her face saddened. "Although Ningfong stands with us, I feel guilty if we become parasites, placing all our hopes on one child." A hush fell over the room. Wang Yue spoke up. Can I say a few words? Ningfeng recently summoned a powerful figure from another world. You all know that this powerful figure has studied our combat calculus, compared our strength to the monsters, and come to a conclusion. According to conventional wisdom, our world should have ended 30 years ago. Yuning spoke up asking, Chairman Wang, what does this mean? She recounted how, over 80 years ago, dungeons suddenly merged with reality, causing humanity to suffer unprecedented losses. In that situation, adventurers appeared for the first time among humans, but humanity was still at a complete disadvantage against the monsters. It's thanks to the sacrifices and efforts of a generation, including those of you here, that humanity has resisted these powerful monsters and survived to this day. That powerful being from another world said, "The monsters you face have long surpassed the level this world can withstand, yet you haven't fallen, you continue to fight. That is a miracle. I believe that if given the chance, we can continue this miracle, for this world has been protected by our predecessors for 80 years. Next, we must protect everyone together." All the elders present stared blankly at Wang Yue after hearing her words. Slightly flustered, she forced a smile and asked, Did I say something wrong?" Immediately, everyone burst into applause. They were very pleased with her words. Linghua smiled brightly. "Chairman Liu, inviting Chairman Wang was truly the right decision. It's like I've rediscovered the fighting spirit of my youth," Longbow analyzed. "So the monsters are getting harder to deal with because they've long surpassed our limits," Yan Chuan said cheerfully, sounding somewhat proud. Chairman Wang's opinion is surely shared by everyone. So the next topic is how we should respond when we encounter gods in the future. In any case, this incident has taught us a lesson. Gods aren't necessarily our hope. The one possessing Zalong's body is now searching for Ningfeng. He muses, so the almighty magic god was hiding in a place like this? A lower world wouldn't attract too much attention, and the gods can't directly descend. What a cunning one. Closing his eyes, he sensed his trial's secret realm, a perfect refuge. So he chose it. At the Azure Dawn Guild, Lionheart sadly surveyed the ruins. His brother's hard work, gone in a night. He vowed to grow strong and restore the guild's glory. Suddenly, something strange appeared before him, startling Shizhong, and from within it, Jia Long emerged. He's surprised to find someone here. Wary, Shizhong shouts, "Who's there? How did you get in here?" Jia Long smirked. "Don't be afraid. I am the master of this secret realm, the one you often speak of." Hearing the words, divine being, Shizhong broke out in a cold sweat, staring intently at the figure, thinking, I remember this secret realm doesn't allow two people to enter at once. I've seen this god's form in images before, and he can command the power within this secret realm. With that, he quickly knelt. "Lord God, did you descend because you heard my prayers?" Taryn smirked. "Prayers are for the weak. Prove your strength and faith are worthy of my grace." The Lion Master was quickly subdued. "Great God, rest assured, I will do everything in my power." Taryn had his own thoughts. That omnipotent magic god was incredibly cunning, and before clarifying his identity, he shouldn't act rashly. After all, an avatar's power is less than the original, and he does need some help. He's pleased at how quickly the Lion King submits. "Very good. Your first task is to help me find this person." Seeing Ningfeng's image appear, Master Hung was shocked. Seeing the bear's reaction, the dragon god quickly noticed an opening and secretly rejoiced, thinking, "I didn't expect you to know him. This saves me a lot of trouble." But the bear said, "Sorry, I don't know him and can't give you much information." "No matter," the godlike Jia Long said. "From now on, you'll be responsible for monitoring him. Report anything unusual to me immediately. Remember, don't give yourself away. This man's true identity may be that of an evil god who has destroyed countless worlds. Hearing this, Su Hong was dumbfounded. What? Could it be that? The god thinks back to when he discovered the trial grounds were infiltrated. He immediately searched the god realm, but a strange power interfered. It must have been the omnipotent magic god causing trouble, hiding his tracks. Then he remembered who were the ones who completed the trials here. Xu Xiong stammered. It was the evil god's friend. Duan's image flashes as he begins to manipulate events. It's a pity. That glory should have been yours, but it was stolen by the evil god's lackeys. But no matter, I can help you reclaim it. So offer me your loyalty. As if hypnotized, Xu Xiong quickly obeyed, unaware that he would soon meet with Ningfong in private. He found it interesting. Such a thing existed. Su Hong was serious. Yes, Mr. Ning, he claims to be an avatar of the true origin Saint Spirit, sent here to secretly investigate you. He thought, an avatar? I thought they could only exist for a very short time. Gods usually borrow their believers as avatars because they are in sync, so there's no rejection, and they can exist for a long time. He forgot that gods weren't like him, able to make anyone an avatar. Aren't you afraid of him finding out? Su Xiong said. I've tested him a few times, and he doesn't seem to be all-knowing or all-powerful, unless he's deliberately pretending, so I still want to remind you to be more careful. He thought, new believers like He Shihong have weak faith to begin with, and haven't been exposed for long. Even if they don't fully believe, it's not easy to be detected. Ningfong smiled and thanked him for telling him this important matter. Xu Xiong was embarrassed by his reaction. You're our great benefactor. What I did was nothing. Sihung seems much smarter than his brother. He didn't panic even when facing the god assistant Nin, which means his identity is definitely not ordinary. To be honest, my brother investigated Instructor Ning quite a bit, and I find it hard to believe that someone like him is an evil god. Calmly thinking, ever since confirming my identity, my mood has become calmer. If those gods are targeting me, then I'll play along. Back in his room, Ningfong spoke with Han Yin. Shishongkan stay with the true origin spirit temporarily, but prolonged exposure will be dangerous, so we must deal with the true origin spirit quickly. Han Yin says, Lord God, we actually have many advantages in this world when dealing with other gods. He wondered why she said that, and Han Yin explained, a higher existence entering a lower world will have its power restricted. This is dictated by the laws of the universe, which even gods cannot violate. To increase their influence in this world, they must expand their own faith. But you are different from them. You were originally in this world and can exert your full strength. As long as their faith doesn't grow too strong, they won't be a threat to you. However, the secret trial is protected by divine power. The attacks you suffered there before actually transcended space and time, directly causing conflict with the realm of the gods where the true origin Saint Spirit resides. If the true origin Saint Spirit hides in there this time, there's nothing we can do. We need to find a way to lure him out of the secret trial realm. Han Yum calculates, and so we shall plan accordingly. I will report all the information I know immediately. He muses that, according to Han Yin, this world seems to be his home field. He's mastered dozens of forbidden spells, so dealing with a battle of this level shouldn't be a problem, except for one skill of the enemy that worries him. Active skill. Might of the Strong. It unleashes a powerful mental pressure, temporarily immobilizing targets of a lower rank. The greater the rank difference, the longer the immobilization. Based on the description, this skill relies on rank suppression to be effective. My strength is quite low. If the enemy catches an opening, I fear I won't have time to use forbidden magic. To be safe, I need to learn magic that can defend against mental attacks, but that kind of magic is rare and difficult to find. No sooner had he thought it than he sat bolt upright. Han Yin, I need to go back to base. Are you sure it's still secure? He replied confidently, of course, it's always been there. Cut to the base Ningfong mentioned, where they quickly arrive to find Manman basking in the sun. Han Yin strokes its head, explaining that this little one's true form is a monster from the dark world, its real name being Chaos Beast. It can create a powerful chaotic force field around itself, blocking all detection effects. Duan is shocked. It sounds terrifying. Han Yin quickly replied, that's right, it's a high-level demon lord. Its power surpasses most bosses in the secret realms. It can easily destroy a world. Hearing this, Duan's face contorted, and he gasped in astonishment. What? But Han Yin calmly reassured him, don't worry, since being subdued by the Lord, this little one's mood has been very stable, and even the aura of dark power is no longer obvious. Our tribe used to have many hot springs, so it likes me to help it bathe. We're very close, and you can be too. Duan was taken aback, his mind reeling. I can? Though he sensed the little creature's strength, he didn't realize just how powerful it was. And this powerhouse named Han Yin clearly isn't an easy opponent either. Remembering something, Ningfong happily tells Duan, "Right, these are spoils I just got from the secret realm. They'll definitely be useful to you, the Shadow Person Storm and Unyielding Fighting Spirit equipment. These are two pieces of equipment that not just anyone can possess." Duan is elated and thanks him for his guidance. "I will strive to become stronger, to be your ultimate weapon. If that god dares to oppose you, I will gladly give my life to protect you." Ningfeng thought, fortunately, with the Arista secret realm as a prior lesson, everyone's attitude toward the gods has changed. Just like Duan, when he told him about the Holy Spirit's true essence descending, he didn't waver at all. So it won't be as easy for the gods to frame me as it once was. Thinking of this, he felt a little happy. The security measures on the base's dedicated line are top-notch. I'll check to see if I can find any defensive magic against mental attacks or related information. Returning to the secret training ground, this voice belongs to the world of Taplong. I seem to recall it. The god speaks. Here. Humans are very weak. During the previous monster invasion, they were almost defenseless. The gods were all disappointed, so they no longer care about this place. It's unexpected that humanity here survived such a disaster. Xifeng reported, "Through this observation, I've determined that no gods have helped humanity. Not even the almighty magic god. So, the humans in this world possess a certain trait that allows them to resist the monsters." Hearing this, the god revealed a cunning smile. "Interesting. Perhaps the almighty magic god saw their potential and intended to develop this place as his domain." He clenched his fist. "How can I let you have your way?" At the same time, Lion returned, his whole body trembling, as if he were injured. "What is it?" God asks. "I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the 15th floor. I can't seem to get past it." God's eyes light up. "You died 100 times on the 15th floor?" Lionheart stammers nervously. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a surge of power shot toward him, surprising Shusheng. It was undying. "Don't worry, I won't blame you. This is actually my challenge for you. When the wearer's life falls below 15%, they will be immune to all negative effects from injury or illness for 10 seconds, while also gaining 30% damage and 30% defense. The deity dangled another tempting offer. Those who gain the god's favor may receive divine trials, and upon completion earn permanent achievements that enhance their being. Some unique achievements can even bring about transformative effects. But this is just the beginning. I can grant you things beyond your wildest dreams." These words left Shusheng dazed, unsure if he was terrified or excited. In the Spirit Thought Maze secret realm, according to the information he found, there were 2 or 3 places among the secret realms in the country where magic against mental attacks had been found. This is one of them. If we try enough times, we're bound to get lucky. The little demons cried, "Great King, that lone battle mage is attacking again." The Demon King roars, "What? You underestimate us demons." "Damn it, if I don't do something, he'll really think I'm a pushover." No sooner were the words out than Ningfong quickly attacked. The Demon King angrily roared, "Come on!" But in an instant they were all blown away. The Demon King, terrified, begged, "Great One, please, spare me this once." His face darkened as he asked if this was some new kind of mental attack. The Monster King quickly replied, No, please don't act rashly. Let me explain. Your spirit is too strong. I'm just a low-level Demon King. My attacks are useless. Others need a party and 2 hours to defeat me, but you target me every time you come." Feeling guilty, he apologizes, saying he only meant to drop 1 skill book, causing the Demon King to tearfully lament. "I can't control the loot drops. What if I get depressed and can't guarantee the drop rate?" He wondered if he was mentally breaking down a mental attack boss. Back at Ningfeng's home, he's frustrated. This golden bottom is really not working out. In the end, he only got a skill book for mages. This active skill allows mana to flow within a certain range, granting allies magical support, and has a 35% chance to restore a portion of mana with each use, perfect for rapid advancement. He decides to learn it anyway, an active skill, Divine Revelation, Dark Forbidden Lord, granting a chosen follower divine blessings, breaking their limits and greatly enhancing their power. With this skill, I can see all my followers, choose how to bless them, and preview the effects. Immediately, an image of Hanum appears as a fierce warrior using divine power infusion. The dark energy pulsed, rapidly changing Hanyan's form, making her more ferocious. A sight that horrified Ningfong. Surely Hanyan wouldn't want to become like this. With that in mind, he selected the Grace of Covenant's Guardian Shadow, but one option on the screen surprised him: Achievement Trials. Hanyan explained, "Awakening Holy Energy. None of that will work for now. Trial achievements are a power that every god possesses, used to unlock the potential hidden within a target's body. You once said that achievements are part of the universe's rules. The gods act as guides. Therefore, gods often bestow achievements upon those who catch their eye, even if they aren't their followers. He quickly understood. Achievements wouldn't directly transfer his divine power. The system then displayed a detailed breakdown of magical luck. Ningfong read it over, and Han Yin immediately asked, "So, do you have a plan? You said earlier that when I previewed the achievement trial, I saw something in Chang McHugh's information." At this, Han Yin was shocked and stammered. You can see the achievements of other classes?" he wondered. "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Oh," Han Yin said. "Normally gods can only see achievements related to their own career path." Ningfong smiled. "Could it be because of my connection to the system?" Han Yin speculates. "It's possible. After all, you're still unclear about the truth of the system." Cut to the Red Moon Demon Cave secret realm, where the scene is extremely gloomy. Surprised by the system's magic luck notification, Thong Mok Thu couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Ningfong happily says, "I'll explain later. Right now, we need to prepare for a quick boss fight." Hearing this, she didn't ask any more questions. While on the other side, the monsters frantically reported to their leader. "Great King, those crazed adventurers are attacking again." The Great King, weeping, resigned himself to fate. "Destroy it quickly. I'm tired." After a while of fighting, Ningfong finally revealed a satisfied expression. It finally appeared. The glowing book is the mind shield he's been searching for. Cut to the classroom where the professor is lecturing. "This is the secret realm we discovered last week, and our first contact with the legends of gods." Suddenly, she thought to herself that the 7 Great Guilds' opinion was not to take a clear stance on the gods at this time. "We should only objectively report the gains from this secret realm exploration to everyone. With Alita's experience, people will have more to think about regarding the gods. Next, we must make everyone understand that humanity has defeated incredibly powerful enemies on its own. This is our miracle and our glory." Han Yin was astonished. To make believers not only rely on gods but also believe in their own power. Only the God Lord could be so magnanimous. Ha Shihung was also sitting below the lecture hall, but for some reason his face looked a little unpleasant. The break time quickly arrived, and Xie Jiaoshu was happy. "All right, everyone, take a 15-minute break." As the students filed out, Shu Xiong hurried after him. "Assistant Ning, there's something I'd like to ask you in private." After they walked together to a deserted corridor, Shixiong got straight to the point. "Do you know about achievement trials?" Unlike Shu Xiong's flustered attitude, Ningfeng calmly replies, "I do." Shu Xiong paled. Assistant Ning knew about it, which meant the people around him had probably already achieved it. Suddenly, Shu Xiong's achievement board appeared above his head, confusing him. Ningfeng quickly asks, "It's a unique achievement, isn't it? Though anyone can get one, a purple rarity is still pretty impressive." He thought Ningfeng spoke so casually, not even caring that the true origin Holy Spirit had granted him an achievement. Perhaps in his eyes it wasn't even worth considering a favor. How much have those who follow Assistant Ning benefited? It's truly enviable. Shishong composed himself and said, "Actually, I'm a little worried this might be a way to control me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm." Ningfeng reassured him, "It's fine. This has no side effects. Just wear it." Han Yin was wary. It seemed this child was wavering, initially intending to challenge him, but in the end he was still subdued. Ningfeng calmly replies, "I'm not surprised by such human nature. In fact, I never trusted him. What he can find are only things I don't mind others knowing. If he's still willing to lend a hand, then I'll consider it a win." At the Commerce Union, images of Ningfeng kept appearing, as if he had a camera on him. God's mind raced. Strange. Too strange. From these 2 encounters, I can sense that the almighty magic god is not as strong as before. After all, he was seriously injured in battle years ago, and if I wasn't deliberately searching, I would have had a hard time detecting his unique magical aura. However, the all-powerful magic god's sudden attack on my secret realm trial, revealing his movements, is truly perplexing. And Ningfeng's actions are increasingly baffling. "Ningfeng is powerful," Shu Xiong said, "but he doesn't use any skills beyond our understanding. Sometimes they're just normal attacks. The improvements he brings to those around him are insignificant tricks in your eyes. Forgive my bluntness, but having felt your divine might, I can't imagine how Ningfeng could compare. What I can't understand is if he wanted to hide his identity, why join our training camp and attract so much attention? Isn't he afraid of being discovered?" Hearing this, the god thought for a moment and said, "I've thought of a possibility. This person may have only received 1 or 2 treasures from the almighty magic god, which would explain everything." He then asked himself, why is his strength so obvious? But he only used basic attacks because the divine artifact greatly enhances his base stats, which is more than enough in this lower world. Why didn't he let anyone near when dealing with the parasitic demons? Because destroying them required a divine gift, and he didn't want anyone to know what kind of divine artifact it was. Why did he join the training? because away from his divine artifact, Ningfong isn't that strong, and he needs the training to gain more advantages. Hasu Xiong once said that behind Ningfong was a mysterious big shot, inseparable from the omnipotent magic god, if not the god himself. This person hides in the shadows, letting Ningfong act as a shield. Cut to Ningfeng's room, sunlight streaming through the window. He and Han Yin are admiring the scenery outside. Han Yin speaks, "Lord God, do you think the true origin Holy Spirit will take the bait? The lucky owner of the divine weapon is a very reasonable facade. Although many things I do are unintentional, with a little guidance, people will feel like they've seen through the secrets within. In uncertain situations, the true origin Saint Spirit may not act rashly. However, when he relies on his analysis to reach a reasonable conclusion, he may break the deadlock. If he wants to lure him out, it might be worth a try." Then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Feng, let's go get dinner." Ningfeng smiled brightly. "Coming." Cut to the cafeteria, where Ningfeng is getting his food, and he and Shuxiong pass each other. They exchanged a silent glance, and as Shuxiong walked past, a voice whispered, "He's taken the bait." Shuxiong recalled the god saying, "I remember you saying Ningfeng sometimes acts alone, right?" Hearing Shuxiong's account, Ningfeng surmised, "So he's planning to strike while I'm alone?" Shuxiong's face turned serious as the two gods prepared to battle in a dense, secluded forest. Ningfeng said, "I chose this remote, secret realm to make things easier. That true origin Saint Spirit hasn't failed to find the place, has he?" Han Yin guesses he might be hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. "I've done my best to prepare. Hopefully there won't be any mistakes. Like bait cast, waiting for the big fish to bite." Thinking it over, Shin Myung knew that even with his deductions, he couldn't rule out that Ningfeng was the omnipotent archmage, and acting on just one of his avatars was too risky. He needed to prepare more. The god calculated that if victory wasn't assured, he wouldn't directly confront Ningfeng, so while he was away, he'd target his friends. This omnipotent mage values his pawns too much, even daring to fight us for them. His greatest weakness is his foolish compassion. These are Ningfeng's closest friends, and I'll use them as leverage, giving me a fighting chance against the all-powerful magic god. By the time Ningfeng reacts, it'll be too late. He immediately takes flight, launching an attack on Wang Yue's group. Because Xiao Rui was in the lead, he was the god's target, and a menacing hand reached out. But for some reason, he couldn't attack, or even touch Xiao Rui, a fact that seemed to surprise both Jie Yan and Xiao Rui. Min is now confused, looking around, wondering what's happening in this dark world. The system announces the active skill, Void Pathfinding, the Dark Lord's ban, tearing through space to enter the dark world, quickly teleporting to the target location, lasting 1 hour. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from behind Chong. "A god, yet you only prey on the innocent." Ningfeng coldly states that he knew their vile deeds, and prepared accordingly, just as he predicted. The god roared in anger, "You're Ningfeng! No, you're the omnipotent magic god." At that moment, Ningfeng's face was as dark as a demon from hell. He stared intently at the god, his aura overwhelming, recalling a question he'd asked Han Yin earlier. "Han Yin, do you think the true origin Saint Spirit would target those close to me? You mean like what they did to us back then?" Han Yin replied, "I can't be sure, but those gods have done it before." The system announced the active skill. God's favor allows the Dark Apostle to receive the blessing of the gods, break through their limits, and increase their power. Ningfeng calculates that the divine favor skill has a blessing called Dark Protection, which provides early warnings and protection when a follower is in danger. Because I'm the one being protected, I can sense danger beforehand. I plan to reveal my hand to the Reading Society, then test the effectiveness of this blessing. If it works, I won't have to worry about them falling into danger. Back in reality, the god thought, damn it, now's not the time to be distracted. Even if I lose this avatar, I have to test his strength. Ningfeng's eyes had long since darkened, and he shouted angrily, "You don't deserve to be called gods." He was stunned, still trying to collect himself, when a beam of light ruthlessly engulfed him. Ningfeng observed the situation and asked Han Yin, "That guy's definitely done for, right?" This was the first time I'd fought in the dark world, and fearing the worst, I held nothing back. Han Yin said, "Even a god couldn't withstand a direct hit from a forbidden curse. Of course, you're special." Han Yin recalled the Divine Lord saying that after accidentally entering the secret realm trial and being hit directly by the Saint True Origin's forbidden spell without any defense, he only needed to take medicine to recover. The God Lord must be unimaginably powerful now. Ningfeng is surprised that the True Origin Saint Spirit invaded their world through Jialong's body, hoping to restrain him and buy time to grow stronger. Cut back to the stone tablet of wine, where the true origin Holy Spirit controls the realm of the gods. In the palace of the god, it seems he has re-entered his body. Having just been blasted back, the god seems unable to bear it and screams, then collapses. A worried subordinate rushes forward to support him. "My lord," but his pride has been shattered by Ningfong. Enraged, the god king vents his anger on his subordinates. "Get out of my sight, all of you. Get out." They fearfully obeyed. The god couldn't believe it. How could the almighty magic god control the power of darkness? He hadn't sensed even a trace of it before. No. Even the 7 evil gods couldn't wield dark power to this extent. Could the almighty magic god have obtained what we've been searching for? I must contact the other gods immediately. But wait. I can't let them see me like this, lest some bastard take advantage and invade. Thinking this, he felt useless and punched the ground in frustration, screaming, "Damn it! Damn it!" At the Thuanghua Guild, a man emerges from a car. It's none other than Ha Su-vu. He sighed in relief, finally able to return after so many days of isolation in the hospital. "Xiao, has anyone given you trouble while I was away?" Shu replied, "It's been all right. Though many have withdrawn, everyone has been quite restrained." Shu instructed, "Let them leave if they want. After all, we still have the training grounds. Just work a little harder and we can still develop again in the future." Shu pondered, "Should I tell my brother about the true origin Holy Spirit? He's definitely hoping I receive the blessing of the divine, becoming his most reliable fighting force." Shu enters, suddenly surprised. "The secret training realm. What happened?" At that moment, Ningfong quickly receives a call from Xiao. "What? The training realm has been shut down?" He worried for his brother, who had just returned and already suffered such a great shock. Han Yin explained, "The secret trial realm is an extension of the realm of the gods, and a major base for the gods to spread their faith to other worlds. To abandon it willingly, there can only be one reason. After fighting you, the true origin Saint Spirit has completely severed ties with this world, meaning he has admitted his defeat." Shusheng was stunned. "So, your confrontation with the true origin Saint Spirit," Ningfeng interjects, "for now it can be considered my victory." Shusheng pales, sweating, but is also delighted. "Luckily, I didn't betray Master Ning. Surely he'll remember me with favor." Meanwhile, Ningfeng continues, "You were a great help this time. Come find me if you need anything in the future." Shusheng was so excited he could jump for joy, while Shuyu looked dejected in a beautiful, pristine, secret realm. As Ningfeng looked at everyone, he knew that although they had temporarily escaped the harassment of the true origin Saint Spirit, they still needed a clear plan for the future. After all, sooner or later, other gods besides the true origin Saint Spirit would notice this place. Then he said loudly, "First, I want to thank you all for believing in me." A familiar figure stood behind Mu Qiu, thinking happily, "Brother, you probably won't believe me if I told you. Only Master Zhang knows how happy and proud he is that his little brother was chosen by a god." Cut back to Ningfeng's classroom, where silence hangs heavy, as everyone is lost in thought. Wang Yue recalls past events, realizing Ningfeng was behind all the inexplicable occurrences. That mysterious benefactor is Ningfeng. He's never harmed an innocent person. In fact, many have survived thanks to his help. Compared to unpredictable and reckless gods, Ningfeng is more worthy of respect and reliance. He was secretly pleased with everyone's expressions. "It seems I've gained everyone's consensus, and some reactions are even exceeding my expectations." Looking at He Shihong, who was gazing at him like he was an idol, Ningfeng smiled wryly. He had been making that face since the beginning. His eyes burned with a fervor that threatened to spill over. Ningfeng continued, "I believe no one wants to see their world become a slaughterhouse for the gods to trample upon. Therefore, the urgent matter is to quickly improve our strength, and we must protect this land ourselves. Because our world's level is low and quite backward in many aspects, we can only find ways to improve from other worlds. I've found some medicine formulas from other worlds before, but it's far from enough," Wang Yue said. "Potions, faint memories, achievements, advanced skills is what else is there?" Ningfeng thought back to absorbing Alita's magic weapon domain, recalling the new memories and useful items he had gained. Suddenly, Zhao Rui interrupted Ningfeng's thoughts. "Enhancement and enchantment," Ningfeng replied. "That's right. Both methods are used to improve equipment. Enhancement can increase the basic attributes of equipment, while enchantment can provide additional special attributes and effects. Some specialized classes struggle to find suitable equipment, but if they could modify their gear and combine it with tactical calculations, they could develop far more powerful combat methods." Ningfeng continued, "But the problem is that both enhancement and enchantment require special materials like copper ore, mithril, and star steel." Hearing this, Shu Xiong and Xiao Rui exchanged glances, thinking that they had never heard of these materials before. He said, The main problem lies here. These materials are completely foreign to us, and we can only search for them in secret realms for a short time. Suddenly, Duan interrupted. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Wang Yue continued. Are these materials metallic minerals? I wonder what they look like. As for Fing Yi, the contents of that phone call are unknown, but he looks quite serious. He then replied, Okay, I'll be right there. Feng Ngach then reported, Xiaofeng, there's a mutant causing trouble in Xizang City. I need to go take care of it. He replied, All right, go ahead. Meanwhile, in Xizang City, skyscrapers were being destroyed, engulfed in smoke and flames. A strange man appeared, laughing arrogantly, saying there wasn't even a child who could fight him. A young man, seeing Feng Yue, reported in a panic, Director Feng, this man disappeared mysteriously a few years ago and has suddenly reappeared recently. Our attacks have no effect on him. As he heard this, he stepped forward. Let me try. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the smoke. Seeing him, Feng Yu gathered his inner strength and launched a devastating blow, but it seemed to have no effect. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared menacingly at Feng Yue. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Feng Ngach was shocked and cried out, What? He chuckled mockingly. It seems Senior Feng's magic has no effect on me. I told you it's useless. Don't waste your energy. He smugly explained, My armor has been reinforced with mithril. Do you know what dark silver is? It's a special metal, highly resistant to magic. Feng Ngach exclaimed in alarm, You said arcane silver? Immediately after, he scrambled away. He wondered why the old man suddenly ran off. Feng Yue quickly pulled out his phone. Xiaofeng, I think I've found a clue related to adamantium. Outside, everyone was worried as Captain Zhou tried to make contact. They wondered what was happening inside, murmuring that the mutant was so strong, even Chief Peng couldn't handle it, and reinforcements had been called. No wonder. I saw the trails of the spell scrolls falling just now, and they had to mobilize so many people. Just how strong is that mutant? Meanwhile, inside, the man's face was swollen as he gritted his teeth in anger. Just who are you people? Fine, beat me up, but why are you taking my clothes off? At this, a look of frustration and resentment crossed his face, but he couldn't resist. Ningfong, losing patience, asked if there was any mystic gold in there. As Feng Yue searched, he replied, I don't see anything. He thought, even if you steal my things, it's useless. All the enhanced equipment is linked to the user's soul, and others can't wear it at all. With a dark expression, Ningfong stepped forward, demanding to know where he got the mystic metal. He recounted, I was noticed by a great demon lord and taken to a secret realm under his control to cultivate for several years. In that secret realm, there are a few mines that yield special minerals which can be used to enhance equipment. Tell me the location. He looked at Ningfong and the others with fear, as if they were devils. Cut to a mysterious realm where a system notification appears. This secret realm requires a party of 30 to challenge it. The number of people is sufficient. Do you want to open it? Ningfong was surprised that it was a large secret realm for 30 people. Feng Yu explained, These kinds of secret realms are very difficult, and the number and strength of the enemies shouldn't be underestimated, so it's best if everyone sticks together. He recalled the berserker's words. The monsters in the secret realm are mainly beastmen, divided into 5 tribes. Their supreme leader lives in the largest tribe. Only by defeating him can we conquer the entire secret realm. Then, he quickly entered the gate to the secret realm and said to everyone, Let's go. Back in West River City, a police car carries the captured berserker, who suddenly breaks into a sinister smile. The annoyed officer asks, What are you laughing at? He calmly replies, Oh, nothing, just thinking about some fun things. The officer shouts, I'm warning you, don't mess around. The man thinks sinisterly, I wonder what kind of expressions those people will have when they enter the secret realm. Even if they get in, getting out means going to that secret realm. Inside, the scene is extremely gloomy. A fiery red covering the entire space, with many bizarrely shaped monsters roaring fiercely. Ningfong and his group have quickly arrived, and one of them speculates that this seems to be a corner of the arena. The system announces a bloodthirsty arena, where the strong must face a caged beast to stand at the end. Shu Ting wonders, what does this mean? Are they forcing us to kill each other? Wang Wei quickly broke the barrier trapping them. Seeing this, Feng Yue steps forward to help her with his inner strength, but they quickly realize the barrier is unbreakable. The lead monster laughs. Those insects think they can escape? Save your strength for your comrades. The minions roared, Kill, kill, kill! In the distance, red eyes and grotesque figures stared intently at Ningfong and his group. while one particularly menacing figure remained seated, silent and still. Feng Yi just knew those 5 were the leaders of the beastmen. The system displayed a message. Here, there are no teammates, only enemies. Commence the countdown to battle. Suddenly, Ningfong lunges forward, channeling his inner energy as a blue light flashes. The leader cries out in alarm, caught completely off guard by Ningfeng's sinister smile. Everyone can come out now. Somehow, Ningfeng is touring the beastmen's base. The leader explained that this was where they enhanced their equipment, and the storage next door contained items like copper ore, mystic silver, and star steel, just as he had mentioned. The monsters eyed the stranger with curiosity, and the leader roared, "Useless fools! Don't tremble on the job, or you'll embarrass me in front of the boss," the subordinate stammered. Yes, Ningfeng observes, so this is how they enhance equipment. The beastman leader says, this is their traditional technique. The leader smiles wryly. I hope you're satisfied with the result. His subordinate thought, the Lord is the strongest warrior of the tribe, yet he bows so low. Just who are these humans? Recalling the recent battle, he breathed a sigh of relief. That human mage really scared me to death. I thought for sure I was done for. Luckily, my quick thinking saved my life. He figured our world lacked this technology due to the difference in levels and races, making it impossible to learn even if we tried. Why not just talk to these beastmen about a partnership? The leader, knowing he wanted them to supply weapons, happily said, "It would be our honor. From now on, leave it to us." Ningfeng scratched his head, stunned that they agreed so readily, without even negotiating a price. He thought that normally you'd have to defeat the boss before opening the secret realm and breaking the seals. But the leader had offered to cooperate, so he couldn't just stab him. However, fiends are fiends, and trust must be limited. The beastman leader proposed a blood oath, their tribe's highest pact, imbued with magical compulsion, with dire consequences for any who violate it. This deal is too good to pass up. Ningfeng quickly reaches out to seal the deal with the beastman. With a touch, their fates are intertwined, bound to mutual benefit and forbidden from betrayal. Suddenly, the beastman seems disturbed. What's going on? Ningfeng is also taken by surprise. Why did this skill activate on its own? Active skill, divine authority. Dark forbidden spell. The designated believer will receive the grace of the gods, transcending their limits and greatly increasing their power. The beastman, also reading the system's notification, has pledged allegiance to the deity, received the grace covenant, and the offering the deity requires is equipment enhancement. Stunned, he stammered, You can read the beastman's mind and grant the boon of the covenant. You must be one of the 7 demon gods." He immediately bowed down, prostrating himself. "I know not which demon god has descended. Please forgive my impudence." Ningfeng was stunned. How did a casual contract turn him into a demon god? Wait, isn't demon god what demons call the 7 evil gods? Beastkin thought. I see. We've always traditionally offered our lives, chaos and destruction to the gods, but we've never received anything in return. Who knew that now, a demon god requests offerings of enhanced equipment? If we want to become strong, we must use the right offerings to worship the demon god so that we can continuously receive the power of darkness. I, Hap, was able to become the leader of the beastmen thanks to the secret protection of the gods. The leader, overwhelmed with gratitude, continued to prostrate himself before Ningfeng like a living saint, leaving him bewildered. Does he want a red envelope? Good thing this is another dimension. No one outside can see. He steps forward, threatening. Now, about my situation, don't go blabbing about it outside. Hap and Ga respectfully obeyed, and the two quickly completed the ritual. He says he needs some time to upgrade his equipment. Since this is everyone's first time here, how about we throw a welcome party? Do you think the chief is suddenly acting interested? One subordinate wondered. Could these humans have driven him mad? The scene shifts to evening at the beastman's village, where everyone gathers around a bonfire. Shu Ting happily watches a pig leg roasting over the flames. Feng Yi is happily drinking barley smoothie with one of the beastmen, thinking to himself, I never thought humans could live in peace with magical creatures like this. Is this a miracle brought about by the gods? Xiao and H were no different, and Ningfeng thought helplessly the two of them had the same expression. H also had his own thoughts. At first I felt strange. How could these people who are clearly so weak be qualified to be with such powerful people? Now I understand that the gods must have a grand and profound plan. I will spare no cost to become their most loyal assistant. As the feast concludes, the weapon crafting clan reports, My lord, the first set of equipment is complete. The system prompts, accept soul binding? Note, once bound, the item becomes the user's property and cannot be changed. Wang Yue is astonished. After the enhancement, all attributes have increased tenfold compared to before. This level of upgrade is something most cultivators couldn't achieve in a lifetime. Hap is terrified, as if he's sensed something. He excitedly shouts, "Power! I feel power like never before! The gods have sensed the offering I made." Suddenly, Ningfong also felt something change within him. A voice from deep within him echoed, "Who has summoned me? Speak your darkness." Before I could finish, the voice erupted in a furious scream. A dark voice echoed, startling Ningfong. "Who has awakened me?" His face sharpens. Who's speaking in his mind? The voice droned on in Ningfong's ear. "Reveal your intentions, let me," before erupting into a scream. Annoyed by the racket, Ningfong still couldn't grasp what was happening. He focused his inner energy, wondering who was haunting his consciousness. The thing inside his mind screamed, "Why have I become this?" "Where is this?" it suddenly asked as Ningfong watched its movements, referring to it as a red dot of light. It asked him, "Who are you, little devil?" A question that left Ningfong dumbfounded. "I was going to ask you the same thing. What are you?" The red flame roared, "How dare you offend a god? I am the great evil toxin, one of the 7 demon gods. My power is beyond your imagination." "Don't be afraid. It's normal for you lowly humans to be ignorant. As long as you believe in me, I can grant you divine protection." Ningfong quickly recalled that he was the one who had been destroyed by him, when the 12 main gods and the 7 demon gods fought. The evil spirit shouts, "Just who are you? Tell me." Annoyed, Ningfong wondered if there was any way to shut him up for a moment when the system suddenly popped up again, seemingly with another notification. He's surprised to see the system appear with a new quest, while Zijin continues to ramble, "Talk to me, look at me." "Kid, you're getting on my nerves. Shut your mouth," Ningfong said, his voice dark and menacing. Suddenly feeling insignificant, Zijin was terrified. "Sorry, your mission is rebirth from the cocoon within 20 days. Failure results in deletion of the host." After reading the mission, Ningfong pondered the godhood integration. Meanwhile, in the god realm, absolute silence surrounds the Mingrui Feng stele as a subordinate speaks in hushed tones, bowing respectfully. "Lord God, the true spirit is annoyed. Didn't I tell you not to bother me?" The subordinate hesitated. "This is very important. You need to know. God rulers, soul guide, and eternal blessing have come to visit, and it seems they've found a way to merge godhoods." Soon, the 3 gods were gathered. The soul guide asked the true origin saint, "Why are you so pale?" The beautiful girl beside him is none other than everlasting grace. Holy Spirit, true origin, waved it off, saying not to worry. It's just some trouble he needs to deal with. "I hear your research has progressed." Young Yu Shening said nothing, but silently raised her hand, and a red aura surrounded her. This greatly excites the Holy Spirit true origin, who recognizes the aura of an evil god. Yang Hu explained, "This power comes from one of the 7 demon gods. Although I've only merged with less than 10% of its divine persona, I can feel my understanding of the laws of the universe has been elevated, and I can even control a portion of the dark power." Quisu adds, "From our observations, this fusion is currently stable. Fully absorbing another godhead will take a long time, but at least it proves that we're on the right path." He stole the godhood of the evil god and somehow merged with it. This vexes him, as it seems we've fallen behind once again. He always seems to be one step ahead of us. If he can't be an ally, then we must use any means necessary to eliminate him. Cut to a girl with an eye-catching figure gently pouring tea, then softly offering, "Mr. Ning, please have some tea." Without hesitation, he picked up the teacup and said, Okay. He thinks to himself, "I am Ningfong." And after finally reaching level 90, I was ready to complete my 3rd-class change quest, but I've run into an unexpected situation. The system appears. Conditions for the all-system magic god. 3rd job advancement quest, prerequisite, and the echoing Pine Forest secret realm received the natural symbol quest item. Collect 50 transformation stones. Collect 150 pure moon dew. Collect 150 spirit wood buds. Time limit 15 days. Difficulty level S. The scene shifts to the echoing Pine Forest secret realm, and a voice cries out in surprise, "What?" The young man said, "I understand how you feel, but as you can see..." A few days ago, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly disappeared, and he asked Han Yin in surprise, "What's going on?" Han Yin surmises, "My lord, it seems this is a sign of the demon tide. After certain secret realms accumulate enough energy, they'll temporarily enter a dormant state, beginning to strengthen themselves. Once the strengthening is complete, the entrance to the secret realm will reappear several times larger, unleashing a flood of demonic creatures, a phenomenon known as the demonic tide. Generally, the longer a secret realm slumbers, the more violent the demonic invasion will be upon its awakening. Failure to prepare could result in catastrophic damage." He asks if 15 days is enough time, but Han Yin is apologetic. I'm sorry, I'm not sure either. And he fell into thought once more. Even Han Yin doesn't know about godhood. If the system issued a quest of this magnitude, it probably wouldn't deceive me, right? He should probably tell them about the demon tide and prepare early. Though he seems carefree, Ningfeng is lost in thought. The girl marvels at the young man's prowess, as the captain's report of his information has been taken with utmost seriousness, granting him supreme command and reinforcements. Who would have thought he'd be here drinking tea, while the 3 heads of the 7 great guilds are out there preparing for the coming storm? The man stepped forward. Guild leader Yu wants to evacuate everyone, which will likely take a lot of time and manpower, she replied. Even so, we must do it, because Xiaofeng specifically instructed that a poor response could cause serious damage. Seeing how much Linghua valued Ningfeng, the young man didn't dare take it lightly and stammered, "Understood, I'll do it immediately." Before he could finish, a loud noise drew everyone's attention. A black hole rapidly opened in the sky, shocking the people. But that's not all. Thousands of monsters emerged from it, their red eyes burning with malice. In the whispering pine forest secret realm, a deathly atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. A monster speaks with trepidation. Is it really okay for the high priest to activate the rift ahead of schedule? The leader, Dean, calmly replies, "What are you worried about? Didn't I tell you? I can sense the call of the great evil god. I guarantee evil is near, and to gain his favor, we must offer sacrifices." Emergency! Emergency! Everyone, evacuate immediately to the shelters. The monsters laughed. The sacrifices are scared out of their minds and trying to run. Let's make this interesting. The monsters said to each other, "Let's compete to see who can kill more sacrifices. Of course, let's be the first to charge in." One of them shouted excitedly, "Watch closely! The first drop of blood is mine!" The other one roared as well. But suddenly, hundreds of ice arrows shot towards the leading monster. The other monster, stunned and sweating, wondered, "What's happening over there?" Ningfeng quickly arrived to reinforce the team, calmly telling Han Yin that it didn't seem too dangerous. Han Yin explained, "Actually, the demon tide isn't necessarily a bad thing. If we can successfully subdue it, we'll gain a wealth of experience and rewards." Hearing this, Ningfeng was even more motivated. Rich rewards, I like that. In the heat of battle, a young man reflects. We're elites from the 7 great guilds. Though we possess the highest combat power among human adventurers, before these demons we're like lambs, risking our lives against a mighty foe. Watching my comrades fall one by one, never to rise again. We thought this brutal war would be our endless fate. Until he met Ningfeng's group, watching them fight with such power, the monsters seemed like mere playthings. At that moment, Yan Chuan excitedly charged forward. It's been a long time since I've had such an exhilarating battle. I feel like a different person. Meanwhile, Ningfeng considered that the production of the first batch of high-grade potions and enhanced equipment was limited, so he prioritized distributing them to the top combat forces of the 7 great guilds. It seems that was indeed the right decision. Moreover, this large-scale battlefield is perfect for something. He then looked towards the monster that had been leading the charge, now soaring through the air. Suddenly, a sharp golden light shot towards it, startling the monster and impressing the onlookers. Are you kidding me? How did she hit the target with that wind dragon in the way? Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction as her skills leveled up after that attack. Ningfeng is pleased. This large-scale battlefield is perfect for his clan to earn achievements. Everyone is fighting fiercely, and not only Wang Yue but also Xiao Rui and Xie Yan are competing to gain experience through their accomplishments. Xuting was not to be outdone, securing a buff path for her teammates, allowing them to continuously eliminate enemies for a set time, with an added spirit of 8, skill cast speed buff of 15%, duration up 15%, and effect up 15%. The monster was stunned, unable to believe what it was seeing. It can't be. It just can't be. The high priest clearly told us we were warriors blessed by the evil god, so why is our advance being thwarted by the enemy? It thought as more of its comrades fell. Suddenly a voice echoed, "Warriors, what is hindering you?" The monster recognized the high priest's telepathic magic. Everyone murmured at the sound. What is that voice saying? One person replies, "It's the language of demons, I don't understand it either." Ningfeng is surprised. "How strange, I can understand it." The voice echoed again. "Lord Jiejin awaits your sacrifices. Let your enemies taste the fear of death." Hearing this, he wondered who it was. Then, Ningfeng telepathically asked, "Evil Tyrant, are these your men?" Evil Tyrant frantically denied it. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't listen to their lies." He then shouted, "You fools, are you not dying fast enough? Stop at once!" The monsters at the base were overjoyed to suddenly hear a voice. The high priest was overjoyed and stammered, I have been answered by the gods. He was then emboldened, saying, Warriors, let us listen to the enlightenment from the gods. Here, the leading general strains to listen as well. I hear it. Though somewhat unclear, it grew more distinct. The deity was saying, Then came the voice of the evil god. You fools walked into your own graves. Don't drag me down with you. I don't care if you live or die. All the monsters heard it loud and clear, but they didn't understand what was happening. Len stood beside the high priest, panicked. Have we been abandoned by the evil god? The priest panics, wondering what to do, and angrily shouts, Why are you asking me? You're the high priest. He then suggests, How about we close the mystic realm first? The strategist shouted, It's all your fault for opening the secret realm early. Now the energy is severely depleted, and it can't be closed. Switching to Ningfong, the system announced the successful resistance against the demonic tide and began calculating the rewards. Everyone rejoiced, gaining so much experience that some leveled up 4 times, and others obtained high attribute gems. Some were so happy they couldn't speak straight. Ningfong received a hidden reward, the Holy Shard Reconstruction, but its purpose remains unclear. Looking at the object in his hand, Hanyin asked curiously, Lord God, what kind of key is this? Ningfong asked back in surprise. You've never seen it either? He was a little down. I'm sorry. I've truly never seen a key like this before. Judging by the name, Sacred Relic Key, even a fool would know it's for gods only. Ningfong figures if that's the case, he'll leave it be and complete his 3rd job advancement quest first. In the Tu Huangtung Lam secret realm, a figure stands before a doorway. The familiar, solitary, yet imposing figure is Ningfong. He has quickly struck at their lair. The monsters trembled. There was only one enemy, so perhaps they still had a chance. Wait, when he's not looking, I'll use magic to disorient him. You time it right and try to take him down with an arrow. The Dark Priests questioned everything. Why had the Dark Lord abandoned them? What did we do wrong? But he didn't give up. Touching the altar, he could still feel the whispers of the gods. They strained to hear any guidance from Lord Evil Tyrant, even the worst news clinging to any hope. Then, Evil Tyrant's voice echoed, My lord, those 2 are hiding behind my altar, preparing to attack you. Ningfong then appeared behind them like a demon, and even as they died, the 2 couldn't believe what was happening. The priest screamed in despair. Why? After eliminating him, he receives another item. A natural badge, a consumable item of orange quality, permanently adding 5 to agility. Pulls 5 to permanent spirit, and from behind the altar, the evil spirit quickly appears, guiding him. The dark power. You can approach the altar to absorb it. It will help you increase your strength. The cunning. Ta Tan thought, absorbing the dark power from my altar might also benefit me. If I want to escape this situation, I can't miss any opportunity. He quickly reached out, and a large amount of power rapidly gathered from his body, striking the altar directly. Soon, only rubble remained, and Ta Jin, confused by his actions, cried out in regret. Why? Ningfong frowned, annoyed as he stared at him. Too noisy, Ta Tan apologizes in fear. He thinks, I don't understand the rules of these demon god altars. It's best to destroy them for safety. After all, with the system's support, I don't really need this dark power. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan focuses his energy, determined to merge with the Madness God, one of the 7 demon gods, using the Eternal Divinity method. But he quickly loses control. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I lost control again. Yang Hu explained, these chaotic dark forces come from the sacrifices of demons to the demonic gods. The demonic god's divine authority will frantically absorb these dark forces and constantly try to escape its seal. Because the difficulty of merging godhood is so high, it's usually uncontrollable. He grits his teeth and shouts, Gasig, calm down, I don't want to waste time with you. No matter how difficult, if the omnipotent archmage can do it, so can I. The S-Class job change quest is 100% complete. The rebirth quest is complete, achieving 100% of the 3rd transformation. Godhood fusion, with a 20-day time limit, is automatically completed. Understanding of the universe has increased, Ningfong wonders. So it's merged? I don't seem to feel anything. The system notifies him that he can now temporarily open portals to other worlds through his followers, but opening and maintaining them will consume the dark energy generated by their sacrifices. Ningfong wonders what this gate to other worlds is. Cut to a desolate land, seemingly devoid of life. Arriving at his destination, Ningfong waves his hand, tearing open a purple rift in space, prompting the beastman to praise his master's power. Meanwhile, Ningfong has his own thoughts. This skill is crucial. If those gods can enter my world, I must be able to enter theirs. I wonder what that world is like. Should I give it a try? The beastman eagerly stepped forward. My lord, do you need me to accompany you? Ningfong refused. There's no need. I'm just going to take a look around. But this exit lies within your secret realm, so I need you to guard this place and prevent outsiders from intruding. If you encounter a powerful enemy that's difficult to deal with, I'll appear in time. The beastman said, Rest assured, my lord, I will do my best to guard this place. After giving his instructions, Ningfong entered. As Ningfong entered, he was stunned. It was truly an amazing place, with scenery unlike anything on Blue Star. Suddenly, he remembered he should use that first. On the panel, the active skill or dark hypnosis spell, ordinary eyes can't see through your illusion, you can play with them at will. He figured this skill book was another spoil of war rewarded by the demonic court, and it just so happened to be useful. Then he began to walk around. First, he needs to find a place with a wide view to decide where to go. But after a few steps, Ningfong is surprised. Look, there's a huge city over there, and those below must be the kingdom's citizens. They had a bizarre appearance, and Ningfong blended in. These people are huge. Good thing they don't recognize me, and I can understand what they're saying. Is it because my understanding of the universe has been enhanced? Suddenly, something catches Hanyan's attention, and he quickly tells Ningfong, Lord God, look over there. Hanyan explains, that's a temple, and there are followers of the eternal star god there. Ningfong recalls that the eternal star god is a support-type deity. Hanyan said, Indeed, your memory is excellent. He thought, though he was curious about the temple, he shouldn't disturb it to avoid alerting anyone. Suddenly, the green-skinned people gathered, looking furious. Hanyan wondered, Lord, what are they saying? Ningfong guesses that a team must have emerged from the secret realm and found a rare staff. And it seems that staff is so rare, it's making others green with envy. Hanyan continues, My lord, if I'm not mistaken, that staff looks very similar to the one you had back then. The imposing image of Ningfong flashes through her mind. Surprised, Hanyan explains, that unique divine artifact style, only someone from your clan could create it. The death song of Societa. But Ningfong doesn't seem to understand. Immediately after, he reveals his true form. The blue-skinned people are surprised by the stranger's appearance. Ningfong steps forward, asking, What is the origin of the staff that Mage is holding? One of them laughs. You don't know? That's the most valuable hidden reward in this secret realm. The evil god's staff, also known as Sezada's shame. Hearing this, his expression turned complex, and he stammered, Sezada is... It seems I've momentarily forgotten. The blue-clad figure spoke up. Who's going? That's the final boss of this secret realm, Sezada. Rumor has it she was once a minion of an evil god, before being subdued and imprisoned here. Hanyan says, My lord, it seems to be Sezada. What should we do? Should I save her? Ningfong suddenly wondered, lost in thought. He then asked, I want a Cthulhu staff as well. How do I get one? But his words seemed to startle the man. Are you a newbie? If you want to enter that secret realm, there's only one way. Get 1,000 bolins and we'll take you in. Ningfong wondered what exactly are 1,000 bolins. Is that the currency here? Where am I supposed to get that? He then took out the pouch he usually carried with him, and a system notification popped up. Active skill, mind illusion, dark forbidden spell. Ordinary eyes cannot see through your illusions. You can freely manipulate them as you please. He thought to himself that during the skill's duration, he could even continuously expend mana to create new illusions. The skill description says that ordinary eyes can't see through the illusion, so it definitely won't be revealed, right? Those two clan members' eyes lit up when they saw the ball in his hand. It must be worth 1,000 Bailey. You're a generous one, young man. He kept his word and immediately led the way. Let's go, come inside with us. And with that, they quickly entered. This is the secret realm of the demonic ghost domain, the clansman said. The path inside is complex and it's easy to get lost on your first time. If you accidentally wander off and need rescuing, that'll cost you extra. He deviously thinks he could pretend to leave him behind and then come back to save him. That way, he could earn even more money. Seeing no one answer, the tribesmen turned around. Hey, I'm talking to you. But they were bewildered. Where did he go? He was just behind us. Then they all started panicking. The money pouch is gone. Did any of you see it? Meanwhile, Ningfong rapidly flies forward as Hanyan confirms, Lord God, I'm sure of it. This is Sezada's territory, originally called the Necropolis, but those people renamed it the Demon Realm. I know every path here like the back of my hand. I can't be mistaken. If the mystic realm hasn't changed, Sezada should be here. Before Hanyan could finish, the two stood before a massive library. Hanyan said this was Sezada's library, the place she frequented most. As she spoke, a pair of legs descended from the sky. revealing a beautiful girl with a dark aura who seemed very composed. Han Yin was overjoyed to see Gu Ren, and Ningfong was caught off guard. But then the ground beneath them suddenly burst open, and they were attacked. Han Yin was stunned. What's going on? Han Yin shouts coldly, "Sezida, how dare you disrespect the Divine Master? Are you insane?" Not recognizing them, she yells, "You damn greenskins, you won't humiliate me. If not for the seal, I'd make you wish you were dead." Seeing her expression, Han Yin wondered, "When I saw the Divine Master, I regained my senses." "Why, Gia?" Suddenly, Han Yin recalled her words and realized something was wrong. "Wait, you wretched greenskins." He quickly shared his theory with Ningfong. "Could this be caused by an illusion, Master?" Just then, he vanished using illusion magic and asked Han Yin, "Did that work?" Sezida's fierce glare suddenly returned to normal. She stammered in disbelief, crying out, "Lord God, I can't believe it." Ningfong frowned, realizing it was indeed caused by a forbidden spell. Sezida was overjoyed, realizing it was him all along, as Han Yin quickly stepped forward, cutting her off, adding that he was there too. Suddenly, Sezida's demeanor shifts. She grits her teeth in anger. "You too, you damn green-skinned devil." She gathers her inner strength, ready to devour Han Yin. She continued to berate Han Yin, calling him a wretched green-skinned wretch, leaving Ningfong puzzled by her behavior. "Han Yin, what's going on? Has Sezida's illusion not been dispelled?" He explained, "It's nothing, my lord, perhaps you've forgotten. Green-skinned bastard is just a nickname Sezida gave me." Seeing that Ningfong had no memories whatsoever, she was stunned. "Lord God, what's wrong?" Han Yin recounts that the God Lord seems to have lost all of his previous memories for some reason, prompting Sezida to angrily speculate, could it be those false gods did something to him? Han Yin continued, "Sezida, you were still alive when I died, so I thought your information could help the Divine Master. Also, enough playing around with me." Sezida knelt. "My lord, Sezida wishes to return to your protection, but I am sealed here by the Eternal Spirit and cannot leave." She recounted her suffering. "The Eternal Spirit deliberately suppressed my power, turning me into a monster in this secret realm, to be killed again and again, resurrected again and again, enduring torment of both body and mind." At this, Sezida was filled with pain and resentment. "My lord, please, save me." Ningfeng thought, "Her situation is different from yours, and it's unclear if the last method will work." Han Yin chimed in, "You don't need to worry. I will accept any decision you make." Then, Han Yin quickly explained to her, "Sita, the Divine Master must kill you first, then use another method to save you. You will be resurrected in this way, but we are not sure if this method will work for you." But like Han Yin, she completely trusts her master. "It's all right. I trust the Divine Master." He figured this place was influenced by other gods, so they shouldn't delay too long and should leave as soon as possible. No sooner had he thought it than Ningfong summoned his weapon, decisively plunging his sword into her. Ningfeng's face darkened as Sezida's body began to transform. The two stand within a circle of magic, its patterns glowing intensely as a fierce wind howls outside, throwing the green-skinned people into disarray. One of them panicked, forcibly teleporting. "What's going on?" They shouted to each other. "The seal in the secret realm has been activated. Summon the guardians to investigate. Whoever is behind this must be captured alive and judged by the goddess." The city was quickly enveloped in a circle of power, along with eerie, invisible chains. Inside, Sezida panicked, realizing the formation had been activated, urging him to flee and forget about her. Ningfong realizes Sezida hasn't conjured any tools, meaning he can't save her. And the blue-skinned people's soldiers are closing in. They saw him and said to each other, "He's trapped in the goddess's seal. That Duan doesn't know his own limits? He's a goner." Sezida was heartbroken, filled with regret. "I'm sorry I got you involved. I'm so sorry." Suddenly, her eyes shifted from sorrow to shock. Ningfong stood before her, his body radiating a terrifying aura of evil. He spoke, "I still have one last resort, but I'm not sure it will work. If it fails, you may disappear forever with this secret realm." Sezida resolutely replies, "Lord God, please don't worry. If I can no longer serve you, I would rather be destroyed." As she finished speaking, Ningfong channeled his inner power and unleashed the dark devouring wind. The system displayed an alert. Active skill. Dark devouring wind. Forbidden dark magic. A violent storm containing the power of darkness, corrupting all light. The green-skinned creatures who had been watching finally panicked at the sight of this assault. A storm gathers, and a staff materializes from the sky, the Staff of Necromancy, an upgradable orange-quality weapon with +12 to spirit, +15% to magic damage, and +15% to casting range. The magic carries a withered soul, and the ghost domain gathers. Sezida's spirit, protected by divine power, remains within the staff. Ningfong smiles, taking hold of the staff. Sezida, it seems we've succeeded. Back in that desolate place, the beastman is still there, waiting for him. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared and slowly grew larger, and Ningfong, his face full of murderous intent, emerged, saying, "My lord, you've returned." Ningfong instructed, "No need to guard this place anymore. I'll close the gate. Go do your work." He quickly obeyed. He gazed at the entrance, realizing maintaining it would be costly. The dark energy from the sacrifices was almost depleted. It's a shame items from higher-level worlds can't enter lower ones, or he could bring some powerful equipment over. But Han Yin smiles, relieved the rules don't apply to divine artifacts. Sezida has finally returned to us. Ningfong quickly raises the staff into the air, testing its newfound power. The system notifies him that Sezida's soul, protected by divine power, remains within the staff. He realizes his runes can directly upgrade the artifact's core, but Sezida's rebirth requires finding the world's heart. The world's heart is mostly found in higher-level worlds, so I may have to venture to one again to find clues. Meanwhile, at the temple, the eternal God Star, the home of true energy, the blue-skinned tribesmen have quickly arrived to report, trembling as they kneel outside the main hall. Hearing this, the eternal goddess was furious. What exactly had happened? One of the blue-skinned people trembled as they reported. "Goddess, please forgive our negligence. An unknown intruder has breached the sealed secret realm." She sensed a powerful dark energy, one that even shattered her seal, and wondered if a demon had invaded. He trembled even more as he spoke, begging the goddess for forgiveness, claiming ignorance of the intruder's identity. Enraged, Yangshu roared, "Fool! Didn't that secret realm have an array to record images? Why haven't you sent someone to investigate?" His voice faltered, as if facing imminent death. But the secret realm has vanished. Meanwhile, back at Ningfeng's secret base, everything was peaceful. He was in his room, holding Man as he walked around. Standing before a room, Ningfeng was pleased. "This room is good. The space inside is wide, so let's stay here." Immediately afterward, he took out the key and opened the door to the room. The system displays a notification. "Do you want to regenerate the Necropolis secret realm here? Yes or no?" He realizes the holy key of recreation that the demon tide obtained last time has this effect. It can regenerate destroyed secret realms. As he selects yes, he saves Sida E, but attracts the attention of another god. If only there were a way to defeat them one by one. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse, the divine realm controlled by the eternal star, Vinhu anxiously bites her nails, wondering what's going on. What is going on? Such powerful dark energy, it was able to directly break the seal I set? Could it be that some demon god has been resurrected? She quickly calmed herself, letting out a sigh. It's been so long since I felt this deeply uneasy. The last time was during the Great War with the all-powerful magic god. Suddenly, that name reminded Yang Yu of the all-powerful magic god's Great War with Saya's seal. Could it be him? Shifting the scene to Dikit Hanting Kung, where Kwai Tuk resides. After hearing Vinhu's story, he wondered if she was worried about the return of the omnipotent magic god. She panicked, saying she didn't know, but Kwai Tuk reassured her that the all-powerful magic god had been gone for so long that no one was sure if he was even still alive. Kuishi could tell at a glance that Yang Shu, when extremely anxious, would unconsciously bite her hand. It seems the battle against the almighty magic god left her with indelible scars. Then he tried to calm Vinhu, saying the all-powerful magic god was just a stray dog who'd luckily escaped death. And after hiding for so long, what could he possibly do if he returned? That day, the believers died or fled. Even if they regroup, can one person stand against all the gods combined? Moreover, as she said, breaking the seal was due to a dark curse. Surely we can't summon an evil god and actually become evil gods ourselves. Only then did Yangshu calm down a little, saying, "You're right, I was being too sensitive." He continued, "Let's look into this ourselves first. We only lost a temple and a mystic realm. No need to overreact." Yanghu then changed the subject. "How is that true origin Saint Spirit doing?" Guisu replied, "Still in seclusion. Merging divinity is no easy task, and the transition at the necropolis into an entrance here is opening up." Han Yin was overjoyed. It truly was a miracle. When Sezida revives and sees her world intact, she'll surely be delighted. The books in the library are Sesida's collection from over the years. It's amazing to have such a treasure trove of knowledge and experience. To her, they were more important than life itself. Suddenly, Ningfong called out his name. Han Yin. Han Yin responded quickly. My lord, what are your orders? Ningfong spoke calmly. I promise I'll restore your world as well. Hearing this, Han Yin was immediately moved to tears. In the end, he couldn't hold back his tears. Thank you for your grace. Great God, please forgive my impudence. I simply long for home. He thought to himself, I completely understand Han Yin's feelings. It seems that in the future, in addition to collecting the world heart, I also need to pay attention to the secret realm. In truth, this journey yielded significant gains, beyond just matters concerning Sila. Speaking of which, he recalls his achievement badge. Clearing a dungeon leveled me up from 90 to 120 instantly. I'm about to undergo my 4th class change, Ningfong said to Han Yin. In a high-level world, the experience points are truly immense, Han Yin replied. It's certainly a quick way to level up. Ningfong was exhausted. Such a commotion would surely attract the attention of other gods, and they might target him. Even leveling up outside would require more caution. He decided to head to the transfer hall to accept the quest first. A notification appears. The pre-4th job quest for the all-system magic god requires the Mind Crest, obtainable from the Spirit Maze secret realm. Collect 150 transformation stones, 150 demon crystals, and 150 strands of serenity vines within 20 days, on difficulty level S. Ningfong recalls the Spirit Maze, the one that constantly threatens to give him depression. Ningfong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time the target wasn't it, but the hidden boss within the secret realm. He quickly entered the Spirit Numinous Maze once more. Ningfong was stunned by the sight before him, a massive blue monster glaring in his direction, wearing a devious grin. Not only that, it even stuck its tongue out and made a throat-slitting gesture to taunt him. Ningfong was dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Is it provoking me? Flashback to the secret realm, the miraculous labyrinth. As soon as they saw him arrive, the subordinates rushed in to report, Great King, that solo combat mage is attacking again. The boss is bored, and this scene feels all too familiar. It cries out in a panic, I can't beat him! A sinister voice echoes, What are you afraid of? Don't forget about me. That monster looks pretty scary. The green-skinned boss remembered, That's right. We have the hidden boss who was just summoned, and he's much stronger than me. The hidden boss said, My skill is called Great Wisdom Reduction. No matter how high their mental stats, once hit, they'll continuously decrease. Just keep his attention, and I'll strike unexpectedly, ensuring he can't dodge. Once his mental stats are weakened, I'll torture him mercilessly. Hearing this, the green-skinned boss's eyes lit up with excitement. You're finished, kid. The Great Wisdom technique returns to reality, and the green-skinned boss taunts him to distract him. The hidden boss charged, using its mental domination technique to attack him. Ningfong was hit, standing motionless, unresponsive. The green-skinned boss, witnessing this, excitedly shouts, believing the attack landed, but it seems he's unharmed. Ningfong remained calm, thinking to himself, This is the magic I received last time, capable of resisting mental attacks. I was going to use it against the True Origin Holy Spirit, but it was never needed. This passive skill, Retribution, not only grants immunity to all mental attacks, but also reflects them back 100-fold to the attacker. It not only grants immunity to attacks, but also doubles the opponent's attack. The hidden boss's power backfired, breaking its fangs in two, leaving the blue-skinned monster in stunned disbelief. What? Ningfeng's expression changes as he glares menacingly at the green-skinned creature, who is now sweating with fear and unable to speak. Internally, it screamed, You bully me when the hidden boss doesn't come, and you still bully me when it does. So the hidden boss wasn't a waste after all? Overcome with emotion, tears welled up, but Ningfong didn't care. He stepped forward and with a wave of his hand sent it to the afterlife. After defeating this boss, Ningfong receives another reward, a consumable item called Symbol of the Mind. Orange quality, permanently adding 20 to his spirit stat. He figured that as everyone gradually improved and understood the sign drop rules, they'd need to take down a pretty strong hidden boss to have a 1% chance of a drop. Though difficult, at least they don't have to rely on me completely. This way, things can gradually get on track. He picks up his phone, needing to ask the exchange if they can help him gather enough conversion stones. The employee on the other end chuckled wryly. I'm very sorry, we don't have enough transformation stones in stock. We're working hard to get them ready for you. Take a look. Ningfong frowned. Transformation stones were rare to begin with, and Tam Chuyen just bought a batch not long ago. It's understandable that they can't gather 100 stones in a hurry. Anyway, there's still plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. I'll head back to the training camp and see what's going on there first. The scene quickly shifts to the Supernova training camp, where he's surprised by the sudden commotion. The moment they saw Ningfong, they shouted, "It's the Great Ning! The Great Ning is back!" He recognized them as the top elite class that dealt with the demonic tide last time, but couldn't help but ask who they were. At that moment, Instructor Liu arrived, announcing the government's decision to extend the training period at the camp. Hearing this, everyone rejoiced. "Great Ning, we'll have more chances to see you. Please guide us." Then came a barrage of questions for him. Ningfong stayed a while longer to explain, as an admirer exclaimed, "The group around Assistant Ning is already the strongest force in the country." Someone beside him retorted, "What are you talking about? Assistant Ning is the strongest." Suddenly a figure darts toward Ningfong, shoving everyone aside. It's Sa Vu Tran. Why is she so flustered? But without explaining, Yu Chen gets straight to the point. "Mr. Ning, something's happened," Vu Tran stammered. "Ning. Master Ning, could I trouble you for a moment? There are some things I need to discuss." Amidst her panic, Ningfong calmly asks, "What is it?" Wu Chen quickly explained that the exchange counter had called, saying the transformation stones prepared for him had been stolen. He wondered who would dare steal from the Vienthan exchange. "Do you know who did it?" Meanwhile, at the Yuancheng exchange branch, a man is pleased to have finally gathered 100 transformation stones. Furthermore, send it to the training camp as fast as possible and deliver it directly to Grandmaster Ning. "Yes." With his instructions given, the man quickly closed the box. Suddenly, a dark aura emerged from the box, growing larger as it wrapped around the bank director's neck, tightening its grip and terrifying him. The staff panicked, shouting, "Director!" But then, grotesque monsters emerged from the ground, wrapping around him. He quickly collapsed, and the creatures turned their attention to the bank manager. One of them viciously choked him, the director trembling and gasping for air. "What are these monsters?" A strange man appears. Rumor has it that the Yuancheng exchanges have been hoarding conversion stones lately, so it's true. The bank manager gasped for air, struggling to see his attacker. It was Zheng Jiasheng. The director remembers him as the eldest son of the Zhengwei exchange. Zheng Jiashun and Yu Chen were high school classmates, and the supernovas of their class. After intentionally causing harm, he was disqualified from the university entrance exam. Rumor has it that he left the country in anger and hasn't returned in a long time, so the monster tightens its grip. Jicheng smirks, "Hey, don't kill him, I still have questions." He steps forward and asks, "What do you plan to do with the accumulated glyph transformation stone?" The panicked bank manager shouted, "Don't come any closer, that's a very important client's order." Jiacheng was surprised. "Oh, a very important client? How coincidental, the stock exchange also wants customers like that." After getting what he wanted, he left. "I've taken what I needed. If this client comes, tell them to find me at the Zhengwei exchange." The director was terrified. "You can't!" But he didn't care, disappearing with his companions. The manager clutched his neck, desperately gasping, "Don't go. Stop." Back in reality, Ningfeng pondered. The Zhengyi exchange was a large exchange, on par with the Yuancheng exchange. So could this be a commercial rivalry between them? Wu Chen hesitated. "I shouldn't bother you with this, but when we sent someone to negotiate, Zheng Jiashun drove them away. Zheng Jiashun has become much stronger than before, and the monsters he summons are far more powerful than the bosses in the secret realms." Before she could finish, Ningfeng's phone suddenly rang. He politely said to Wu Chen, "One moment, I need to take this call." "Yes, it was Duan who called," she quickly agreed. He cut to the chase. "Boss, Mayor Tai contacted me about something." Hearing this, Ningfeng guessed, "It's about the petrification, right? Tai Yuchen already told me." Duan added, "I'll take them with me and slowly approach the main branch so you don't have to make another trip." Ningfeng agreed. "That works. Everyone, please be careful." Hanyan responded, "Such a small matter isn't worth your personal attention. Duan has improved a lot lately, so it's reasonable to leave it to him, especially since we need to nurture him gradually." With Man's help, Duan was becoming more and more outstanding. Meanwhile, in a conference room, a middle-aged man anxiously asked, "Jiasheng, are you sure it's okay to steal from the Vienthan exchange?" The arrogant youth replied, "Don't worry, uncle. Isn't Vientiane always taking our market share? I just decided to teach them a lesson." He worried about his grandson, who, having been spoiled since childhood, acted as he pleased, relying on his power to cause trouble everywhere. Little did he know, his nephew's return from abroad would cause such a stir. But he gently advised, "I'm just worried. The 7 guilds have been cooperating with Vienthan lately." "If Vientiane seeks help from the 7 great guilds," Jiathin stubbornly replies, "the 7 great guilds are nothing but clowns." "Uncle, you know that gods exist in this world, right?" He sweats, replying, He's heard of such things, only recently discovered. With pride, Jiasheng introduced him. Master, I am a believer favored by the gods. The man thought to himself, Jiasheng's master. Is he the strange man he brought back from overseas? That night, it seemed more like a cult than a god, and he didn't look like a good person at all. Jiasheng introduced him. My master comes from a higher world, a world that receives the attention of the gods. The god he worships can't be named directly, and is usually called the returning soul. So that's the god who once fought Ningfong. He continued. This time, my master is traveling the world to spread the faith and develop more followers for the gods. Countries willing to worship the divine master will receive my master's protection, but those who refuse will be erased from this world. Hearing his grandson boast like that, he was startled. Even if it's from a higher world, that's awfully arrogant. Jiasheng continued. Uncle hasn't witnessed my master's power, so you probably don't have a concept of it yet. As the two talked, the uncle's phone suddenly rang. Jiasheng quickly answered, cutting to the chase as soon as he heard the voice on the other end. What is it? The man reported, My young master, a guest has arrived seeking a conversion stone. Jiasheng ordered him to be let in. He then looked at his uncle and asked, Where were we? He hung up the phone, and his sweating uncle replied to his unruly nephew, We were talking about your master's strength. Jiasheng continued, Simply put, if the highest level an adventurer can reach in this world is 300, or the 10th transformation, then my master's level is at least 1,000 or higher, a gap that numbers can't bridge. He raved. In the near future, my master will summon the divine master to descend, blessing and protecting this world, and I will be the first believer to receive the god's grace. Hearing this, he felt a little relieved, saying, Then I have nothing to worry about. Even the 7 great guilds are probably no more than insects in the eyes of the divine master. Just then, a hand violently flung open the door, startling Jiasheng and his uncle. Jiasheng turns and shouts fiercely at the person, Who are you? Doe gave him a cold look and cut straight to the chase. I'm here for the conversion stones. Jiasheng smirks. I've been in the country too long. Are all the kids this arrogant these days? He immediately stood up, attempting to intimidate him with his imposing stature. I told you to wait outside. Didn't you hear me? But Duan was even more hot-tempered than Ningfong. He feared no one but their boss. Jiathin was quickly lifted into the air, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a cold look, Duan cut to the chase. Where's the transformation? Duan then turned his gaze towards Jiasheng's master, who stood motionless, a sinister smile on his face. Surrounded by grotesque monsters, Man dozes on his shoulder, snoring softly. The apostle smirks. Not bad. Are you a follower of the true origin Saint Spirit? Duo An, face unchanged, simply replied, I am not. The apostle pressed on, saying, If you say you aren't, then you acknowledge the existence of the true origin Holy Spirit, which means you've encountered some miracle that has increased your strength. However, I really don't like your answer because there's no respect for the gods in your tone, and that's arrogant blasphemy. This apostle can't see what's coming, so he doesn't know his disciple is in danger. Jiasheng's inner fear screamed, Master, we're done for. I can't make a sound at all. He continued, Though our beliefs differ, I will teach you in the gods' stead. My shadow guards will show you that there is always someone stronger. But suddenly, a strange sound echoed, piquing the apostle's curiosity. He turned around, trying to figure out what that sound was. It was Manman. Having awakened, it rushed toward him. No one saw what it did, but a burp indicated its full belly. The apostle panicked. When did that thing get here? Where are my shadow guards? In the blink of an eye, they were all devoured, leaving not a single one behind. Jiasheng was now terrified. His master's shadow guards were transformed from high-level demonic creatures possessing immense power. What kind of monster was that? It devoured all the shadow guards. Duan suspects that Manman really likes that flavor. The little beast reached out and gently touched the apostle as he spoke for it. If you still have it, summon more. He couldn't believe his ears. I thought this was a low-level world. What kind of terrifying place have I stumbled into? Channeling his inner energy, he knew he had to fight and find a chance to escape. But then, Manman playfully touched his hand, and his energy vanished as if it never existed. This startled the apostle, and he jumped back, but Man wouldn't let him escape so easily, and she lunged forward, punching him in the face. The attack seemed weak, yet it left him bruised and toothless, and soon the apostle was on his knees begging for mercy. He begs for mercy, claiming he's just a small-time adventurer who got caught in a temporal rift while exploring a secret realm and was swept away to this place. Duan recalls that the space-time turbulence was something Senior Han Yin mentioned. a rare occurrence that allows people from higher worlds to enter lower ones. He asks curiously, I heard you wanted to summon a god. What's that about? He recounted. I only intended to use the world's heart to hold a sacred ritual, hoping to attract the attention of the gods. If acknowledged, I would become their representative in this world, receiving even greater favor. Without a word, Duan and Man exchanged a deadly look. Hand over the heart of the world. Meanwhile, at the luminous stele of the god realm, the true origin saint is focused on absorbing power. Yangsu said, Congratulations on your success. And Guishi added, Worthy of being the true origin saint spirit, you've already merged 10% of the godhood. As his divine essence merged, Jianyuan felt his injuries subside, and the chaotic dark power finally calmed. He turned to his two companions, piquing their curiosity. Jianyuan speaks, There's something I think you should know. After hearing the story, Yongyu becomes even more worried. The Almighty God, Guisu spoke. Could it be that he really saved his loved ones last time? Chan and Nguyen wondered, What are you talking about? Kwai-tuk recounted, It happened not long ago while you were in seclusion, leaving Vin Hu even more tense. The Almighty God of magic wasn't like this before. He never actively stirred up conflict. Speaking of which, they both thought of this. Could he really have become an evil god? Guisu frowned. I have a way that might work against him. Jinwan was extremely agitated. What's your plan to deal with the almighty magic god? Yonghui was impatient to hear Guisu's plan, but Guisu, seeing his companion's anxiety, hesitated, then spoke. It's only a guess, nothing certain yet. Let me test it first. Jianyuan thought, this sinister guy is definitely up to something shady. Even though he says he's only guessing, he's probably already testing things out. Kwaisu also had his own thoughts. That hothead will definitely rush to deal with the all-powerful magic god before he's sure of himself. I can't let him make a mess of things. But where is that omnipotent magic god? Yangshu interjected. Just let it be? But Kwai-tuk was confident. Don't worry, no matter how strong the all-encompassing magic god is, he's ultimately alone. The faith of a low-level world is too little to sustain him against other gods, and without divine care, that so-called blue star will never become a high-level world. Indeed, this is also part of the cosmic order, preventing a single god from monopolizing a world and expanding power, thus unbalancing the universe. So, the all-powerful magic god's sanctuary will also become the prison he creates for himself. Back in Jia Sheng's classroom, Ningfong is happily petting Man when he suddenly wonders, who is this young man? How could a demon even stronger than my master be so obedient before him? Ningfong asked Duan if the one-eyed man's background had been confirmed. He quickly replies, confirmed. Duan recounts that he appeared in a secret realm in Ledouai a month ago. Ningfong realizes that Ledouai is a small country in Eastern Europe, right? Duan replies, that's right. The government of Ledouai has honored that one-eyed man as a national-level powerhouse and has established an adventurer alliance in his name, forcing other countries to join. But when they contacted our country, the government refused, so this one-eyed man's goal is probably to come here and intimidate us. Dan wondered, is something wrong, sir? Han Yin says, that one-eyed guy always claims to be a follower of the returning souls, but the ritual he just mentioned is actually for the all-powerful magic god. Hearing this, Ningfong was speechless and shouted angrily, Hey, are you still not going to tell the truth? Who are you trying to summon? The one-eyed man, drenched in sweat, cried out in fear, The Great Necro! Then he started banging his head on the ground repeatedly, piquing Ningfeng's curiosity. I was wrong. The god I summoned was an evil god called the Almighty Magic God. Dong glared shamelessly. Who said the Almighty Magic God is an evil god? He trembled, contorting himself. Forgive me, I quickly realized my mistake. The one-eyed man exclaimed, Almighty Magic God, are you also a follower of the Almighty Magic God? As expected of the Almighty Magic God, even a low-level world knows his divine name. Forgive me. How could a world that worships the Almighty Magic God be a low-level world? Xia Sheng was stunned. Why is Master suddenly like this? Ningfong stepped forward gravely. Explain yourself now. He quickly complied. Yes. One eye trembled. My name is Kuntaba, and in our world I joined an unknown organization. This organization doesn't acknowledge gods, only worshipping the omnipotent magic god, which is absolutely forbidden in our world. So, we all call ourselves followers of that god when we're out. You ask, who is the leader of that organization? He said, I don't know either. No one has ever seen the organization's leader. Han Yin whispered, the leader may have once been a believer, but it could also be a trap or a plot by others with ulterior motives. Ningfeng resolves, once I've accumulated some power from sacrifices, I'll go take a look the next time the gate to another world opens. Praise the great and almighty Archmage. Your grace is everywhere. Han Yin smiles blankly. I kinda like this guy. Ningfong and Duan were helpless against such a fanatic. But Ningfong felt the man's information was useful, and only 2 more world fragments remained. He's overjoyed that he can finally awaken Sezida. Back at Necropolis, Sezida happily embraces him. My lord, I can finally see you. Through all these long years, I have thought of you every second. Hanyin quickly chimed in, cutting her off. Me, Sezida retorted angrily. The person I least want to see is you. Get out of my secret realm immediately. Ningfong chuckled. It seems the 2 of you have a good relationship. She angrily shouts, That's not true. That expression makes you look dumbfounded. Sezida angrily retorted, Perhaps you've forgotten, but this guy always messes up the books I've carefully arranged, never puts them back after reading, and never returns borrowed books. I've already banned him from the library. Han Yin cheerfully led the way. This reminds me, how could we leave the Divine Master standing here? Let's talk in the library. I'll lead the way. A figure quickly dashed forward, whizzing past Ningfong and Sezida, shouting, You wretched bastard, don't make decisions for me. The 3 quickly sat in her library, the atmosphere silent. Suddenly, Han Yin spoke up, teasing. Sezida, this is no way to treat a guest, not even a cup of water. She sternly said, No food is allowed in the library. I apologize for my impudence, but that applies even to you, my lord. Sezida says, My lord, I'd like to understand the current situation. Ningfong replies simply, Good. He then gave her a rough overview of the situation so she could understand it, all while she watched Ningfeng's every move. Relying solely on this world to contend with other gods will be incredibly difficult. Without interference, adventurers here can't break their limits and become your strength. You saw that one-eyed mongrel. With his power alone, he suppressed an entire continent. The gap between world levels isn't something that can be compensated for with numbers. And for higher-level worlds, your intervention will surely attract the attention of other gods. Ningfeng surmised, So does that mean if others can't get in, we'll have a hard time getting out? She continued. Indeed, more importantly, this will lead to a problem. If other gods secretly send people to infiltrate and sabotage, we might not detect it in time. He figured that if those gods were willing to sacrifice their followers and send suicide squads, like when he saved Sezida, intervention would cause a lot of trouble. Especially since those gods treat their followers like pawns. They might actually do it. Han Yin spoke up. My lord, I have a hypothesis. Ningfeng asked curiously. Tell me more. Han Yin replied. I've noticed that the special achievements you grant outside your domain are related to the domains of other gods. Specifically, it involves 2 gods, the Swift Shadow Commander of the Agility System and the Moonlit Sage of the Support System. Sezida is surprised. The Swift Shadow Commander and the Moonlit Sage. They were both killed by the God Lord during the Divine War. Ningfeng interjects, What are you implying? Seeing him hesitate, Han Yin continues. That's right, it seems the Divine Master has also considered this possibility. Sezida pouts, annoyed. What are you 2 even talking about? Think about my feelings. Han Yin recalled, I only realized this possibility recently. Could the godhoods of the Shadow Ruler and the Wish Granter have merged with the godhood of the Lord? If this guess is correct, then a few things can be explained, like how Lord God was able to recover so quickly from a powerful curse. For example, the Divine Master could grant special achievements to those 2 gods, but not to others. His eyes light up. Could this mean there isn't just 1 god here, but 3? No, 4, including the evil god, the demon god. Ningfeng speculates that destroying other gods could unify their divine authority. Han Yin says, This is just my speculation, and needs further verification. This made Ningfeng thoughtful. Verify it, huh? Back with the 3 gods, they suddenly shared an ominous feeling. In unison, they cried out internally, What's going on? I just felt a terrifying threat. Reminds me of a past battle that shook the heavens, a one-versus-all fight. Zhen Yuan cried out, Omnipotent magic god, we didn't have to come to this, so why are you so stubborn? But the omnipotent magic god stood in silence, offering no reply to his fury. Yonghu spoke, You dislike conflict, and we've always forced you, but what you're doing is clearly confronting the gods. Return at once. Stop your actions, don't be stubborn, or we'll strip you of your position as a god and brand you a heretic. Almighty magic god roared, So, evil gods, this is your answer? Then from this moment on, I am an evil god. So, that's the origin of the evil gods they keep mentioning. Back in reality, Sei says, If Han Yin is right, you may be able to become the last god. So, by managing the entire universe, he's definitely restoring order. Hanyin surmises that the system within him might be the embodiment of some universal rule, which is why it chose to remind him through a quest at my crucial moment. Ningfong, looking grim, speaks of the universe's rules. I suddenly remember that before completing the 4th job advancement, I obtained a new power. He recalls the system informing him that he could open a divine realm. Simply put, the divine realm is a domain exclusive to gods, where they control all order, a source of power and a defensive barrier. Cecita was overjoyed, finally able to see their god's divine realm once more, recalling its beauty. An endless sea of consciousness, with azure beaches, golden sands, and a towering spire representing his divine authority. We once had the honor of witnessing a glimpse of its beauty. Ningfong was intrigued by their words. Hearing you talk about it makes me look forward to it. I've gained the method to open my own divine realm, and I can go there by focusing my consciousness. All three were stunned into silence. The divine realm they had imagined was a desolate wasteland. Ningfong was utterly disappointed. What is this forsaken place? It's a wreck. This doesn't resemble the god realm at all. His inner self screamed, where was the vast ocean? Where's the beach? Why? Could it be that my level isn't high enough? Even dogs wouldn't live here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within Ningfong. I think I sense the divine realm. Suddenly remembering, Ningfong spoke. Xiejin, look at this place. Xiejin's energy is surging. This really is my divine realm. But he was saddened. Sadly, it had been too long since any divine power had flowed into it, and it was completely desolate. Why did you come here? He's thinking strangely. I opened the divine realm, so this is the realm of the evil tyrant. So it is. I wonder why I lost my memory. Now everything must be explored step by step, so let's start by looking around here. That God's temple is extremely dilapidated, truly showing its long neglect. When I got closer, I seemed to feel a faint resonance. I don't know if it's because of me or because I've merged with a part of the evil god's essence. Mountains and clouds obscure the view, but suddenly Ningfong sees something that startles him. It wasn't just him. Hanyin and Cecita saw it too. He asked, do you guys see that? There's something in the clouds. Cecita quickly flew forward, exclaiming, Lord Incantation, this... Before them appeared a place of incredible beauty, just as she had imagined. Cecita says this is the high tower representing your divine authority, but what surprises her is why your tower has appeared here. Ningfong quickly heads over to take a look. As he arrived, he reached out to touch the scene, but a system alert appeared. The God Realm's rule structure is incomplete and cannot be activated. He pondered, the God Realm represents the rules that the gods control. Does an incomplete structure mean I haven't fully grasped the relevant rules? At that moment, Hanyin exclaimed, Lord God, a new discovery! Everyone quickly looked over to see that there weren't just one, but 2 towers standing side by side. In the misty haze, 2 colossal towers gradually came into view. Cecita was astonished. 2 more towers were hidden here. I've seen them in some paintings. They seem to be the afterimages of the Overlord and the wish-granting sage of the high towers. Maybe that green idiot was right after all. Now that's what I call wisdom. He figured, and even suggested the incomplete structural rules. It seems he can only activate the evil god realm first. Ningfong quickly went inside alone, surrounded by darkness. This was once evil's resentment's dwelling, long abandoned and uncared for. Ningfong touched the old stone walls and a blue light quickly appeared. And just like that, the dilapidated dark building was quickly restored by his power, unleashing a fierce surge of energy from the top of the tower. The system then displayed a notification. Acquired the power to enhance the secret realm. You can use dark power to strengthen it. After all intruders are killed, their life force will enhance your divine power. Ningfong wonders, is this the power of an evil god? He can increase his divine power by killing people. No wonder the secret realm is invading other worlds so frantically. Regardless, this is the first time I've come into contact with divine power, so I need to take some time to study it carefully. He's now teleported to the underworld, a divine domain controlled by the Soul Guide, who is contemplating the unexpected reappearance of the all-encompassing magic god. But he was missing, and now he's revealed his whereabouts. It's better than lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, he looks up at the sky, where the Tower of the Boy resides. As Quishu ponders, since the departure of the almighty magic god, he has been able to access and comprehend the rules that once belonged to him, greatly increasing his power and revealing for the first time that the rules of the gods can be transferred. Unfortunately, I'm not the only one who knows this, which has led to mutual suspicion among the gods. They fear gods of the same system will steal their rules. The 10 main gods are divided into many large and small alliances, and uniting everyone to deal with the almighty magic god will be difficult. Fortunately, I have grasped a new source of power, godhood fusion, the power of the evil god, which may become the key to breaking the situation. Meanwhile, a system notification appears. You have obtained the authority to enhance secret realms, and you can use dark power to enhance them. After all intruders are killed, their life force will amplify your divine power. The evil entity muses that the all-powerful magic god has nearly lost his divine realm and can only hide in a lower world. You think the universe's rules limit us, that we're helpless against you? Let's just see about that. As he said this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Cut back to Ningfeng's base, where he yawned wearily. I'm exhausted. The power of the divine is not something easily understood. At that moment, Duan happily approached, waving. "Big bro," Ningfeng asked as soon as he saw him, "was the matter of amending the deal resolved?" Duan quickly resolved everything, but Ningfeng is tired. That one-eyed Kappa was too arrogant, truly seeing himself as a follower of the evil god. You need to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. Duan scratched his head, stammering. Yeah, actually, Capo doesn't seem like who I initially imagined. Recalling his madness, even boxing became a devotee of the great god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Manman lazily asks, "How are you like a different person?" Capo scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, that arrogance was just an act. When I first arrived in this world, many people wanted to take advantage of me, so I had to make them respect me to avoid trouble." Duan thought about it. He'd asked Senior Feng to investigate this guy's situation, and it seemed he really hadn't done anything immoral or harmful since coming to this world. But won't this attitude tarnish the image of the almighty law god? Capo casually replies, "Don't worry, they all think I'm a follower of the returning dead god. When the time is right, I'll say that I was inspired by the almighty magic god, abandoned the path of evil and turned to good, and I will never cause any more trouble for the great god." Duan was satisfied. "Oh, you do have a brain, don't you?" Ningfeng sighed. "So, one-eyed Capo isn't as dumb as he looks. If that's the case, we can continue to observe whether he's trustworthy. As for our true identities, there's no need to reveal them to him yet." Duan continued, saying that Capo and the Zhengwei Exchange had prepared a special apology banquet, hoping he could take some time to attend. They even invited the Yuan Cheng Exchange to join. Ningfeng is intrigued, deciding to attend for a break. Cut to a massive villa, the scene is incredibly solemn. Capo stood alone, speaking to a crowd of strangers, as whispers began to spread. "What's going on over there? Why such a big crowd?" Rumor has it the two major exchanges are hosting a VIP, though who it is remains a mystery. Just then, a luxury car screeches to a halt in front of the lobby. Ningfeng lazily sat in the car, holding Man in his arms. To think he needed a car just to get from the hotel gate? Talk about a high-class hotel showing off. As he approached, Capo cheerfully announced, "Mr. Ning, you've arrived." The two receptionists whispered to each other, "Is this the VIP of the two major exchanges? He's so young." One of the girls quickly recognized him. She stammered, "You're the hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved so many people? My family was in that dungeon, so I remember your video so well." The other girl also ran over in surprise. "Huh? So you're the great hero. I've seen your videos. Could we have your autograph?" Capo turned to scold Jia Sheng. "You dare provoke anyone? You're going to be the death of me." He then bowed respectfully and happily said, "Mr. Ning, please." At the banquet, everyone was eating, drinking, and laughing together. The most lavish dishes were laid out. A hotel employee was happily playing with Man, who seemed to prefer ice cream. How adorable. Jiasheng stands up, glass in hand, and begins to speak. "Everyone, this incident is all my fault." Capo grits his teeth, sweating. "As his teacher, I'm also responsible for not educating him properly." Vu Tran was secretly astonished that Trin Gyathin would apologize to him. This was the first time in history that he was benefiting from Nin's glory. Gyathin's uncle added, "Mr. Nin, to show our sincerity, the Zhengwei Exchange is willing to offer you 25% of our shares and 3 converted stone mines. We hope you won't refuse." The director wasn't about to be outdone. "To show our sincerity, the Wancheng Exchange is willing to offer you 25% of our shares and 3 transformed stone mines. We hope you'll accept." The two girls stood up straight, filled with admiration. A quarter of the shares of 2 major exchanges. Even if we do nothing else, it'll be enough to live on for generations. The director thought to himself, "You guys just don't understand. Ever since latching onto Mr. Ning, the Yuancheng Exchange has never lacked high-end goods, and revenue has skyrocketed. 25% of the shares is nothing. The most important thing is that the big boss agreed to play with us. Ningfong considered that the shares were a minor issue. Opening up a new mine was the most important thing. Having just completed his 4th class advancement, he would need more conversion stones, and owning his own mine would eliminate the need to buy them. Capo interjects, "There's also something else I wanted to get your opinion on, Mr. Ning." Duan respected him, thinking Ningfong might be the representative of the omnipotent magic god in this world, especially since that terrifying beast was his pet. Inwardly, he panicked. "Oh no, that monster is looking at me." Ningfong stepped forward, asking, "What did you want to say to me?" Capo smiled. "It's like this. Actually, I'm on Livia's side, and I've been calling on the surrounding countries to resist the invasion of magical creatures. But unfortunately, there are very few strong adventurers, so there's really no fighting power." Ningfong remembers now. Duan mentioned that Campo had established an organization similar to a support agency, backed by many countries. These nations entrust Capo with clearing difficult dungeons, many of which hold rich rewards, the source of his 2-world hearts. Capo smiles obsequiously. "If possible, we hope to cooperate with you to protect the safety of Blue Star." He thought to himself that Capo's status in Eastern Europe was very high, and his reputation was constantly spreading. It would be good to use his influence to gain more support. With that in mind, he smiled. "All right, I agree to your proposal." Capo was polite. "Thank you very much. It's an honor to have a master like you." He calculated to himself, knowing that if the battlefield expanded, more masters would be needed at home. It's time to start the new recruits' hellish training. Ningfong speaks. "Capo, tell me about what you experienced when you arrived here." He sighed. "I was exploring a secret realm when I was caught in the chaotic space-time. They say it's incredibly rare, happening only once every 100 years. I don't know how I ran into it. Thinking back, it was terrifying. Time and space were incredibly unstable in that chaotic vortex. It was a miracle I survived unscathed." Meanwhile, somewhere on Blue Star, lush vegetation thrives in the fresh air. The people stared in astonishment at the strange phenomenon appearing before them. What was that? Back at Ningfeng's base, everyone has gathered. He thinks, having gotten to know them, the guild leaders of the 7 great guilds are all good people, as is Professor Zai. They are the ones who can grow now. Anchan grits his teeth, realizing this special training is what boosted Lao Feng's strength, and he must take it seriously. Everyone quickly begins the training, as dark shadows spread, swiftly attacking Qiu Dui and VM Suyen. Lin Hua, sweating, says, "Lao Liu, can we only defend passively? This hellish training is too wicked. If I didn't trust Xiao Feng, I'd think the evil god had descended." And Chan grits his teeth, saying that with their numbers they should try a coordinated attack based on their team model using a guardian formation. They quickly gather together as a group, preparing to fight. Ningfong calculated slyly, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The UAR Society has already tried this, and it's useless. But after studying divine power, this fighting style seems different somehow. These experienced adventurers are working together seamlessly. Working together, they use the Earth Shield technique, but suddenly Professor Zai seems to remember something. Meanwhile, Xiaorui and Yingzhen stared in surprise at Professor Ji and Ling Hua as the system issued a notification. Area Denial Enhancement, Scholar and Cleric professions simultaneously present. Forming a protective formation increases defensive capabilities by 20%. Professor D looked at the golden light shining down on him, surprised. What was this? The same effect appears around Lu and Yuning, the leisurely stroll zone with 2 assassin class members present. When forming a guardian team, evasion increases by 8% and armor by 15%. Han Yin and Seseda are surprised. Using a team to activate area effects? Is that even possible? An's eyes lit up, realizing the team formation was working. All right, everyone, let's get serious. And the consequence of persevering for so long is that we'll suffer even more severe torment. Han Yum steps forward, curious. My lord, was that your divine miracle? He smiled. Watching everyone work together, some ideas in my head are becoming clearer. It seems those domains were activated at the moment of comprehension, and the system immediately announced an increase in your understanding of the universe's rules. Ningfong pondered. So this is how one comprehends the rules of the universe? The next day, his base was bathed in light and the air was exceptionally fresh. When Feng Yue saw his friend's face, he quickly suppressed his laughter, but his face contorted, and he finally burst out laughing, stomping his feet in annoyance. You look just as miserable. Don't laugh so fast, you old fool. He trembled, unable to stand, and called out, Quick, someone help me over here. Old man, you didn't come all this way just to laugh at me, did you? I don't have that kind of time. It was Xiao Feng who called everyone here, saying you'd discovered something important. Are we that impressive? Ah, Zhen smirked. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through him. Hey, old man, slow down. Are you trying to torture me? He stood observing the surveillance monitors displaying scenes from various locations as Feng Yue asked, Professor Z, what's the progress so far? Professor Zai replied, we've arranged several groups to conduct experiments and discovered that team domains have different effects. Currently, those who can activate team domains are mainly agile, magical, and support-type professions. The number of activated domains isn't level-dependent, but relies on the team's synergy. Feng Yue replied, in other words, with training, even low-level adventurers have a chance against stronger foes? Professor Xi smiled. That's right. Ningfong wondered if he was reaching some kind of limit, as he was understanding less and less. Ningfong looked at him in surprise as he continued. One-eyed Capo sent over a request. Ningfong wondered, didn't Capo say he'd send all the commissions for me to choose from? Duan replied, because this one is extremely special. Ningfong examines the photo of the strange phenomenon sent to his phone, stunned by what he sees. What is this? A new secret realm? Duo An frantically explains, that's a spatial rift, Capo states. Hanyin says, Capo came here through a space-time turbulence a month ago, and now another one has appeared in such a short time? Ningfong silently observes the photo of the supposed space-time turbulence. He panicked as something emerged. Oh my god, what is that? Cut to Capo's bedroom, where he's relocated for easier discussion. He says, the space-time turbulence is occurring in Austria's Winken province. I've completed all the procedures. We can use the teleportation scroll to go there directly. Ningfong decisively tells Capo, all right, let's depart. Capo was stunned. Hold on, are you going alone? He wondered what's going on. Capo anxiously says, I didn't mean anything by it, but space-time turbulence, those chaotic space-times are really dangerous, and it's hard to imagine what might have crawled out. At least take that super powerful pet with you. Ningfong reasoned that if there were unknown dangers, others wouldn't be able to help much anyway. A small group would suffice. They stopped at a place called WK State, where they were greeted upon arrival. Capo introduces a woman with long, shapely legs as Lilith, his disciple. Her father, the head of this place, appears, and she trembles, clenching her fist as tears stream down her face. This greatly surprised Capo, who asked Lilith what was wrong. As Lilith sobbed uncontrollably, a hand landed on her shoulder. The newcomer introduced himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Andrew, Lilith's father. I apologize for Lilith's state. I'll explain everything. Please, follow me. Andrew led them to the edge of the building, explaining, from here you can see the location of the temporal turbulence. Below, there's a massive sphere blocking out the sun. Andre continued, the reason I commissioned you all is that the temporal turbulence is beyond our understanding. It swallowed a small town in a short time and formed a space similar to a secret realm. The original inhabitants have been transformed into powerful and terrifying monsters, and the government sent in a combat team to try and conquer it. But despite the heavy sacrifices, we still couldn't destroy this secret realm. Lilith's own combat team was annihilated in the process. Only Lilith managed to escape by the skin of her teeth thanks to Capo's training. Otherwise, she might have... Lilith finally composed herself and bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. Those team members were my closest friends, so I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Jiasheng was taken aback. Lilith was strong, and this was the first time he'd seen her so distraught. Capo couldn't hide his curiosity. Lilith, were the monsters in that secret realm really that strong? She recounted somberly that it was a time-limited secret realm with two paths, and only by completing both could they achieve victory. These two paths mirrored each other, yet were impossible to connect. Even if one path was completed, there wouldn't be enough time to finish the other, ultimately leading to failure. Each time, the notice board would turn blood red and announce, "Time's up." Conquest failed. Capo stroked his chin, surmising that the safest option was to have two teams simultaneously take each path, meaning the adventurers would need to be incredibly strong. We can't even muster one qualified team, let alone two. Understanding the situation, Ningfong makes a proposal. I think Capo can lead one team and I'll take the other. Everyone was shocked. You're going alone? Ningfong didn't answer right away, calculating that if Lilith were to escape, Capo's strength would at least allow for a safe retreat. Lilith, however, seemed doubtful. The master did say he'd invite a strong ally, but he just looks like a normal guy from Blue Star and younger than me. No matter how I look at it, relying on just one person is too risky. Capo exclaimed, Mr. Ning, this won't do. But Ningfong remained cryptic, saying, Don't worry about me. Just focus on completing your path. With that, they entered the giant sphere. Ningfong states they have 2 hours, so every second counts. He'll take the left and they should go right. Lilith voiced her concerns to her master, asking if Nin was truly all right, but Capo admitted he didn't know either. Honestly, I've never seen Mr. Nin in action, but his pet devoured all my shadow guards. She was stunned to hear that. Lilith knew her master's shadow guards were incredibly strong, capable of crushing any powerhouse in the world. So what kind of monster could devour them all? And what kind of person could keep such a beast as a pet? She wondered if Nin was hiding something by acting alone. Deeper and deeper into the darkness and dampness they went, until Capo's team encountered their first obstacle. Massive, reddish-brown monsters that looked ready to devour anyone they met. Their eyes scanned their targets, a hint of death glinting within, and without a word, they charged Capo's group. He immediately summoned the soul-devouring entanglement in response. Capo unleashed 2 massive spirit snakes that instantly annihilated 2 monsters, leaving Jia Thin impressed. Capo wondered, are these the monsters born from human mutation? Indeed, they are more formidable than the average monsters in the secret realm, but still manageable. As long as Mr. Ning's strength surpasses mine, there shouldn't be any issues. Meanwhile, Ningfong takes down his first monster, its massive body dissolving like water, then vanishing without a trace. With 1 minute and 51 seconds remaining, Capo, empowered by the soul-devouring vines, eliminates monsters along the way. However, he soon encountered a hard counter. The monster, after consuming the soul-devouring tendrils, was completely unfazed, causing Capo to exclaim, "This isn't right." Since a while ago, the same skills have been dealing less and less damage to these monsters, and now they're completely ineffective. Could there be some connection between these monsters that allows them to evolve through constant fighting? Just then, Lilith shouted, "Master! The monsters are coming!" In this desperate situation, he has no choice but to use Death Rupture to fight back. A powerful, pale purple aura sends the chicken coop monster flying with a single blow, Capo muttered. But to deal with the monsters, we have to use skills. If this continues, we're just helping them get stronger. All communication methods here are useless. I can't contact Mr. Ning. I wonder if Mr. Ning can hold out. Ningfong is also fighting monsters, but he can cut them in half with just a few slashes. The monster cries out in pain as it's eliminated, then lies motionless on the ground before vanishing into thin air. The Game Master watches their every move. Judging his attack power too highly, the monster's evolution speed simply can't keep up. I can't stop his progress. Luckily, another path remains under my control. The time remaining is 1 minute, 26 seconds, and 31 milliseconds. The monster's evolution made them increasingly difficult for Capo to handle, and Lai asked, "Master, are you all right?" He replied, "Just a little tired, I can still manage." Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Something had pierced his body. Lilith, now a completely different person, eliminates her master and asks how that was as Capo breaks free, clutching his bloodied chest. Startled by Lilith's sudden actions, Jia Sheng cries out, "Lilith, what are you doing?" With a sinister smile, she says, "Sorry, the assistant you invited is too strong, so I'll have to let you die here." Capo is sure that the person in front of him now is not Lilith, but she denies it, saying, "Of course I'm Lilith. It's just that I found a way to become stronger, and you just happen to be my sacrifices." In this dire situation, Jia Thin uses his power to assist Capo. "Master, let me hold her off, you go." 2 shadows rush towards Lilith, but she remains unfazed, easily handling the fools with a few basic moves. And she even dares to sneer, "Fools, don't waste your energy. From the moment you stepped in here, you were never leaving." Capo then realizes that her saying only she could escape was a lie. This was her trap all along. She never intended for us to escape. While Lilith gloats, "Master, your panicked expression is just like mine back then. Unfortunately, I'm smarter than you." It turns out that upon entering that secret realm, after witnessing my comrades being killed one by a demon far more ferocious than those Raya from before, terrified by the monster's power, Lilith raised her hand, begging, "Wait, please wait. I understand your great power. Please spare my life. Do you hear me? If you wish to conquer this world, I will become your most loyal servant." Seeing this situation, his companion shouted, "Lilith, what are you saying?" Clock and the others sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to escape. But before he could finish, Lilith silenced him. With an icy tone, she commanded, "Silence." A chilling order that sent shivers down their spines. A light shines down from above, accompanied by a voice. "You are too weak to be loyal to me. I'd rather use you as sacrifices." Then, the mysterious entity commands the Ruyas to tighten their grip on everyone present. Ignoring his captured comrades, Lilith responds to the leader with adoration. "Of course. You can see us all as sacrifices. But if you grant me power, I promise to offer you even more, just like now." The light in the sky was silent for a long moment, then praised her. Truly a despicable and disgusting race, but strangely I find this quite amusing. When Lai didn't understand, he clarified, "I want to see what kind of sacrifices you can offer me." Knowing the leader was giving her a chance, Lilith happily replied, "Thank you for your grace. I absolutely will not let you down." Back in reality, she told Capo and Giathin, "I don't have time to waste with you. Obediently become my sacrifices." They were on the ropes, gritting their teeth and bearing it, when the system announced that the left route had been completed. Unable to hide their joy, they exclaimed, "Mr. Nian, you did it!" But Lilith declared it useless, as the two routes didn't exist in the same spacetime, so completing one wouldn't complete the other, until the system announced the right route was complete. Lilith is stunned, then cries out, "Impossible! How did he do it?" Meanwhile, Ningfong finishes off a monster and sighs. As Lilith said, these two paths are symmetrical, like a mirror image, so we can simply use the void path to cross over and arrive without having to retrace the path ahead. Oh, but it looks like I'm about to be teleported somewhere else. He's greeted by a strange mystical realm, bathed in a rosy glow, while Lilith wonders how he could have possibly conquered both paths alone. While the three of them were still trying to figure out what was happening on Ningfeng's side, a strange vortex suddenly appeared, blurring their surroundings. Jiasheng looked around, wondering where they were, but even Lilith, who had been here twice, had no idea. Both routes have been cleared, so we'll be transported to the Master's private space. But this is my first time here, too. Before, because of her failed conquest, the Master didn't think she was worthy to enter, but just then she noticed something strange. From the cliff where she stood, a rock with spiral symbols appeared, likely belonging to the being Lilith called Master. Witnessing this, Jiasheng stammered, "Master, is that the final boss of the secret realm? With such terrifying pressure, it must be a demon lord-level monster at least." Capo thought to himself, "A demon lord, the most powerful being under a demon god. We're all going to die here." Only Lilith laughed gleefully to herself, thinking, "Is this the true form of my master? Just gazing at it from afar inspires reverence. Not seeing that Ning kid around, he must be gone." She quickly pointed to the two prey and introduced them sweetly. "Master, I am Lilith, your humble servant. These are the sacrifices I've brought for you. I hope they please you." The massive boulder spoke. "What are you talking about?" Lilith was confused. Why did her master's voice sound different? Just then, a dark, indistinct figure appeared above the stone. As the light swept across, they realized it was Ningfong, now appearing as the embodiment of the living saint. Gaoleng ordered, "Lilith, explain this to me." The group began to stammer. "This is Mr. Ning, and she's terrified by what she's seeing. Why is that Ning brat standing on Master's head? Why isn't the Master reacting at all? Oh, I'm so scared. I thought his attack power was just relatively high, but who knew he'd realize normal attacks were too slow and use a forbidden spell to wipe out the guards I personally sent. Then he used another forbidden spell to ignore the space-time barrier and appear on a different path. The guards didn't even have time to react before being annihilated by the forbidden spell. To casually unleash 3 forbidden spells like that, only the great demon gods of old could do that. Just what is his background?" Grasping at straws, Jiasheng shouts, "Lilith, your scheme is nearly ruined. Tell me why you betrayed our master and deceived us all." She glances sideways, coldly replying, "Why, you ask? Because you're all fools. Master, I told you, with your power, you could conquer the world. My family and I would be your greatest asset, willingly plotting for you, but you rejected us without a second thought." Ningfeng recalled Capo scratching his head and saying with a grin, "Sorry, I was just pretending to be arrogant back then." He realized that's why Capo said that. Lilith continued to ramble on, but I couldn't understand why. "Didn't you enjoy being above others? The strong ruling the weak is only natural." He simply replied that the god he worshipped disliked those who were both greedy and foolish, and coincidentally, she and her family possessed both qualities. Spinning around and around, she couldn't tell who was the wheat and who was the chaff anymore. Lilith stammered. What did you say?" Ningfeng's subordinates began to murmur. "This is indeed your style, great god. Even Capo understands you well." Lilith, still clinging to hope, points and says, "Master, surely you have another way, right? Kill them quickly. Kill them all." As she finished speaking, a giant hand reached out, terrifying Lilith into silence. The space was now filled with deafening, chaotic sounds. With the task complete, Ningfeng calmly said, "It's been a long time. Let's finish off this giant and call it a day. He turned away and activated his skill, unexpectedly unleashing a torrent of fierce power from above. A similar symbol appeared, leaving Ningfong in a daze. Coming to his senses, he exclaimed that there was an unexpected reward, a radiant spirit stone. At the same time, the system prompted him to check if the poison face pendant could absorb it, leaving both Ningfong and his subordinates stunned. Hanin warns that the unstable space-time turbulence usually disappears quickly, but this one remains, which could be troublesome. When Ningfong asks why, she explains that even divine power can't erase it. Only a large number of high-level believers borrowing divine power can temporarily seal it. Sesida added that the chaotic space-time rift was still a hidden danger, and a stronger force could break the seal at any time. Apparently, some worlds have already been destroyed this way. Hearing this, Ningfong stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that such a dangerous thing could be used by other gods to target him. Suddenly serious, she says they deserve to die 1,000 deaths, her eyes flashing with anger. Seeing Ningfeng's intention to repair the tear, Han Yin wants to know what he plans to do. After Ningfeng says, "I think I can fix this tear," both Han Yin and Sesida are stunned. The system then issues a new mission: repair the world, research the space-time turbulence, and restore it to its normal state. With a 2-hour time limit and the threat of deletion for failure, he wondered how the system could task him with fixing the space-time turbulence that even divine power couldn't destroy. Could the system be something even greater than a god? Well, it does threaten to delete me at the slightest mistake, not giving a damn about my almighty divine powers. I should probably get started on this research. Behind them, Jiasheng asked softly, "Master, what should we do now?" Capo guessed that Mr. Ning seemed to be considering something, so they shouldn't disturb him. As the spatial rifts began to heal, a mysterious force suddenly surged from the other side, disrupting everything. Despite his best efforts to resist, Ningfong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Spatial turbulence tears at his body, an unimaginable agony. Then a voice echoes around him, saying, "A god must fall." The voice relentlessly urged, "A god must fall, a god must fall." Ningfong then realized, damn it, this is a trap. But whether it is or not, if the system gives me a quest, there's definitely a way out. Stay calm, stay calm. After a moment of clarity, Ningfeng's eyes widened as he thought, I felt it, just for a moment, but there was a distinct pause there. If he could just catch it. He closed his eyes, focusing even more. But the chaotic currents around him seemed to be deliberately interfering, so he had to concentrate even harder. After much effort, he finally found it. Outside, Lilith's father, Andre, was growing impatient. He calculated that 2 hours had passed since they entered the secret realm, so Lilith's plan seemed to have succeeded. And he grinned savagely. But hopefully, the Demon Lord in the secret realm will be pleased with this offering. With the Demon Lord's support, no one will be able to stop me from ruling this world. Just then, a subordinate arrived with news. Lord Andro, the Guild Alliance is surrounding us. He smirks, mocking them. Are these fools only reacting now? Then let's send them all to hell. The Guild Alliance has arrived to seal off the area. Leading the Austrian Guild Alliance is Commander Johnny Wilson. The Austrian Adventurers Guild is mainly self-established by large corporations. The Guild Alliance is the highest authority managing Austria's adventurers. One of the team members asked if they should go in to capture Andrew, but the commander said to wait. Just then, 3 arrows flew down as a greeting. Johnny recognized the signal and was overjoyed. Old friend, you've finally arrived. Inside the secret realm, Ningfong was still contemplating his next move. This is the starting point of a space-time rift. I can use my divine power to stabilize it. Now that it's stabilized, this area is under control. And there, a second point of light. Following this method, Black Yin and Sesida are astonished to see the rift closing. This is the great power of the Lord God. It took Ningfong a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. The system announces that his understanding of the universe's rules has increased. The restoration ability of the world you protect has also increased. Ningfong asked his subordinates what that restoration ability was. However, these are just guesses, and I'm sorry this isn't knowledge that I fully understand. Literally, it's probably a kind of ability to restore a damaged world back to its original state. He says, perhaps we can study it more later, but one more thing. What was that sound I heard when I was repairing the space-time continuum? Gods will surely die. What does that even mean? Just then, Jiasheng exclaimed, Master, look! He pointed to the sky, marveling. Master, everything around us seems to be returning to normal. It's a miracle, an unbelievable miracle. Capo rushed to Ningfong, swearing, Ning, you must believe me. I, Kun Capo, never intended to rule this world, but Ningfong simply placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I believe you. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from the distance, and they wondered, what's that sound? About 20 minutes prior, Johnny's subordinate wondered if the 3 flight scrolls belonged to an old friend of the commander. The 3 who had just arrived were Wang Yue, Yan Chuan, and leading the way, Feng Yi. He asked Johnny for an update on the situation. While Wang Yue recognized the man as Johnny, the Holy Light Knight and commander of the Austrian Union Guild. He and Senior Feng are legendary figures, usually only seen in the news. Johnny explained the situation. They were chasing the ambitious Andrew, but they couldn't approach the secret area, and the situation was still unclear. He apologized for dragging their country's adventurers into this shameless conspiracy. Feng Yi says that with Ningfong in the Mystic Realm, there shouldn't be any major problems. Just focus on dealing with Andrew. He'll pay for deceiving Ningfong. Hearing this, Johnny had a question but didn't dare ask it. Did he get that backwards? The secret realm is the real problem. Elsewhere, a bloody battle unfolds, bodies strewn across the ground. These lowlifes are no fun to fight, the monster sneered contemptuously. That old Joni is down the mountain. We should take care of him. Only one survivor frantically reported, Commander, we were ambushed. Joni, disguised as one of his men, says with concern, How did you get so injured? Don't move, let me heal you. The soldier fighting through the pain gasped that Andrew has gathered many of the missing under his command. Feng Yue pressed him, What do you mean by missing? Joni explained that it was a group of mysterious missing people who suddenly appeared. They were once human, but now wield demonic powers, making them too strong for ordinary adventurers. Recalling familiar figures, Feng Gach exclaims, It can't be. Johnny suddenly remembers. Andre's daughter, Lilith, once captured missing people, meaning they've been building their power for a long time. Just then, a violent force rushed toward them, and Joni, realizing the danger, shouted a desperate warning. That strange power was too close, but just as they didn't know what to do, another force rushed in to help. Joni and his men, startled, turned to look at their savior. La Wang Yue, your attack was truly beautiful. The monsters began to ask each other. My attack was blocked? Juni was also terrified by Wang Yue's power. How is this possible? This young woman is even more powerful than I am. Joni, impressed, wondered, Feng, how did you become so powerful? He replied, Thanks to Mr. Ning's special training. He's putting on an unexpected display. Mr. Ning is in there. Unbelievable. No wonder you weren't worried at all. Feng Yi's expression turned serious. Johnny, please take us inside. After a while, they got closer to the Mystic Realm. Having just wiped out a horde of monsters, leaving a mountain of corpses, Ningfong and his team are delighted to see reinforcements arrive. Duyetni, Senior Feng, Guild Leader Truong, what are you all doing here? Feng Ngach explained the situation, mentioning the commander of the Austrian forces. The Holy Knight, Johnny noticed some unusual behavior from Andrew, and because it concerned his safety, he contacted me immediately. Johnny is an old friend of mine, but he stood there frozen, stuttering. Had that terrifying secret police disappeared? Not only that, but they could return. Capo grabbed Andrew and handed him over to Johnny. Knowing he was powerless, he relented, requesting judgment by his own nation. I am the prefect. According to our laws, no matter what crime I commit, foreigners have no right to judge me, or it will be considered an act of war. Johnny replied, You're right. Seeing this, Andrew couldn't help but grin triumphantly. Not keeping him waiting, Johnny immediately issued a new order. I'm about to use my authority to invite Mr. Ning to become an honorary citizen of Austria, and I hope he won't refuse. Seizing the opportunity, Ningfong accepted without hesitation. I accept your country's invitation. Andre roared again. Girl, what? How dare you? Joni began to loudly proclaim. This crazy bastard Andrew. I hope Mr. Ning will send you to hell on behalf of the whole world. Kushu is helping the investigation team carry the bodies back to the gathering place. She raised her eyebrows in anger, shouting, Why should I carry a corpse? This isn't a woman's job. Minbai coldly asks, What nonsense are you spouting? He looks unhappily at the crowd surrounding Ningfong and Wang Yue. Besides Commander Johnny, everyone here is a top guild leader, all vying to speak with the hero from Longbow. The only ones left with the lowest status are us. Kushu tightened her hands and said with a smile, That young man from Long Nation is really strong. I hope I can talk to him, and dating him would be even better. Minbok exclaimed, wide-eyed. Lift me up. Who told you to let go? Johnny smiled sincerely. Mr. Ning, we're holding a banquet in your honor, and we hope you'll do us the honor of attending, so we can express our respect and gratitude. Ningfong stroked his chin thoughtfully. After dealing with this spatial rift, I'll be level 150. If I change classes in Austria, my personal records will be kept here, which feels unnecessary, but it would expand my influence. Well, a meal wouldn't hurt, and repairing the spatial rift did take a lot out of me. After considering it, he smiled and took the man's hand. To use a phrase from my homeland, I'd be a fool to refuse. Joni chuckled. Feng taught me that phrase. I understand its meaning. The scene shifts to a corporate headquarters where he's treated to a lavish feast. Please, Mr. Ning, have a seat. Ningfong smiles and replies, thank you. He stared in amazement at the delicious food before him, secretly lamenting how hungry he was, while Capo and Feng Gach sat across from him. Ningfong pondered. Austria, China, Europe. This is a powerful alliance. I hope we can quickly form a coalition to protect Earth. Suddenly a phone rang and Johnny excused himself, apologizing to Mr. Ning for the interruption. He watched him and replied softly, please, go ahead. Johnny went to a quiet place to take the call. He coldly asked, what's going on? Chrysanthemum Book replied on the other end. It's about Mr. Ning becoming an honorary citizen. She reports that Congress has no detailed information on Mr. Ning, and China refuses to provide it, so they cannot easily approve honorary citizenship for someone of unknown origin. He strode toward the reception room, saying, it seems I'll have to excuse myself for a while. Stay here and keep an eye on things for me and make sure Mr. Ning isn't kept waiting. Jushu immediately replied, yes. Cut to the conference room. Songjing exclaimed in shock. In the conference room, the person next to him widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering why such a powerful figure would appear in Long Country. Another person coldly interjected, I'm starting to get jealous of them. If we offered Ningfong a generous enough deal, we might be able to poach him for Austria. Suddenly, the wall behind the host explodes, and a horde of monsters rushes in from who knows where. He's still caught up in his conversation. I think we can try. Suddenly, someone screamed in terror. Monsters! And behind one man, a shadowy figure grinned wickedly. Someone couldn't contain their anger and shouted, why are there monsters inside the parliament? Where are the guards? We absolutely cannot allow people from Long Quoc with unclear origins to join our nation, someone retorted. What are you talking about at a time like this? He sneered. We just didn't expect that evil dragon country not only fantasizes about dominating the world, but even cruelly kills our national officials. This is a declaration of war against Austria. This news stunned the other two council members, who asked in disbelief, assassinated national officials. What are you talking about? Suddenly, the man's head began to crack open, splitting in two to reveal the face of a woman. Lilith smiles menacingly. I'm talking about you, she says, spreading her arms wide, radiating a thick aura. You national officials. Joni gritted his teeth and angrily opened the door, revealing countless guards lying on the floor, defeated. He gasped in disbelief. What is going on? Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. JY held the phone to his ear, coldly replying, hey, the person on the other end is in a hurry to report that a large number of statements of unknown origin are popping up online. Countless websites are speaking out and thousands are discussing it. The person on the other end anxiously continued, saying that a foreign adventurer killed an Austrian official, but the major Austrian guilds were too cowardly to expose it. The National Assembly refused to grant the culprit honorary citizenship and called on everyone to stand against tyranny and suppress them, a sentiment that has garnered widespread online support. It's Andrew and his family, no doubt. They're like relentless ghosts, he roared. That also means the countless guards who were attacked were from that family, Johnny said through gritted teeth. They're using public opinion to attack Mr. Ning, even inciting war. If we can't quickly reveal the truth, things will spiral out of control. Looking at the chaotic scene, he added with disappointment, unfortunately, this place has been severely damaged. I doubt we'll find any clues. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Johnny's pant leg and he looked down in astonishment. Pale and in pain, he gasped, Joe, help me. Cut to a bright morning at the corporation's modern headquarters, where Ningfong holds a plate of food, gazing intently at someone across from him. Capo asked in disbelief, you mean Lilith is still alive? Songcheng bit his lip in fear, replying, yes, I saw her unleash a monster that killed everyone. Because I have the skill to play dead, I was lucky enough to escape. He sat at the table, looked up, and asked, where did she go after that? He lowered his head hesitantly. Sorry, I was playing dead at the time, so I didn't see. Ningfeng ate as he asked, does Lilith have any life-saving or resurrection skills? Capo hastily replied, not that I know of, unless she learned something and hid it from me. Songqing, terrified, knelt down and begged, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Ning, please, you must become an honorary citizen. We need your protection. Suddenly, a menacing Johani appeared out of nowhere, striking him on the head and angrily shouting, "Shut your mouth!" He pursed his lips, tilted his head, and pondered. To survive an attack from a demon lord. This Lilith is no simple character. It seems we must monitor her actions. Outside the corporation's headquarters, several birds happily soar. Ningfong and Johnny went to a quiet place to talk, and he spoke with remorse. "I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble, and we'll do our best to fulfill any request you have." He leaned against the railing and coldly replied, "Now that you mention it, there is one thing I need." Ningfong tilted his head, smiling. "I need some special Austrian magic skill books." Johnny bowed, replying cheerfully, "Absolutely no problem. I'll have the guild send over skill books that meet the requirements immediately." Soon after, a book was delivered. He squinted at it with an inscrutable expression as the man chuckled awkwardly. Because special skill books are extremely rare and not easy to find in a short amount of time. If we find any more, we'll give them to you right away. Of course, I can also personally go into the dungeon to search. Ningfong smiled, raising a finger as he replied, "I understand, but I still have other matters to attend to, so I need to return home for a while. Kappa will stay here to help you handle things." Hearing this, Johani was moved, saying, "Thank you so much. I hope to see you again soon." 5 days later, back at the corporation's headquarters, Johnny and Capo were waiting. He exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Ning, I didn't expect to see you so soon." Ningfong scratched his head, smiling. "Me neither." He pursed his lips, thinking, who would have thought the Fifth Ring's dungeon raid would be in Austria? As Johnny spoke, Ningfong pictured a desolate, arid desert, the secret realm he sought located somewhere in the western wastes. "We've never explored it, so we have no detailed information." The demonkin was diligently scraping the last bits of food from its cracked bowl when, suddenly, a slash appeared from nowhere and shattered it. The goblin stares in confusion, still clutching the remnants of its bowl as a car speeds down the road, a voice echoing from within. "What? You've never seen anything like this before?" Johnny raised an eyebrow with a hint of disdain, replying, "Sorry, we only use transformation stones when changing classes. We've never even heard of this essence of transformation you speak of." Capo gasped in astonishment as he explained. "Essence of transmutation is a higher form of the transmutation stone. I've seen it in my old world, but never here on Blue Star." With a gloomy face, Ningfeng despondently thought, who knew the 5th class advancement quest would have such requirements? So much of his accumulated power was used repairing the spatial tear, he no longer has the strength to open a path to another world. The system displays the requirements for the 5th transfer quest for the all-system magic god. 1. Enter the Lava Abyss Secret Realm to receive the Abyssal Mark quest item. 2. Collect 10 transformation essences. 3. Collect 200 blue obsidian stones. 4. Collect 200 pieces of hellfire ore within 30 days, difficulty 6 stars, S rank. Sitting in his car, he couldn't help but worry, with only a month to complete it. If he couldn't, he'd have to ask those orcs to work overtime. In a place where lava flows and fiery crevices mark the secret realm of Dung Uyen Lik Kok, the sound of whips cracking echoes as a demon lies prostrate on the ground. The flame demon, scythe in hand, roars in anger. "I saw you dawdling earlier. You've barely mined any ore. Who allowed you to rest?" It rose and clasped its hands, begging for mercy, explaining that the workload had suddenly increased and they weren't being fed enough to keep up their strength. Before he could finish, the demon slashed at the imp, his sharp teeth bared in a fiery rage. "If you trash can't mine, you wouldn't even be alive today, and yet you dare talk back to me." He glared at the slave miners and announced that they would be doubling their workload. "If you don't finish, I'll kill the slowest one and hang him at the gate as a warning. Elder, if the workload doubles, it's impossible to finish. Does that mean one of us will surely die?" Iron Mong, beaten and on the ground, cried out, "Don't worry about me. If they want to kill someone, let them kill me." The elder frowned, displeased. "Tai Mung, what are you saying?" "We can't abandon you," she cried, heartbroken. "But isn't sacrifice inevitable? Oh, we're too weak to even resist." The rat slaves looked at each other in sorrow, speechless. The elder said apologetically, "Tai Meng, I'll take everyone to work now. Rest up, then get back to work." And with that, they left. After they left, Tai Mung collapsed, unconscious on the ground as someone approached in surprise. "There's a demon corpse here. Could there be other adventurers around?" Deep within the secret realm, magma flows like a waterfall. The high priest watched the ritual stone receive the ore, but sensing someone's arrival, he asked, "Where is the ore? Why hasn't it been delivered yet?" The fire demon bowed, replying, "My sincerest apologies. I've put them to work and they'll replenish it soon. He gritted his teeth, explaining, "If those fools weren't useful for improving the ore's quality, I would have killed them all long ago." Suddenly, the stone statue reacts violently. The priest cries out in astonishment. "It's working! The great demon god has responded to my ritual." The flame demon muttered, "High priest, do you need more ore?" He coldly commanded, "Silence, and do not disturb me as I receive the divine message." From within the sacrificial stone came a broken voice. "Flesh. Offerings." The priest hastily commanded, "Quickly, find offerings for the great demon god." The flame demon was confused, hesitating to ask. But so suddenly," he angrily commanded. "Bring me those fools digging for ore." The summoning ritual was a success. They no longer need to live. The priest cackles, saying that being a sacrifice for the great demon god is their most glorious moment. In the city of eternal rest, the soul returner stands before a sealed stone pillar, muttering in surprise, "This place, called Blue Star, is strange. Every time I connect to its secret realm, the information is inexplicably cut off." He frowned, worried, sensing a strange power interfering with the evil god's influence. Suddenly, lightning crackled above the stone pillar, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Finally, contact with the new mystic realm." He quickly placed his hand on the stone pillar, and the wanderer immediately used a unique language to communicate with the secret realm. While in the secret realm of the molten abyss, the fallen were suddenly scattering from their nests. The priest listens as the stone statue demands, "Flesh and blood?" Suddenly, the hobbled rat slaves were brought forth as the flame demon grinned. "High priest, the offerings have arrived." He ecstatically raised his hands to the sky, proclaiming, "Great demon god, please enjoy your offering." The rat slaves were terrified as the stone idol prepared to feast, and the elder was immediately drawn in. The test subjects anxiously called out to the elder, screaming in terror as they drew closer to the stone idol's gaping maw. The elder quickly vanished, using his shrinking technique to disappear into the blue liquid. Suddenly, the stone idol lost power and went dark. The elder was knocked away, landing painfully on the ground, gasping for breath in shock. The priest was confused and angrily shouted, "What's going on? The connection between the great demon god and me has suddenly disappeared." His eyes grew increasingly fierce as he continued, "I see. These low-level creatures are not worthy as sacrifices." The high priest turned to the rat slaves, his voice laced with malice. "Then I shall absorb your power and find a better sacrifice for the great demon god." He raises his hands, unleashing the dark abyss devour, thrusting the power forward. The test subjects brace for the worst, but nothing happens, and the priest looks utterly bewildered. At the cave entrance, Ningfong suddenly appeared with Tai Myung, and he quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. The rat slaves, freed from their bonds, exclaimed in shock, "The magic holding us is gone! Look, it's Thiet Mong!" They watched as Thiet Mong happily ran towards them, and they couldn't help but wonder. "Ironmonger, who is that human?" He grins. "That's the great demon god I invited to save you all." The test subjects asked, confused, "Rescue the demon god? What are you talking about, Tai Ming?" Tai Ming calmly replies, "It's a long story, but I've pledged my service to the demon god." Another rat slave asks, confused, "But why would the demon god care about weak creatures like us?" Suddenly, he put his hand to his mouth, ordering, "Everyone be quiet." The priest angrily summoned the devouring abyss. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a blinding purple light, and he spoke in confusion. "This is the body of the priest, bound and gradually disappearing in astonishment." Ningfong coldly released his grip, and pieces of his armor crumbled away. The flame demon cried out in fear, "What kind of magic is that?" He never imagined he could trap the high priest. He coldly summoned a communication illusion. Outside the secret realm, Johnny swiftly gives the order. "No problem at all. Immediately have the guilds bring skill books that meet the requirements." In an instant, a book appears in his hand. The system displays information about the short-range teleportation book, a transformative active skill that corrects space-time, a dark magic forbidden technique that uses dark power to distort, requiring faith points based on the world's level to separate and merge lower-level worlds. Ningfong frowned, thinking that this might be another useful skill, as a rock fell from the sky. It plummets down at breakneck speed, and a radiant badge appears in midair. The badge bore a fire symbol, and the system provided an explanation. Abyssal Badge, a consumable of orange quality, permanently adds 10 to spirit and 50 to critical damage. Ningfong clutched the badge, muttering, "Now that I have the badge, all that's left is..." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked down. Before him, the elder and the purple slaves were kneeling, bowing their heads in gratitude. Ningfong looked over, puzzled, and asked, Taimeng, what's the meaning of this? He quickly explained. Great demon god, my people wish to express their loyalty to you and ask what kind of tribute you desire. Then, Taimeng announced loudly, Everyone, the great demon god has instructed me that we must provide all kinds of gems and minerals to the great demon god. He smiled and added, For example, right now I need 10 transformation essences. The elder confidently replied, Of course, no problem. If you provide 100 transformation stones, we will immediately create 19 transformation essences for you. Ningfong smiled, offering the Yang treasure forward. Only 100? I thought it would be more. He carefully accepted the Yang treasure and said, The creation of the essence conversion will take some time. If you want more gems, Taimeng can take you to the secret treasure vault. Taimeng immediately suggested, Please, follow me. They stood before a gate, which he easily opened, revealing a mountain of treasure. Taimeng gestures, introducing the treasures. Great demon god. These are the treasures that the high-ranking demons are collecting. Ningfeng, looking at the flawless ruby and sapphire in his hands, replies, Compared to the gems on Blue Star, these have the flawless attribute, which is a significant improvement. Suddenly, Han Yin appeared and announced, My lord is over there. Ahead, a rare treasure floated in the air. He picked up the treasure and said, This is Mystic Ice Fire, which can be used to upgrade your divine chain weapon. Leave it to me. Taimeng was startled by Han Yin's sudden appearance. Ningfeng chuckled, reassuring her, Don't worry, he's one of my trusted aides. She replied in surprise, I see. He gazed at the treasures before him and said with satisfaction, The other materials just happen to be readily available in the vault, which is much more convenient. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged from both sides toward Han Yin, his eyes blazing with newfound strength as he reached forward. As the power surged forward, Taimeng's eyes widened in shock and delight. The power of darkness was immense, and the demon god had accepted his offering. Looking at the glittering treasure before him, Ningfong said, There are many precious things in this treasure trove. I'll take them. He smiled brightly, kneeling down sincerely. Thank you for your grace, great demon god. He pursed his lips, thinking, I have also received the power of sacrifice. With a cold order, Ningfeng commanded, Taimeng, go see how the essence conversion is progressing. He immediately obeyed and ran off. Yes. Taimeng grins, muttering, My speed and strength have clearly increased. Meanwhile, near the altar, a dark figure suddenly appears, causing the rat slaves to tremble in fear. The flame demon sinisterly grabbed the elder, wondering, How strange, where did everyone go? And what are you protecting? The test subjects, shielding the stone altar, commanded that the demon god's essence must be protected at all costs. But with eyes blazing with hatred, Taimeng charged forward without hesitation, punching the flame demon in the face. The slave rats below cried out in shock. Taimeng, he was knocked straight into the ground, another flame demon exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? He sneers, brimming with power. You wolves, let me clean up this mess for the demon god. Before him, the hand-slave's tail was wagging like a whirlwind. They prostrated themselves, bowing their heads in gratitude, as Seseda and Han Yin appeared. Ningfeng asked, puzzled, Hey, why does it feel like they're wagging their tails even faster? Taimeng wept, bowing his head, thinking, Thank you, great demon god, for granting us power. We will no longer be oppressed. Ningfeng picked up the crystal and examined it. So this is the essence of transformation? This form has more rules than a normal transformation stone. Han Yin suddenly spoke. The higher the level of the world, the higher the level of the gem, and the more different the form will be. These little fuzzballs will be useful later. Ningfeng smiled. Indeed, thanks to them, I found the gem to upgrade my divine weapon, and I learned that the system displays information on orange equipment. The frost amulet, an accessory. A red divine artifact that can be upgraded. Spirit plus top of 400, casting speed, Sokwo to 100%, Manaregan Sasin to 100%, magic resistance plus 160%, spell crit, swast 30%. Eternal equipment that never loses durability. Frozen basic attacks gain water elemental properties and have a 25% chance to apply the frozen effect. Water movement allows free movement in water, and every 30 seconds, enemies within a certain range have their speed reduced by 15%. Furthermore, all attributes are increased by 10%, with added spells, Solid Ice Wall, Ice Seal Burst, and Ice Ray. Han Xiao's surging soul, protected by divine power, was not destroyed, but accompanied this necklace. He smiled excitedly and spoke. A red item. Han Yun smiled, pleased with himself. Still, my divine artifact is superior. First upgrade. Seseda angrily retorts, Looks like you're asking for a beating. A mysterious light appears, shooting directly toward Ningfeng. His mouth agape, he wondered what had just happened. It felt as though a portion of his divine power had been drained. Ningfong frowned, lost in thought. The divine power drained wasn't much, but the speed at which it vanished was alarming. He couldn't even trace its path. With that, he waved his hand and departed. The rat slaves gratefully bid farewell to the demon god, while he wondered where his divine power had suddenly gone. Seseda remorsefully replied, "We're so sorry. We know so little about this place that we didn't dare speak recklessly." Ningfong indifferently says, "Never mind that, I'll return home first to complete the class advancement quest." Immediately afterward, he heads to the teleportation portal. A system notification appears. You have increased your understanding of the universe. Ningfong slowly descends the stairs, muttering, "This job change has helped fuse the divine persona with the evil spirit by 20%. Images of the three warriors flash through his mind, and he calmly adds, "Your recent mastery of the formation has deepened my understanding of the three gods: agility, magic, and support." Ningfong looks up at the sky and says comfortably, "Besides the last alien race I just acquired, it also contains the memories of the demon lord before his death. I need some time to process this." In Ningfeng's divine realm, he's intently cultivating his power, and a torrent of energy emanates from his body. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes his divine power is being drained, but he's beginning to grasp the source. Ningfong continues to speculate, realizing it's not in the water, but somewhere in the southern hemisphere. On the African savanna, a teleportation circle appears, displaying the time 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds. Han Yin exclaims in surprise, "So that's what it is." He asked, confused, "What is this?" Before him appeared a massive, ominous skeleton, the nether capital, Antuk. Kuai Shu's eyes gleam as he laughs triumphantly. "I've finally succeeded." A mystic circle appears above him as he chuckles, "Devouring Abyss, the realm that swallows time. This is a special secret realm. 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds. The same thing those demons used against us before." He thought of countless sinister possibilities as he continued. Whether an adventurer enters willingly or is drawn in against their will, failure to break the secret realm won't result in death, but a life of atonement. This secret realm absorbs the divine power of this world and gives it to the demon god who controls it. But that's not all it can do. In the desert, Ningfong stops before the secret realm, with 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds remaining. He places his hand upon it. Confused, Ningfong wondered, "Why can't I enter?" A system notification then appeared. "Magic-based classes are prohibited." Ningfong chuckled, puzzled. "Why are there still class restrictions?" Seseda quickly explained. "These types of secret realms often appear in some high-level worlds, equivalent to an evil god challenging a god master. They come with special rules, such as restricting certain classes to increase the difficulty of conquest. As for the specifics, your subordinate is not clear." He stroked his chin, speculating. "In other words, the evil god may have influenced this secret realm, or it could be like I merged with the evil god's power." Shi and Han Yin exclaimed in unison, "That's definitely possible." Ningfeng's eyes sharpened as he considered the increasingly complex situation. The most pressing issue is how to clear this secret realm, and familiar faces come to mind. Capo, Han Yin, Seseda, and Feng Yi. Calculations raced through his mind. Most of his team's experts were magic-based, and their power would be greatly reduced if they couldn't enter. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, a sly grin spreading across his face as he snapped his fingers, suggesting, "How about we form a team to try it out?" Ningfong thought of Yingzhen, Linghua, Xiao, Duan, and Wang Yue. Ningfong gazed into the distance, realizing how much everyone had progressed in this short time. Yue and Xiao were nearly 4th transition, and guild leader Liu had completed his 6th. Aside from magic classes, this might be the strongest team on Blue Star. He clenched his fist, confidently stating, "Don't worry, this secret realm won't kill explorers. Feel free to unleash your power." The people Ningfong had just been thinking about appeared and replied in unison, "Understood." Then Wang Yue entered the secret realm first, followed by the others. Inside the secret realm, amidst towering rock mountains and dense fog, Guangchen coldly commanded them to coordinate their formations, and Duan and Wang Yue immediately acknowledged before departing. Suddenly, an assassin lunges out to attack, but he grits his teeth, raising a hand to defend himself. The assassin vanishes, reappearing in blurs around him. On Duan's side, he's also attacked by a strange light, and he grits his teeth, worried as he looks at his cracked armor. Linghua gritted her teeth, thinking, "This space is too tight." Suddenly, the assassin appeared behind her, and she thought, "Perfect." Ningfong frowned. My divine power is being drained again. Have the enemies become this strong in just 10 minutes? Immediately after, 5 bright figures appeared, slowly turning around. Wang Yue stepped forward apologetically. I'm so sorry, you were worried about us. Take your time, is anyone hurt? Ang Chen frowned, puzzled. How strange, all the wounds healed after we came out. Ningfong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Everyone rest up before we go in again. She let him anxiously ask, You have a way to help us, right? He coldly replied, I'm not sure. I still need to learn more. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. No problem. We'll do whatever little Feng says. A moment later, he sat before the vortex, ready to enter the secret realm. Wang Yue frowned, asking worriedly, Ningfong, are you okay? His face covered in cold sweat, he replied coolly, I'm fine. I can still handle it. Ningfong smiled, thinking to himself that although he had used a lot of divine power, he had achieved his goal. He stood up and suggested, Yue, help me over there. Wang Yue then went to support Ningfeng as they walked forward, exchanging smiles before stopping before the secret realm's circle. He confidently declares, Let me remodel this secret realm a bit. Then, the 5 of them wait for Ningfeng to reshape the realm. Wang Yue hesitantly asks, Is this okay? He smiles and quickly replies, That's right, you guys can try entering again. Yingzhen frowned, wondering what exactly Xiaofeng had done, as the entrance to the mystic realm seemed unchanged. They approached the circle, and she stared in surprise at the system screen. On the screen, options appear. Easy, low XP, poor rewards, normal XP, normal rewards, hard, high XP, good rewards, painful, very high XP, very good rewards, nightmare, extreme XP, extreme rewards. Wang Yue and Fen Yun wonder, which should we choose? Duan hesitantly added, should we choose easy or normal? Inside the secret realm, in a certain forest, assassins were patrolling when suddenly an energy arrow shot from behind, piercing through each of them, wiping them out completely. Wang Yue smiles, saying that easy mode is equivalent to a normal secret realm on Blue Star, which adventurers above the 3rd transfer should be able to overcome. Yingzhen promptly replies that the experience is really low, and that this information must be shared with Xiaofeng when they get out. Outside the mystic realm, Ningfeng, Han Yin, and Sesida stood before the circle, waiting. He asked curiously, Lord, what changes have you made? She exclaimed in surprise, not expecting them to persevere for so long inside. He smiled and softly explained, I had everyone try many times, and we finally found the convergence point of the dark power in the changing secret realm. Then I used a forbidden spell to create 5 small separate spaces there. Suddenly, Wang Yue emerged from the mystic realm, and he asked Han with a surprised smile how Yue was doing. She clenched her fist and replied happily, We've defeated the boss inside. Ningfeng touched the mystic realm, realizing the power of darkness within had lessened slightly. While it wouldn't completely conquer the realm, it could slow its strengthening. Duan wondered if they had to go in again, but Wang Yue excitedly suggested trying normal and hard mode. She then stepped forward to make her selection, but the system displayed a message stating that she could not re-enter within 7 days. Wang Yue muttered, Why is there a limit? He smirked, replying, It's fine. We can find someone else to explore the secret realm's rules. Ningfeng returned to his serious demeanor, contemplating that as long as he could prevent this secret realm from continuing to develop, he would have more time to find a way to deal with it. He glanced at Wang Yue, thinking that he had to make everyone stronger at least. She pursed her lips shyly and asked, What's wrong? Ningfeng awkwardly replies, Nothing. He puts his hand to his chin, thinking about how he had previously received the mid-tier alien race in the chaotic flow of time and absorbed the Demon Lord's memories, which contained a crucial piece of information. Ningfeng recalled the shimmering crystal he'd received, within which was reflected a vast ocean. Deep beneath the sea, pufferfish swam freely, and an arrow lay trapped amongst the coral. He thought in surprise, That bow, it's like someone is watching the 4 strangers in front of them. The Shadow Commander pursed her lips, her face darkening as lightning struck the back of her hand. The Shadow Envoy raises her sword, eyeing the black demon and secretly marking Anxi City for tonight. Qisu touches a stone pillar, wondering, what strange problem has occurred now? He recalled the desert secret realm, adding, the time-devouring abyss on Blue Star is clearly still here, but it hasn't absorbed divine power in a long time. Cut to a field where people are gathered, and ZP stands in front of a tent, arms crossed, saying that to challenge the normal difficulty, you need at least 4 level 5 players to form a team. A man stands in the light, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Longbow, for helping us develop this secret realm. The Skal Alliance's Quanta commander gratefully added that this place has now become the hottest secret realm in the world. We're also earning more resources to train new adventurers, improving not only their resources but also their quality of life. A succulent piece of meat sizzles, filling the air with its aroma, as Ningfong contemplates his next move. A large number of explorers can continuously deplete the dark power of the secret realm, prolonging its countdown and preventing it from actively drawing people in. He took a bite of meat, thinking, but right now they can only clear normal difficulty. He needs to find a way to upgrade Ruier and the other's strength. Ningfong recalled the bow he'd seen, confirming that the Demon Lord's memory held vital information. It was one of the lost divine artifacts, the glimmering shadow bow. He imagined holding the bow, the glimmering shadow, the divine artifact of the Shadow Dominator, one of the 12 chief gods. An image of the Swift Shadow Commander with her bow appears as Ningfong deduces that after her defeat, her artifact fell to earth, and someone used its power against the Demon Lord, earning his attention. He smiled contentedly as he ate, thinking, when I have enough divine power, I'll go to that world and retrieve the artifact, then give it to Ruier. With the artifact, she might be able to conquer higher difficulty secret realms. Suddenly, a figure approached and smiled. Xiaofeng, Ningfeng greeted him politely. Chairman Liu Kita, sir. He then took out a book to introduce. Mr. Ning, this is a specialty skill book from our country. He took the book, and Kipta explained honestly that because its power was weak, few people used it, and he didn't know if it would be of any use to him. Ningfeng turned to the first page. The title was Nonsense. He hesitated, then spoke. He worriedly explained the skill's effect, mainly to disrupt others' speech for a short time, usually to interrupt spellcasters, but because it had no other use, it was quickly phased out. He shook Kipta's hand, smiling. Thank you so much for this gift. I'll put it to good use. Kipta chuckled. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you and Longbow for everything you've done for us. Ningfeng claimed the book, thinking to himself with a smile, it'll become a forbidden spell in my hands anyway, so it probably won't be a waste. After the exchange, the three of them sat around the barbecue, laughing and joking as he generously ordered more fruit for Mr. Ning. Soon only bones and scraps remained on the plate, and with a satisfied pat of his full stomach, he declared, I'm stuffed. Suddenly, Ningfeng's eyes widened in surprise as he heard someone say, Great Demon God, is this your blessing? Hapga's image flashed in his mind as he surmised, that's the voice of the beastmen leader, Ha. As twilight falls on the beastmen's territory, they gather, laughing and talking. Ningfeng approaches from afar, asking curiously, Why are you all so happy? They excitedly announced, The great devil god has arrived. They happily showed off. The great demon god? These craftsmen have just become the tribe's blood enchanters, he asked, puzzled. The blood enchanter chuckled. It's said that if the weapons crafted by the artisans receive enough offerings to the gods, the artisans themselves can be promoted. He slowly explained, blood cursors can forge and enhance superior equipment in less time, and if they gain the recognition of the gods, they can advance further. Ningfeng rubbed his chin and smiled, thinking, no matter what, this is a good thing. I can accumulate power faster and then open the passage to another world. A few days later, in a barren-looking land, he clenched his fist and muttered, Finally, I've accumulated enough divine power to open the passage. Ningfeng touched the secret realm circle and slowly stepped inside, revealing a vast ocean before him. Seagulls flew everywhere as Ningfeng quickly dove into the sea, where a bow was stuck in the coral ahead. He thought to himself with glee, It's here. Ningfong easily retrieved the bow, and the system notified him that he had obtained a replica of the divine artifact. In the vast ocean, Ningfeng's surprised voice echoed, A fake? Hanan hesitated. Lord God, do you mean this divine weapon is a fake? He coldly stated, The divine artifact in my hand is indeed a fake, but something's not right. Ningfeng carefully recalled that the Demon Lord had seen this bow unleash a true divine power attack, otherwise it wouldn't have left such a deep impression. Sezada wondered if it had been switched. Ningfeng stroked his chin, speculating that it was possible, then looked ahead and said, This place looks like an underwater temple. Thankfully, my pendant's skill allows me to breathe underwater. Grit and frustration etched on his face. Ningfeng realizes he'll have to ask around. Are you going to use that powerful disguise spell again? She asks, surprised and curious. A mermaid's hand gently touches the wall as Manga gazes into the distance with sorrowful eyes. A soldier bows his head and carefully asks, Your Majesty, should I accompany you? She closed her eyes, dejected, and refused. No need. I want to be alone for a while. The temple doors slowly open and Mingo swims in, her eyes narrowing as she sadly recalls the past. She sat on her cold throne and asked, "What did you say? A marriage proposal?" The envoy grinned wickedly. "Indeed, if Her Majesty agrees to marry our handsome prince, this brutal war will surely end swiftly." An enraged soldier retorted, "Nonsense! You started this war. How could our queen marry an invader?" He narrowed his eyes coldly, reminding them, "Don't shout at a mere envoy like me. If you have the ability, you should have defeated us on the battlefield." The soldier lunged forward, enraged. "You scum!" Mingji says coldly, "Don't be rash." The envoy points and laughs, praising, "The queen is wise. In my opinion, accepting the prince's proposal is good for both countries." She gritted her teeth, disgusted. "Your hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. I would never marry a demon." He placed a hand on his forehead, smirking, and replied, "This is troubling. I will convey your attitude truthfully." The envoy chuckled ominously, adding, "Let's hope His Highness the Prince won't be too angry." The envoy turned and departed with a contemptuous smile, walking out of the temple. Minka clenched her fists, suppressing her anger as she glared at the departing envoy. Back in reality, Mingyu sadly muttered, "Is this our punishment for defying the will of the gods?" Suddenly, Ningfong appeared before her, still in his human form, startling her. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" Minxia demanded angrily. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she thought, how could someone break through the temple's defenses without us noticing? He smiled and quickly said, "Wait, don't get excited. I just want to ask a few questions." But Mingo had already drawn her bow, aiming at Ningfong, her lips pursed, each arrow hurtling towards its target. Ningfong swiftly uses the impure earth defense, causing Mingzhou to exclaim, "What?" he asked with a cold expression. "Can we talk now?" The queen's hand trembled, her teeth grinding even harder as she stared at the distant purple rift. Did he come through that portal? Now Minj is nothing but wary and anxious. "My attack was completely ineffective. There's a powerful dark energy barrier here, and he wants to steal the divine weapon." To her, Ningfeng was a tyrant shrouded in dark energy. Is my nation truly doomed? But he just blankly raised the weapon in his hand and asked, "This divine weapon is just a copy? Do you know where the real one is?" Hearing this, Minga quickly responded, "What? A copy? I don't know where the real divine weapon is." Appearing beside him, Sezada observed, "My lord, she's lying." Hanyan added that she probably sees us as intruders. So, Ningfeng immediately put on a friendly smile and raised his hand. "You don't need to rush. I don't mean you any harm. I just want to use this artifact for a moment." This only made Mingzha look even more confused. "He calls robbing something borrowing?" Sezada whispered, noticing that she seemed even more tense. At that moment, a fiery Mingzha pointed at them, declaring, "My country is being invaded, and this divine artifact is our last hope. I absolutely will not hand it over to you." But as soon as the words left her lips, her bravado crumbled, leaving only fearful trembling. "We're doomed. What am I even saying? If we anger him, we're doomed." But Ningfeng wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was quite curious. "Sam Lure, can you tell me what's going on?" Suddenly, a scream caught his attention. "Your Majesty," the queen who was called upon was also very surprised. "What's going on?" The soldiers brought unbelievable news. The enemy vanguard had broken through the lines and was headed straight for the capital. "Everyone is ready to fight," they pleaded. "Please, give the order." The news left Minga paralyzed, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. "Ah, so I've become the king of a doomed nation?" A footstep slowly approaches. "Come, let us go and see," Ningfeng said, reaching out to a surprised Minga. This leaves her bewildered, but she grits her teeth. Mingji places a determined hand on her chest. "Demon god, no matter what, I will not agree to any of your conditions. You won't force me to submit." Even so, his eyes filled with deadly intent still made her tremble. Ningfeng nodded, understanding. "Understood, I won't interfere." Just then, another soldier burst in. "Your Majesty." Then, the soldier was startled to see Ningfeng and wondered who she was. "Your Majesty, who is this?" He remained calm, but for some reason Mingo was flustered and turned purple. "It's a long story, let's deal with other matters first." With that, she rushed off. While the soldier wondered about him, a group of heretics suddenly appeared before her. "Your Majesty." The queen looked at them, puzzled. "Why have you come?" the representative of the heretics declared. "Your people and ancestors were invaded by enemies to protect us heretics. At this moment, we must fight alongside you. The heretics are united in their resolve. Though our strength may be diminished, we are still ready to fight on the battlefield. Yes, me too. Manga was so moved by them that she shed tears. She bows her head in gratitude, and the scene before Sasida compels her to speak. My lord, Ningfong and Han Yin are still watching these heretics intently. The words were spoken amidst the stern gazes of those heretics. Looks like they're all your followers? The worried apostle asks. Your Highness, this is Queen Minge's reply. The majestic prince, seated atop the sea monster, sneers at the naive woman. Does she really think she can stop my army? Below him were incredibly dangerous warriors. A warrior stands with folded arms, pondering, Your Highness, could there be a trap? Even so, they still possess the divine artifact that commands the shadows. But the prince seems unconcerned. Behind him appears the specter of the dark demon god, the soul's final resting place, and his eyes are filled with arrogance. No need to worry, he's just a fallen god. How could he compare to the great God I serve? His palm was now overflowing with power. Lately, I've felt my power growing stronger. Surely a gift from the great God I serve. Perhaps we should let Queen Mingju try. With that, the prince gave the order to attack. The sea monster's eyes glowed, and the warriors below surged with fighting spirit. A staff struck the ground, and spiritual energy enveloped a disheveled, elderly heretic. Ningfong, watching the group within the barrier, couldn't help but wonder, what are they doing? Sesida quickly responds that they're setting up an amplification formation to increase their strength, but unfortunately, they can't activate its full potential. As Queen Minge panics, as if she's just encountered something terrifying. Look, the ferocious sea monsters and the warriors are charging forward. The old heretic raised his staff and shouted to attack, and everyone unleashed their demonic power in unison, only to be stopped by the ferocious sea monster. The heretic is terrified. No, it's not working? What is this thing? Prince Wang, atop another sea monster, frantically unleashes magic from his hands. A wide, satisfied grin spread across his face as he laughed. Even the cult's followers are getting involved. Min, it seems you have no one left to use. His face twisted with malice as he prepared to show the cultists the difference in power. The sea monster unleashed a torrent of magical energy, like lightning from its maw, easily piercing the cultists' barrier. Those inside watched in terror as the barrier was torn apart. The shield had broken. Suddenly, a voice echoed, calling for a counterattack, leaving the old heretic slightly bewildered. Ningfong stood before him, shouting, "Use the counterattack spell now." But the old heretic's face only showed helplessness. But I can't even touch that sea monster. Meanwhile, Minge stares in disbelief as he fraternizes with the heretic. When did he get over there? Suddenly, a soldier reports, "Your Highness, the sea monster is attacking again," startling her. Queen Minga urgently ordered, "Tell them to retreat, they can't stop it." But the sea monster was struck in the gut by a powerful blow. The monster is stunned by the blow, leaving the soldiers and Minge in disbelief. Well done. Ningfong leaned on the heretic's shoulder and praised him. Well done. The old man is stunned. Did I just pull that off? Sesida is extremely pleased. The Lord is personally presiding over the formation. Burning with envy, the prince clenches his fist, unable to believe what he's seeing. No, it can't be, he roars in anger. Absolutely not. You think you can defeat me with just this? The sea monster's eyes flashed menacingly as dark energy gathered at its chest, and the prince grinned, revealing teeth as sharp as knives. These corrupted sea monsters are all summoned by me. Unless the connection between us is severed, they will continue to regenerate endlessly. Ningfong looked up, annoyed. Did you hear that? The heretic stammered. I heard. He shouted it loud enough. Another heretic was skeptical, but who would reveal their weaknesses so openly? Now, his face was both serious and intrigued. This new forbidden spell is quite interesting. In the system space, a nonsensical book appears, transforming into an active skill. Fourfold Will, a dark forbidden spell. Enemies within the curse's range will suffer a continuous curse, and you can see and control their minds. Yeah,